Chapter 1. Nick. You should kill yourself. Inside a dirty alleyway filled with oily pipes, electrical wires, and broken walls, a young man sat on the ground with his back to the wall. His head was lowered as he lifelessly stared at the ground visible between his legs. The sun was positioned in the middle of the sky, perfectly above this boy. Because of that, the alleyway was brightly lit. I know that it comes as a bit of a shock, but I genuinely think the best course of action for you in this situation would be to kill yourself. The boy didn't lift his head as he heard these words. At this moment, a dirty and disheveled rat was sitting on top of a small rusty box made of metal. The rat was lightly scratching its snout as it looked with widely opened eyes at the boy, trying to establish eye contact. "Listen," the rat said as it jumped down from the box and slowly walked towards the boy. "We all know what happened. It's not like I'm suggesting suicide without a logical basis, you know?" As the rat came closer, the boy's eyes suddenly gained life, and he looked at the rat with intensity. The rat's eyes widened, and it went on its hind legs as it slowly retreated. "Calm down, Nick. I'm not going to hurt you," it said with a nervous smile as it stopped retreating. "Look at me. I'm just a rat. How am I supposed to hurt someone that managed to get through the Zephyx Extractor exam?" The boy, Nick, looked back at the ground. When Nick just lifelessly looked at the ground like that, he looked like a frail, homeless person, but when he just looked at the rat, his entire demeanor changed. In fact, Nick's body was anything but frail. While he wasn't very bulky, his muscles were pretty defined, which wasn't surprising, considering that he had trained for the last 4 years in hopes of finally getting out of the dregs. "Hey, Nick," the rat said, not daring to get any closer. "I know that you're still holding on to some hope, but we both know that believing in this fickle light of hope is just illusional." The rat slowly moved around Nick's body, but it didn't dare to get too close to his body. "Over the last 4 years, you worked so hard on yourself. You trained every day, and you even committed some terrible acts just to avoid paying the blood tax. You didn't want to do these things, but you still did them. Why? Because you saw a way out of the dregs, and you did it. You managed to get a spot in the Zephyx Extractor exam for Ghosty's lab, and you even managed to pass it," the rat said with a lot of enthusiasm. And then the rat just sighed. "But your Zephyx synchronizer was already attuned to a Specter. You managed to pass the exam, but Ghosty's lab can't use a Zephyx Extractor with an already synchronized Zephyx synchronizer. And you know that they are not the only ones," the rat said as it stopped on Nick's right side. "No Zephyx manufacturer will hire you like this. You know as well as I that all the companies have specific Specters for their extractors. Without the abilities from these Specters, you will either die very quickly or will cost the company more money than you bring in." "So what now?" the rat asked, looking at Nick with a sympathetic expression. "What's the plan now? You don't have an education. You don't have contacts. You don't have a place to live. You don't even remember anything from before you were 10. You can't even join the gangs or any of their businesses since you vehemently refuse to pay them their fees. There's no way out. Are you willing to continue living like this?" the rat asked with a sad and pained voice. "I don't want to see you go through so much pain every day. Just stop." The rat was carefully and slowly moving toward Nick. As the rat moved closer to Nick, several pairs of eyes appeared behind the dark sewer grates in the alley. They were watching everything with excitement. Nick just continued looking at the ground. "Don't you just want to rest?" the rat asked as it very carefully moved forward. "Every day, you sleep with one eye open, fearing that something or someone will attack you. You don't even have a single friend or family member. What's the point of fighting? What's the point of living like this? And now, even your last hope is gone." The rat looked with a sympathetic gaze at Nick. "Trust me, I've talked to millions of people, and I know a hopeless situation when I see one. I can make it quick and painless. If you want, I can even pay special attention to some people you dislike. At least, like this, you can go out on your own terms instead of just starving to death. Your death would actually have a purpose." The rat managed to get so close to Nick that it could even touch his leg. The rats behind the sewer grates slowly and carefully stepped out, but they still remained at a great distance. It was important not to induce a fight or flight response in their target. Adrenaline can bring momentary life to the black hole inside the chest of a suffering person. This had to be done methodically, slowly, and carefully. "Just lay down, okay?" the rat said slowly. "I'm going to lightly touch your leg now. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything." The rat slowly extended its claw to touch Nick's leg. Bang! A powerful fist hit the rat, turning it into a bloody paste. An instant later, all the other rats fled back into the sewer. Silence. The fist unclenched and took hold of the smashed rat. Then he took out a filthy, old, and disgusting brown sack and put the rat into it. A moment later, Nick straightened his back and took a deep breath. "This sucks," he said, his voice a bit deeper than the average man's. But then a small smile formed on his lips as he lifted the dirty brown sack. "But at least dinner is secured." Suddenly, Nick's eyes narrowed as he shot up to his feet. He glared down one of the alleyway's exits. Just now, a muscular man wearing a black coat and black hat had appeared near that exit. At this moment, Nick could see a mysterious smirk adorning the man's lips as he looked at Nick with amusement. "What do you want?" Nick asked with a harsh and threatening voice. Nick had seen many people, and he knew that someone that was acting like this wasn't up to anything good. "I don't buy drugs, miracle cures, specters, Zephyx, or whatever you have to sell," Nick said. A moment later, Nick's eyes widened a bit, and he put the brown sack behind him. "I'm also not selling you the rat." The man looked slightly taken aback, but he started chuckling in amusement. "Your rat? You think I'm after your rat?" he asked with a smirk. Nick eyed the man suspiciously. "I'm not buying anything. Also, it's rude to enter someone's home unannounced." "Home?" the man repeated in confusion as he looked around the alleyway. After looking for a bit, the man saw a small shack made of bits and pieces of discarded and rusty metal. The man took a deep breath and sighed before his black hat vanished, revealing his handsome face. There were a couple of covert wrinkles on the man's forehead, and Nick could also see a couple of individual gray hairs among his usual black hair. The man just chuckled a bit. "You asked me what I wanted," he repeated. "Well, you could call me a scholar," the man said with a smile as he looked at Nick. "I study specters. More specifically, the powers specters can bestow to humans." "I said I'm not buying anything," Nick shouted. The man took another deep breath and released a sigh. "I am a consultant to many Zephyx manufacturers, and Ghosty's lab is one of them," the man said as he slowly lifted his right index finger. The next moment, a ball of bloody tools made of metal materialized above his finger. The tools were rapidly circling above the man's finger. When Nick saw that, his jaw nearly hit the floor and his eyes shone. "You're a Zephyx Extractor?" he asked in shock. The man chuckled. "In the past," he said as the tools vanished again. "Nowadays, I'm just a researcher." Nick still looked with wonder at the man. "A Zephyx Extractor." Nick gulped. "Okay," he slowly said. "So, what do you have to sell?" The man snorted in amusement. "I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here because my friend at Ghosty's lab contacted me. They don't know what kind of power you've attained or from which specter it comes. My friend knows that I am interested in these things, which is why he told me about you." Nick became nervous when he heard that. That sounded like some evil experimentation stuff. When the man saw Nick's apprehensive expression, he nearly groaned. "I'm not here to hurt you," the man half shouted with annoyance. "I'm just here to look at how your powers work. I will even refer you to some Zephyx manufacturers if your power proves to be useful. This is a good thing for you." Nick was taken aback, but his expression quickly morphed into one of skepticism. "Help? A good thing? In the Dregs? Not even children would believe that. And what do you want in exchange?" Nick asked. "In exchange," the man repeated. "Do you even have anything that can interest me?" Nick struggled to think of something. "Nothing in this world is free," Nick said with suspicion. "Something advertised as free will very quickly turn into something that's not free after some time." The man's expression turned deadpan. "Oh my fucking God," he said in exasperation. Suddenly, the man appeared in front of Nick. Bang. The man hit Nick's head, and Nick fell to the side, unconscious. "Is it so hard to accept that someone just wants to help you?" Silence. The man took another deep breath and sighed. Shing. The bloody tools from earlier appeared in front of him. "Now, let's see what kind of power you have." Chapter 2. The Sign. A young man walked through the streets of a lively but dirty city. At this moment, it was 2 a.m., but the sun was still shining. It was always shining. There was not a single moment where it wasn't shining. This was how it had been for thousands of years and how it would continue to be for thousands more years. The sun was directly in the middle of the sky, seemingly perfectly above the walking young man. Surprisingly, even though the sun was in the middle of the sky, its light wasn't very bright and overwhelming, but subdued and more orange-yellowish in color. For the citizens of Crimson Fungus City, it was currently nighttime. Although when one talked about night, they were referring to the time between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. This had nothing to do with the state or location of the sun, since that was always static. Most people slept during the nighttime. No one really knew why, but most people followed that social norm since their parents, grandparents, and everyone else had done the same. Some crazy people said that people slept during the night because, somehow, the sun used to do something called setting in the past. Naturally, that was idiotic. How fast would the sun need to move to go around the earth? How would it even move? It made no sense. As the young man continued walking, he saw several dirty, grimy, and rusty pipes coming out of the ground, which then slithered up the damaged and dirty walls of buildings. The floor of the city was uneven, with half of it made of craggy rock, and the other half made of rusty grates that led deep underground. The smell of gas and oil blanketed the streets, but the people living here had already gotten used to it. Crack. Suddenly, one of the grates below the young man's legs broke, and the young man began to fall. However, the young man just reflexively spread his arms and grabbed the grates to his side, stopping his fall. The young man took a deep breath and released it before he pulled himself up. After pulling himself up, he looked around the street for something. He saw a couple of thin people that were sitting at the side of the road, talking with each other. Since it was nighttime, not many people were here. "Hey, do you know where I can get a big sheet of metal?" the young man Nick asked the group. It had been 2 years since Nick had met the scholar, and Nick was now 16 years old. The scholar had told Nick about his power, and he even taught him a couple of things over the next couple of days. Right now, Nick was about 180 centimeters tall, which was enormous for someone living in the Dregs. The available food was horrible, which made it difficult for people to grow tall. Nick's body was also still quite muscular, giving him quite an intimidating appearance. The group collectively furrowed their brows as they looked at him. Nick's bulky figure intimidated them a bit. "What do you want?" an older lady among them said with a tone of threat in her voice. "I just told you what I want," Nick said as he scratched the side of his head. "I just want a sheet of metal." "Why?" the older lady asked with annoyance. Nick just pointed at the hole in the grates with his thumb. The group just threw a couple of glances at each other. "You want to repair the hole?" the older lady asked with skepticism. Nick nodded. "I'm strong enough to stop my fall and pull myself out. Others aren't," he answered. The lady's expression became even more skeptical. "And you care about that?" Nick just scratched the back of his head. "I mean, I broke it. I should also fix it," he said with a shrug. The group looked at each other again. Then the older lady pointed at one of the houses at the edge of the street. The house was basically a ruin. A third of it was already missing, and all the metal of the house had already rusted. The city had an overabundance of metal, and all the metal that the wealthy parts of the city didn't need anymore ended up in the Dregs. This was also why nearly all houses here were made of rusty metal. The occupant of it said it 2 days ago. The older lady said, her voice neutral. Nick nodded. He knew what it meant to say it. It basically meant that the person had committed suicide via a specific method. "Thanks," Nick said as he walked over to the derelict house. After a bit of searching, Nick saw a 2-meter wide and long plate of metal and began to pull. Sadly, the builder of the house seemed to have had a phobia of his house collapsing, which was why he welded everything together. Nick tried for a while, but the metal plate only shuddered and made creaking noises. Nick just sighed and looked around. Then he walked into the house, away from all prying eyes. Bang! A dent appeared in the metal plate. Bang! 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 After 4 hits, the metal plate broke away from the house and fell to the ground outside as Nick exited through the new hole. The eyes of the earlier group widened in shock. They knew that this young man was strong based on his stature, but wasn't this a bit too much? How much power would one need to dent such a big metal plate? Sure, it wasn't super thick, but this was still metal. Nick pulled the metal plate across the street with quite some difficulties, confusing the group even more. The guy had just dented the plate, but now he had issues carrying it. This made no sense. A couple seconds later, Nick put the plate over the hole in the grate that he had created earlier and rubbed the sweat off his forehead. He walked on top of the plate and jumped a bit. The metal was creaking, but it didn't move. If the metal could withstand Nick jumping on it, no one would have issues walking over it. Nick nodded with satisfaction and continued walking through the streets. He waved a bit at the group as he left. "Oh, now I know who that is," one of the younger people in the group shouted a couple of seconds later. The others looked at him. "You know him?" The younger guy nodded. "He's that weird guy at the marketplace." "The weird guy," another person from the group repeated with uncertainty. "Oh, you mean the one that just sits there with a sign all day?" "Yes, that guy," the other guy said with a nod. "I didn't recognize him since he looks much smaller when he's sitting." The other people raised their eyebrows in understanding. Some of them looked at the derelict house again with newfound realization. That explained how he was strong enough to break the metal. This means he has an attuned Zephyx synchronizer, right? The others just nodded. According to his sign, yes. The older lady in the group looked at the sheet of metal in the middle of the street. You know, if others actually followed his example and fixed what they broke, the dregs wouldn't be nearly as bad, she commented. Nick continued walking down the street, and a couple of minutes later, he arrived at a big plaza. In comparison to the streets, the plaza was mostly made of stone, and the walls weren't too dirty. Nick could see a couple of merchants stationed around their wagons filled with wares. Since it was night, only the poorest and the richest merchants sold their wares. The poorest sold their wares at night since there was far less competition, and the richest did the same since they could just hire someone to keep their shop open all the time. The other 80% of shops were only open between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Nick walked across the plaza until he arrived at the widest road in the Dregs. The road led to one of the exits of Crimson Fungus City. At the spot where the road and the plaza met, Nick stopped and walked to the side. After sitting down, Nick pulled out a roll of cardboard and unrolled it before putting it on a metal rod he had brought with him. Lastly, Nick just lifted his new sign and waited. Zephyx Extractor, looking for work. And then he waited. Chapter 3. Protecting oneself. People slowly woke up and exited from their derelict houses. It was early in the morning, but just like always, the sun was high up in the sky, illuminating the streets. Nick was still holding his sign as he watched the people with boredom. Over 50% of the people were malnourished, and the remainder could still be called skinny. Only the richest merchants had some visible fat on their bellies. Even though the sun was shining all day, nearly everyone had pale skin, and a couple of them even had black rings around their eyes as they slowly walked through the streets. As Nick saw the people, he could tell that most of them were very fidgety and anxious. Nick knew that this day would be the most dangerous day of the month since people became desperate. Today was the worst day of the month. The day everyone dreaded. Nevertheless, Nick continued holding up his sign as he waited. Albert, Nick's mentor, told him he would soon find work as a Zephyx Extractor in the Dregs. He only needed to be visible. Albert was the powerful Zephyx Extractor that Nick had met 2 years ago. After Nick had woken up from Albert's slap, the two of them had gotten to know each other. Due to the circumstances of how Nick had gained his mysterious power, Albert decided to mentor Nick for a couple of months since he saw a lot of potential in him. Albert had left around a year ago, and he told Nick that he just needed to remain visible to find work. Apparently, someone would soon appear that would be interested in finding Zephyx Extractors. This was why Nick was sitting in the marketplace with his sign. Even though everyone dreaded today, to Nick, this was just like any other day. Many people passed by Nick, and he also noticed that nearly everyone was throwing evaluating glances at him. However, no one actually did anything to him. Many people were scared and looked around nervously, but others seemed calm and relaxed. All of the calm ones had small pins on their chest in the image of 2 cross spears. These pins represented the insurance gang, one of the most powerful gangs that were running the Dregs from the underground. The people wearing these pins were not gang members, but normal citizens that had paid the insurance gang to deal with all the matters today. Bang. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair got punched, and a group of 3 men jumped the guy that got punched. The man curled into a shrimp and held tightly onto something. The 3 attackers continued wailing at the helpless man, but they were careful not to break any bones. "Hand over your credits," one of them shouted. The blonde man on the ground didn't answer and kept holding on to his credits. The 3 gritted their teeth. Killing someone was forbidden, and they were also not allowed to shed any blood. However, the city wouldn't bat an eye if they broke some bones. But despite how things looked, the 3 men were not psychopaths that wanted the guy to die. If they stole his credits and broke the blonde man's bones, they would essentially kill him in the long run. One of the men grabbed the blonde guy's hair and pulled back with all his power, but the man on the ground didn't let go of his wealth. Even when his blonde hair was torn out, he didn't let go. 2 of the attackers looked at their last friend with frustrated and angry expressions. The last one took a deep breath and took hold of his victim's head. Bang. He shoved the man's head into the pavement, and he lost consciousness. Surprisingly, there was no blood, and the blonde man was still alive. This had been insanely risky. If anything went wrong, the attacking man would be killed by the city for killing another person or wasting valuable blood. A different guy bent down and wrestled a small stack of paper notes out of the blonde man's hands. After counting the paper notes, he looked at his 2 friends and nodded. Then he handed all the notes to one of his friends, who broke into tears. The crying man hugged his two friends and bowed several times in gratitude in front of them. His two friends only assured him that it was fine. The crying man quickly ran away from the middle of the marketplace and into the arms of a woman by the side. The woman was also crying a lot. A moment later, the man let go and kneeled down as he beckoned forward. Two young girls, not older than 8, came out from behind the woman and hugged the man. "I have enough for you," the man said with a quivering voice. Only a couple of people were watching the event. Most people were used to seeing something like this and didn't care. All the people in the marketplace just walked around the unconscious man lying in the middle of the street, treating him like just another piece of rubble. Nick had watched what had happened, but he didn't get involved. What was the point? There wasn't enough money to go around, and it was the duty of everyone to protect themselves. As more time passed, more assaults happened, but Nick just waited. And then it was time. Everything calmed down at about 2 p.m., and the people became very quiet. By now, the entire marketplace was filled to the brim with people. No one was buying or selling anything at this moment. They all were waiting for the same thing. 2 minutes later, the sound of a gigantic swarm of insects came from one of the streets leading to the marketplace, and the sound became louder with time. Eventually, 5 people appeared in one of the streets, and they were accompanied by swarms of huge mosquitoes. The 5 people wore red uniforms with a symbol of Crimson Fungus City on them, showing their identities as people working for the city itself. Each of them carried a couple of big sacks with them, and they wore black gas masks, keeping their identities anonymous. As the 5 city agents walked down the streets, several mosquitoes split off and entered the houses they passed. They were searching for people that were trying to hide. After a while, the mosquitoes came out of the house again and returned to the 5 people as other mosquitoes entered other houses. Suddenly, an entire swarm of mosquitoes charged into one of the houses. "Ayaha!" A terrifying scream came out of the house, but it rapidly became quieter until it vanished. The swarm of mosquitoes came out of the house a couple of seconds later, and some of them flew into the sky and retreated. But just a couple of seconds later, new mosquitoes replaced the ones that had just left. After around 5 minutes, the 5 people arrived at the entrance of the marketplace. The 5 people didn't say anything for a while. Chapter 4, Zephyx. A bit later, 3 people walked out of the crowd. All 3 of them were tall men with muscular bodies, and they were all wearing the same uniform. It looked like a military uniform painted in black with gray sleeves. This was the uniform of the insurance gang. "Welcome," the leader of the insurance gang said with a polite smile. One of the 5 city agents just extended a hand like they were asking for something. "Of course," the leader said. A moment later, he took out a suitcase, opened it, and handed it to the man. Inside the suitcase were stacks upon stacks of credits in paper form. The city agent counted the money, which took several minutes. 474, he spoke with a distorted voice. When the leader of the insurance gang heard that, he became nervous, and his smile seemed more strained. "Excuse me, but it should be 482, he said. "Could you recount, please?" 474, the city agent repeated. Silence. The leader of the insurance gang looked at the person to the right of him and gestured with his head. The guy quickly took out a couple more bills and handed them over. The city agent counted them and nodded. 482. The leader of the insurance gang also nodded. A moment later, the 3 people walked to the side. "One by one, come forward." "You better not try to cheat us," the leader of the insurance gang shouted. A moment later, all the people with the black pins walked forward and passed by the 3 men from the insurance gang. The insurance gang inspected all of them and collected the black pins from everyone that passed by. By the end, 479 people had walked past them. Then, the 3 people from the insurance gang followed them, making the total 482. After that, 4 of the 5 city agents walked towards the less crowded marketplace and commanded everyone to come forward one by one. The last of them waited in the back, making sure that no one was trying to sneak by them. Next, all the people in the marketplace walked forward, handing over a stack of credits each. Nick stood up and passed through the crowd. A moment later, he stood in front of one of the people with the gas masks. Nick handed over a stack of bills and walked past them just like any other person in the marketplace. After several minutes, only around 800 people were left in the marketplace. When no one else stepped forward for several seconds, the 5th city agent stepped forward. "Last call," they shouted with a distorted voice. "Anyone not coming forward now will be considered as not able to pay." No one moved. "All right," the man shouted. "As always, do not make any sudden movements, and don't show any aggression." The mosquitoes are all minions of the blood mosquito specter, and they will not drink more than what you owe. The crowd of people became scared and nervous. A moment later, the buzzing of mosquitoes intensified, and they flew forward. The mosquitoes scattered across the crowd and started to suck the blood of the people. As time passed, mosquitoes that had filled up flew away as new ones joined. People were crying, hyperventilating, gritting their teeth and praying. Others had already grown used to it. After around 2 minutes, all the mosquitoes flew back to the 5 people in gas masks. The crowd of people had all become noticeably thinner and whiter. Lastly, the mosquitoes entered all the houses in the marketplace to make sure that no one was trying to hide. And finally, the 5 people turned around and left the marketplace behind as they walked down another street. It was over. This happened every month on the last day. Once a month, every citizen of Crimson Fungus City had to pay 100 credits to the city as tax. One could only pay the tax in full or not at all. Partial payments were not permitted. If one paid the tax, nothing would happen, but if one failed to pay the tax, they would need to pay with their blood. A group of people accompanied by large swarms of sizable mosquitoes walked through the dregs once a month, and if a citizen wasn't able to pay the tax, the swarm of mosquitoes would fall onto the citizen. The swarm of mosquitoes would gather blood until a collective 2 liters had been gathered from adults. Children below the age of 14 only needed to pay 50 credits or 1 liter of blood. Children below the age of 6 didn't need to pay taxes. Naturally, losing 2 liters of blood wasn't lethal, and the mosquitoes were excellent at not inflicting injuries on the people while gathering blood. However, recovering from something like that usually took 6 to 8 weeks. So, if a citizen didn't manage to pay the tax next month as well, things would become dangerous. Getting 100 credits in 1 month was nearly impossible for normal people living in the dregs, but getting 100 credits over 2 months was manageable. Because of that, around 50% of people paid blood 1 month, credits the next, and then blood again. Of course, countless people had tried to fight their way out of paying taxes, but it always ended the same way, with a person turning into a bloodless corpse. In fact, the mosquitoes weren't accompanying the tax collectors, but the tax collectors were accompanying the mosquitoes. The tax collectors only came for 2 reasons. They dealt with the money, and they stopped people from panicking in front of the mosquitoes. If the mosquitoes wanted, they could kill every living person in the dregs in less than 10 minutes. One had to know that there were over 2,000 people living in the dregs. It wasn't that the mosquitoes were very powerful, but that there were literally millions of them, and every mosquito was bigger than a giant hornet. Naturally, not all of the mosquitoes accompanied the tax collectors. There were only around 100 following each tax collector, but if things became serious, millions of them would appear. Even more, the mosquitoes were the minions of a very powerful specter, the blood mosquito. The rat Nick had talked to 2 years ago was also a minion of a very powerful specter called the parasite. Some specters could control animals or create their own animals and control them. Their minions would share the perception of the specter, and the specter could also talk and act through the minions. While nearly all specters were the enemies of humanity, there were some specters that cooperated and helped humanity. The blood mosquito was one of them. The parasite was not. The blood mosquito gained power by consuming human blood. Naturally, it could send some isolated mosquitoes to gather blood from sleeping people, but if it overdid things, the truly powerful Zephyx manufacturers would notice it and kill it. So the blood mosquito had decided to help humanity instead, and Crimson Fungus City was the perfect place. Crimson Fungus City was named after the strongest specter that was being confined inside the most prestigious Zephyx manufacturer, the Crimson Fungus. In contrast to nearly all powerful specters, the Crimson Fungus was not intelligent. As the name implied, the Crimson Fungus was just a huge fungus living inside a containment unit. Just like the blood mosquito, the Crimson Fungus gained power by absorbing human blood. But in return, the Crimson Fungus was creating electricity and, most importantly, Zephyx. Zephyx could be used for basically everything. It could be transformed into electricity, heat, movement, and so on, and it was extremely efficient at it. Even more, Zephyx could also be used to increase the powers of Zephyx Extractors, and it could also be used to create powerful weapons that could deal with Specters. The Crimson Fungus was the reason why the blood mosquito had chosen this city. The blood mosquito would help the Zephyx manufacturer in collecting the blood, and it would get to keep some of the blood in exchange. The remaining blood would be sprinkled onto the Crimson Fungus, which would then produce Zephyx. The Zephyx Extractors would collect the Zephyx, and they would be allowed to keep a bit of it as payment. The Zephyx manufacturer would then use the harvested Zephyx to increase the power of their company, or sell it to other cities. But if the Zephyx manufacturer wanted to get bigger and earn even more money, they needed even stronger Specters. And to get these even stronger Specters, they needed stronger Zephyx Extractors. This was what Nick wanted to become. Being a Zephyx Extractor meant being able to become powerful and having a better life. Nick wanted to get out of the dregs and finally live a better life. Chapter 5: Young Man. After the tax collectors left, things returned to normal in the marketplace. The anxiety of most people had been replaced with either relief or acceptance. Sadly, even though many people lost 2 liters of blood today, they couldn't go home and rest. They needed to work and earn money. Otherwise, they would need to pay with their blood again in a month. Nick returned to his usual place and continued holding up his sign. Nick trusted Albert, and he was sure that Albert wouldn't have told him to make himself noticeable if there were no point to it. Sadly, no one of note talked to Nick, and he had to go home after a while since he was getting hungry. By now, Nick was no longer living in a small cube made of metal, but in an actual house, which was also made of rusty metal. One of the richer people died recently, and his house had become available. Well, available might not be the correct word. The man died, and his son was actually now the owner of the house. The problem was that the son was only 11 years old. Naturally, the gangs wanted to take the house from the kid, but Nick went between the two sides and protected the kid. Nick would protect the kid and his inheritance, but in exchange, Nick was allowed to use their money to eat and pay his tax. Of course, the kid didn't have any other choice and accepted. After a couple of fights, the gangs decided that it wasn't worth the trouble. If Nick were just a normal guy, they would just send in like 10 guys to beat him up, but Nick actually had an active Zephyx synchronizer. No one was heavily injured or dead yet, but if they escalated things might change quickly. They were certain they could take Nick down, but they were not willing to pay the price. The house wasn't worth enough since it was just a bit above average. Also, the kid had a claim on it, and the gangs couldn't get too overbearing. Smart, organized criminals knew that leading a flock of willing and happy sheep was easier than leading a flock of terrified sheep. That was also why the leader of the insurance gang had been willing to pay the difference in the taxes out of pocket. Some of his people had obviously siphoned some funds out of the collected taxes, and they would hold an internal investigation. If the leader had decided to simply hand over the 8 people with the missing cash, his insurance gang wouldn't be as trustworthy anymore, and next month, they might only get like 70% of their previous customers. The insurance gang asked for 10% of the taxes as a protection and processing fee, which meant that adults would pay them 10 credits to protect their 100 credits. With about 480 customers, that came to 4,800 credits. Even when the leader paid 800 credits out of pocket, they still made a profit of 4,000 credits. If he had refused to hand over the 800 credits, they would have saved 800 credits today, but they might pay 1,500 credits in lost profits for every following month for a long time. Even though they were criminals and this was the dregs, it was still important that people were satisfied with the services provided. And waging war against someone that was protecting a vulnerable child was bad. It wasn't worth it. Of course, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. While Nick got a nice home and had no money problems anymore, he had permanently destroyed any opportunity to work for any of the gangs. For 2 weeks, Nick kept going to the marketplace to wait with his sign raised. One particular day, that didn't seem different from any other. Someone approached Nick in the marketplace. It was a young but tall man with light brown hair. His hair was chaotic, but it was clean. His brown shirt and trousers were torn, but just as clean. As someone that had lived in the dregs for his entire life, Nick could immediately tell that the guy in front of him was trying to act poor when he obviously wasn't. The guy probably hadn't even seen a poor person up to today. Otherwise, his disguise wouldn't be so superficial. The man walked up to Nick with a friendly smile, but Nick could see that the guy was very nervous deep inside. "Hey, you're a Zephyx Extractor?" the man asked as he looked at Nick's sign. "I got through the entrance exam for Ghosty's lab, but I never worked as one since my Zephyx synchronizer is already attuned," Nick answered as he looked with suspicion at the guy. A small glimmer appeared in the guy's eyes when he heard that. "Your Zephyx synchronizer is already attuned?" Nick nodded. Silence. The guy seemed uncertain about how to proceed with the conversation, and Nick could practically read his thoughts with how expressive his face was. Nick was quite certain that the guy was trying to find a way to get Nick to tell him more about himself without seeming like a shady person that wanted to scam him. "You know Albert?" Nick asked. The guy's eyes widened for just an instant before he smiled uncomfortably. "There are many people called Albert," he said awkwardly. Bullshit, Nick thought. Nobody here is called Albert except for that one guy. Black and gray hair, and he summoned a couple of things that can hover. Maybe you can fill out the last detail to make sure that we are talking about the same person, Nick said with a suspicious expression. The man blinked a couple of times. He is fond of tools, the man added after a while. When Nick heard that, he smiled brightly. Finally, he said as he stood up, making the man move backward. Albert told me that someone would come with a job in the near future. I guess you're the guy. The man also became excited. Apparently, he had also expected to meet someone. But then his expression fell, and he became suspicious. I know him, but I don't think I have the capital to hire you. I also live in the Dregs, he said carefully. At that moment, the surrounding people threw incredulous looks at him as they stopped walking. The man noticed, and he felt like he had said something wrong. Dude, Nick said, making the man turn to him, you just said capital. Also, your disguise is horrible. Nobody will believe you. If they did, they would have already shaken you down for everything you have, based on how uncertain and fearful you look. The man's smile turned more uncomfortable. I'm not sure, Dash. Come with me, Nick said as he grabbed the guy's arm to pull him away. The guy looked with shock at the place where Nick was grabbing him, and for just an instant his eyes turned pure white. But he quickly calmed down again, and his eyes turned back to normal instantaneously. He had never seen anyone that just grabbed a stranger and pulled him away. Hey, I can walk on my own, the guy said as he pulled his arm out of Nick's grip. Then come, Nick said, gesturing with his head to the distance. The man took out a handkerchief and cleaned the spot where Nick had touched him and followed after him. After a couple of minutes, they arrived in front of Nick's temporary home. The man became a bit uncertain again, but he just took a deep breath and entered. Chapter 6. Winter Melfian. When the man entered the house, he became more uncomfortable. There was dirt everywhere, and there were even several holes in the walls. If he became careless, he might even cut himself on the sharp edges of the walls. Hey, come over, Nick shouted from one of the rooms. The man walked over and saw Nick sitting on the ground in the middle of a bigger room. There were no tables or chairs. Then he just looked at the place in front of Nick with a questioning gaze. Should I sit down? Well, duh, Nick answered with a roll of his eyes. The man took a deep breath and sat down. Do you have anything to drink? He asked. The water barrel is in the back. Nick gestured to his back. Okay, the man said. Do you have a glass or a mug? Nick blinked slowly. A what? He asked. You know, a mug, he repeated, gesturing with his hands. A small container for liquids. Nick blinked slowly again. What? Just drink, he said with a deadpan expression in voice. The man looked with an uncomfortable expression at Nick. Never mind. I'm not thirsty, he said. Silence. I'm Winter, the man said, stretching his hand forward for a handshake. Nick looked at the hand. What do you want? He asked, looking at it. A handshake and an introduction? Winter asked awkwardly, keeping his arm outstretched. Nick furrowed his brows and moved his own hand forward. Then, Nick grabbed Winter's fingers and looked him in the eyes. I'm Nick. Winter smiled uncomfortably and moved his hand up and down for a handshake while Nick looked back at the shaking hands. Could you please let go? Winter asked. Nick frowned, confused why Winter wanted them to hold hands and then suddenly not, but he still let go of Winter's fingers. Sorry, Nick, I still need to get used to how people down here act, Winter said with an apologetic expression. Sure enough, he isn't from here, Nick thought. The fact that Winter had said down here meant that he came from the inner city. Crimson Fungus City was comprised of two parts, the inner city and the outer city. If one were to look at Crimson Fungus City from a plane, one would see a huge city, which surrounded an absolutely enormous structure in the middle of it. The structure was a humongous curvy pyramid in the shape of a hyperbola. It was made of reflective metal and was nearly 2 kilometers high and 5 kilometers wide. Around this huge structure were many tall and expensive buildings, but the further one got away from the center, the smaller and uglier the buildings got. About 3 kilometers away from the edge of the structure was the Dregs, the outermost part of the city. In the Dregs were the poorest people who could barely survive. Between the Dregs and the inner city was the actual outer city. Ghosty's lab was in the inner city, but the location for the exam had been in the outer city. Nick had heard legends about the inner city, but he had never been there, and he had only met 2 people that had been there, Albert and Winter. You're from the inner city, right? Nick asked. Yes, but from the lower levels, Winter answered. It's my first time in the Dregs. I can tell, Nick said as Winter only smiled uncomfortably. So, why are you here? Nick asked. Before I tell you, I need you to sign something, Winter said as he took some sheets of paper from a small sack hanging from his belt. Nick looked at the first sheet of paper and furrowed his brows. No. Noon. Disclosure agreement. Noon disclosure agreement? What's that? Nick asked. Winter looked with shock at Nick. You can't read. Nick furrowed his brows. I can read. I learned it from Albert. I'm just out of practice. Okay. Winter answered quickly. That's a non-disclosure agreement. It means that you are not allowed to talk about any of the things I'm about to tell you to anyone else, or the city will come for you. Essentially, if you talk about my secrets, you will be a criminal. Okay, Nick said absent-mindedly as he tried to read the first sentence of the NDA, but it was far beyond difficult. Reading and understanding a legal document was already difficult for adults with a lot of money, and Nick's reading comprehension was on the level of an elementary school student. After a couple of minutes, Winter offered to just read out everything for Nick, but Nick said he didn't trust him and that he would read it himself. 2 hours and many questions about what words meant later, Nick had finally finished reading everything. After some more instructions from Winter, Nick awkwardly signed the bottom of the page. Nick was so confused about all of this. He knew what he had signed, but it was still so alien and strange. Okay, Winter said with a relieved sigh. Everything we talk about from now on is subject to the NDA, which means you are not allowed to tell the contents to a third person without my consent. Do you understand? Nick nodded. My full name is Winter Melfian, and I am the third heir to the Melfian family, Winter said. Nick blinked a couple of times. Silence. Okay, Nick commented. Winter took a deep breath. He had never gotten such a dismissive reaction to the revelation of his family name. My father is on the board of directors of Kugelblitz, Winter added. Nick blinked once slowly. Okay, he said. Winter ruffled his hair in frustration. He partially runs the city, Winter shouted. Kugelblitz is the Zephyx manufacturer that has the Crimson Fungus, and my father owns 20% of Kugelblitz. Oh, Nick said in surprise. That's cool, I guess. Winter massaged the bridge of his nose in annoyance and sighed. It's not important anyway, he said. What's important is that my father doesn't want his heirs to grow up to be useless good-for-nothings. He worked hard to get where he is now, and he wants us to do the same thing. Because of that, he instructed all of his children to build a Zephyx manufacturer company and earn enough to buy 0.05% of Kugelblitz. Otherwise, we don't get to use our family's resources, Winter explained. 0.05%? Nick asked. How much is that? Like 1,000 credits. Winter snorted. More like 50 million. Nick's eyes shot open in shock. 50 million credits. Wait, and Winter's father owned 20% of that company. How much money was that? Winter smirked when he saw that Nick was finally surprised by his background. Anyway, he said, in comparison to my siblings, I refuse to get taken advantage of by the Zephyx manufacturers in the inner city and came out here where there is basically zero competition. I need a Zephyx Extractor to get my business off the ground, and since I don't have a Specter, I can't just recruit normal people. I need someone that already has an attuned Zephyx synchronizer. Albert told me that I would find someone meeting my criteria in the central marketplace of the Dregs, and that's why we are here now. By now, Winter's anxiety and uncertainty in his demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by a competent, direct, and charismatic businessman. I want to employ you as my chief Zephyx Extractor, and the first thing we need is to capture a Specter. Chapter 7, Specters. I'm in. Nick immediately answered. Winter was a bit taken aback. That was quick, he said with a couple of blinks. Don't you want to know anything about your job? Salary? Duties? Is it worse than my current situation? Nick asked. Winter glanced around the broken and dirty home. Even though this was one of the bigger houses in the Dregs, it was still in horrendous condition. The chances of death are rather high, Winter commented. After all, you have to interact with Specters. Nick nodded. So I gotta beat some Specters up. No big deal. Winter furrowed his brows in skepticism. Do you even know what a Specter is? Powerful animals or humans with some abilities, right? Nick asked casually. As long as I can punch them, they can die, right? Winter took a deep breath and sighed. That's true for some of them, but that is not the majority, he answered. Do you know what Zephyx is? Stuff we get from Specters. Nick answered with a confident nod. Yes, but what is it? Winter asked with another sigh. Silence. Energy? Nick asked with uncertainty. Winter just snorted. That's a cop-out answer. You can say everything is energy, and you wouldn't be wrong. Have you ever heard of prefix? Prefix? The stuff you put before words. Nick asked. No, prefix, spelled Prephyx, not Prefix. It's like Zephyx, but with pre, instead of Z dash dot. Nick shook his head. All right, Winter said with a bit of annoyance. Let me just give you a quick rundown of how the world actually works. Nick nodded and listened to Winter. Prefix is an invisible force of energy that exists all over the world. It can only be detected by very advanced equipment and by very powerful extractors. Prefix has an incredible amount of energy stored inside of it. Sadly, we can't access the prefix in the atmosphere. We simply don't have any means to actually make use of the energy stored inside the prefix. When the prefix in the atmosphere gains a certain level of density, it can create a specter. A specter is something that can transform prefix into Zephyx, which is a usable form of prefix. A specter is not necessarily alive, and it is not necessarily intelligent. Additionally, specters are unique, which means that there is only one specter of any kind in the world. There are never two or more specters that are identical. In general, specters appear in one of three different forms, but there can be exceptions. 1. A force specter. A force specter can be an intelligent or non-intelligent being that consists of forms of energy. For example, the specter we call the fog is a formless cloud of something that mimics fog. It is unintelligent and only follows its basic instinct. From time to time, it wanders through some parts of the city and engulfs someone. That person will then wander aimlessly in the fog until they die of starvation. You can't feel the fog. You can't punch the fog. You can't run out of the fog. If it catches you, you will die unless you are a strong Zephyx Extractor that has equipment and abilities based on Zephyx. Is the fog still around? Nick asked. Winter laughed bitterly. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? When prefix reaches a certain density, a specter can appear. Something like the fog is extremely difficult to contain. Additionally, it only consumes about one human every month. The fog is a level 2 specter, which makes it stronger than the most common specters, but only consumes one human every month. Now, if we were to kill it, its energy would disperse into the atmosphere again, and we would quickly find a couple more level 1 specters in the world, and chances are that they will cost more human lives than the fog. Wait, Nick shouted. But can't we just store all the Zephyx of the fog after killing it? Surprisingly, Winter nodded. We can, but it doesn't change anything. What? Nick asked in surprise. Winter nodded again. Naturally, when we kill a specter, we store all their energy, but it doesn't change anything. If we ignore all the energy and let it disperse, a couple of level 1 specters will appear. If we store all the energy and don't let it disperse, a couple of level 1 specters will still appear. No matter what we do, killing a specter will always result in the creation of more weaker specters. Nick looked at the ground with a worried expression. That was troublesome. This meant that they couldn't possibly get rid of the specters. Winter noticed Nick's crestfallen expression. It's not as hopeless as you think. Nick looked at Winter. Humanity's ultimate plan for survival is to contain every single specter in the world without killing them. If we can do that, all the specters would essentially become irrelevant since they wouldn't be a danger anymore, Winter explained. Nick furrowed his brows again. That sounds difficult. There are probably a lot of specters. Oh, the numbers aren't the problem, Winter said casually. You have no idea how powerful extractors can become. The issue isn't the number, but the power of the specters. Please remember that everything we are talking about is subject to the NDA. If you tell anyone else about it, your life will essentially be forfeit. Nick nodded. Winter nodded back. Specters are categorized into different levels of power. Every new specter starts at level 1. This makes them more powerful than every normal human, but people with an attuned Zephyx synchronizer can fight them. Specters and extractors can both become more powerful. The strongest Zephyx extractors that exist are level 8, and we have a single-digit number of them. However, there is a 2-digit number of level 8 specters in the world. Nick looked with shock at Winter. And then Nick remembered something he had witnessed several times by now. What about Nurse Alice? He asked. Everyone knew about Nurse Alice. Everyone in the Dregs had seen Nurse Alice. And everyone knew that Nurse Alice was a specter. Winter sighed. Nurse Alice is one of the 5 level 9 specters. Nick took a deep breath. There are exactly 5 level 9 specters in the world, and even if all of humanity banded together, we wouldn't be able to stop even a single one of them. Nurse Alice is probably the most damaging specter in the entire world. She kills hundreds and sometimes even thousands of humans every single day. But her power is so great that nobody can do anything against her. She does whatever she wants, and we can do nothing but watch. And there are 4 more like her. Chapter 8. Kill the Sun. Nick thought back to the last time he had seen Nurse Alice. It was a bit more than 2 months ago. The people had gathered in the marketplace to pay their blood tax, and a man had just stolen all the credits of a frail young woman. It had been quite obvious that she had already paid with her blood for the last or even the last 2 times. After she had lost her credits, she just looked at the ground with a dead expression. And then she had uttered the sentence, "I wish I were dead." At that moment, the marketplace fell silent. Everyone knew what it meant to say the sentence. A minute later, a girl with a bright and kind smile walked into the marketplace. She looked like she was in her late teens, and she wore a clean pink nurse's outfit. No one dared to stand in her way, and even though the marketplace was filled to the brim, the people still managed to make a wide road for the kindly, smiling nurse. The nurse walked over to the woman, who was still kneeling in the middle of the marketplace. The woman looked up when the nurse stopped in front of her. The nurse just kindly smiled at her. "I'm Nurse Alice, and I'm here because you called me," she said with a kind and empathetic tone. "Just calm down. It will be over soon, and you won't feel any pain or discomfort." The woman looked at the ground again. A moment later, Nurse Alice kneeled down beside her and slowly moved her right palm over the woman's eyes, like someone that was closing the opened eyes of a corpse. When she had closed her eyes, the woman had already died. Nurse Alice gently laid the corpse on the ground and stood up with a kind smile. A moment later, she vanished from the marketplace. If anyone in the world uttered something akin to, "I wish I were dead, I want to die, just kill me, I don't want to live anymore," or anything similar to that, Nurse Alice would appear and grant that wish. It didn't matter whether the person wanted it or not. After uttering the sentence, Nurse Alice would kill them. Even if the sentence were said as a joke, it didn't matter. If anyone, for any reason, uttered something akin to the sentence, Nurse Alice would arrive and end their life. Have you ever said anything like that in your life? Maybe when a loved one died. Maybe when your head was hanging in the toilet after too much drinking. Maybe when something really embarrassing happened. The occasion didn't matter. As long as anyone said it, Nurse Alice would arrive. "And she's only one of the 5 level 9 Specters?" Nick asked. Winter nodded. 3 of the level 9 Specters are unmissable. I can guarantee you that almost everyone has seen the 3 of them in their life before. Do you know the other 2? Nick quickly nodded. "I know one of them. It's the one that resides in the darkness." "Correct," Winter said. "The Nightmare is one of the 5 level 9 Specters, and it is omnipresent in all the dark places in the world. The darker the place, the stronger its influence." Nick remembered one of the many times he had encountered the Nightmare. Nick had once been searching for food, which was why he had walked into the sewers. Luckily, the ceiling of the sewers was mostly made of grates, which meant that the omnipresent sun could also illuminate them. However, there had been some dark corridors in the sewers as well, and whenever Nick walked through them, he heard the whispers. Human voices appeared in the darkness, telling Nick that everyone was trying to kill him, and that nobody cared whether he lived or died. The whispers were trying to fill Nick's mind with paranoia, depression, self-doubt, hatred, anger, and every other kind of negative emotion. They wanted to warp Nick into a different person. Luckily, the dark corridors hadn't been that dark and long, which made it possible for him to quickly get through them and find a rat to eat. The existence of the Nightmare was also the reason why many newly built houses in the Dregs purposefully created several holes in the ceiling and walls. Being in the darkness was extremely dangerous, which was why everyone avoided being in dark places. The Nightmare and Nurse Alice were so powerful that it didn't matter where someone was. Their influence extended across the entire world. "Do you also know of the third one?" Winter asked. Nick thought about the question for a while, but eventually he just shook his head. Surprisingly, Winter said, "The third one is the most conspicuous of all." Then Winter pointed up. Nick looked up and saw that Winter was pointing at a hole in the ceiling, and Nick could see the sun through that hole. "It's the sun," Winter said. Nick's eyes widened. "The sun? Wait, the sun is a specter. Surprising, right?" Winter commented. Nick just nodded. "We have managed to somewhat calculate and understand the powers of the other 4 level 9 Specters, but when it comes to the sun, we are essentially still blind. It is everywhere all the time. Anyone that flies above a certain height immediately ceases to exist. Everyone sees the sun exactly above them at all times. It doesn't matter on which side of the planet you are. The sun is always at the same spot for everyone individually. And most shocking of all, its light is real. The entire world is illuminated by its light. It has the power to illuminate the entire world at the same time without having to take a break. The sheer amount of energy that requires is incomprehensible. All of humanity agrees that the sun is the most powerful specter that exists in the world, and it is the biggest obstacle standing between humanity and freedom. If humanity ever wants to achieve freedom, there's only a single thing we need to do. Kill the sun. Chapter 9, Null. Nick just looked with shock at Winter. Kill the sun. How? How could a human destroy something as powerful as the sun? What would even happen after it was destroyed? Of course, Winter added, all of that is far in the future, and we might not witness it in our lifetime. Nick looked at the hole in the ceiling again. In the last couple of minutes, the world had become much bigger to him. Until now, Nick had just wanted to get a good job to live a better life, but now he had heard about so many grand things. Humanity was several times weaker than the collective Specters. Nick only sighed. Nick had seen horrible things in the Dregs, and he wanted to change the world. Surprisingly, Nick's issue wasn't with the gangs or the robbers, but with the system. The people simply did what they could to survive. If there were enough to go around, people might not kill each other as much. Sure, greed would always be present, but it wouldn't be so overwhelming. Sadly, Nick knew that he was just one man. He couldn't change anything. So, the next best thing was to live a good life without having to compromise his moral compass. If he had the power to change things, he would, but he didn't, and he most likely never will. After a couple of seconds of silence, Nick sighed. What about the other two? The fourth one is the Maw, Winter explained. The Maw is not something that the majority of people will ever come into contact with since it exclusively interacts with Zephyx Extractors. From time to time, it grabs a group of extractors and forces them to fight each other until only a single one survives, who is then allowed to leave. Nick sighed. And there's nothing we can do? Winter just shook his head. What about the last one? Nick asked. Winter looked a bit troubled and furrowed his brows. The last one is difficult to talk about since it is rather special. No one knows what it looks like, and no one knows where it is, but the effects of its existence are indisputable. Winter looked up at the sun through the hole. In a way, it's the opposite of the sun. Everyone's attention is fixed on the sun, almost like it is afraid of not being seen by everyone in the world. The 5th level 9 Spectre is the opposite. It's like it doesn't dare to show itself. No one is allowed to know what it looks, sounds, tastes, smells, or feels like. There have been cases in which some powerful extractors analyzed all the scattered clues of its existence. Winter looked at the ground with a troubled expression. One day, that group died, and all their findings were destroyed along with them. Then, Winter looked at Nick. But interestingly enough, nothing else was damaged. Only the things relevant to it had been destroyed. Due to the manner of its existence, we call it null. Null. Nick repeated with a shocked voice. Winter just raised an eyebrow. Why are you so surprised? Specters have strange abilities. Nick looked at the ground. After a bit, he looked at his hands with an unsure expression. I think I understand now, he said. That's why Albert was so interested in me. Winter looked with quite some interest at Nick. Do tell. Nick looked at Winter. I think I've seen Null before. For just an instant, Winter was taken aback, but he quickly became skeptical. If you did, you would be dead. Nick slowly shook his head. I think I have seen it before, but I do not know what it looks, smells, tastes, sounds, or feels like. Winter blinked several times. What? He asked in confusion. I have amnesia, Nick said. I don't remember anything from before I was 10. My earliest memory is waking up in a room in a random house in the Dregs. I lived in the house for a couple of days, but some people came in and threw me onto the streets. Winter looked with intensity at Nick. And what makes you believe that you have seen Null? My attuned Zephyx synchronizer, Nick said. It has been attuned ever since I remember. Speaking of, Winter said, I need to know what kind of ability you have. Can you show me? Nick laughed helplessly. That's the thing. It's impossible. I can't show you my ability. Winter's expression became skeptical. Then, how am I supposed to believe that you even have one? I have one, but I can't show you, Nick said. Explain, Winter said. I can only use my ability when no one can see me, Nick explained. When no one can see me, I can move about 5 times faster, and my body is several times stronger. Winter rubbed his chin and thought, that is a very substantial increase in power. Can you prove your ability in some way? Nick remembered the time he had fixed the hole in the ground by breaking part of a house and nodded. Follow me, Nick said as he walked out of the house. Winter followed Nick, and the two of them stopped beside a ruin of a house. After a bit of testing, Nick found an iron plate that had been bolted onto two stable beams. No normal human could get the iron plate off the beams without tools. Wait on this side, Nick said as he walked to the other side. Winter waited with raised eyebrows. Boom! Winter's eyes shot open in shock as he saw a big dent appear on the iron plate. Boom! Another huge dent appeared after an explosive sound. That enough? Nick asked as he walked out from behind the plate. Winter still had difficulties believing Nick. What if Nick had prepared some kind of contraption that he could quickly hide after using it? Winter wanted to test Nick some more, but after several minutes of different kinds of tests, Winter could only accept that what Nick was claiming was the truth. As they returned to the house, Winter thought about Nick's ability, and when they sat down again, Winter had only one question. How can you use that ability against an opponent? As soon as you enter a fight with anyone, you effectively lose all your power. Nick smiled uncomfortably. I have no idea. Chapter 10. Everything prepared. Inside the house, the two of them returned to talking. Winter and Nick talked about Nick's duties and the plans of development for their Zephyx manufacturing company. Winter also told Nick about the two remaining categories of specters since they had gotten sidetracked earlier. The first one was a force specter, which represented a specter in the form of something untouchable. The fog had been used as an example. The second kind of specter was a physical specter. As the name suggested, a physical specter had a physical body. The body could be an animal, a human, a plant, an item, and so on. For example, the Crimson Fungus was a physical specter. It could be touched, and it could be injured by a strong physical force, while something like the fog couldn't be injured by a physical force, even though the fog was vastly inferior to the Crimson Fungus. Lastly, there were possession specters. These were specters that did not have their own bodies. Instead, they took control over a living or non-living entity. For example, Ghosty's lab had once essentially won the lottery by finding the glasses, which was a possession specter. The glasses was a level 2 specter, and it simply looked like a pair of glasses. If anyone put on the glasses, their reality would slightly warp in very inconspicuous ways. Over a long enough period of time, the wearer would become insane. But that was it. As long as one knew what was going on, it wouldn't be a big issue. And to top it all off, the glasses produced Zephyx as long as someone wore them. It didn't endanger anyone. It didn't attempt to escape. It was easy to get Zephyx from it. It was the perfect specter for Zephyx manufacturers. Naturally, Winter and Nick wanted to get a possession specter for their business, but finding one depended on luck and resources. The two of them wouldn't even be able to do anything against a force specter since they didn't have any Zephyx equipment yet. Without equipment made of Zephyx, it was impossible to interact with force specters. Even worse, force specters were notorious for being hard to contain since most of them could just pass through walls. Containing a force specter needed a highly advanced containment unit made of many different materials made of Zephyx. In the end, they were left with going after a physical specter, but that came with its own challenges. First, even a level 1 specter was something that every Zephyx manufacturer wanted. Even the really big ones. Specters were very rare, and all the big Zephyx manufacturers had people dedicated to finding clues about possible specters. Then Nick also had to contain them, and lastly, he could only attempt to get a level 1 specter. A level 2 specter was too powerful for a new Zephyx Extractor like Nick. The rat that had tried to convince Nick to kill himself had once said that Nick had met 2 specters. Yet, Nick hadn't been able to see the specters. To Nick, it had been like he had never seen any specters, which meant that the specters had been either invisible or mixed among the crowd of people. Surprisingly, Nick didn't doubt the rat's words. After all, he knew who the rat was. In fact, everyone knew about the rats. The rats were the minions of a very powerful specter called the parasite. The parasite was located somewhere in the wilderness, and nobody had seen it before. In order to get human corpses, the parasite took control of a huge swarm of rats and sent them into the city. Through its minions, it could interact with and sense the entire city. And when someone was suicidal or depressed, one of the rats would walk out and try to convince that person to kill themselves. While the parasite was very powerful, its rats weren't very powerful, and forcefully attacking someone with a swarm of rats had proven to be very inefficient. Because of that, the parasite tried to convince people to kill themselves without uttering the sentence. Despite everything, Nurse Alice wasn't the biggest fan of having the corpses of her clients defiled, which was why the parasite didn't dare to consume the corpse of someone that had uttered the sentence. Nevertheless, the parasite was very powerful, and it could probably find all kinds of specters in the city. Sadly, it was impossible to work with a parasite. Otherwise, it would already be working with one of the bigger Zephyx manufacturers. Eventually, Winter and Nick ironed out all the details, and their working relationship was set in stone. Winter was the owner, CEO, clerk, recruiter, and administrator of the company. Essentially, he was dealing with everything that wasn't related to interacting with Specters. Nick was the chief Zephyx Extractor, information gatherer, and security officer. In short, Winter was the brains, and Nick was the muscles. Winter also showed Nick the place he had bought for their company. In the western edge of the Dregs, just a little bit before the actual city, Winter had bought a big warehouse. In comparison to all the buildings in the Dregs, the warehouse actually wasn't made of rusty metal. Instead, it just looked plain. Inside, the warehouse had been completely emptied except for one thing. In the center of the warehouse was a steel cuboid, 5 by 5 by 3 meters big. This was one of the cheapest containment units available, but it already cost a ridiculous sum to get one. According to Winter, this containment unit had cost him over 200,000 credits. It was made of extremely hard steel, and the walls were over 30 centimeters thick. Nick even wanted to try if he could escape from it, but the walls were so hard that even he was helpless. This kind of cheap containment unit could safely contain a level 1 physical and possession specter, but it wouldn't work against force specters. Even more, level 2 physical specters would have enough power to slowly chip away at the containment unit until it broke. When Nick heard that, he realized how powerful a level 2 specter actually was. A level 2 specter could break through this insanely solid room of metal. Eventually, everything had been prepared. They had a containment unit. They had an administrator. They had a Zephyx Extractor. Now, they were only missing the last piece, a specter. As Nick walked back onto the streets, he just awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I have no idea where I can find one. Chapter 11. Where to start? Nick had no idea where to start. Everything had been prepared, and now they only needed a specter. But where could they even get a specter from? The big Zephyx manufacturers had several people searching for specters at any given time while Nick was basically alone. Sure, there was also Winter, but it wasn't his job to find and capture specters. Should I search for a specter with minions? I mean, I know about the blood mosquito and the parasite, but both of them are too powerful. Wait, do weak specters even have minions, or does that require a lot more power? Nick just scratched the back of his head as he stood in front of the warehouse. There are 3 kinds of specters, and I can't even attempt to get any force specters. That only leaves possession specters and physical specters. I really doubt that I would easily find a possession specter since the Zephyx manufacturers love those. At least, that was what Winter said. That means I have to find a physical specter. But where? Nick scratched the side of his head. I mean, I heard the outside is basically filled with specters, but everybody knows that the outside is extremely dangerous. Level 2 specters are already able to damage the walls of the containment unit, while I can't even make a dent in them. Obviously, level 3 specters would be even more powerful. I don't think going outside of the city would be a smart idea. Nick sighed. Guess that means I'm stuck searching for a physical specter inside the city. Nick still scratched the side of his head. The next moment, he turned towards the direction of the Dregs. Maybe I should just start asking around? After a couple of seconds, Nick just shrugged and walked towards the Dregs. Sure, why not? Winter looked through one of the windows at Nick, who was walking away. I hope he finds one, Winter thought with furrowed brows. And I also hope the one he finds isn't too strong. After a while, Nick's surroundings became dirtier and dirtier, making him feel like he had come back home. The outer city had been a bit too clean for Nick. It almost felt unnatural. Eventually, Nick reached the marketplace where he had sat for months with his sign. Today was not tax day, which meant that the marketplace was quite normal. People were talking with each other, but still keeping a safe distance. After all, everyone could potentially be dangerous in the Dregs. Nick scratched the side of his head again. Eventually, someone just so happened to meet Nick's eyes, and Nick walked towards them. The person Nick was walking to was a thin adult man who seemed like he regretted accidentally meeting Nick's eyes right now. Hey, Nick said with a friendly tone. I'm searching for a specter. Near the beginning, the man seemed annoyed and uninterested, but when he heard the word specter, he became nervous. A specter? Which one? He asked with worry. I don't really know, Nick said with uncertainty. This confused the man. What? But you just said you were searching for one. I mean, yeah, Nick answered with an awkward laugh. You see, I am a new Zephyx Extractor, and I'm searching for my first Specter, you know? When the man heard that, he calmed down a bit, but then he became angry. Then stop talking like you lost a Specter. I thought I was in danger or something, he shouted. Yes, sorry and stuff, Nick said as he tried to sound nice. So, you got any hints? No, the man answered with annoyance. And even if I had any, why would I give them to you? I would just tell the investigators. At least they would give me enough money for the next couple of payments. Nick could only sigh. The investigators were people who worked for Zephyx manufacturers, and their job was to find clues about Specters. Naturally, a couple of Zephyx manufacturers had already opened some kind of service point where the residents of the city could give them clues regarding Specters. And Nick? What did Nick have to offer? Literally nothing. Thanks anyway, Nick said with a sigh. The man snorted when he heard Nick. Apparently, he was still a bit angry about the scare Nick had given him. Nick left the man behind and went to a clerk from one of the stalls. That clerk basically said the same thing. He was annoyed that Nick was wasting his time with useless talk and told Nick that he would just go to the investigators if he had some clues. After asking a couple more people, Nick realized that there was really basically nothing he could gain from talking to the people. They would all just contact the investigators because of the money. Sure, Nick could probably ask Winter for some money to pay the people, but how many people would actually trust Nick's words? And more importantly, how many of the clues would actually lead to Specters? After over 2 hours of asking around, Nick still hadn't found a clue regarding a Specter. Eventually, Nick just decided to patrol. The people were of no help anyway. Nick walked through several small and remote alleyways, and the floor became more and more unstable. The dregs were way too big for the number of people that lived here. The issue was the amount of money in circulation and the available food. Theoretically, if 2 people lived in one house, just this part of the dregs could hold over 10,000 people. Yet there were barely 2,000. Because of that, there were plenty of abandoned places in the dregs. Usually, there was no point in going there. Everything worthwhile had already been looted and stolen, while Specters hunted humans, which meant that they were also more likely to be amongst humans. And the abandoned dregs basically didn't have any humans. Yet Nick was already out of options, and this was the best thing he could do right now. Maybe a Specter had its nest and hiding place in the abandoned parts, and only went amongst humans when they were hungry. Hey. When Nick heard that voice, his brows furrowed. What do you want? Nick asked in annoyance as he looked at one of the broken plates of rusty metal. A moment later, the small head of a rat poked out of a hole in the plate. I heard you were searching for a weak Specter, the rat said with a grin. I am, Nick said. Naturally, Nick knew exactly who he was talking to right now. The parasite. The Specter that tried to convince him to kill himself. I know of a couple, the rat said with a chuckle. Interested, Nick raised one of his eyebrows. I am, he said after some hesitation. All right, the rat said with a grin. I want 5 bodies. Bring me 5 bodies that have not been killed by Nurse Alice, and I will tell you where you can find a fitting one. Chapter 12, Morals. Nick scratched his chin for a bit. The rat looked with interest at Nick. Not interested, Nick said after a bit. Oh, come on, the rat shouted, but it still didn't dare to leave its little hole. It's just 5 bodies. You don't even need to kill them yourself. No, killing is forbidden, Nick answered. So, the rat asked. Who cares? I do, Nick said. I'm a real Zephyx Extractor now. I can't do such shady stuff. The rat blinked very slowly. What? It asked in a disbelieving and deadpan voice. Extractors kill the most people. They can basically kill whoever they want. They just need to pay a fine for it. Nick scratched the back of his head. I mean, I get it, but I don't like it. It feels dirty. The rat looked like it couldn't believe what Nick was saying. What are you talking about? I literally saw you kill that guy from the insurance gang and dump his body in the ruins, the rat shouted. Ruins? Nick asked. The sewers. The stuff below the grates you're walking on, the rat shouted with annoyance. Oh, that, Nick said. Yeah, I killed him, but that was because he was trying to collect information on me. It was self-defense. Self-defense? The guy was just looking at your house. You punched his face in before he could even do anything. Yeah, like I said, self-defense. Nick answered with annoyance. He went against me, and I answered in kind. The rat scratched on the grate below it with annoyance. Okay, fine. It was self-defense. Then, go out and make some enemies and self-defend yourself into 5 corpses. No, Nick answered. Silence. Why? The rat asked. I don't want to kill people that haven't done anything to me. I have morals, you know. Nick shouted with a serious tone. Morals? The rat repeated with annoyance. Yes, morals, Nick answered. Okay, the rat said. Then go purchase 5 corpses or something. Your employer looks like he has money. Can't, Nick answered. We are not allowed to keep the corpses. Also, I heard that the entire city is basically looking for you. And if anyone found out that I purchased some corpses to hand them to you, the city would probably kill me. The rat took a deep breath. Okay, it said. Anyway, my offer still stands. If you're ever interested in some information, just give me some corpses. I don't care where they come from. As long as they are human and have not been killed by Nurse Alice, I am fine with any. Anyway, good luck finding a specter without me, the rat said with a snort before it vanished back into its hole. When Nick heard that, he furrowed his brows again and scratched the back of his head. He really didn't like his current situation. Just now, the parasite had given him a chance to find a specter, but he had declined. In the end, Nick could only sigh and accept his circumstances. Of course, as someone who had lived in the Dregs for his entire life, Nick was a very practical person. Naturally, he had considered the parasite's offer seriously. However, no matter how he reasoned with himself, Nick just couldn't accept helping the parasite. The parasite was a specter that killed a great number of humans. Essentially, it was preying on the weak. Over the years, Nick had looked at the huge pyramid that symbolized the inner city countless times, and whenever he saw the difference between it and the Dregs, he felt very similar. Just based on how the tax system worked, Nick could tell that the rich Zephyx manufacturers in the inner city were preying on the weak and poor people of the Dregs. This created a certain hatred for people who preyed on weaker ones. If everyone could just give a little of their belongings, there wouldn't be so many dying people in the Dregs. Naturally, Nick knew that this was a very naive ideology. Something like this would never happen. Yet, even if the ideology was naive, it was still what Nick wished for. Nick couldn't change the world, but he could live his own life after his own standards at least. And Nick wouldn't take advantage of the weak people. Taking advantage of the ones in power, like the gangs, sure, but not of the weak ones. Would it be easier to just accept how the world was and go with the flow? Of course. But I don't need things to be easy, Nick thought. I'm strong enough to have morals. Nevertheless, Nick threw one last glance at the hole where the rat had just been. He felt a bit of regret. Someone with Nick's knowledge and strength could probably find 5 corpses without being found. But in the end, Nick just couldn't do it. So Nick just continued walking through the alleyways. Eventually, the metal below Nick's feet became so unstable that he had to stop. By now, Nick was pretty close to the huge wall around the city. Rows upon rows of silver cameras lined the top of the walls, and they were looking in and out of the city. Naturally, several cameras were also pointing at Nick at the moment. However, that wasn't anything unusual. After a bit, Nick just turned around and left this part of the Dregs again. Nick looked for a different abandoned part and continued his search there. Hours passed. Still nothing. Nick returned home, ate something, and went to bed. The next day, he continued searching. Nothing. The next day, he went and talked to different people all day. Nobody had anything of value to say. Nick also met an investigator that day, who only laughed at Nick. The investigators had already found out that Nick was searching for specters, and apparently Nick had become a joke within their ranks. They found it quite hilarious that some unknown guy from the Dregs was searching for specters while he was up against several huge companies with hundreds of employees. Nick didn't talk to the investigator. Another day passed. Another day passed. Another day passed. Nothing. Nick found absolutely nothing. Yet Nick didn't give up. He still continued searching. There had to be something, somewhere. If Nick didn't find something, his future would become gray and empty again. Nick wanted to make something of his life, and for that to happen, he needed to find something. He wouldn't give up, no matter how long it took. Chapter 13, Job Offer. Nick kept going to the marketplace and asking people for several days. By now, many people were already telling him that they knew nothing before he could even ask his questions. Constantly getting rejected by everyone didn't feel great, but Nick knew that he had to keep at it. There had to be some weak specters somewhere in the city. Of course, the inspectors also kept ridiculing Nick. Yet Nick never truly reacted to the ridicule. He just kept on asking around and searching. 10 days after Nick had started searching, some small things started to change. The people had assumed a more neutral stance instead of directly telling Nick to go away. On top of that, the inspectors actually stopped making fun of Nick. The reason for that was that the inspectors were actually a bit impressed by Nick's grit. Not many people could continue doing something after getting shut down by literally everyone around them. Another 2 days later, one of the inspectors actually stopped in front of Nick. It was a middle-aged man with black hair and a goatee. His build could be described as athletic. He wasn't thin, but he also wasn't fat. "Nick, right?" the inspector asked. Nick just furrowed his brows and walked past the inspector. "Hey, wait a minute. I'm not here to ridicule you," the inspector shouted. Nick turned around and looked at the inspector with a raised eyebrow. "I've heard from my people that you have been searching for a Spectre for about 2 weeks," the inspector said. "They are talking quite a lot about you. Near the beginning, it was mostly jokes and ridicule, but by now quite a few of them actually admire your tenacity." Nick just nodded. "Thanks. Is there anything else?" The eyebrows of the inspector rose, but the next second he just chuckled a bit in amusement. "So curt and off-putting. Well, you are from the Dregs, after all." Nick didn't like the condescending tone of the inspector and just turned around to walk away. The inspector just chuckled a bit. "Want a job?" Nick stopped walking, and his brows furrowed as he turned back to look at the inspector. "A job?" "Yes, as an inspector," the inspector said. "Even though you don't know the nuances of finding clues of specters, your tenacity and grit are commendable. Teaching someone how to do something isn't difficult. Teaching them how to gain tenacity and grit is. I'm offering you a position as an inspector in my team," the man said. Interested. Naturally, Nick was interested. Sure, he had already signed a contract with Winter Melfian, but his relationship with Winter was strictly business. "I already have an attuned Zephyx synchronizer. Is there a way for me to become a Zephyx Extractor in the future?" Nick asked. The inspector's eyes rose, and he looked at Nick again. Only now did the inspector take conscious note of Nick's formidable muscles. He had heard that Nick was a new Zephyx Extractor, but after looking more closely at the business Nick was in, the inspector could just shake his head. There were only 2 people in there, and one of them was Nick. They didn't even have a Spectre. In essence, Nick wasn't even an official Zephyx Extractor at this point. After all, he hadn't extracted even 1 unit of Zephyx. There were several people in the Dregs with attuned Zephyx synchronizers. There were not many, but there were definitely over 10. It wasn't unusual for someone to come into contact with a Spectre. Yet none of these people could become actual Zephyx Extractors. It took way more than just that. So then Spectre hadn't considered Nick special. But after meeting Nick face to face, the inspector realized that Nick actually didn't seem weak. He had tenacity, a strong body, guts, and willpower. He could actually become a Zephyx Extractor. Sadly, the inspector could only sigh. While it happens occasionally, inspectors don't often become extractors, and the few ones that do don't have attuned synchronizers. I can't make the decision on that, but based on my personal experience, I would say the chances are very low. Sorry. Nick furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. Even though Nick had just essentially heard that he wouldn't become a Zephyx Extractor, he was still a bit tempted to accept the offer. What was Nick's goal in life? Right now, Nick only wanted to have a nice future. He didn't want to worry about money. He didn't want to constantly be on guard because somebody might break into his house to kill him. Nick just wanted an easier and more colorful life. Nick knew that an inspector didn't come close to an extractor in terms of payment and status, but it was a solid job at least. That was something that no one living in the Dregs could claim to have. While the lowest-ranking inspectors didn't live in the inner city, they definitely could live in the actual outer city. Normal houses, normal food, normal work. It was already a major step up from living in the Dregs. And yet, "I'm sorry," Nick said with a sigh. "I can't accept." "Can you tell me why?" the inspector asked. "I don't exactly know why," Nick answered. "I only know that I want to give life my best shot. I actually want to see if I can capture a Spectre and become a real Zephyx Extractor. If I don't try, I will forever regret it. And if I fail, I can still accept, right? It's not like this is only a one-time offer," Nick explained. The inspector sighed. "No, it isn't. Naturally, if you want a position, just tell any of the local inspectors." Nick nodded. "Then thank you for the offer and for understanding. I'm genuinely sorry that I can't accept at this moment. The inspector nodded. No problem, he said. Then have a good one, Nick said as he turned around to walk away. As the inspector watched Nick turn around, he seemed to struggle with something. It was like an inner conflict was currently taking place in the inspector's mind. For a while, the inspector just looked at Nick. When he saw Nick walk up to a person he had already asked twice in the last 10 days, the inspector sighed again. Nick, come over here, he said, waving Nick over. Nick stopped and looked back at the inspector. After a bit, Nick turned around and walked up to the inspector. Yes, he asked. The inspector scratched the side of his head with a bitter smile. How important is this to you? The inspector asked. Nick furrowed his brows. Pretty important. It's my life, you know. How good are you in dark places? The inspector asked. Nick looked to the side. The nightmare, one of the 5 level 9 specters, was omnipresent, and whenever anyone entered a dark place, the nightmare would start to poison their minds with doubt, hatred, anger, and all manners of negative emotions. Everyone avoided the dark. It's difficult to resist, Nick answered. Can you survive for an hour without any major trauma? The inspector asked. Nick furrowed his brows again. He didn't answer for a while. Not sure. The inspector looked at Nick with concern for a couple of seconds. But then he sighed. I know where you can find a specter, and it shouldn't be that powerful. Chapter 14, The Dreamer. Nick and the inspector walked to the side into an abandoned alleyway. Nick was highly interested in what the inspector had to say. After nearly 2 weeks, Nick had finally found a clue. When they arrived in the alleyway, Nick just nodded at the inspector. The inspector looked around. I'm not supposed to tell you about this, the inspector said. Information regarding specters is top secret. Why are you telling me? Nick asked. Well, there are a couple of reasons. First, I feel like I should help you a bit. I kind of feel bad for you when I see you try this desperately to find a specter. 2, the specter isn't being hunted by the manufacturers anyway. This means that nobody would really miss it. And third, I don't fully agree with my employer's goal, the inspector explained. Their goal? Nick asked. The inspector nodded. There are many specters that we know about but don't capture. There are multiple reasons for that. Sometimes it's incredibly difficult to find the actual location of the specters. The parasite is a good example. The entire city is after the parasite, but nobody managed to track it down. Another reason is that some of the specters are incredibly difficult to contain, and it's even more difficult to keep them contained. While there are containment units that can keep some force specters contained, there are still some of them that can't be contained. For example, outside the city is a specter we call the Swallowing Swamp. It's just a huge swamp that's several kilometers wide. In order to contain that, we would need to commit monumental amounts of resources to it, which wouldn't be worth it. Some specters are also just too powerful. Nurse Alice is a great example. And then there are specters that are living in places that are too difficult to get to. The one I'm going to tell you about is part of that category. Nick became quite interested. Where is it? The inspector pointed at the floor, or more specifically, at the darkness beyond the metal grates everyone was walking on. The sewers, the inspector said. Nick also looked at the ground. Since the floor was essentially made of metallic grates, everyone could see and smell the sewers. In a way, the sewers didn't really look like sewers. In truth, just a couple of meters below the grates, there was just a sea of horrible and dirty water. If anyone broke a grate and fell through, they would fall for about 10 meters and then plummet into a deep pile of water filled with piss, shit, waste, garbage, and so on. There were cases where some of the victims were rescued, but most of them died quickly. In general, the people started to puke violently, which often made them accidentally swallow more of the water. This increased their panic, and they started to rapidly splash around. Oftentimes, they hit some kind of old and rusty nail, which then cut them open. Additionally, the parasite's minions, the rats, often piled onto the victim. Falling into the sewers was a terrifying death. Even more, not all of the floor was made of grates. There were also plenty of places with plates instead of grates. If one had exceptionally bad luck, one might fall into a dark part of the sewers. At that point, the nightmare's influence also attacked them. In the sewers? Nick asked. The inspector nodded. Nick's heart rate increased, and he had to take a deep breath. Where is it exactly? Nick asked. Are you really willing to jump into the sewers? The inspector asked with concern. Nick took another deep breath. Nick imagined himself standing in front of a hole, looking at the murky and dark liquid below. Just the stench would make a normal person retch. Jumping into that, the mental image was horrifying. To be honest, Nick hesitated a while. It wasn't easy to jump into something like that. The only good thing was that nobody would be seeing Nick down there, which would allow him to keep his unique ability active. This meant that drowning or getting pricked by a sharp piece of metal was no real concern. Nick's body became 5 times as powerful when no one was looking. That also meant that the durability of his skin and muscles increased. As long as he didn't ram into a metallic spike jutting out of a solid wall with all his force, Nick wouldn't get wounded. The rats also weren't that big of a problem. Yes, the parasite had a lot of rats, but every rat was valuable. The rats would be able to overwhelm Nick, but Nick would take many of them with him. Nick was quite sure that it wouldn't be worth the trade. So while the sewers were incredibly disgusting and horrifying, they were not actually a danger to Nick. However, 2 other things would still prove to be very dangerous. 1, the Spectre itself, whatever it was. No Spectre was weak, and Nick needed to overwhelm the Spectre, catch it, and bring it back to the surface. 2, the darkness. The sewers were dimly lit at best, and there were also many places that were completely dark. The darker the place, the greater the nightmare's influence. The nightmare's powers affected every single human in the world. It didn't matter how strong someone was, whether they were a normal person or one of the most powerful extractors in the world. All of them were affected by the nightmare equally. Power didn't matter. Only mental fortitude mattered. Nick would need to resist the nightmare's influence for a prolonged period of time while also actively searching for the Spectre. Nick only looked to the side. He said that the Spectre should be on my level, which means it's a level 1 Spectre. For a level 1 Spectre, someone has to jump into the sewers and resist the nightmare's influence. I can imagine that it wouldn't be worth the effort. Nick remained silent for several seconds. You know, the inspector said. Nick looked back. Maybe I misrepresented my reasons for helping you a bit, the inspector added. The reasons I mentioned earlier still hold true, but the order might not be the most accurate. The thing I'm actually most concerned about is the last reason. Nick only looked at the inspector. When we find such a Spectre, the inspector explained, my employer makes a risk assessment. Is it worth to go after it? What are the dangers? What is the potential profit? Since this is only a level 1 Spectre, it obviously isn't worth it. Because of that, we are just going to ignore the Spectre. That is until it becomes a level 3 Spectre. Nick narrowed his eyes. You're saying that they want the Spectre to feed on the population of the Dregs until it becomes a level 3 Spectre? Nick asked. The inspector looked to the side. Well, my employer is a business, and all businesses are made for profit. When there is no profit to be gained, we don't get involved. My employer isn't letting the Spectre live just so that it can become more powerful. My employer just doesn't get involved since it's not worth it. My employer is not responsible for keeping the city safe. It's a business, not a charity. It's not my employer's job to protect the people. Nick's demeanor didn't improve. And if your employer told the city about the Spectre, the inspector didn't immediately answer. The city might do something about it, the inspector added. But they would need to pay quite a hefty sum in return. Also, maybe one day, the Spectre might become profitable enough to catch. Nick didn't need to hear more. Naturally, the inspector wasn't allowed to speak ill of his employer, which was why he was wording it this vaguely, but Nick basically got the gist. The inspector's employer was willing to feed people to the Spectre until it grew more powerful. And the inspector didn't like that, which was why he was telling Nick about it. Earlier, Nick had still been on the fence, but now not anymore. I'm doing it, Nick said. The inspector looked into Nick's eyes for a while. The inspector saw that they were filled with a bit of fear, but also a lot of conviction. The inspector took a deep breath. It's called The Dreamer. Chapter 15. Jumping in. Nick and Winter stood in front of a destroyed street. The inspector had told Nick everything he knew about the Dreamer already, and Nick had also informed Winter. As always, the sun was in the middle of the sky, and yet the sea of toxic waste still seemed dark. This part of the Dregs was abandoned, and the road had broken into many pieces, creating a sort of ramp towards the sewers. Nick chose this spot since he also needed a place from where he could return. At this moment, Winter was holding his nose with a white handkerchief, and he looked with disgust and concern at the dirty and grimy water. The two of them looked at the disgusting water washing across the broken and lowered metal plates and grates for several seconds. And you're sure you want to accompany me? Nick asked as he looked at Winter. Winter didn't immediately answer. You really don't have to, Nick added. As the chief Zephyx Extractor, this is my job, not yours. Winter just kept looking at the disgusting water. He took several deep breaths. Then he started to retch and cough. Yet Winter kept looking at the dirty water. A moment later, his legs shook a bit. And finally he sighed. I'm sorry, he said. It's fine, Nick said with a nod. It's not your job. Nick, I'm really genuinely sorry, Winter added. I honestly want to go with you, but I just can't. I don't have the courage. Sorry. It's fine, dude, Nick said with a bit of annoyance. You can just stay here until I return. If I am accompanied by something that's attacking me, you can help me with that. I will, Winter answered with a nod. After Nick had signed the NDA, Winter had also told Nick about his ability. As one of the heirs to the Melfian family, Winter had received something to protect himself. Winter's Zephyx synchronizer was also already attuned to a Specter. However, the ability the Specter gave people was not something that was very useful for a Zephyx Extractor. It was basically only good for running away from someone. Nevertheless, it was still very good at what it did. While Winter couldn't capture any Specter on his own, he could still debilitate and weaken it. Naturally, Winter had received that ability for two reasons. First, his parents wanted Winter to have something that could protect him. Second, they didn't want Winter to become a Zephyx Extractor, and the best way was for Winter's synchronizer to already be occupied with a relatively useless ability for extractors. If I see anything attacking you, I will immediately support you, Winter said with conviction. Nick just nodded. Also, since I'm not accompanying you, I might as well give you these, Winter said as he took out 3 long tubes of glass. Nick looked at them with furrowed brows. What's that? Arclight, Winter answered. And how will that help me? Nick asked. Everyone knows that artificial light sources don't help against the nightmare. This is different, Winter said as he pointed at the 3 long tubes. Each one is harvested from a level 3 Specter. They actually help against the nightmare. This surprised Nick quite a bit. Be careful with them, Winter added. Each one costs around 10,000 credits, and they only work for a minute each. If you feel like you can't handle the nightmare's influence anymore, just break one of them. An area of light will appear around you, but it will dissipate after around a minute. The containment unit and building already consumed most of my budget, and I can't afford more of these arc lights without jeopardizing our daily operations. Use them when necessary. Nick looked at the 3 glass tubes with newfound appreciation and bound them to his thigh. Thanks, Nick said. Good, Winter said with a nod. I hope everything turns out well for you. Thanks, Nick repeated. Then Nick took a deep breath. At the same time, Winter turned around. In order for Nick's powers to activate, Winter also wasn't allowed to see him. For the next couple of seconds, Nick took several deep breaths. Finally, Nick put on some diving goggles that Winter had bought him and jumped forward. Nick could have just walked into the murky pool of water, but he feared that he would turn around if he came into contact with a bit of the liquid. So he decided to directly jump in. Splash. The splash was noticeably more lethargic and subdued compared to the typical splash of water. It was just too viscous. Thanks to his ability, Nick easily jumped forward for over 5 meters without needing a running start. As soon as Nick touched the murky liquid, all his senses fired at the same time. Nick felt several small pieces of cloth touch his skin. He had also hit 2 small but solid objects, which were quickly pushed away by his body. The next moment, Nick felt how incredibly sticky the liquid was. In a way, it felt like the liquid was trying to trap him in place. Some of the liquid went into Nick's ears and nose, and he had to do his best to resist the urge to vomit. Disgusting. All of Nick's body shouted at him that this was disgusting. It was so bad. However, instead of immediately panicking, Nick remained motionless in the liquid first. He knew that he had to get acclimated. Nick had already pulled his knees to his chest to make the surface area of his body as small as possible, but his body was still violently shaking. He wanted to throw up so badly. He just wanted to push his head above the surface and scream. Yet, Nick just remained stationary. For several seconds, Nick didn't move. During these seconds, he felt several small pieces of cloth get caught by his body. Finally, Nick slowly extended his body. As he felt his chest and thighs come into contact with the liquid, his body shuddered again. And then, Nick slowly swam upwards. Splash. Nick's head broke the surface, but he didn't immediately open his eyes. He knew that he was wearing diving goggles, but he had still closed his eyes. Over the next seconds, Nick slowly opened his eyes as he looked upward. Brown and green liquid was sparkling as the light of the sun shone through them. Nick saw small pieces of bandages, and he even saw a couple of small pieces of bone on his diving goggles. Piss, shit, bandages, bones, teeth, blood, rotten meat, insects, poisons, splinters, rusty metal puke. Together with water, all of that was creating the pool of liquid Nick was currently in. A moment later, Nick slowly wiped his goggles, mouth and nose clean, or at least as clean as he could. Finally, Nick took a deep breath. Surprisingly, the smell didn't feel as bad as before. But that was the only positive thing. "Nick, is everything all right?" Winter shouted, still turned away from Nick. Nick took another deep breath. "I'm fine," he answered. "Good," Winter shouted back. "I'm going to search now," Nick shouted. "Good luck," Winter shouted back. The next moment, Nick took another deep breath. And then he swam forward, towards the endless depths of the sewers. Chapter 16, Ruins. Nick swam forward in silence. From time to time, he could hear the sound of someone walking on the road above him, but that was about it. All the other sounds were just the liquid sloshing around Nick's body and face. CRK. Nick's shin suddenly hit something solid, but thanks to his ability, his shin didn't receive any real damage. The next moment, Nick stopped and used his feet to see what was below him. After all, the liquid was so murky that he couldn't even see further than 10 centimeters. Nick's feet found something big and stable beneath him. In fact, Nick could even stand on it, allowing his torso to rise above the murky liquid. Wonder what that is, Nick thought as he continued wading across the stable foothold. Splash. But after some seconds, Nick lost his footing and fell forward. A moment later, Nick shot upward and scrambled back onto the stable foothold. "It's in my mouth." Nick immediately started retching uncontrollably, and it only stopped over 2 minutes later. Note to self, don't breathe in while walking forward, Nick thought. Anyway, seems like my foothold ended after about 10 meters. I guess that's the size of a house. A moment later, Nick decided to walk along the edge of the perceived building he was walking on, and within a minute, Nick had mapped out what he was standing on. Sure enough, it's a house, Nick thought. But then, Nick furrowed his brows. However, the form is unusual, and it's made of stone or brick instead of metal. Almost all houses have a slanted roof because of the rainwater, but the roof of this one is perfectly flat. Even more, all the houses above me are made of metal. A house made of something as luxurious as stone would be far too expensive for the people living in the Dregs. Even the houses in the actual outer city are mostly made of metal, albeit rust-free. That was when Nick remembered what the parasite had said. The parasite had called the sewers ruins at some point. Ruins, Nick thought. I guess this stone house is part of the ruins then. But why are there buildings down here? Obviously, no one is living down here. Yet, there are still valuable and functional houses. Even more, the sewers wouldn't have swallowed everything if we had just lived in the houses to begin with. Why did someone build a metallic city above this one? I don't know, Nick thought after some seconds, but one thing is clear. Humans have lived here before. Nick looked around a bit. I want to know how big the house is. The next moment, Nick went to the edge of the house, took a deep breath, and dove down. Nick's hands grabbed the rough stone of the house and pulled him downward. Since no one was watching him, Nick easily managed to pull himself downward. After descending for around 10 meters, Nick reached the bottom, but when he felt it, he furrowed his brows in surprise. Metal. The ground is made of metal here as well. The dregs were buildings made of rusty metal, sitting on top of grates and plates of rusty metal. Below that, Nick imagined a stone house sitting on top of more metal. Then, is there even more? Nick pulled back and kicked the floor with all his power. Boom! The ground vibrated, but Nick suddenly felt pain in his leg. He knew all too well where that pain came from. He had hit something that was way too hard. This feels just as hard as the metal that Winter's containment unit is made of. I think he called it steel. A house made of stone on top of a floor made of steel. This sounds way better than the rusty metal of the dregs. Nick thought about this for a while. There's not enough information. A moment later, Nick shot towards the surface to get a fresh breath of air before returning underground. Over the next few minutes, Nick mapped out the building. He even found a door and some windows. Sure enough, it's a residential house, Nick thought. By now, Nick had acclimated to the disgusting liquid, and as long as it didn't get into his mouth, he could keep his disgust in check. As Nick looked down at the house below him, he suddenly got the urge to investigate further. Maybe there is some treasure inside. Maybe there are some secrets to uncover. But then Nick felt a bit of crackling from beneath his feet. The house wasn't breaking apart, but it definitely wasn't stable. That was when Nick realized something crucial. That's dumb. There's no way anything valuable would be left. After all, the people who moved here to build the city must have cleared everything out already. The next moment, Nick narrowed his eyes. Then he remembered when this feeling had actually occurred. While Nick had been deep below the surface, he had already had the urge to investigate the house. In fact, the urge had been the strongest when Nick had found the door. It's already started. The liquid was so incredibly murky that no light reached a depth of even just 2 meters. This meant that Nick had been in pure darkness down there. The nightmare. The nightmare's influence could be subtle or noticeable, whichever was more useful. Naturally, the nightmare had influenced Nick in a very subtle manner down there, slowly planting ideas into his head of riches and secrets. If Nick had followed these urges, he would have been in quite a lot of danger. The house was not stable, and even more, the nightmare could also warp someone's perception and create illusions. It could have made Nick move in a different direction than he wanted, and without being able to see or hear down there, Nick wouldn't be able to find his way out. In the end, he might become panicked and break through the wall, but then the house might collapse on top of him. The nightmare has already influenced me. Nick took a deep breath. I have to be careful. The next moment, Nick decided to stop investigating the ruins below him. Without a constant source of light, investigating the ruins was far too dangerous. I can look at them at some other time. For now, I should look for the dreamer. Chapter 17, Rules of the Sewer. Nick focused on searching for the dreamer. The investigator doesn't know what the dreamer looks like exactly, but he said that he knows it can fly. Physical and possession specters of the first level are not nearly powerful enough to fly without wings, which means that the specter is most likely a winged creature of some sort. As Nick swam forward, he kept looking upward. Naturally, the dreamer most likely didn't reside inside the actual murky liquid. It's probably living inside some of these structures. Naturally, there had to be some support for all the metallic plates and grates that made up the floor of the outer city. These supports came in the form of long and wide pillars of rusty metal, but they were not the only kinds of support. Nick had already found a couple of other ruins jutting out of the liquid. For example, there was a wide building made of stone that seemed to touch or fuse into the metallic plates above it. There were also several other sizable buildings made of metal and stone jutting out of the pool. While most of the normal pillars ended in a part of the street with a couple of plates, the sizable ruins that supported the city often ended in big areas of plates. There were no grates for over 10 meters around these big structures. Additionally, most floors below the actual buildings in the Dregs were also made of plates instead of grates. In a way, since the sun was directly above Nick at all times, the map of the Dregs was reflected on the murky liquid in the form of shadows and big areas of darkness. While Nick was swimming through the sewers, he was essentially following the roads of the Dregs above him. It had a kind of bizarre sense of order. Sadly, this meant that Nick couldn't fully investigate every part of the sewers without having to enter the darkness. Many buildings were often clumped together, and since the people wanted to avoid the rising smell of the sewers as much as possible, they also replaced their floors with plates. This created areas of pure darkness over 100 meters wide. Naturally, there were also ruins and supports in these areas, and Nick couldn't see much from a distance. Nick was in the light, and if he wanted to look into the darkness, his eyes had to acclimate to darkness first. This meant that he had to enter the darkness if he wanted to see in the darkness. But for now, Nick avoided the darkness. He would only enter when it was necessary. Nick remained on the streets as he continued to search for any movement above him. The good thing about the sewers was that they were so incredibly toxic and disgusting that not even insects came here. The only movement Nick saw came from the rats scuttling across the ceiling of the sewers. Surprisingly, not even the rats were swimming in the liquid. Instead, they were scuttling across the metallic grates with their claws. In fact, there were quite a lot of them. In a certain way, these rats were the pedestrians of the sewers since they also followed the roads. While specters were not being hunted by the nightmare, most of their minions were. So even the minions of a powerful specter, like the parasite, had to avoid the dark places. Luckily, none of the rats were looking at Nick, keeping his ability active. In the beginning, some of them had looked at him out of curiosity, but after Nick had thrown them a glare, they turned around. If the parasite annoyed Nick too much, Nick might decide to hunt its rats. So, out of politeness, the parasite tried to ignore Nick. As long as it didn't antagonize Nick, Nick wouldn't antagonize it. That was their unspoken agreement. For several hours, Nick continued searching for the dreamer. The sewers were kilometers upon kilometers long, but luckily, not all the flooring was made of grates. The dregs didn't surround the city. After all, no city would want every single visitor to travel through the absolute worst place they had. So while the sewers covered most of the underground of the city, the dregs were only about 2 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers long. Nick was quite certain that the dreamer didn't go outside the sewers below the dregs. First of all, the other parts of the cities had far more Zephyx Extractors, and if any of them found a level 1 Spectre appearing near them, they would hunt it down. Every Spectre represented an incredible amount of wealth. Additionally, the nicer parts of the town had the sewers completely isolated, making it impossible for the dreamer to surface. This meant that the dreamer had to focus on the dregs. By now, it should be late evening, Nick thought. The sun didn't move, but Nick's inner clock was telling him that it was getting late. According to the inspector, the dreamer has received its name due to the method it uses to hunt and feed. Once a night, it leaves its nest and visits a sleeping person. While they are asleep, the dreamer creates terrifying nightmares for them, but doesn't allow them to wake up. For several hours, the person is stuck inside a terrifying nightmare. The next day, the person wakes up again, but they feel even more tired than before they went to bed. Naturally, they also need a long time to recover from the mental stress. Since it's already late in the evening, the first people should already be going to bed. In at most a couple of hours, the dreamer should leave its nest to feed. That's when I can find it. Sadly, I also need to reach it and sneak up on it. That won't be easy. But for now, I should wait. Nick went to one of the ruins that were below some grates and grabbed the edge. Then, Nick slightly pulled himself down so that only his nose and eyes poked out. He didn't want the dreamer to see him when it searched for its food. And like this, Nick waited. Chapter 18, Nightmare. Nick waited for several hours in the horrible liquid. During this time, he had a lot of time to think. For example, he had thought about how he had ended up in this place. Naturally, after being inside such a disgusting place for so long, Nick had questioned his life choices. But in the end, Nick thought that it actually wasn't so bad. After all, he was currently trying to turn his life for the better. The worse it was, the fewer regrets he would have in the future in case he decided to accept the investigator job. At least, he could say that he had even swam through a pool of piss and shit in an effort to become a Zephyx Extractor. By now, it was deep in the night, but the sun still shone brightly in the sky. Way fewer people were walking around above the grates, and Nick had also seen a drop in streams of piss and nuggets of shit coming down through the grates into the pool. Yet, Nick still hadn't seen the dreamer. He constantly kept a lookout for its whereabouts, but Nick just couldn't find it anywhere. It should be 12 a.m. already, Nick thought with furrowed brows. Most people should be asleep already, and there should be plenty of victims to choose from for the dreamer. Yet, I haven't seen anything fly around. From this position, I can basically look at everything below the dregs, but I still can't see anything flying around. Naturally, Nick grew worried. Just to be safe, Nick waited for another 2 hours. But still nothing. It should be 2 a.m. now, but I still don't see anything. By now, even Nick's powerful and strengthened skin started to get itchy all over. The liquid was a bit acidic, and Nick had been in it for over 8 hours by now. In the end, Nick surfaced with a helpless sigh. Since it's not flying around, this can basically mean only one thing. Its nest is directly below its victim's home. That means it doesn't need to fly around to feed. Nick looked around and focused on the several big and dark spots in his surroundings. The direct beams of light coming from above Nick created shadowy squares when blocked by the houses of the Dregs. In a way, they created shadows of the houses themselves. But instead of being two-dimensional, it was like the shadows took up the entire space below the houses, creating a sort of black domain. However, there were also a few houses with a couple of small grates, representing small spots of light. These grates were mostly left in the houses as toilets. For now, I should focus on the houses with toilets. Nick created a map inside his head of the layout and started from the edge of the Dregs. After swimming for a while, Nick stopped in front of the first dark place. In front of Nick was a shadowy area, around 20 meters wide and 50 meters long. There were 2 grates in that area of darkness. Naturally, houses in the Dregs didn't get that big. This was simply a small block of houses with 2 toilets. Nick took a deep breath, and then he swam forward. Nick directly swam towards the beam of light in front of him, but he also kept looking around for the dreamer. He saw several pillars and even a ruin jutting out of the pool around him, and he looked at all of them. The dreamer probably wasn't very big. and it could probably even live on the sides of one of the rusty pillars. Nick inspected all the pillars. Suddenly, Nick's body shook, and he stopped moving forward. In front of him, the pillars seemed to distort and morph into each other. Just a couple of moments later, a terrifying grimace with teeth had been created, and it looked down at Nick with rage. Nick's heart rate rose. That's the nightmare. This is only an illusion. Yet, knowing that it was an illusion didn't help a lot. Nick's terror was still very present and visible. Someone with a phobia of spiders also knew that almost all the spiders weren't even dangerous. Yet, their fear was still overpowering. Nick was in a similar situation now. He knew that the huge grimace floating above him was not real, but he still genuinely felt like he was about to die. Nick's speed increased. It was almost like his disgust for the liquid had vanished as he desperately tried to get away as quickly as possible. "You're going to die." The darkest voice Nick had ever heard had just spoken that sentence, and Nick felt his mind shiver. Yet, Nick just looked forward at the safe beam of light that was the toilet of the house. "You're never going to reach it." The next moment, Nick saw the beam of light slowly going away from him. Nick's breathing quickened, and he didn't even care that some of the liquid entered his mouth at that moment. He needed light. Nick kept swimming, and swimming, and swimming. Why hadn't he reached it yet? From the start, the toilet was barely 10 meters away from him. That took some seconds, but that was it. Nick was quite sure that he had been swimming for over half a minute by now. Where was the light? Ha! The dark voice laughed as the light traveled further and further away from Nick until eventually it was gone. There was no more light. There was only darkness. An endless forest of tall and rusty spires rose from the pool around Nick. But that was it. No matter in which direction Nick looked, he only saw an endless forest of rusty spires. There was no escape. The next moment, the grimace of spires slowly descended. Its expression morphed into a malicious smile. And then it slowly moved towards Nick. Nick knew all of this wasn't real, but he also knew that he would die if he stayed in the darkness. The longer the nightmare influenced people, the worse it got. Nick turned around and swam away from the grimace. He had to flee. He was going to die. Ha! The grimace laughed as it came closer. No matter what Nick did, it was coming closer. Nick closed his eyes in terror. He would die. "I'm sorry, Winter, but I have to use it." Then Nick grabbed one of the tubes of glass and broke it over his knee. Chapter 19. The Second Swim. The next moment, Nick was bathed in light. From black, everything transformed into white. Nick's eyes burned due to the sudden influx of light, but they quickly adapted. The next moment, the light became less bright, and Nick could finally look around. How did I end up here? Nick thought with surprise. Right now, Nick was between the two toilets when he had not even reached the first one. The nightmare must have created more illusions that made me change my trajectory. Nick took a deep breath. As long as I enter a sizable area of darkness, the nightmare can actually keep me perpetually trapped in it. No wonder no one wanted to search for the dreamer down here. The danger is not the dreamer. The danger is the nightmare. Nick noticed that the light was getting dimmer, and he was preparing to move forward again. I need to find a way to get to the toilet. A bit later, the light was nearly gone, and Nick shot forward again. The pillars were transforming into the forest of rusty spires again. However, Nick just kept swimming forward with all of his power. The next moment, Nick saw something dark slowly rise out of the pool in front of him. It was like a whale had just put its breathing hole a bit above the surface before submerging again. Something was in the water, and it was big. A second later, it rose again, but this time, it was angled towards Nick. It was swimming towards him. Nick gritted his teeth, ignoring the liquid that poured through his lips. And then, he tightly shut his eyes. But he continued swimming. Everything became silent. It was deathly silent. The only thing moving was Nick. He almost felt like he was in an endless void of nothingness. Ding. Nick's right knee hit something solid, but the object was pushed away. However, Nick knew exactly what he had just hit. It felt a bit soft, but with a hard core. It was a head. A human head. The next moment, Nick hit something again. This time, it was an arm. However, Nick just kept moving forward. More and more body parts appeared in Nick's way, but he just batted them to the side. "I'm sorry," the crying voice of a kid said quietly. The next moment, a small arm grabbed Nick's ankle. "I'm so sorry," the kid shouted. "Please, forgive me." The next moment, several other arms grabbed Nick. They wanted to pull him into the depths. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." A chorus of different but desperate voices shouted from all around Nick as the grips of the arms tightened. Nick couldn't move anymore. He had been completely immobilized. Nick's terror reached new heights, but he only kept trying to swim forward. That was the only thing that could save him. Splash. Nick was suddenly pulled under. The arms tightened around him, continued pulling, and then Nick suddenly felt it. Teeth. Huge teeth. Nick's legs hit a couple of teeth, and the teeth were almost a meter long. Even more, Nick's body wasn't nearly strong enough to resist these teeth, and his legs started to bleed. In his panic, Nick desperately tried to swim away, but the arms kept pulling him back. Even more, the arms seemed to come out of this thing's mouth. The arms were pulling him into the maw. Nick felt the maw advance. A deep shadow appeared around Nick as he was engulfed. There was another Specter in here, and this was not a level 1 Specter. He would die. He would die. Nick felt himself get pulled further and further down into the maw, and then everything stopped. Nick didn't move for several seconds, but nothing happened. Slowly, Nick opened his eyes, and he saw a light. He was below one of the toilets. "I did it," Nick thought in shock. "I actually did it." For several seconds, Nick just looked at the light above him. He was safe. There was no second Specter. Splash. Suddenly, something splashed in the liquid in front of Nick, and all his anxiety returned. Nick looked down, and then he saw it. A floater. A turd. The person in the house above him had just taken a shit. Nick grimaced in disgust. Really? Now? And with that, all of Nick's elation was gone and replaced by annoyance. Anyway, I can look for the dreamer now. Due to the extreme darkness, Nick couldn't see all parts of the ceiling from any one spot. Because of that, he went to the little safe spots to search the ceiling. The next moment, Nick poked his head into the darkness, but his body remained in the light. The nightmare's influence returned, but was far weaker than before. By moving his head out of the light like this, Nick could look at the 100 square meters above him with quite a lot of confidence. However, since 100 square meters were only 10 by 10 meters, Nick needed to do this from several locations to check everything. After he looked at the ceiling above him, Nick readied himself to swim towards the next toilet. Obviously, the dreamer wasn't here. Nick took a deep breath and readied himself. "I've done this before. Now, I just need to do it again." Then Nick shot forward. The terrors returned. Nick closed his eyes. CRKSH. Nick stopped breathing as he felt some teeth tear apart out of his arm. The pain was brutal and sharp. Nick opened his eyes and looked at his right elbow. His flesh had been torn off. Only the bloody bone of his elbow was left. Is this real? Nick thought. I've never heard that the nightmare could do something like this before, right? The teeth of the maw also tore my legs open, but when I reached the light, there was nothing. I have to keep swimming. Even though a huge part of Nick's arm had just vanished, he still continued swimming as he closed his eyes. He had to reach the toilet. The next moment, something tore Nick's leg off, and Nick was nearly pulled under by the force. Nick wanted to scream due to the pain, but he just kept swimming forward. He had to reach the light. He had to reach it. More and more of Nick's body was torn apart, and Nick wasn't even sure what he was anymore. His being was so overwhelmed with pain that his mind even blacked out for some seconds. He was dying. He wanted to die, but he wanted to live. It was so bad. It was so horrible. Just move forward. Just a bit. Please. Just a bit. And then everything stopped again. Nick opened his eyes. He had reached the second toilet. Chapter 20. Oh, too much. Silence. Nick just looked at the ceiling in silence. He had expected that things wouldn't be as bad the second time. He had been wrong. Things had been even worse the second time. Back when Nick had been underwater, the nightmare had used subtle influences. The next time, it had used horrors to stop Nick from moving to where he wanted. Then it created illusions of Nick losing control and being swallowed. And now, it had just directly inflicted an unending amount of pain on him. The nightmare had lost all its subtlety. It had transformed from horror into terror. Nick just looked at the light at the ceiling. He wasn't sure what he was feeling. Fear, apprehension, relief, anxiety. This wasn't like the last time. The last time, Nick had been happy that he had managed to do it. But this time, Nick was not happy. The pain had been bad. Real bad. For several minutes, Nick didn't do anything. He just looked at the ceiling with a worried expression. He didn't want to feel such pain again. He never wanted to feel something like that again. Just now, his body had been torn apart one piece at a time. This was a pain that should have killed someone. But he was still alive. Nick gulped in worry. I don't want to do this again. How many times do I have to do this? What will happen next? I can barely swim for a bit more than 10 meters in pure darkness, and it's already this bad. This is one of the smaller blocks of houses. There are blocks with no toilets, which means I have to look at the ceiling while under illusions. And then I need to go back. Also, what about when I actually find the dreamer at the ceiling in one of those? At that point, I need to climb one of the pillars in pure darkness and catch it. The nightmare could easily show me illusions and make me move in the wrong direction. Nick just floated on the liquid as he looked up. Silence. I don't know. I have no idea how to find and catch the dreamer. For over 10 minutes, Nick didn't do anything. Naturally, Nick knew that he couldn't spend the rest of his life in the light of this little toilet. He had to leave at some point. Yet, he just couldn't. The terror he had felt just now was too much. The pain was too much. He was only 16 years old. He had never undergone something this painful or terrifying. This was not the work of some random weak specter. No, this was the nightmare. One of the only 5 level 9 specters. Even the strongest Zephyx Extractors couldn't remain in the darkness for an extended period of time. The nightmare's power was absolute. It had killed tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of people just by mentally breaking them. It had killed people far more experienced and tenacious than Nick. I can't do it. Silence. I just can't do it. I have to do this one more time to get out, but I don't think I can enter another block of houses. Nick felt his chest shiver and hurt. Regret, frustration, self-loathing. I'm not strong enough to do this again. I want to turn my life around, not end it. If I go through something like this again, I don't know if I will ever recover. What then? I want to try my best, but if I fail, I fail. It's fine. I can become an inspector. It's not like I have some lofty and idealistic goal that requires me to become the strongest person in the world. No, I just want to live a good life. But what's the point of living a good life when I wake up in a cold sweat because I keep re-experiencing the things I have seen and felt here every night for the remainder of my life? Nick looked to the side at the block of darkness waiting for him. And then, some tears appeared in Nick's eyes. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I'm not strong enough. Silence. The only sounds down here came from the quiet scratching of the rat's claws and Nick's crying. It was just too much for him. Nick had just started his journey as a Zephyx Extractor, and he had already confronted one of the 5 strongest specters several times. This wasn't something that he could deal with. This was far beyond his current level. He gave up. For the next couple of minutes, Nick looked at the darkness around him. Then he moved his head into the darkness and did a routine scan of the ceiling. Maybe he was lucky, and the dreamer was actually here. It wasn't. Nick took a deep breath. He only felt fear right now. He didn't want to enter the darkness again. But he had to. He couldn't remain here for the remainder of his life. Nick took another deep breath. It took a couple minutes for him to gather his courage, but eventually he shot into the darkness again. As soon as Nick entered, nothing happened. However, Nick didn't let down his guard and just kept swimming forward. Silence. Nick just kept rapidly swimming forward in silence. After a bit, Nick opened his eyes. He saw the light of the street of the Dregs in front of him. He was almost there. Nick continued swimming. And then, he entered the street. Nick was now in the light of the streets of the Dregs. Nothing had happened in the darkness. Nick turned around to look at the block of houses behind him with suspicion. Had the nightmare given up? He doubted it. Yet Nick was back in the light again. The nightmare had no influence over Nick here. Bang. Suddenly, something hit Nick's head. Splash, 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 splash. Nick quickly shook his head and looked around him. Rats. Don't want to give me bodies, huh? One of the rats spoke. How about you give me your body then? And then the rats all charged at Nick. Chapter 21. Target. As soon as the rats fell on him and attacked him, Nick gritted his teeth in fury. They had an unspoken agreement. You will regret this, Nick shouted. This was different from the nightmare. The parasite only had a limited number of rats, and Nick could cause real damage to the parasite by killing them. However, the rats could also cause real damage to Nick. After all, they were real. 5 rats immediately jumped on Nick. Nick's right hand grabbed one of them and squeezed. Crksh. The rat was squeezed into a thin sock of wet meat. At the same time, Nick's left hand turned into a fist and punched a second rat. Boom. The rat shot into the distance and hit the water over 50 meters away from Nick, skipping twice on the surface. However, the other 3 rats reached Nick and immediately bit into his body. One of them bit his right biceps, and the other 2 bit his chest. At the same time, Nick saw several more rats coming out from the water around him. Nick gritted his teeth in pain and hatred. Nick grabbed one of the rats and pulled. Crksh. The rat's body was torn off, but the head remained stuck in Nick's biceps. Bang. Another rat was turned into paste by another one of Nick's punches. The last one let go and dove into the water, while the other rats came closer. Just a second later, 3 more rats were jumping at Nick. Nick released several more attacks, but the rats just kept going after him without pause. Even more, the rats even started to attack him from below the surface. Nick's rage grew as he kept tearing the rats into pieces. It was never ending. Some seconds later, Nick had already killed over 15 rats. Yet, they just kept on coming. The parasite really went all in. I would already be dead without my ability. And then, Nick's eyes widened. My ability? Nick stopped resisting the rats. My ability shouldn't be working right now. Yet, I'm tearing these rats apart like they are paper. My ability is still active. This can only mean one thing. The realization had positive and negative aspects to it. On one hand, Nick wasn't being attacked by the real parasite, which meant that he had not actually been injured. But on the other hand, Nick had spun around so many times during the battle that he didn't even know which direction he was facing. In the end, Nick could only grit his teeth as he took one of the tubes from his thigh and broke it. Crksh. All the rats vanished as Nick was swallowed by light. Just now, Nick had been in the street of the sewers, but as soon as the light appeared around him, Nick saw that he was still about 2 meters away from the real street. Nick had still been in the darkness. The nightmare had made it seem like I'd already reached the end when I actually hadn't. Nick immediately swam over to the street, which wasn't difficult with only 2 meters between him and it. Now, Nick was actually back in the street of light. The nightmare can even create illusions of light, Nick thought with anxiety and fear. This is not something I can compete with. Nick looked back at the dark domain he had just left behind. At least I'm out now. The next moment, he looked around the sewers. There were over 100 similarly big domains. Nick had gone through hell, had used 2 arc lights after going just through one of them. This is beyond my level. Silence. Nick had been down here for several hours now, and he had become quite familiar with the sewers. But in the end, he had to leave without any gains. Even worse, Nick had even used 2 arc lights. Guess I'm going to become an inspector now. It's probably not a bad job. I get to leave the Dregs, and I can probably also get a normal home. Maybe I can even build a family. Yet, no matter how enticing the position as an inspector seemed to Nick, he still felt regret. For a while, Nick just looked at the ceiling of the sewers. This would be his last excursion as a Zephyx Extractor. Winter had already used up all the money he had access to. He had bet everything on Nick. Sadly, Nick would only disappoint him. Silence. Nick just watched the ceiling in silence. A bird flew past him. Suddenly, Nick's eyes widened. A bird? Nick's eyes immediately locked onto the bird as it entered a black domain, representing a block of houses. Just now, Nick had been set on giving up. But now he was hesitating again. A bird. That must have been the dreamer. Nick's heart rate rose rapidly as adrenaline shot through his body. After hours, its old target must have woken up or died, and it had to go to a new one. Nick's eyes locked onto the black domain where the dreamer had to be in right now. There were no toilets in this block, and the block was about 50 by 50 meters. In the center of the block was the ruin of a stony tower, which supported the block of houses above it in the middle. As Nick looked at the domain, images of what had happened to him earlier reappeared in his mind. Pain, deceit, horror, death. Nick was finally free. He could finally leave the sewers. He no longer needed to go through the darkness again. But the dreamer was right there. Just once more. Just one more time. But what if he didn't succeed? He might be risking his life for nothing. After all, the dreamer was obviously at the ceiling of the sewers. Nick would need to swim for about 20 meters in pure darkness, climb 10 meters of the structure, and then catch the dreamer. And he had to do that all in pure silence so that the dreamer wouldn't notice him and in the nightmare's illusionary hell. He couldn't even use the last arc light since that would immediately draw the dreamer's focus to Nick, which would deactivate his ability. At that point, Nick wouldn't be any stronger than a normal human. In such a state, the dreamer could probably just kill Nick without relying on the nightmare or the environment. If the dreamer noticed him, he would die. No matter how Nick thought about it. It was impossible. Chapter 22, The Climb. It was impossible. No matter how long he thought about it. It was just impossible. Yet Nick just couldn't stop getting excited. He wanted to do it. He wanted to try it. But he would likely die. Nick clenched his fists. I know it's a shit idea. I know I will most likely die. But I have to give it a go. I just have to give it a shot. Otherwise, I will never become happy. Nick took a deep breath. Then Nick silently swam over to the black domain. Nick tried his best to move as silently as possible as he moved in a circle around the domain. He poked his head into the darkness and looked at the ceiling from different angles. Since Nick now knew what the dreamer looked like, he could search a larger area of the ceiling. However, even after searching for over 15 minutes near the edge, Nick still couldn't find the dreamer. This means it has to be at the center. It's probably even sitting on a part of the broken tower. The tower in the middle had several holes in it and a very uneven surface. Half of it had collapsed, while the other half supported the block of houses above it. The dreamer had to either be in one of the higher windows or on top of one of the two walls leading up to the ceiling. Nick took a deep breath and looked for a good way upward. I have to move silently. This means I can't just jump from wall to wall. I have to climb constantly and consistently. After a bit of looking around, Nick found a fitting spot. I can only climb the small windows at the tall front of the ruin. I think the tower is just one big spiral staircase in the middle, but I doubt that the spiral staircase is still intact. I could attempt to walk up the staircase, but the nightmare's illusions won't allow me to actually see where I'm going, and if I'm not careful, I might actually fall through a broken or missing step. That would alert the dreamer to my location. Nick just looked at the broken tower. It was so enticing. He could just use the stairs. Nick sighed. Nick couldn't trust his eyes in the darkness, and since he couldn't inspect the staircase from here, he couldn't risk climbing it. He had to navigate blindly, and he preferred taking the difficult route he could see instead of the potentially easy route that he couldn't see. Luckily, there are quite a lot of windows. Right to left for about 3 windows. Jump to the top right to grab the lowest one on the next floor of stairs and climb another 3. After that, 2 more windows will be above me and 1 more window above those. There's a small chance that the dreamer is in the 2 lower ones, but a relatively high one that it's in the highest one. Nick went over this plan a couple more times. And finally, he was done. The plan was set. Nick slowly swam to his starting position, which was facing the highest part of the ruined tower. Silence. Nick couldn't see the dreamer right now, but he knew that it was there. He knew that the likelihood of death was very high, but he had to do it. Nick took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. Silence. Seconds passed. Nick's eyes shot open, and he swam forward. As soon as Nick entered the darkness, he closed his eyes again. Then, he suddenly submerged. Swimming on the surface was way too loud, which was why Nick decided to move forward while being about a meter below the surface. Almost immediately, Nick felt several small fish glide across his body. It was like Nick had been submerged in a thick vat of small fish. The bodies of the fish disoriented Nick's senses, and he couldn't even feel the liquid around him anymore. Was he swimming forward or downward? He had already lost all sense of direction. The only thing I can rely on is my muscle memory. As long as I order my body to continue swimming forward, no matter what, I will reach the tower. However, just 2 seconds later, Nick felt things around him change. The mouths of the fish opened, and they started to tear into his body. Right now, Nick was surrounded by a pile of swimming maws with terrifying teeth. They were tearing at Nick's muscles, bones, and tendons. The pain was horrible. Nick's body kept shaking, but he just kept moving forward. This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. The pain isn't real. It isn't real. Nevertheless, Nick felt like a dark void of hopelessness had opened in his chest. Just continue. Nick's flesh and blood were scattering across his surroundings. He was dying, but he continued. He had to continue. Bang. Suddenly, Nick hit something solid. Did I reach it? But then Nick found an issue. Was this actually the end? Or was this another illusion by the nightmare? At this moment, Nick's emotions were going crazy. Was he? Wasn't he? In a state of panic, Nick did the first thing that came to his mind. Bang. Nick rammed his face against the wall. Nick immediately felt his eyes water as his nose broke in several places. This feels real. The nightmare's illusions were terrifyingly accurate, but when Nick compared the nightmare's sense of pain with actual pain, there was something different. Yes, the pain the nightmare created was real, but there were some accompanying sensations missing. For example, Nick had felt his entire head and mind vibrate when he had headbutted the wall. Additionally, Nick had felt like he was about to lose consciousness for just a moment. While the pain was the same, these sensations didn't exist when a nightmare created an illusion. Luckily, the ruin is massive. The dreamer shouldn't have felt that vibration. The next moment, Nick surfaced and grabbed the wall in front of him with his hands. I have to find the first window. In Nick's mind, he was rubbing against a huge wall as he desperately tried to find an invisible hole in it. Where is it? There. Nick felt something and pulled himself up with one arm. This proves that my ability is still active, which means the dreamer hasn't noticed me yet. CRKSH. The hole Nick had put his hand into suddenly sprouted teeth and was grinding it into a meaty paste. Nick's eyes became bloodshot beneath his eyelids as he tried to ignore the pain. After pulling himself up, Nick moved his hand to the left and jumped. He knew where the window should be, but he didn't know where it was exactly. CRK. Nick's hand entered a hole, but his fingers hit the other side of the window, splitting the nails of two of his fingers. Nick just gritted his teeth as he grabbed the window with his hand. The fact that he could stop his jump with one hand meant that the dreamer still hadn't noticed him. The next moment, the wall seemed to split open, and Nick felt like he was falling through it. It's not real. Nick moved his bleeding fingertips to the left side and felt the scratching feeling traveling over his body. He was still in the window. Even though Nick felt like he was falling into a never-ending abyss of pain, he jumped once more to the left. CRK. One of Nick's nails exploded off his body as it hit the wall of the window again. But when Nick felt that he could still pull himself upward with one arm, he became more excited. I'm doing it. Nick hadn't opened his eyes yet. He had done all of this blind. Now, for the most difficult jump. After amending his plan a bit, Nick decided to jump to the second window in the second row. The jump was a bit higher vertically, but not as long horizontally. Nick's knees bent down, and he gathered all his power. The next moment, Nick jumped upward. In Nick's illusory reality, he felt like he was jumping upward hundreds of meters. It was impossible to tell how high he had actually jumped. Nick felt the wall in front of him rapidly move as he desperately tried to find the window. Fear and terror reached new heights. Crack. When Nick felt the tips of the fingers of his left arm getting crushed, he felt elated. The window. Nick fell a bit, but he managed to grab the bottom of the window with both of his hands. By now, Nick's left hand had become severely injured with a couple of broken bones and destroyed nails. He pulled himself into the window easily, which meant the dreamer hadn't noticed him yet. He was so close. Nick quickly jumped to the left again as razors appeared on the wall in front of him, cutting his chest into pieces. Crack. Nick felt the impact of his broken bones rubbing against each other and grabbed the window. After pulling himself into the window, Nick's excitement reached new heights. He was so close. He could do it. Instead of jumping towards the next window, Nick grabbed the last tube of arc light. The next moment, Nick opened his eyes. A red hellscape of flesh and blades encompassed his reality. Everything was being consumed by the nightmare. However, Nick's eyes only looked forward with determination. Then, he threw the tube of arc light upwards with all of his power. Bang! The tube broke, and the arc light exploded at the ceiling of the dark domain. For an instant, all the darkness vanished as a shining star seemingly appeared in the dark sky. The hellscape vanished, and Nick found himself in the third window of the second row. However, Nick's eyes immediately moved across the ruins above him. There, in the highest window, Nick saw a black owl with black eyes. It was quite big, over half a meter tall. At this moment, the owl was looking at the arc light shining on the ceiling. This was why Nick had thrown the arc light instead of breaking it directly. The dreamer's attention would remain fully on the arc light, and Nick would get a bit of time to reach the dreamer with his ability. As long as he managed to grab it without it noticing him, he could break several of its bones, turning it almost helpless. When Nick saw his target, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped upward with all of his power. Nick easily and quickly grabbed the window directly above him, but instead of pulling himself into the window, Nick continued. The dreamer was now paying attention to its surroundings, and pulling into the window would take too long. Because of that, Nick immediately pulled himself upward and threw himself at the dreamer. The dreamer was still looking at the arc light. Nick was only a meter away from the dreamer. But then he noticed that his jump hadn't been strong enough, and he found himself dropping. Nick gritted his teeth and rammed his feet into the broken stone of the tower. Some of his toes broke, but Nick managed to create a hole in the wall, making a foothold. Naturally, that was extremely loud, and the dreamer's head turned towards Nick. But Nick had already jumped again. Nick was flying at the dreamer. The dreamer was turning to Nick. Nick's hand came closer, and then their eyes met. Nick managed to grab the wing of the dreamer. He pulled with all of his strength. The dreamer pulled its wing upward. Crksh. Nick tore out a couple of feathers. His ability no longer worked. He didn't have enough strength to break the wing. Nick's expression turned into shock and horror as he felt himself fall. The dreamer's black eyes looked into Nick's eyes. No. Chapter 23. Run. No. I was so close. Nick's ability no longer worked, which meant he was only a bit stronger than an average human right now. At this moment, Nick was falling from about 8 meters of height into a pool of toxic waste with several sharp pieces of metal. While Nick's ability was working, this wasn't an issue. But now, Nick's thoughts stopped. Time seemed to freeze. And then, time resumed as the dreamer got further and further away from Nick. Splash. Nick hit the liquid shoulder first. Crksh. Crksh. Several pieces of metal created cuts in Nick's skin, and he started to bleed. On top of that, Nick's destroyed fingers also came into contact with the toxic liquid. In an instant, Nick felt like his body was being drowned in acid. The force of the fall also made it difficult for Nick to move, but his adrenaline pushed him to immediately go to the surface. As soon as Nick broke the surface again, he took a deep breath. But then, Nick saw the owl just a meter in front of him, its claws stretched towards Nick. The dreamer was attacking, and without his ability, Nick was helpless. Bang. Nick immediately pulled his head down into the water, and the next moment, 2 long claws tore through the water above him. The dreamer was not going to flee. No, it was going to kill Nick. Nick immediately dove further and further down, several pieces of metal scraping his skin. But then Nick suddenly accelerated, and he stopped getting injured. Nick had reached a depth where the light couldn't reach him, which meant that the dreamer couldn't see him anymore. Nick's ability activated again. I have to flee, Nick thought. As long as it pays attention to me, I can't fight it. After coming to a decision, he immediately shot towards the direction of the sewer's exit. But then a huge black eye opened in front of Nick, and he became paralyzed. Nick's thoughts stopped as he looked at the terrifying black eye. The next moment, a maw filled with teeth opened in front of him and swallowed him. Nick felt his body getting torn apart, but then he realized that this wasn't real. Since he was now in a place with no light, the nightmare's influence had returned. The dreamer above, the nightmare below. I can't move like this. The nightmare could lead me in any random direction. I have to surface to assess the direction I'm facing. Nick gnashed his teeth and shot upward. The eyes and maws around him slowly vanished. The arc light was still active, and it illuminated the surroundings. Shortly before Nick broke the surface, he suddenly felt the acid of the liquid become stronger. This meant the dreamer was seeing him. Nick broke past the surface and took a breath as he quickly looked around. There. Nick found the way he had to go towards and immediately dove into the water again. Crrsh. Nick clenched his teeth even more as he felt a big gash opening up on his back. Just now, the dreamer had created 3 huge gashes as it tore Nick's skin and a bit of muscle apart. This was a specter, not a random bird. If it got hold of Nick, it could probably stab one of its claws through his entire torso. A normal human couldn't possibly fight something like this. As Nick descended, the intensity of the acid subsided. He closed his eyes and immediately started to swim forward. A moment later, the heat of the water rose sharply, and it felt like Nick was swimming through a boiling pot of oil. Nick's entire body turned red, and he wanted to do nothing but scream in pain. He was burning. He was dying. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Bang. Suddenly, Nick's right hand hit something solid, and Nick's head quickly followed. A house. No. Nick had hit one of the ruins. He had to quickly make a decision. Immediately, he shot up. The house wasn't that tall, and there was still about a meter between its ceiling and the surface. At this moment, Nick felt a bit of light, but his ability hadn't deactivated yet. This meant that the dreamer hadn't seen him. Nick swam forward in silence, his chest almost sliding against the house's roof. Suddenly, the water started to severely burn him again, and Nick's body shook. His ability had deactivated. At that moment, a plan formed in Nick's mind, and he slowly spun onto his back. Nick was betting on the fact that the dreamer could see him, but not perfectly see him. Right now, since Nick was still about a meter below the surface, the dreamer could probably only see a vague silhouette or shadow. Meanwhile, the dreamer was illuminated by the light behind it, allowing Nick to perfectly see it. At this moment, the dreamer was diving towards him with its outstretched claws. Nick's anxiety reached new heights. The dreamer reached him. Bang. Nick shoved himself to the side as the dreamer's claws reached into the water. Due to Nick's depth, the dreamer also had to fully enter the liquid, slowing it down significantly. The dreamer's claws barely passed by Nick, and Nick immediately grabbed them with his two hands. The dreamer's wings flapped to get out of the liquid again, and Nick felt himself getting pulled up. Splash. The two of them left the liquid behind, the dreamer pulling Nick into the sky. Right now, the dreamer didn't have the luxury to look at Nick, but Nick's ability still didn't reactivate. Hearing and feeling someone also counted as perceiving someone. After gaining a couple of meters, the dreamer looked at Nick, and its beak opened. But by now, Nick had repositioned himself. He had pulled himself upward and had angled his body. And then, bang, Nick kicked the dreamer's head. While the dreamer was much more powerful than Nick without his ability, a kick to the head still hurt quite a lot. At the same time, Nick let go of the dreamer's claws and threw himself towards the exit of the sewers. His kick and the force of the jump completely disoriented the dreamer, and it fell into the water a couple of meters away. However, it wasn't significantly injured, and Nick was sure that it would return to flying above him in a matter of seconds. Only about 200 meters or so left to the exit. I refuse to believe that it will follow me to the surface. Nick immediately swam forward, and since the dreamer was still in the water, his ability had reactivated, and he swam with all of his power. Splash. Some seconds later, Nick heard the loud sound of something leaving the water about 30 meters behind him. 5 seconds after the sound, Nick's ability deactivated again. Nick gritted his teeth and dove into the water. More scratches appeared across his body. Bang. But the dreamer's attack missed, and Nick's ability reactivated. Sadly, just moments later, an army of maws tore at Nick's body again, and Nick felt like he was swimming downward instead of forward. Yet, Nick just kept swimming. He ignored the pain. He ignored the horse. Bang. Then Nick hit something solid again. This is that one house I investigated. I'm just about 50 meters away from the exit. By now, Nick's lungs were screaming at him to surface. I have to run across it. Nick surfaced again. However, his ability deactivated before he even breached the surface. The dreamer wasn't stupid. It had seen where Nick had swam towards, and it was constantly looking in that direction. Nevertheless, Nick rapidly moved forward as he did his best to run in waist-high water. He turned back to look at where the dreamer was. The next moment, he saw the dreamer dive towards him. Nick couldn't evade. There were still several meters left. The dreamer would get him. Chapter 24, Struggle. Nick readied himself. He had to do something. At that moment, Nick's back began to burn, or at least, it felt like it. Light appeared around Nick, and then something shocking happened. The dreamer's eyes burst into flames. Scree! The dreamer screeched, and it did its best to stop its dive. Nick had no idea what was happening. Nick, someone shouted between coughs. Nick looked back. Winter. Winter was standing just behind him, his expensive suit drenched in sewer water. At this moment, a bright fire was burning around Winter, and his eyes had turned completely white. Get it? Winter shouted before heaving and looking away from Nick. Immediately, Nick felt his ability become active again. When the dreamer's eyes had caught fire, its sight had been robbed from it, which meant that it couldn't perceive Nick anymore. Nick immediately turned towards the dreamer, which was about to pass about 2 meters above him. Rage appeared in Nick's eyes. Bang. Nick jumped with all of his power, the water around him exploding. And then he punched. Crack. Nick's fist hit the center of the dreamer's chest, and Nick swore he felt something break. And this time, it was not one of his bones. The dreamer's body spun in the air, and its flapping became very disorderly. Nick landed first, and he immediately rushed toward the place where the dreamer would land. Splash. The dreamer hit the water, and Nick jumped on it. Bang. Nick kicked one of the dreamer's wings, easily breaking it. The next moment, Nick grabbed the dreamer's thick neck with both of his arms and squeezed. Nick's ability deactivated again, but that didn't matter. Squeezing someone's neck didn't need a huge difference in power. Right now, Nick and the dreamer were tumbling in the horrible liquid of the sewers as he tried to strangle it. Yet, some seconds later, the dreamer's head spun by 180 degrees. Right, it's a fucking owl, Nick thought in horror. The dreamer's beak opened as it tried to tear Nick's neck apart. Nick quickly let go of the dreamer's neck. His left arm pushed the dreamer away from his neck as his right arm shot towards its head. The next moment, the dreamer just saw two fingers become bigger and bigger in its vision. CRKSH. The dreamer screeched as Nick's fingers crushed its eyes. The dreamer's screech was cut off as the liquid from the sewers entered its throat. Nick gnashed his teeth in rage as his two fingers dug deep into the dreamer's eye sockets. Nick's thumb grabbed the bottom of the dreamer's beak, and he grabbed it with all of his power. The next moment, Nick wrestled with the dreamer awkwardly until he eventually managed to get behind its back with his fingers still in its eye sockets. Splash. A splash appeared beside Nick, and Winter appeared beside Nick. Keep it like this, Winter shouted. By now, Nick's legs had also grabbed the dreamer's body, and he was doing his best not to drown in the sewers. The dreamer was still flailing around in panic, and Nick had to do everything in his power to keep it suppressed. The next moment, Winter took out some kind of flexible metallic cable and wrapped it around the dreamer's neck. The cable quickly started to shine red, and the dreamer's struggles intensified. However, Nick kept it stable. After around 10 seconds, the dreamer's struggles became weaker, and half a minute later, it completely stopped moving. Can I let go? Nick asked. You Heward can, Winter said with a heave. Nick slowly took his hand out of the dreamer's eye sockets, but still kept hold of the dreamer. Put it in the sack on the shore, Winter said quickly before he had to heave again. Nick nodded and pulled the dreamer towards the exit. About a minute later, Nick reached the exit of the sewers, and he pulled the dreamer onto the land. Now, Nick could actually take a good look at the dreamer. Its chest was caved in. Both of its wings were broken, the second one having gotten broken in the scuffle. Black blood was flowing out of its empty eyes. One of its legs was bent at an unnatural angle. Many feathers were missing. Luckily, this was a specter. These wounds were not enough to kill a specter, and it would recover within a week at most. Nick took a deep breath, and then pain assaulted him. 2 of Nick's fingernails were missing on his left hand. 3 of Nick's fingers were broken. Nick had several cuts on his body. He had 3 huge gashes going across his back. Nick even felt some intense pain coming from his ribs. He guessed they had gotten bruised or broken during the scuffle in the water. And to top it all off, his nose was also broken. Nick was in a world of pain, and he also knew that the wounds were bound to get horribly infected since they had all been washed quite thoroughly in the disgusting liquid of the sewers. He only hoped that Winter had some way to help him recover. Nick knew if he had to rely on the medicine available in the dregs, he would die. His ability gave him some resistance to infections and poisons, but he wasn't sure if that was enough in this case. Hooer! Nick heard Winter heave as he came out of the sewers. Nick turned to Winter and looked at him. Right now, Winter was on his knees and hands as he coughed and heaved like he was about to die. He wasn't able to follow me into the sewers earlier, but when he saw me in danger, he actually jumped in. Nick's trust in Winter reached new heights. Winter, the fancy heir of the Melfian family, a guy that constantly wiped his hands whenever he touched anything even slightly dirty, had jumped into the sewers to save him. Maybe he isn't as stuck up as I had initially thought. When it comes down to it, he's actually trustworthy. Nick took a deep breath. Right now, he felt elated. The risk had paid off. He had done it. Winter, Nick said. Nick only heard another heave. We did it. Chapter 25, Walking Back. It took Winter a while to recover, but eventually, he managed to stop puking his heart out. While Winter had been puking, Nick had shoved the dreamer into the sack they had brought with them. The sack was just a normal sack. When Winter stood up and saw the sack, All his unhappiness and disgust seemed to vanish. A specter. They had a specter in their grasp. They actually had one. Then Winter saw Nick, and he had to take a deep breath. Nick looked really worn out. Blood was flowing from several parts of his body, and Winter already knew that all these wounds would get infected very soon. "Are you okay?" Winter asked. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Nick asked. Winter winced, but Nick just laughed. "Relax, I'm okay." "I'm just joking," Nick said. Winter sighed. "You look really messed up, you know." "I know," Nick answered. "So, got anything that I can use to deal with these wounds? I kind of don't want to die, you know?" Winter just nodded. "We can visit a hospital in the outer city. Since we now have a specter, the money is going to flow in soon. Additionally, I need you to be at your best. After all, you are the chief extractor, which means that you not only have to work with a dreamer, but also find out how to work with it. Every specter is unique, and every specter needs to be treated differently to get the most Zephyx out of them." Nick just nodded before he grabbed the sack with the dreamer. A moment later, Nick noticed how light the sack actually was with surprise. That's lighter than expected," Nick said. "Specters have a lot of power, but they are using Zephyx converted from prefix as their main source of power," Winter explained. "Specters are actually pretty light. They are not made of a lot of Zephyx, but the Zephyx is so potent that they still manage to unleash incredible powers. That tall bird probably barely weighs 5 kilos. Nick nodded. The next moment, he slung the sack over his shoulders. The cable that Winter had put around the dreamer was something that Nick had already heard about. It was a Zephyx blocker, something that was used to stop the flow of Zephyx. At this moment, the Zephyx blocker was using up its stored energy to stop the dreamer's Zephyx from flowing. Since this was the lowest grade, it would only work for about 5 hours when put on a level 1 Spectre. This meant that Winter and Nick had to deliver the dreamer to their headquarters within the next 5 hours, but that was plenty of time. Winter and Nick walked out of the entrance to the sewers and emerged in an abandoned part of the Dregs. Winter immediately took a deep breath of the Dregs. He had never imagined that he would one day find the air in the Dregs to be refreshing and enjoyable. As the two of them walked through the Dregs, they saw all the people look at them with disgust while avoiding them. These two smelled absolutely abhorrent, even by the Dregs standards. However, the two of them didn't pay a lot of attention to the onlookers. They were far too excited about finally having caught their first Spectre. After about half an hour, they finally left the densest part of the Dregs behind, and they entered the outskirts. The streets transitioned from being made of rusty metal into being made of polished metal, and the houses also started to become more uniform and orderly. Naturally, the people on the streets also seemed more well-dressed, and their reactions to the two of them were even more disgusted. "Stop." The two stopped as their brows furrowed. The next moment, two people wearing black combat uniforms walked up to them. The two men looked with disgust at them while they were holding their noses. "People like you are not welcome here. Leave the outer city, or we'll make you," one of them shouted. Naturally, the two of them were city guards, and it was part of their duty to keep the outer city clean from unsavory people. Two people stinking of piss and shit could be seen as unsavory. Winter put his hand in this pocket. One of the two guards narrowed his eyes and shot forward, grabbing Winter's arm before he could get it back out of his pocket. The guard thought that Winter was about to pull a weapon on them. "Stop resisting," the guard shouted as he pulled Winter's arm violently out of his pocket. CRK. The next moment, Winter's wrist seemed to give, and it extended a bit further than it should. His wrist had been dislocated by the guard. While Winter had an ability from a Spectre, he was not an athletic person, while the guards were very athletic and strong. Winter gritted his teeth as the guard pulled his arm to the side to lock it behind his back. The next moment, the guard wrestled Winter to the ground. While all this was happening, Nick locked eyes with the other guard. Then, Nick looked down for a small moment before looking at the guard again. Naturally, the guard realized that Nick had essentially told him to look down. The guard glanced down, and he saw a small card, which had just fallen out of Winter's hand. The guard furrowed his brows as he looked at Nick, who only stared back without saying anything. In the end, the second guard kneeled down to retrieve the card. After looking at the card, the guard's face turned white in horror as he looked at Winter, who was held on the ground by the other guard. The second guard immediately jumped over to the first guard and pulled him off. "James, stop." The first guard shoved the second guard away with annoyance. "What's your problem?" he shouted. The second guard shoved the card into the first guard's hands with urgency. The second guard looked at the card with annoyance. But then his eyes widened, and he turned to look at the person below him with terror. At this moment, Winter glared at the guard with venom. The guard froze. In his hand, the guard currently held a residency card for the highest floor of the inner city, and the name on the card was Winter Melfian. Naturally, the guards knew exactly who they were currently looking at. Chapter 26. Contained. "Wait here," Winter ordered with a curt and annoyed voice as he and Nick entered their warehouse. The two guards waited in front of the building like two children who had just been yelled at, which wasn't inaccurate. Naturally, after they had realized that they had just shoved one of the heirs of the Melfian family to the ground, they had immediately apologized profusely. Winter had just acted very calmly, but coldly, and told them that they were going to be following them for a bit. The two guards didn't protest. As the door of the warehouse closed in front of them, the anxiety of the two guards exploded. If Winter decided to get his family's lawyers involved, they could very well lose their jobs, if not worse. Meanwhile, Nick and Winter walked over to the only containment unit they owned. Nick waited in front of the entrance while Winter operated a console with many buttons to the side of the containment unit. A moment later, a loud alarm came from the containment unit as red lights lit up everywhere. The two of them weren't surprised. This was the alarm of the containment unit being fully opened. The cheapest containment units only had 3 ways to open them. First, opening a tiny door to put handheld objects into it. Second, opening a door for a human to get through. Third, opening the big gate to put a Specter in. But wait, the Dreamer was quite small. Why couldn't Nick just carry it through the normal door? Well, the containment unit was more than just a big cube of steel. There were also several sensors, alarms, barriers, and defenses on it. When a human passed through the door, the containment unit wouldn't care, but if a Specter tried to pass through it, all the defenses would activate. Otherwise, small and sneaky Specters would be able to sneak out of the containment unit when people walked in and out of it. So when a Specter was put into a containment unit, one had to open the main gate, which also deactivated all of the defenses. Naturally, more expensive containment units had more ways to open them, but this was just the cheapest variant. After the big gate fully opened, Nick walked into the containment unit. The gate slowly closed behind him again. When it was fully closed, the artificial light appeared in the containment unit. Normal artificial light didn't help against the nightmare's influence, but containment units could use Zephyx to illuminate the inside. More expensive containment units had special tunnels made of reflective glass, which would safely deliver sunlight into the containment unit, cutting down on the cost of lighting. Sadly, their shitty containment unit didn't have such luxury. They had to make do with using Zephyx to light the inside. Luckily, they only needed to light the inside when a human was in there since Specters didn't need light. When the light turned on, Nick dumped the Dreamer into the middle of the containment unit. Due to the Zephyx blocker, the Dreamer didn't move. Nick looked at the motionless Dreamer for a couple of seconds until the normal door of the containment unit opened behind him. Nick bent forward and grabbed the Zephyx blocker. After untangling it, Nick ran out of the containment unit, and Winter immediately closed the door. Silence. They had done it. The Dreamer was inside of the containment unit. Winter looked at the console beside the containment unit and checked its operating status. A couple of minutes later, Winter nodded with a sigh of relief. Everything is operating normally. The Dreamer has been detected, and the defenses are ready to engage if it tries anything, Winter said. We don't have to worry about it escaping. Nick nodded while releasing a sigh of relief. Finally, they had the Dreamer securely contained. Now, Winter said as his voice turned darker while turning to the exit of the warehouse. Let's deal with those two. What do you have in mind? Nick asked. An exchange, Winter said. The guards are afraid of my background, and they're going to do anything to get my lawyers off their backs. Come, Winter said as he walked to the exit. Nick just followed him. The two of them found the two guards quickly, and Winter told them to follow him. The guards just followed Winter while trying to apologize some more. Eventually, the 4 of them reached a tall building with the symbol of a green carriage on it. This was one of the biggest hospital chains in the world, and they operated in many cities. The company owning these hospitals was a Zephyx manufacturer primarily, but they had one of the few contained level 6 Specters. The contained Specter was a carriage that was called the Merchant. When one threw corpses into the carriage, healing potions came out of the carriage, and a bit of Zephyx would be given off by the carriage. Naturally, the company made use of a healing medicine and created hospitals everywhere. For profit, of course. One recovery bath, and I will forget what happened. After all, I need one, Winter said as he shook his dislocated wrist a bit. The two guards took deep breaths and looked at each other in horror. Sir Melfian, I'm not sure, Dash. It's either you or your district that will pay for my treatment, Winter said, interrupting the guard. Which one is it? The two guards retreated a bit and talked with each other in whispers. They seemed to argue intensely. It took nearly 3 minutes for them to return. We'll pay, one of them said with a sigh. Winter nodded, and the four of them walked into the hospital. When they walked to the receptionist tried her best to remain somewhat professional under the immense stench that assaulted her. If she hadn't seen the two guards behind the two dirty visitors, she would have already called security to throw them out. Yes, how can I help you? She asked with a forced smile. One full-body recovery bath and one cleansing bath. The two baths are paid separately, Winter said. Of course, the receptionist said, her professionalism now genuine. After all, these were actual customers, apparently. That is 150 credits for the cleansing bath, she said. The next moment, Winter took out a couple of notes and put them on the table. The receptionist collected them with a polite smile and gave Winter a small orange token. And that will be 4,800 credits for the full-body recovery bath, she said. Winter gestured to the guards. One of the guards walked over and handed the receptionist a card. The receptionist thanked him and put the card onto a plate of steel. Then she grabbed a small piece of something that looked like clay and wrote the number 4,800 on it. The next moment, she put a small signature below the number, and she handed the piece of clay to the guard. The guard released a shaky breath and signed it. Thank you, the receptionist said as she put the card on top of the piece of clay and put everything into a metal box. A green light came out of the box. A moment later, the receptionist took the card out and handed it to the guard. At the same time, she took out the piece of clay, which had now been hardened, and put it under her table. Sadly, there was no easy way to communicate with the bank directly. Every week, the business would deliver the small pieces of clay to the banks and get the money. The receptionist handed Winter a green ticket with several complicated black lines. Winter looked at the two guards. We're done. You can leave. Thank you, sir, one of the guards said. Then the two guards left the hospital. The next moment, Winter held out his ticket for the full-body recovery path to Nick. Have fun. Chapter 27, A Bath. Nick looked with surprise at Winter. He had thought that Winter would maybe give his ticket to him, but when it actually happened, Nick was still surprised. Nick felt bad accepting something so expensive. You just earned us a ton of money, Winter said, not looking at Nick. Just take it. Nick hesitated, but in the end, he just accepted it. After all, he also didn't really want to die from his injuries, and despite his current demeanor, he was in quite a lot of pain. When Nick took the ticket, Winter nodded. Just follow the signs. I'll wait for you in 3 hours. That's usually how long these baths take. I've had my fair share of them in the past. He had his fair share of them, Nick thought. Nick doubted that Winter had taken a 3-hour bath for every minor injury he had ever received, which meant that Winter had probably been heavily injured multiple times before. Sure, thank you, Winter, Nick said. The next moment, a smile appeared on Winter's face. Have fun, he said again as he walked through one of the doors. Nick looked at the ticket in his hand with anxiety. 4,800 credits. He held 4,800 credits in his hand right now. The most money Nick had ever held in his hands had been 500 after he had finished a quite unsavory job. 4,800 credits was a lot. Eventually, Nick looked around and found some signs hanging from the ceiling. Nick's reading comprehension was still weak, but with enough time, he could understand what he was reading. After wandering around for about 3 minutes, Nick finally found the entrance to the full-body recovery baths. Nick slowly opened the door and looked into the room. It had a couple of lockers and racks for clothing. Come in, a woman shouted with a friendly tone. Nick awkwardly walked into the room. He had never been in such a place before. When the woman in the room noticed Nick's appearance, a pained and apprehensive smile appeared on her face. Nick just showed her his ticket. Right this way, sir, she said with a forced smile as she gestured to one of the doors. Do you prefer to undertake the cleansing bath with or without clothing? Cleansing bath? Nick asked. I thought this is a full-body recovery bath. The woman just smiled awkwardly. Sir, it is customary to take a cleansing bath before undertaking a recovery bath. We need you to be clean for the recovery bath to work properly. Oh, Nick said. I'd like to keep my clothing on, then. Of course, sir, the woman said as she opened one of the doors to the side. Please step inside. Nick felt out of place, but he followed the woman's instructions. The room Nick entered was quite small, and he could see 5 light blue baths. Please, the woman said as she gestured towards one of the baths. Nick awkwardly stepped forward and slowly lowered his body into the bath. The blue liquid, which didn't feel like water, got pushed out of the bath but was quickly drained. Gross. The next moment, the water around Nick started to bubble and release sounds akin to boiling water. It was quite loud. At the side, the woman's eyes opened widely in shock. Wow, she involuntarily commented. Oh, Nick uttered. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just surprised, the woman said. I've never heard the cleansing bath become this loud before. This isn't normal, Nick asked. No, it isn't, the woman said. The cleansing bath is filled with a liquid that gets used up when it comes into contact with dangerous impurities. The more impurities it comes into contact with, the more liquid gets used up, and when the liquid gets used up, it makes this hissing noise. But it's never been this loud before. If I may ask, what happened? She asked. I fell into the sewers, Nick said. Fell into, the woman said before she trailed off. She couldn't imagine falling into the sewers. How would that even happen? She had never even seen the sewers in her life. Naturally, since the normal outer city didn't have rusty metal grates as their flooring, the woman had never seen or smelled the sewers. Because of that, she also had no idea just how dirty the sewers were. However, when she saw Nick relaxing, she decided to stop asking questions. Right now, except for his heavy injuries, Nick felt great. Your body has been cleansed, the woman said. Do you prefer a quick cleansing shower for your head, or are you fine with taking a quick dive in the bath? I'll take a quick dive, Nick said. The woman nodded. About a minute in total should be enough. You can take multiple dives, of course. Nick nodded back, took a breath, and went underwater. For the first time, he was actually happy to be submerged in liquid. Nick couldn't describe just how great this felt. After a minute, Nick surfaced again. Please step out, the woman said. Nick did just that, and when he could finally take a good look at his appearance, his eyes widened. He had never been so clean before in his entire life. All the stains in his clothing were gone, and his skin felt so smooth. However, not everything was great. Nick saw that his skin had started to swell in multiple places. Apparently, his wounds were already starting to get infected and swollen. A moment later, Nick heard a shocked gasp, and he turned to the woman. I'm sorry, she said with genuine worry and pity. I'm so sorry. Nick wasn't sure what she meant. Since Nick was now clean, the woman could actually see Nick's injuries properly. Broken bones, destroyed nails, and bleeding cuts all across his body. It was like Nick had fallen down a staircase made of swords. Please follow me, she said with a slightly urgent voice as she opened the next door. Nick did just that. In the next room, he saw 15 green baths, but compared to the previous baths, there were also several pieces of external equipment. For example, there were breathing masks beside a couple of the baths. Nick also saw that people were in 4 of the baths. Please, in here, the woman said as she gestured to one of the baths. Nick walked over and slowly entered the bath. As soon as he was fully submerged, he started to feel warm. The next moment, a breathing mask was put on his face, and a hand gently pushed him into the bath. It took some getting used to, but eventually, Nick managed to acclimate to staying below the surface. The feeling the bath gave him was so great and warm that Nick felt himself drift away. And just a couple of minutes later, Nick fell asleep. Chapter 28, Uniform. Eventually, Nick woke up. While everything had felt great, it was not so great that he would finish a whole night's sleep in the bath. Nick wanted to scratch his nose but accidentally hit the breathing mask. After that, he remembered where he was, and he quickly sat up in the bath. The bath was filled with a liquid denser than water, which was why Nick didn't swim in it. When Nick poked his head out, he saw one other person in the baths, but he didn't remember that one. The others probably already left. The next moment, Nick's eyes met with one of the employees, and the employee walked over. It was a woman in a green uniform, but a different one from before. After a bit, the employee reached Nick's bath. Please take off the mask. Nick did just that, and the woman looked at Nick's face. A moment later, she wrote something down on a clipboard. Do you feel pain anywhere? She asked neutrally. Nick moved his shoulders and legs around a bit. No, everything feels great, Nick said with surprise. And your nose? The woman asked. Nick's eyes widened, and he quickly touched his nose. When he noticed that his nose was also fully healed, he was quite surprised. It's healed? He asked in confusion. The employee nodded. The healing liquid doesn't need to be in direct contact with the injured area. It also seeps through your skin and travels across your body. She wrote a bit more on the clipboard before turning the clipboard around and holding it to Nick. Sign here, and you can go. Nick slowly and carefully stood up. Surprisingly, the liquid was falling off him without leaving any stains or making him wet. The next moment, Nick took the clipboard into his hand and started to read. Are there any problems? The employee asked with a slightly impatient tone after over 2 minutes. Oh no, Nick answered quickly. I'm just not very good at reading. The employee just rolled her eyes. It basically just says that you feel healthy and that you want to leave. Nick nodded. Okay, but I still want to read it. The employee got even more annoyed, but she didn't say anything. After around 3 more minutes, Nick was finally done. Luckily, there wasn't a lot written on the clipboard, and it wasn't nearly as hard to understand as the NDA Nick signed. Eventually, Nick grabbed the pen on the clipboard and awkwardly signed. He still wasn't used to writing. Nick handed the clipboard back, and the employee quickly grabbed it. Have a nice day. You can go, she said curtly before walking away. Nick just nodded and walked to the exit. Luckily, there was a second door, which meant that he didn't need to pass through the room with the cleansing baths again. Since Nick hadn't put any of his belongings away, he could directly leave. While Nick was walking through the hospital, he looked around with interest. His life was no longer in danger, which allowed him to appreciate the look of the hospital. Everything seemed so clean. Nick had never seen anything this clean before. It felt so alien to him. Nick had lived in the Dregs for his entire life, and the Dregs were not the cleanest place. When Nick reached the lobby, he only saw 2 people, the receptionist and a boy. The boy was standing at the side of the lobby with a stack of clothes in his hands, and he awkwardly looked around. The boy was maybe 14 years old or something like that. For a second, the eyes of Nick and the boy met. The boy looked at Nick with anxiety and looked at his clothing. Then he looked towards the direction of the baths again. You searching for someone? Nick asked. The boy was surprised when Nick started a conversation. Yes, the boy answered nervously. I'm supposed to deliver these clothes to someone called Nick. Nick blinked twice. That's me. Oh, the boy uttered as he looked at Nick with surprise. But then his brows furrowed as he looked at Nick's clothing again. But your clothing isn't dirty, he said. I bathe in my clothing, Nick said. I presume these clothes are from Winter? When the boy heard Nick say Winter's name, he sighed in relief. Yes, he said. The next moment, he held the clothes forward, and Nick took them. Nick couldn't see all the clothes since they were folded, but he could see quite a bit of red and black. That was when Nick's eyes widened, and he subconsciously gripped the clothes tighter. Is that Crimson Fungus City's official Zephyx Extractor uniform? Nick asked in surprise. The boy nodded with a smile. Yes, sir. At this moment, it really hit Nick. He was a Zephyx Extractor. Nick had seen a couple of extractors walking around, and they had worn a uniform just like this one. Crimson Fungus City required all Zephyx Extractors to wear this uniform, no matter to which company they belonged. Extractors had to wear the uniform when they were on duty, but they were also encouraged to wear it in their spare time. While it wasn't mandatory for extractors to wear their uniforms in their free time, it had become the norm after many lawsuits. What if an extractor uses their ability? Would they be on duty or not? What if someone tried to steal from them and got incinerated by the extractor's ability? Of course, the city didn't care about the fate of criminals, but they very much cared about the criminals' bodies and blood. Even criminals brought in blood and money. Zephyx Extractors are allowed to kill people from the Dregs with a good reason. Otherwise, they would need to pay a fine of about 5,000 credits. Extractors are also allowed to kill people of the outer city, but only when the person tried to physically assault them first. Because of the many unnecessary deaths, the city encouraged the extractors to wear their uniform when going out, even in their spare time. And now I finally have my very own uniform, Nick thought as he looked at the uniform in his hand. I'm now officially a Zephyx Extractor. Chapter 29, Acquaintance. Thanks, Nick said as he looked at the boy again. No problem, the boy said with a polite smile. I will be working under you for the foreseeable future, sir. Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise. You're working for me? The boy nodded. Yes, I'm a steward apprentice in Sir Winter's family, sir. I'm going to be working for the 2 of you for the next couple of months to gain experience. If there is anything you need, just tell me. Please also tell me if there is anything I can improve. Nick felt a bit strange being superior to someone else. He hadn't led anyone before. Sure, what's your name? Nick asked. "Oh, excuse me," the boy shouted nervously. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Pater Taylor, sir. Please refer to me as Pater." Nick nodded. "All right, Pater. You can call me Nick." Pater looked quite surprised. Calling the chief Zephyx Extractor of a Zephyx manufacturer by their first name? "Okay, sure. Thank you," Pater said, not daring to call Nick by his name. Nick nodded with a smile and walked out of the hospital, Pater following him. "Where's Winter?" Nick asked as they walked towards the warehouse. "Sir is currently in the family's estate. He told me that you do not need to work for a couple of days," Pater explained. Nick furrowed his brows. "Why?" he asked. "I don't know, sir," Pater said. "If I am not told the reason, it means it is not of my concern. However, sir has also said that someone will be telling you all the necessary things in the headquarters. Someone's going to tell me these things," Nick thought with a raised eyebrow. After walking for a bit, Nick arrived in front of the warehouse. Whenever Nick saw the warehouse, he had to take a short moment to look at it. It wasn't anything big or majestic, but it represented his future. Nick just loved looking at it. Eventually, Nick walked into the warehouse with Pater in tow. As soon as Nick entered the warehouse, he immediately became wary. At this moment, a cloaked figure was closely inspecting the console beside the containment unit of the Dreamer. However, since Winter said that someone was waiting for Nick, he didn't immediately attack. "Please wait outside, Pater," the cloaked person said without turning around. When he heard the voice, Pater realized who it was, and he quickly nodded. "Of course, sir." The next moment, Pater walked out of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Nick looked at the cloaked person with furrowed brows. The voice was familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. The cloaked person turned to Nick. "How's reading practice going?" the person asked. And then Nick suddenly remembered where he had heard that voice from. "Albert?" Nick asked in surprise. The cloaked person, Albert, chuckled and removed the cloak, revealing his gray and black hair. When Nick saw Albert's face, he smiled brightly. "What are you doing here?" Nick asked as he walked closer. "Winter told me what happened," Albert said. "He thought you might need a bit of guidance since this is your first Spectre." When Nick heard that, he released a sigh of relief. Naturally, Nick had been quite nervous about the Dreamer. How was he supposed to get Zephyx out of the Dreamer? Nick had no idea. Luckily, Albert was now here, making things much easier. "Yes, I think I could use some help," Nick said. Albert chuckled a bit and turned to the console. "Everything looks fine," he said. "Prefix levels are elevated, but that's to be expected since it is currently recovering. Zephyx levels are at 0, but that's also expected. The Dreamer is not a Spectre that passively gives off Zephyx. I already took a look at it earlier, and I have to say you really went to town on this one," Albert said with a chuckle. "The poor thing is so beat up that it doesn't even want to move right now. It didn't even move when I poked it." Nick looked with a worried look at Albert. "It's not dying, right?" "Oh, nah, you don't need to worry about that. It's quite hard to kill a Spectre. To kill it, you would need to destroy the core in its head or shred its torso to pieces. Injuries that would kill humans just put Specters in a sort of stasis or hibernation, and as long as they are not isolated from prefix, they will recover quite rapidly," Albert explained. Nick nodded in relief. He didn't know what he would have done if the Dreamer died after all that had happened. "Everything looks good," Albert said once more as he lightly slapped the console. Then he turned to Nick. "Want to go get Zephyx out of it right now?" Nick raised an eyebrow. Winter said that the Dreamer is too injured to be worked with, and that it will take a couple of days. Albert's smile widened. "He's right." Then Albert took a small bottle out of one of his pockets and waved it around a bit. "But he doesn't know I have this." "What's that?" Nick asked as he looked at the bottle with interest. "The stuff you've been bathing in," Albert said, "just a lot stronger." Nick remembered the green bath as he looked at the green liquid. "Wait, you're using that on the Dreamer?" Nick asked. "Why not?" Albert asked with a grin. "Well, what if something happens?" Nick asked. Albert just snorted. "What's supposed to happen?" "Nick, I'm a level 4 extractor. I can kill the Dreamer with a casual kick." Nick scratched the back of his head. Sure, Albert was powerful, but Nick still felt that it was a bit weird to heal a Spectre with expensive medicine. "I mean, sure, if you want to," Nick said with a shrug. Albert's smile widened, and he mischievously moved his eyebrows up and down. Then Albert pressed a button on the console, and a moment later, the personnel door to the containment unit opened. Albert walked in without hesitation, and Nick followed him nervously. Chapter 30, Negotiation. The lights in the containment unit had already been turned on. Every second the lights were on was expensive, but it was a necessary expenditure. After all, they couldn't work with the Spectre in the dark. When Nick entered the containment unit, he saw a black shadow in the corner of the room. The dreamer was lying in the most distant corner, unmoving. "All right, princess," Albert said loudly as he walked towards the dreamer. "Enough moping around." The dreamer didn't move. Albert opened the small bottle and very carefully removed one drop of liquid with his finger. Then he just wiped his finger on the dreamer's head and moved back a bit. A moment later, the dreamer's body twitched, and then its body began to smoke. Nick saw how the dreamer's eyes were regrowing at a visible speed. On top of that, its broken wings and ribs were moving back into place with cracking sounds. Around a minute later, the dreamer had fully recovered. Even though Nick knew that he was safe behind Albert, he still felt a bit nervous. After all, this was a Spectre. The dreamer slowly opened its eyes and looked around the containment unit. Then its eyes fell on Nick. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded in the room. Nick knew what this alarm meant. The alarm sounded when a sharp spike in prefix levels inside the containment unit was measured. A sudden spike in prefix levels meant that the Spectre was preparing an attack. Apparently, the dreamer wasn't the biggest fan of Nick. An instant later, the dreamer shot to its feet and charged at Nick. "Hold up, Missy." Bang. Albert's left hand opened and grabbed the dreamer's head in a fluid motion. The dreamer flapped around and used its talons to stab Albert's torso. Ding. Yet, when the dreamer's talons hit Albert's torso, a metallic sound reverberated throughout the room, and Albert wasn't injured in the slightest. Ding, ding, ding. The dreamer used several more attacks, but no matter what it did, Albert wasn't injured in the slightest. Albert didn't even move. After about 30 seconds, the dreamer gave up. Obviously, this man right in front of it was far more powerful than it was. "There we go," Albert said as he put the dreamer down again. "Now, can we have a normal conversation?" The dreamer just glared at the distant Nick. It really didn't like Nick. "Just ignore him for now," Albert said, moving to stand between the dreamer and Nick. The next moment, Albert squatted to be at eye level with the dreamer. Surprisingly, the dreamer also looked into Albert's eyes. There was no fear in its eyes. "You're a Spectre that feeds on mentality," Albert said. "You're not a Spectre that feeds off blood, organs, bodies, death, or unfortunate circumstances. You feed on mentality, which means that you have gone through enough memories to understand what I am saying." "I'm quite sure of it." The dreamer didn't show any reaction. "I'm not sure if you realize your current circumstances. So let me enlighten you. You have been captured, and you are inside a containment unit from a Zephyx manufacturer." The dreamer showed no reaction. "You are not going to break out. That's not going to happen. This is your new home indefinitely. However, if you manage to gain the trust of the company, we might be able to enter a cooperation in the future. At that point, you can leave the containment unit. But until then, you are stuck here, and I'm also quite sure that you know why we humans catch Specters, right?" The dreamer showed no reaction. "We want Zephyx, the stuff you produce when you absorb all that energy from the atmosphere," Albert explained. "As long as you give us Zephyx, your life won't be bad. We will even help you in becoming stronger. The stronger you become, the more prefix and Zephyx you contain, which leaves less prefix and Zephyx for all the Specters that are still roaming free. Increasing your power is also in our interest. Because of that, we will not be stealing all of your Zephyx. Only the majority. The precise amount is not up to me, but that's how it usually works. We give you food. You give us Zephyx. You become stronger. We get money. Understand?" The dreamer showed no reaction. It just kept on looking forward. "All right," Albert said as he stood up again. "Let me give you a couple of hours to think. Now, my little friend over here will be doing most of the work. So I don't want you to attack him." The dreamer moved slightly to the side so that it could look at Nick again. Nick just looked back emotionlessly. The next moment, Albert took out a little gadget from one of his pockets and looked at it. "Man, it really doesn't like you," Albert said to Nick with a chuckle. "Specters aren't usually that angry when they get captured, you know?" The gadget Albert had in his hand was a mobile prefix scanner. It had the same function as the alarm from earlier, but it was portable and had a higher sensitivity. Just now, the prefix levels had been going up and down, almost like the dreamer debated attacking Nick again. "Now listen here. One more thing," Albert said, pushing the dreamer's head to look at him again. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to do the bargain bin method, and you don't want that. Nick raised an eyebrow. Bargain bin method? The dreamer looked at Albert again. Most specters cooperate to some degree. Not all of them cooperate fully, but they at least consume stuff to continue growing, which produces Zephyx. But there are also the specters that completely refuse to do anything. They believe that they can simply use up our money by forcing us to spend resources on keeping them contained without gaining anything from them. These specters are not very popular with manufacturers, but there is still a way to get money out of them. The next moment, Albert grabbed the tip of the dreamer's right wing, and tore it off. The dreamer pulled its wing back, but it didn't seem like it was in pain. Albert showed the dreamer the part of the wing he had torn off. Then, Albert took out a small box with a shredder on top. Albert put the part of the dreamer he had torn off onto the shredder, and the shredder immediately turned the part into tiny particles. After that, the wires all over the box started to electrify, and a minute later, the particles in the box vanished. Albert opened the box and showed it to the dreamer. "You get it?" Albert asked. The dreamer looked into the box. Just now, it had felt a bit of Zephyx coming out of the box. "That's the bargain bin method," Albert said. "We can tear about 70% of your body off without killing you. We shove that body into the mixer, get our Zephyx, and give you a week to recover." Albert slowly stood up. "Either you cooperate, or that's your future. It's your decision. We'll be back in about 3 hours." After that, Albert walked out of the containment unit. The dreamer just looked at Nick. Nick looked back, but he also left a couple of seconds later. The dreamer just kept looking at the door. Chapter 31. Old Lady. After Albert and Nick left the containment unit, Nick just looked at Albert with a raised eyebrow. "So, you just talked to them?" Albert just laughed. "At least that's the first thing we try, generally. It doesn't take a lot of resources, and it's rather quick. Might as well try this before we invest lives and energy." "Does it actually work?" Nick asked. "Sometimes. Not always, though," Albert said. "The thing is, the dreamer is a specter that feeds on mentality, which means it actually understands humans to a certain degree. It might not be able to articulate itself or learn how to speak, but it should be able to understand most of what we say. Working with a specter that feeds on mentality can be a blessing and a curse at the same time. It's a blessing since you can almost always communicate directly with them, making most things very smooth. But it can also be a curse since specters that feed on mentality are generally much more intelligent than other kind of specters. Specters like these breach almost as much as force specters. Like, there is this one specter called the Old Lady. She is constantly in agony and pain, but she is still extremely friendly. Extractors can extract Zephyx simply by talking with her. I worked with her a couple of times. She's actually very easy to work with, and it is even fun at times. She is a great conversationalist, and she always shows real care towards my problems. At least when she's not wincing in pain or complaining about the darkness or her loneliness. Nick looked sympathetic when he heard Albert's description. But the next moment, Albert suddenly pointed at Nick's face. That's what she's after. Pity. The old lady feeds on pity. On pity? Nick asked. Albert nodded. Yep. She grows more powerful by eliciting pity from people. By being nice to them and making them like you, they are far more likely to feel bad for your circumstances. That's why it's such a great time to talk to her. In like the first year of her being in the containment unit, she breached 3 times. Just for your info, that's a lot. Albert said. The first one was when one of the clerks got to know her and decided to free her. Of course, a rational human being wouldn't do something like that since they would essentially forfeit their life, but specters that feed on mentality have many subtle mental influences that can cloud your judgment. Naturally, when the old lady came out, she immediately killed the clerk to make sure that she didn't call anyone. After that, she tried to get out of the building, but she ran across an off-duty extractor who rapidly suppressed her and put her back in the containment unit. The second time was after she had worked and talked with the same extractor for around a month. Back then, we saw no issues, but it turned out that the more you talk to her, the closer your attachment to her. So after working with her for over a month, the extractor essentially became her eternal servant but never showed any signs on the outside. Naturally, the extractor busted her out, and the 2 of them ran away. 5 people died on their escape. It took several days to catch them, and funnily enough, a different manufacturer captured them, which meant that the old lady now belonged to a completely different company. The next moment, Albert laughed loudly. And then she broke out again within a week by getting a clerk to free her again, and the first manufacturer recaptured her. She hasn't broken out since then. They constantly rotate clerks and extractors, making sure that everyone only gets to talk to her once a week. Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise. He had expected that as soon as the Specters were in the containment units, they would remain there. But now he had heard of a Specter that had breached 3 times in a year via multiple ways. So, yeah, Albert said, looking at Nick. They are easy to work with, but if you are careless even once, they will breach and cause you massive trouble. Nick could only nod. And the Dreamer is one of those, Nick commented. Yep, Albert said. I'm pretty certain that the Dreamer will agree to work with us, but if you are careless in any way, it will not hesitate to kill anyone to get out. Nick, I'm going to tell you something that my old mentor has told me. Back then, I didn't believe him, but after decades of working with Specters, I can tell you that he spoke the truth. Albert put his hands on Nick's shoulders and looked him deep in the eyes. Specters cannot feel happiness, companionship, or pity, Albert said solemnly. After decades of research performed by thousands of extractors, we have found not even a single Specter that can feel any of these things. Whenever you see them being in pain or being supportive, it is only an act. They want to get closer to you in some way for some sort of gain. Never believe them. Never become their friend. Never try to ally with them unless you know that working for you is more beneficial for the Specter than being free. Specters will always do what is most beneficial to them. And even then, there are Specters that act chaotically against their own interests. Every Specter is unique, and every Specter needs to be treated differently. Even the blood mosquito is contained inside a special containment unit. It has worked together with Crimson Fungus City for decades, but they still don't dare to let its main body out of their sight. Kugelblitz always has at least 2 level 4 extractors or a level 5 extractor station near the blood mosquito, even though there has been no issue with it for decades. That's how careful you have to be of them. Do you understand? Albert asked with a serious tone. Nick took a deep breath. Then he nodded with conviction. I will never feel empathy for a Specter. Chapter 32, The Stages. Good, Albert said with a sigh. Anyway, how about I tell you about some general things regarding working with other Specters? Sounds good, Nick said. The next moment, Nick and Albert walked over to the side of the warehouse and sat in some chairs. For the next 3 hours, Albert taught Nick about general techniques for working with different Specters. The more Nick heard, the gloomier he felt. Apparently, there were quite a great number of Specters that simply gain power by killing people, and they only produce Zephyx that way. These kinds of Specters were either amazing or almost worthless. It all depended on the moral flexibility of the manufacturer and their standing in the community. As the de facto owner of the city, Kugelblitz didn't use any unsavory methods like this, but there were a couple of manufacturers that did just that. Naturally, Kugelblitz acted like the righteous authority and tried to uncover the obvious practices of the manufacturers, but behind closed curtains, they were most likely paid off to look the other way. These other manufacturers mostly got their Zephyx from dying people. An old person has a horrible disease that will eventually lead to their death. Hey, want to earn a ton of money for the family you're leaving behind? You just got to die a bit earlier. And apparently, there were always enough sick people, even though Albert said that the hygiene and cleanliness in the inner city was brutally high. Albert even went as far as to say that getting sick in the inner city without outside influence was nearly impossible. Albert didn't directly say it, but he suspected that the manufacturers were using shady methods to spread these diseases, but none of that had been proven yet. Naturally, Nick was not really worried about all of that, but about what he would do if he captured such a Specter. Killing someone just for a bit of money? That felt unacceptable to him. Sadly, the only other option to get Zephyx out of these kinds of Specters was to use the bargain bin method, and when Albert mentioned the bargain bin method again, he actually chuckled in embarrassment. Under Nick's stunned gaze, Albert told him that Winter actually didn't own a shredder like the one Albert had shown him. Apparently, the cheapest method to shred parts of Specters was buying a huge shredder that cost Zephyx to operate. Its price was 2 million credits, over 4 times as much as the containment unit the Dreamer was currently in. Winter didn't have the finances to purchase something like that. When Albert had said that they would just grind the Dreamer down, he had lied. So, if the Dreamer refuses, we are essentially stuck. Nick asked. Well, Albert said as he scratched his chin. Not exactly. If for some reason the Dreamer completely refuses to work with you, you can still sell it. The Dreamer is not a newborn Specter. I think it is in the mid, if not late, hatchling stage. That's worth quite a bit. Hatchling stage? Nick asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh yeah, Albert said. That's what we extractors call the different levels of the Specters. The official designation is simply level-based. level 1, 2, 3, and so on, but we extractors decided to come up with an unofficial one. Hatchlings are level 1 Specters. Adolescents are level 2 Specters. Adults are level 3 Specters. Elders are level 4 Specters. Fanatics are level 5 Specters. Wow, wait, Nick said. Why are they suddenly called fanatics? Everything up to this point seemed to follow an age progression. Albert chuckled a bit. Mainly because level 5 Specters and stronger have this thing where some people start worshipping them due to their power and influence. For example, the parasite has a secret cult, and all the manufacturers are trying their best to get rid of it since the cult kills people and delivers corpses to the parasite. Anyway, level 6 Specters are demons. We call them like this due to their extreme power and danger. Level 7 Specters are fallen. Level 8 Specters are called adversaries, mainly because they pose the biggest problem to humanity as a whole. Really? Nick asked. What about the level 9 Specters? First of all, there are fewer level 9 Specters than level 8 Specters. Second, the 5 level 9 Specters are already an integral part of our lives, which we can't escape from. Their existence determines the baseline of humanity as a whole. So, in a bizarre way, the level 9 Specters are not humanity's enemies, but the judges of humanity's prosperity. In contrast, we can still somewhat resist the level 8 Specters, and the level 8 Specters are doing their very best to suppress humanity. If you view humanity as a big company, you could view the level 8 Specters as the chief executives and the level 9 Specters as the owners. The owners very rarely come into contact with employees, and they are rarely noticed by the employees. But when they arrive, even the chief executives have to be beyond respectful. In comparison, the chief executives are the ones making all the decisions and dictating how everyone feels. So while the level 9 Specters are more powerful, they do whatever they want, which means, in a way, they are not the collective enemy of humanity. It's a bit weird to explain. It's like one is a huge monster, and the other is a natural catastrophe. You can't really view a natural catastrophe as an enemy or fight it, you know? Nick scratched his chin. Oh, by the way, what are level 9 Specters called? Eternal, Albert answered. They are just called Eternals. Nick nodded. Is there something similar for extractors? Albert nodded. Level 1 extractors are called newbies. Level 2 are called Johns. John? Nick asked with a raised eyebrow. Albert laughed. Yes, John. Level 2 extractors are the most numerous and most average. They used to be called John Doe, but it was shortened to just Johns. The most common and generic extractors get the most common and generic name. Johns, Nick repeated. You're serious? I'm absolutely serious, Albert said with a suppressed chuckle. If everything works out, you will also become a John one day. Nick just blinked once. Chapter 33, Charge. After a while, Nick just sighed. It seemed like extractors were quite casual. What about level 3 extractors? Nick asked. Veterans, Albert answered. They already worked a lot with Specters, which is why they are called veterans. Level 4 extractors are called experts. I'm an expert, Albert said with a smile. Level 5 extractors are called specialists. Crimson Fungus City has fewer than 30 of those. Level 6 extractors are called heroes. Heroes? Nick asked. Yeah, because if there is something threatening the city, they are the ones saving us. And without them, this city wouldn't even exist, Albert explained. Without the heroes, all of us wouldn't be alive right now. Heroes represent the strongest existences we can get into contact with. Nick raised an eyebrow. But what about the level 7 and level 8 extractors? They're special, Albert said. Normal cities only have extractors up to level 6. Level 7 extractors count as legends, and they have dedicated their lives to helping humanity against the Specters. Level 7 extractors are the ones keeping humanity safe from the fallen, the level 7 Specters. There are less than 100 level 7 extractors. They are called the Protectors. And as for level 8 extractors, Albert said before trailing off. Then he released a deep sigh. We are forever stuck with only having 7 of them. We will never be able to have more than 7. Why? Nick asked with furrowed brows. The Maw, Albert answered. The Maw just loves pitting similarly powerful extractors against each other. It always takes 8. So, if we ever get an 8th level 8 extractor, the Maw will take all of them. In the end, only one will come out. Meanwhile, there are over 40 level 8 Specters. Nick became silent when he heard that. 7 versus over 40. The level 8 extractors were fighting a hopeless battle. And what are they called? Nick asked. Well, for all intents and purposes, they should be called heroes, But since normal people keep referring to level 6 extractors as heroes, we had to choose a different name. So we decided to name them after what they are doing. They are unable to injure our enemy, but at least they are able to shield us from the worst our enemy can throw at us. That's why we call them shields. Nick remained silent for a while. He could feel how noble and selfless the 7 shields were. Without them, the adversaries, the level 8 Specters, would have already run rampant. Is there a name for a potential level 9 extractor? Nick asked. Albert remained silent for a while. Well, a level 9 extractor would be able to resist the Eternals, and they would have the power to actually win against the Specters as a whole. Someone like that could only be called our savior. Nick just nodded without saying anything. Level 7 and level 8 extractors seemed to be very different from all the other extractors, according to what Albert had said. The weaker extractors were still working for the different cities and effectively running them, but level 7 and level 8 extractors were focusing on protecting humanity from the Specters. However, Nick wasn't naive. He knew exactly that it wasn't possible that every single level 7 extractor was some kind of selfless saint who dedicated their life to fighting for humanity. This meant that there were either more level 7 extractors or every level 7 extractor was forced to fight for humanity. Nick wished that the second option was true, but he guessed that the first one was more likely to be true. The truly powerful people have a chance at actually changing the world for the better. Someone that has the power to change something should have a duty to change things. So many people want to change the world for the better, but lack the power. Because of that, I believe that when you have the power, you have a duty to make the world a better place. I wouldn't be opposed to forcing the strong humans to fight for humanity. They don't need to sacrifice their lives, but they need to put in a real effort. Nick sighed. However, all of that doesn't matter. I am weak, and my opinion and actions have nearly no effect on the world as a whole. For now, I should focus on what's in front of me. Should we go back to the Dreamer? Nick asked. Oh, has it been 3 hours already? Albert asked. Nick nodded. All right, then go in. Nick blinked a couple of times in surprise. You're not coming with me? Nope, Albert said. This is your Spectre. I showed you how to work with it and helped you a bit, but that was it. You're the Chief Zephyx Extractor. You're the one in charge of all Specters and Extractors. It is your duty to manage the facility. If you can't keep the Specters in check, you won't be able to get any Zephyx from them, at which point you have to sell them, Albert explained. Nick took a deep breath. I understand. Naturally, Nick knew that he was the one in charge, but it was still difficult to come to terms with it. Nick had never led anyone, and he was still only 16 years old. Having the fate of an entire corporation hanging on his actions alone made his chest feel tight and his shoulders heavy. Usually, one could almost always ask someone more powerful or more experienced. A child could ask an adult about what to do. An employee could ask their supervisor. A supervisor could ask a manager. A soldier could ask an officer. And Nick? He was the one in charge. Well, technically, Winter was in charge, but Winter didn't have much to do with the Specters themselves. I guess I have to learn to take control and to lead people, Nick thought with a sigh. It just feels so weird. I'm not entirely sure what I should do. Nick took a deep breath and stood up. Well, I won't get an answer by just thinking about it. Then he walked towards the containment unit of the Dreamer. Chapter 34, A Work. Nick operated the console and opened the entrance for the employees. The light in the containment unit sprang on, and Nick immediately saw the Dreamer after opening the door. The Dreamer was standing near one of the walls. Nick wasn't sure if he preferred this position over the one where the Dreamer just lay in the corner. Nick stepped into the containment unit with confidence, and the door closed behind him. Nick looked at the Dreamer. The Dreamer looked at Nick. Silence. Nick's heart began to race. At this moment, Nick's ability obviously didn't work, and the employee door took a couple of seconds to open. This meant that if the Dreamer decided to attack, Nick would have to fight it for a couple of seconds before Albert could get in or Nick out. I can't rely on Albert, Nick thought as he looked at the Dreamer with narrowed eyes. Albert is only here for today. Even if he saves me now, he won't be able to save me tomorrow. Remember, Albert said that Specters always do what's most beneficial to them. The Dreamer is not powerful enough to escape from the containment unit. Even if it kills me, it won't be able to get out, and I'm certain it knows that. Because of that, attacking me would only antagonize the manufacturer it now belongs to, reducing our trust in it and making its life more difficult. If I were in its position, I would want to play the good boy until I get enough Zephyx to become a level 2 Spectre, an adolescent, before breaking out of the containment unit. The Dreamer and Nick were still silently looking at each other. The dreamer had no expression whatsoever, and Nick had no idea what it was thinking or feeling right now. It just kept staring at him like a statue. "I presume you are willing to work with us," Nick said. "I think you would have attacked me if you didn't agree." Smart decision. The dreamer just kept looking at Nick. "We both know my power, and we both know that you are superior to me in every way as long as you can see me. However, we also know that I can still avoid your attacks for a while, and compared to before, we are now on my home turf. I only need to survive until the door is open." The dreamer didn't do anything. Naturally, the dreamer's lack of reaction increased Nick's heart rate. It was just too creepy to look at something that was alive but deliberately acted like it was not. "Of course, you still have a genuine chance to kill me." The dreamer didn't do anything. "But you've also noticed the alarms earlier, and I'm pretty sure you already figured out when the alarm gets triggered. If you decide to attack me, I will know before you actually attack." The dreamer just kept staring emotionlessly and silently. Ding, ding, ding. The next moment, the alarm rang, and Nick immediately put his hand on the console of the door behind him. However, he didn't press it. Instead, he only glared at the dreamer. Surprisingly, the dreamer just kept standing there. It was almost like it hadn't done anything. "You get it now?" Nick asked. Naturally, the dreamer had tested out the alarm. It wanted to know if the past activations had just been coincidences or not, and it didn't like what it saw. Whenever it was thinking about launching an attack, the alarm rang. The alarm activated so fast that the dreamer wasn't even sure whether or not it had actually wanted to attack. It felt very bizarre. It was almost like the alarm could tell the future. "Okay," Nick says. He walked away from the door. Then, he slowly walked towards the dreamer. Since the dreamer currently stood on the ground, it seemed almost harmless. After all, it was just a barely 50-centimeter tall owl. Sure, it was quite a big bird, but that was it. However, Nick knew how powerful the dreamer actually was. Step by step, Nick closed in on the dreamer. Eventually, only a single meter separated them. The entire time, the two of them only looked into each other's eyes. Silence. The dreamer didn't attack. Naturally, Nick's heart rate was quite elevated at this moment, and adrenaline was coursing through his body. However, he also knew that he had to get through this. If he didn't manage to work with the dreamer, he couldn't call himself the chief Zephyx Extractor. He had to be able to work with the most powerful specters of the company. "Good," Nick said. "Then, let's start working." The next moment, Nick turned around and walked to one of the walls. Then he sat down with his back to the wall. "You gain power by giving people nightmares, right?" The dreamer didn't answer. "When you gain power, you give off the stuff we want." "Albert," Nick shouted as he looked towards one of the walls. "Set the conversion rate to 90% for now." Some seconds passed. "Done." Albert's voice came from one of the speakers in the corner. Nick nodded and looked back at the dreamer. "For now, we will take 90%, and you get to keep 10%. Naturally, that is very much in our favor, but for now, that's your only option. If you prove to be trustworthy, we will allow you to retain more Zephyx. After all, if you manage to become an adolescent, we will also get more Zephyx. You growing stronger is also in our interest. But for now, we have to be careful of you." The next moment, Nick took a deep breath. "I will try to fall asleep in here, and you do your thing. However, keep in mind that I am currently the only person willing to work with you using this method. If I accidentally die, we will only have the bargain bin method left, and we might not trust you anymore, which means you stay a hatchling forever. Don't do anything stupid." And then, Nick closed his eyes. Chapter 35, Falling Asleep. Nick's eyes remained closed. On the inside, Nick's heart was still racing, and he felt very nervous, but on the outside, he seemed calm. He wanted to open his eyes several times, but he forced them closed. Time passed. Clink. Nick's eyes slowly opened. Just now, the dreamer took a step forward, its black eyes fully focused on Nick's eyes. It was still as expressionless as earlier. Nick covertly took a very deep breath and closed his eyes. Clink. Nick's eyes remained closed. Clink, 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 clink. The last two steps had come within a short moment from Nick's right side. He knew that the dreamer was currently standing directly beside him. Nick slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to the side. Black eyes. Nick's body shuddered as his vision was almost completely taken up by two black eyes. While sitting, Nick could almost see eye to eye with the dreamer, and right now, the dreamer's eyes were just 20 centimeters away from Nick's eyes. If the dreamer just used its beak to peck him, Nick would probably lose one eye before he could react. The more Nick looked into those eyes, the more he felt like they were empty. Usually, when someone got more familiar with something, they managed to see subtle signs that told them more about the thing they were familiar with. Not here. The more Nick learned about the dreamer, the more he felt like he was just looking into an emotionless ghost or something similar. There was no disregard, hunger, rage, hatred, or whatever in its eyes. It was almost like it wasn't even conscious. It was like it was just a dead statue. But it wasn't. And that was why Nick felt so nervous right now. It felt wrong. Nick felt like the dreamer wasn't supposed to exist. It was not dead, but it didn't act like it was alive. Nevertheless, Nick took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Time passed. Minutes passed. The dreamer had not moved ever since it had stepped beside Nick. After 30 minutes had passed, Nick wasn't even sure whether or not the dreamer was actually beside him. Usually, one could feel when someone was right beside them. Breathing, slight movements, the change in the wind, the smell, some noise. None of that was here. The dreamer didn't breathe, smell, or move, and since there was also no wind in here, it also couldn't block it. It was like Nick was alone. Usually, Nick would prefer this feeling. After all, most people wanted to sleep alone. But the fact that he knew that the dreamer, a specter, was right beside him made it impossible for him to calm down. Nevertheless, Nick did his best to calm down. However, Nick knew that this state of affairs would continue for a long time. How am I supposed to fall asleep with that thing right beside me? It was difficult enough to sleep under normal circumstances, but it was even more difficult when something you didn't trust was looking right at you. But Nick tried. "Nick," came the quiet voice of Albert from one of the speakers. "Yes," Nick asked quietly. "The prefix levels are slowly rising, but my scanner says that they are not in preparation for an attack. You should inform the next person of this occurrence lest they make a missed call and rush in. Tell me if you feel a change." Nick nodded slowly. "I will." Nick hadn't opened his eyes yet. Some moments later, Nick's mind was getting woozy. Images from what happened that day weaved in and out of his consciousness, and Nick felt like he was losing focus. The next moment, Nick yawned deeply. He was about to fall asleep. That was when Nick noticed it. He had just expected that he would be sitting here for hours, but now he felt very tired and was about to fall asleep. "I'm getting very tired, and I think I will fall asleep soon, Albert," Nick said. "I think the dreamer is helping me fall asleep." "Noted," Albert said. "Just fall asleep. I'm here if anything happens. If you're still asleep after 8 hours, I will come in and wake you up." Nick yawned deeply again. "Sounds great." "Good night," Nick said in a sleepy voice. Outside, Albert was looking at the console with a complex expression. "Yes, good night," he answered awkwardly. Albert just threw a glance out of the window as if to confirm whether or not it was night. "Why am I even looking outside? I can only see the sun through the upper windows, and the sun isn't related to the time of day," Albert thought as he shook his head. Inside the containment unit, Nick felt his mind melt into different scenes. Today had been a very busy day. After waking up in the early morning, Nick and Winter had prepared themselves for their excursion. At noon, Nick had jumped into the sewers, and he had continually been swimming in them for over 10 hours. Then, Nick had been tortured by the nightmare, which had significantly drained his mind. After that, Nick had fought the dreamer in a life-and-death battle before finally subduing it. And then they even needed to walk several kilometers into the actual outer city, at which point they had a short scuffle with some guards. At least Nick had been able to take a short nap in a healing bath, but after that, he had spent another 3 hours in the company itself. The fact that he had still been able to pay attention to Albert's teachings after that much had happened was surprising. And now, Nick had been over half an hour in the presence of the dreamer while trying not to open his eyes. It was so much shit had happened today. But now Nick felt calm. He could finally let go and get a good night's sleep. At this moment, for whatever reason, Nick had completely forgotten the presence of the dreamer right beside him. Some seconds later, Nick's back and legs became weak, and his body slumped. The dreamer kept looking at the sleeping Nick. On the outside, Albert looked at the different graphs on the console, and he took a deep breath when one of the graphs showed a curve traveling upward. This was the graph for Zephyx production. At this moment, the dreamer was producing Zephyx. Nick was successfully working with it. Chapter 36, Bad Dream. "I'm sorry. Please. I won't do it again," Nick shouted in absolute terror as he did his best to beg for his life on his broken legs. Bang. The next moment, Nick's face was kicked in by a metallic boot. Bless a chimsuri, Nick cried through his crushed face. You are the reason why young Master Winter is dead. One of the 3 armored people in front of him spoke. Your carelessness is why the Lord is now grieving. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Nick said through his crushed teeth. Bang. The metallic boot crushed Nick's forearm, and Nick began to scream even more. Nick tried to get his crushed forearm out from under the boot, which was grinding Nick's forearm into a crunchy paste of meat and bone. You think saying sorry will help you? The person spoke calmly and coldly through his black gas mask. But don't worry, you won't die today. The black gas mask was coming closer to Nick's face. You will stay alive for as long as the Lord commands it. He has many ways to keep you alive when your body begs to die. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Nick just kept shouting garbled words through the crushed mess that had once been his face. Take him away, the man said as he turned around to walk away. No. No. Nick just kept shouting as the 2 other people grabbed him. The next moment, Nick found himself impaled onto a wooden cross with 3 spikes. 2 were going through Nick's wrists, and 1 was going through both his legs. Interesting, isn't it? The disfigured and small man in front of Nick said with a loud but awkward chuckle. This is the most popular and famous torture method from the old world, the torturer said. We found many depictions of this torture method in the ruins. You should consider yourself lucky. After all, not everyone gets to reenact such a monumental piece of history with their own body. After deciding for a while, the disfigured man took hold of a thin and small knife. Nick didn't show any reactions. All right, you know how this goes. Just don't move too much, okay? The man shouted with an awkward laugh. The next moment, the torturer stepped on a small ladder behind the cross and put the knife on the underside of Nick's right big toe. And then he cut into it. The knife methodically moved towards the center of Nick's foot. While this was happening, Nick's body was shuddering, but he wasn't saying anything. All right, that's the first one. Keep holding still. If you do a good job, you get a couple of days of peace in the drowning cage. Then the torturer slowly cut down from the second toe. Then the third, and so on. Eventually, all the cuts met in the middle of the underside of Nick's feet. Now, let's see. The next moment, the torturer grabbed both sides of one of the cuts and pulled to the side. Right. After ripping them to the side a bit, the torturer took hold of the knife again, while the other hand kept Nick's skin off from his flesh. The next moment, the torturer slowly and carefully cut the connective tissue between Nick's skin and his flesh. Nick gritted his teeth, but they had already been filed into thin needles that weren't aligned with each other, essentially forcing them to dig into the opposite gums when he closed his mouth. Nevertheless, this was all Nick could do. Now look at this beautiful toe, the torturer said as the skin of Nick's big toe lay on top of Nick's toe like wrapping paper for a present. All right, let's do the second one. As Nick felt a sharp and intense pain come from his second toe, he just opened his eyes lifelessly. What greeted Nick was the sight of a human skin hanging from the ceiling a couple of meters in front of him. Besides that piece of skin were several more. There were over 10 sets of skins, all having different levels of quality. They had all belonged to Nick at one point. He had gone through this torture many, many times before. Whenever the torturer wanted another set, he would pull out Nick's skin and then bathe him in healing liquid. After that, Nick would get to relax in a cage that was almost completely underwater. Only by pursing his lips on the top could Nick get a bit of air, and only when the water was calm. And worst of all, they had cut out Nick's tongue and vocal cords to stop him from saying the sentence. This was his life. This was what his life would become. It was hopeless. It was eternal. The torture was never ending. Nick just closed his eyes again. Nick. Nick felt the reality shake. Hey, Nick. The next moment, Nick's mind began to swim, and he felt himself getting transported somewhere else. Nick opened his eyes, and he saw a white light shining onto him. Huh, Nick said in confusion. Nick's left arm moved upward and touched his head as he grimaced a bit. Everything all right? Albert asked. Yeah, I think so, Nick said as he slowly righted himself. I feel a bit confused and groggy. Also, I think I had a really bad dream, but I don't really remember. It's all foggy. Right, Nick said louder as he looked around the white room. He spotted the dreamer standing in one of the corners, looking at him. Then Nick to his left. Albert was standing left of him. Are 8 hours already up? Nick asked in a bit of confusion. Yep, Albert said. You slept very calmly. No one would think that you were going through a nightmare. You did go through one, right? Nick's brows furrowed. I think so. I feel all exhausted, and I feel like I cried and went through hell. But I can't remember. I know that something horrible has happened, but I just don't know what exactly. It's a strange feeling. Albert nodded. Well, whatever you went through worked. You produced a lot of Zephyx. Want to see? Nick slowly stood up and shook his head again. He was still tired. Yeah, sure. Chapter 37 of Finances. Nick threw another glance at the dreamer, which was still looking at him with its emotionless eyes. Nick had no idea what the dreamer was feeling or thinking about. It was like a blank canvas. Then Nick left the containment unit and followed Albert to the console. Albert pointed at a small monitor to the side of the console and slapped Nick's shoulders quite roughly. You seeing this? He shouted with excitement. Nick looked at the small monitor and saw the gauge of a tank. This was the Zephyx tank of the Dreamer's containment unit. The gauge had a maximum volume of 50, and right now it was at a bit over 5. You managed to get 5 grams of Zephyx on your first time. That's amazing, Albert shouted with a laugh. Nick just looked at the gauge with confusion since he didn't know how much 5 grams of Zephyx was, but Albert's enthusiasm also made him a bit excited. How much is 5 grams of Zephyx? Nick asked. About 5,000 credits, Albert said with a smirk. Nick's eyes widened. How much? 5,000 credits. But the full-body healing bath only cost 4,800 credits, Nick said in a dumbfounded manner. Nick hadn't had issues with coming up with the taxes each month, but he had never owned more than 500 credits at a time. 500 credits had essentially counted as his life savings. And now he had made 5,000 just by sleeping a bit. If he just kept sleeping in there every single day, wouldn't he make over 100,000 credits per month? How much of that will I get? Nick asked. Depends on winter, Albert said. You have to remember that these 5,000 credits represent an entire day of operations for your company. 5,000 credits are quite a bit, but it's not that much if you want to run a small company. For example, just keeping the lights on in the containment unit for that long cost you around 650 credits. Nick's eyes widened. 650 credits for the lights? That's over 10%. Albert nodded. That's why this containment unit is so cheap. Almost all other containment units use shafts of mirrors to get natural light in them. Over a long period of time, the more expensive containment units are more cost-effective. Of course, after paying for the lights, you also have to pay the rent of the warehouse. Wait, rent? Nick asked in shock. I thought this warehouse belonged to us. Albert just laughed. Nick, do you have any idea how expensive such a big house is outside the Dregs? If you want to buy the warehouse, you probably need more than 300,000 credits. Nick took a deep breath. Lighten up, Albert said. Compared to the light, the rent shouldn't be that bad. Based on a location and size, I would guess that winter pays somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 credits per month. That's less than 100 credits per day. It really isn't that bad, Nick thought. Then you have to pay Pater. After all, he's an employee. Based on his profile, he probably also earns about 2,000 to 3,000 credits per month. That's also a bit less than 100 credits per day. After that, we need to consider expansion costs, Albert said. When you run a company, you keep the company's assets and finances separate from your personal ones. And since you guys want to expand at some point, you will probably save about 50% of the profit. The remainder will probably be split between the two of you. All in all, I expect that you get around 1,000 credits per day of work for yourself, Albert explained. Nick slowly nodded. 1,000 credits per day wasn't as much as 5,000 credits per day, but it was still an insane amount to Nick. 1,000 credits per day, Nick repeated with a distracted voice. Then Nick remembered something. What about the Dreamer? Can it actually produce Zephyx once a day? Albert snorted. Nick, the Dreamer is a specter that feeds on mentality. Compared to a specter that feeds on something physical, it doesn't need to digest its food. On top of that, specters don't need to sleep, breathe, or eat. The Dreamer can probably go forever. Then Albert pointed at Nick. But you can't. Nick furrowed his brows. Why not? I just slept for 8 hours, but I feel like I can continue sleeping. You shouldn't underestimate my ability to sleep. If I really want to, I can sleep a long time. Albert slowly shook his head. That's the issue. You just slept for 8 hours, but you feel like you can immediately continue sleeping. That doesn't sound very rested to me. Are you tired right now? Do you feel like you've had a good night's sleep? Nick looked at the ground with a thoughtful expression. His mind felt strained. It was almost like he had been awake for over 24 hours. Even more, Nick still felt like it was the same day he had entered the sewers, which felt strange. It's strange, Nick said. I feel like I haven't slept. Albert nodded. That's what I thought. Nick, sleeping is a natural process where the body cleans and organizes the mind while your body enters a resting state. The dreamer is changing that process by giving you nightmares. So instead of your mind reorganizing, it has to experience more things and store more memories. This means that your mind is not essentially sleeping. Nick furrowed his brows with a frown. So I have to sleep again, he asked as he scratched the back of his head. Albert nodded. Yep. You have to actually go to sleep. Working with a dreamer is just that, work. It is not rest nor sleep. Nick could only sigh and nod. He could tell that Albert was right, and he accepted his explanation. At that moment, the door of the warehouse suddenly opened, and Nick looked over. The next moment, he saw Winter standing beside Pater. Oh yeah, Albert said like he just remembered something. I sent Pater to get Winter about an hour ago, or something like that. I thought he would want to know how things went. The distant Winter turned to Pater, nodded, and told him something. Pater performed a short and polite bow and walked away from the warehouse. The next moment, Winter walked into the warehouse, and the door ominously closed behind him. Winter walked over and stopped in front of Albert and Nick. You're not wearing your uniform? Winter asked Nick. Chapter 38, Murder. Nick's eyes widened. Right? I totally forgot. Then Nick went over to the side of the warehouse. He had dumped his uniform in this place earlier. After all, it would be a bit awkward to enter the Dreamer's containment unit with a stack of clothing in his hands. I'll go put it on, Nick shouted as he ran behind the containment unit. Winter just shook his head with a sigh. He's so different, Winter said. To whom? Albert asked. The people in the inner city, Winter answered. Albert chuckled a bit. Yes, but he's not that much different to how people in the Dregs are. Well, he's a bit more altruistic than the average person, but I've seen my fair share of interesting events while teaching him in the Dregs. Winter didn't seem convinced as he continued looking at the containment unit. Are you sure? I thought, since resources are so scarce, the people in the Dregs are even more greedy and possessive than the people in the inner city, Winter said. Albert hummed a bit. I wouldn't say so. Winter raised an eyebrow as he looked at Albert. I think they are more open with their desires than the people of the inner city. It has a much greater impact when a friendly and nice person suddenly turns out to be a greedy asshole than when an asshole suddenly turns into a greedy asshole. Winter blinked a couple of times. Strange metaphor, he stated. I mean, I think about the same number of people are selfish assholes in the inner city than in the Dregs, but the selfish assholes that do exist are much easier to see in the Dregs, making it seem like there are more. Makes sense, Winter answered. However, there are also a lot of people like Nick, Albert added. In what way? People that are unhappy with the world but lack the power to change it, Albert said. Someone that still manages to retain humanity and empathy in a place where having these things is a luxury. There is no lack of bad people in this world, but in severe poverty, even the good people are forced to do bad things. Naturally, people with a lot of empathy can still see when someone doesn't want to hurt someone else but is forced to in order to survive. That's a tragedy in and of itself. If things were different, these people wouldn't be forced into a dark path, and many victims would have never become victims. Nick has such a belief, Albert said. I know for a fact that he has already killed at least one person on purpose, but I also know that it will be very difficult for him to hurt someone who tries to hurt him, but doesn't actually want to hurt him, if you get what I mean. Winter raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nick has killed someone, he asked. Nick seemed like a very nice and idealistic teenager to him. Winter couldn't connect this nice teenager to a murder. Albert nodded. Nick managed to survive on his own in the Dregs for 6 years, and he even managed to build quite an impressive and athletic body. If you want such a body, you can't afford to lose 2 liters of blood per month. 80% of the people in the Dregs can't pay their taxes every month. Even more, Nick managed to make the gangs his enemies, which would make it even more difficult for him to earn money. And yet, he always managed to do it. Even more, you can't overlook his enmity with the gangs. The gangs are organized and powerful. Killing a single man is not difficult at all for them. But for some reason, they are not willing to kill Nick, even though they don't like him. That can only mean that it isn't worth the price in their eyes, which means that they are certain that they will lose people to him, which, in turn, means they are certain that he can and will kill them. If the local rulers of the Dregs are sure that Nick has killed someone, I'm inclined to believe them. Winter just looked at the containment unit with a concerned expression. Silence. Eventually, Winter just sighed. Pater said that you have something important to report, he said, changing the subject. Albert grinned and took out a green flask, which he moved from side to side for a bit. Winter just looked at the flask, not understanding what Albert was trying to convey. You don't get it? Albert asked. Winter looked at the bottle for a couple more seconds. Sorry, no, I don't, Winter said. Albert just chuckled a bit. I used that on the Dreamer about 11 hours ago. At that moment, Winter's eyes shot open in shock. I'm not paying for that, he immediately said. I know, Albert said. Winter still looked warily at Albert. Why would you use a grade 4 healing potion on a level 1 Spectre? Winter asked. I didn't use the entire thing, Albert said as he rubbed the back of his head. I only used a drop. Also, because I got bored, and I wanted to teach Nick by actually showing him what to do instead of just telling him. Winter's eyebrows rose in positive surprise. Oh. So, can we earn money with a Dreamer now? Albert just grinned and pointed at the gauge of the Zephyx tank. Winter looked at the gauge, and when he saw it, his eyes widened. 5 grams, he shouted. Yep, 5 whole grams, Albert said with a laugh. Winter looked at the containment unit with wonder. And I basically had nothing to do with it, Albert said before pointing at the edge of the containment unit. It was all him. Winter followed Albert's finger and looked over, and the next moment, Nick walked around the corner of the containment unit. When Winter saw, he was taken aback by Nick's appearance. Meanwhile, Albert just smiled. Now he looks just like a real extractor. Chapter 39, card. Nick wore a red and black shirt with several pockets, and his pants were form-fitting and black. All in all, Nick looked quite sharp and competent. It was quite difficult to connect the current Nick to a person from the Dregs. He basically looked like all the other Zephyx Extractors, which was a good thing since almost all Zephyx Extractors exhibited this aura of authority, status, and power. The only thing pulling down was his chaotic haircut. You look great, Albert shouted with a thumbs up. Winter also nodded. Please keep the uniform clean and wear it when you have to work. Every Zephyx Extractor only gets 1 set. How am I supposed to keep it clean? Nick asked as he walked closer. You wash it, Albert said. With water? Nick asked. Meanwhile, Winter raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, with water, Albert said. But water is for drinking. Why would I waste a good barrel of water just to keep my clothing clean? Nick asked like he had just heard the dumbest thing. Nick, Albert said with a deadpan voice. You earned something like 1,000 credits just now. A barrel of water doesn't even cost you 5 credits, and you can even wash your clothes several times with one. Albert, Winter said before Nick could answer. Why wash it with water? I thought extractor uniforms are made to be washed with cleanser. The guy doesn't even want to waste water, Albert said, pointing at Nick with his thumb. You want to try to convince him to use something 100 times as expensive as water to wash his clothes. Also, it doesn't really matter. When you get a cleansing shower in here, problem will resolve itself anyway. I guess it makes sense, Winter said. What's a cleanser and a cleansing shower? Nick asked. The blue bath before you take the green bath, Winter answered. That's filled with cleanser. It's the blue liquid. A cleansing shower is a small room that pours cleanser all over you. Every manufacturer has a couple of those since some Specters can become stronger by coming into contact with matter from the outside. Since cleanser isn't very expensive for manufacturers due to their insane profits, they just force everyone that enters or exits a containment unit to take a cleansing shower beforehand as a precaution. We won't be any different since it's a negligible expense for an increase in security. Nick nodded a couple of times. Okay. Sounds fancy. Anyway, Winter said as he walked closer to Nick with a smile. I just saw the 5 grams of Zephyx you produced. That's a lot. Nick smiled brightly when he heard that. Are we able to remain in operation indefinitely now? Winter furrowed his brows as he evaluated some things. Kinda. Nick asked. Well, if we were to remain on this level, we could continue indefinitely. But that's not our goal, is it? Nick raised his eyebrows in unsure concern. I guess not. No, it isn't, Winter said with a firm tone. The bare minimum we want to achieve is to earn 50 to 100 million credits so that I can buy a small part of Blitz. If we were to operate in this manner indefinitely, that would take decades. We need more profit. We need to optimize Zephyx production with the Dreamer and expand our scope of operations. Catching Specters, containing Specters, employing people, paying rent, buying containment units, and so on all costs money, and one Dreamer just isn't enough to pay for all of this. Nick raised an eyebrow in concern. He understood that Winter wanted to become an heir to his family, but he also couldn't understand why someone would need that much money. They were already earning 1,000 credits per day. Nick could literally do everything he wanted with that much money. Okay, we can do that, Nick said after a bit. Good, Winter answered with a smile. Now, you've had a long day behind you, and I think you deserve a break. Naturally, I want to produce more money with a dreamer, but I think it's important that you get a couple of days to yourself. Why don't you take the next 3 days off to recover? Maybe go look around for some houses in the outer city? Maybe meet some friends? Maybe go buy something. In short, relax, Winter said, putting his hand on Nick's shoulder. The next moment, Winter took out a small card and pushed it into Nick's hands. Nick looked at the card and noticed that it looked very similar to the card that the guard had used to pay for Nick's bath. It's yours, Winter said. Nick looked at the card with wonder. If you want to buy something, just hand it to the seller, but be careful which shops you frequent. Some of the sleazier shops might decide to exchange your card for a counterfeit. Nick just continued looking at the card. How much is it worth? 10,000 credits. See it as a hiring bonus, Winter said. Nick's eyes shot open. 10,000 credits. What was he supposed to do with that much money? Nick reflexively tried to hand the card back to Winter, but Winter just shoved it back into Nick's hands. It's yours, Nick, Winter said. You're my chief Zephyx Extractor, and today you made 5,000 credits for the company. Within 2 weeks, my and your personal wealth will increase by another 10,000 credits as long as you keep working diligently. Nick looked with uncertainty at Winter and then looked at his card. Yes, what Winter said made a lot of sense, but Nick still felt strange about just accepting 10,000 credits. Logically, he knew that he would earn the company much more, but emotionally, he felt like he didn't deserve that much money. Well, it seems like everything's going well here, Albert said from behind them. I think it's time for me to leave. Winter turned to Albert and gave him a respectful handshake. Thank you again for your help today. No problem, Albert said. Then Albert turned to Nick. See you at some point, Nick. Nick was taken out of his thoughts and looked at Albert. Oh yeah, thanks again, Albert. Without you, this wouldn't have been as easy. I know, Albert said with a smile. See ya. Then Albert walked out of the warehouse. A couple minutes later, Nick also left the warehouse. Winter had essentially thrown him out of the warehouse, telling him that he should relax for the next 3 days. Nick just absent-mindedly walked away from the warehouse. He just kept looking at his card. Chapter 40. Nick just aimlessly walked back to the Dregs with a disoriented expression. 10,000 credits. 3 days of nothing to do. Nick had achieved his dream. He had become a Zephyx Extractor. He was earning a lot of money. He didn't need to fear for his life anymore. Well, outside of being in the Dreamer's containment unit. And yet, there was a certain emptiness in Nick's chest. It was almost like all of this wasn't real. Literally just 2 days ago, Nick had been poor and had spent all of his life in the Dregs. Now, Nick was wearing nice clothes, and he had even taken a fancy bath. Even more, he was rich. Eventually, Nick just stopped walking. By now, he had already reached the Dregs again, and he had stopped in the middle of a random road. Nick just looked around the area. He saw a couple of people, but they all avoided him. None of them dared to look at him, and the few that had to travel past him either waited for him to leave or passed him with a wide berth. There was fear and nervousness in their faces. Nick felt the distance between him and the people around him widen. In a way, Nick felt like he had been thrown out of his home. Just a couple days ago, no one had batted an eye when he had been walking through the Dregs. But now, everyone was looking at him from a distance with fear. I guess this is what happens, he thought with a sigh. I look like a Zephyx Extractor now, and all Zephyx Extractors get such looks. What am I saying? I don't look like a Zephyx Extractor. I am a Zephyx Extractor. This is what I have always dreamed of. Nick looked around the area with newfound motivation, but the more he looked at the people, the more isolated he felt. Eventually, Nick sighed again before continuing to walk. After a couple of minutes, Nick reached his goal. In front of Nick was a sizable house made of rusty metal, but compared to most houses, this one was quite a lot bigger. It was almost a mansion. It was Nick's current home. Nick opened the door and walked inside. The house smelled just like the Dregs outside, but Nick didn't mind. He was used to the smell of rust, shit, piss, and toxic waste. Nick came the voice of a young boy from upstairs. A boy about 11 years old walked down the steps, but as soon as he saw the person standing at the entrance of the house, the boy stopped in shock. Yes, sir. How can I help you? The boy asked with a fearful voice. It's me, Hoa, Nick said. And Nick? Hurwa the boy asked in shock. Hurwa was the actual owner of the big house. Hurwa was the only child of a quite rich man in the Dregs, which meant that he was earning about as much as the average person in the outer city. He had only needed to save enough money to move out of the Dregs, but before he could do so, he vanished. After some weeks, the gang started to covet the man's old house and closed in on it. Naturally, Hurwa couldn't resist them. But then Nick intervened, and he defended Hurwa. However, while Nick was a nice person, he was also a practical one. To say that Nick only helped the little boy out of the goodness of his heart would be a lie. Nick saw Hurwa's troubles as a good way to earn some money without having to commit horrible acts. In exchange for a place to live and his tax money, Nick made sure that no one dared to take anything from the house or hurt Hurwa. For the past months, Nick had been living here. "Is that really you?" Hurwa asked. Nick nodded. "Yep," he said as a smile appeared on his face. "I'm officially a Zephyx Extractor now." "Cool, huh?" Hurwa looked with shock at Nick as he slowly walked closer. For several seconds, Hurwa just looked at the uniform like it was a valuable gem. Wow, Hurwa eventually let out. "That's amazing." But then the little boy realized something. "Wait, so does that mean that you won't be living here anymore?" Nick furrowed his brows. He didn't answer. Nick had often thought about moving out of the Dregs, but when it finally became a reality, it felt like it had happened way too soon and quickly. "I guess so," Nick said after a while. Hurwa became a bit worried, and he looked at the ground. With Nick gone, the gangs would return, and he would lose his house. Even more, maybe the gangs would even take revenge on Hurwa for all the troubles Nick had caused them due to him. Hurwa was just an 11-year-old boy, and he was very scared of the gangs. Hurwa felt like he would soon die. But he also knew that Nick actually had no obligation to help him. "And will happen to me?" Hurwa asked. "What about Dad's house?" Nick sighed. "I don't know about the house, but I can make sure that the gangs won't hurt you. I can probably also store your credit somewhere." Hurwa's eyes widened in fear. He knew how much everyone coveted his father's money, and after becoming a Zephyx Extractor, Nick was suddenly willing to store Hurwa's money. Hurwa became suspicious, but he still trusted Nick. After all, Nick had been protecting him for months. For the next couple of minutes, Nick and Hurwa talked about what to do. In the end, Hurwa could only sigh and accept that he wasn't strong enough to protect his own money. "If I remain on my own, I will lose my money with certainty. If I trust you, there's still a chance," Hurwa said. Nick wasn't offended that Hurwa didn't fully trust him. After all, they were both living in the Dregs. "If only there were a way for me to also become a Zephyx Extractor and get an ability that makes me powerful." When Nick heard that, he got an idea, and he scratched his chin in thought. Chapter 41, Quest for Food. "I might have a way to help you, but it won't be easy," Nick said with a thoughtful expression. Hurwa opened his eyes widely in surprise. "You do?" he asked. Nick nodded. "I mean, I'm the chief Zephyx Extractor in a company, and we still need to optimize the Zephyx production of one of our Specters. Hurwa, would you be interested in becoming a Zephyx Extractor?" Nick asked. Hurwa's eyes opened even more, but this time with wonder. "Me? A Zephyx Extractor?" Nick nodded with a smile. "Why not?" "But I just turned 11, Hurwa said with a bit of nervousness. Nick just laughed. "So, why not start early? Even more, it's not even difficult to work with that Specter. You basically just have to fall asleep in its presence. Additionally, since your Zephyx Synchronizer hasn't been attuned yet, you should also get a nice ability from it. As long as you don't die, nothing bad can happen." Hurwa looked at Nick like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Are you sure? Can I really become a Zephyx Extractor?" "Of course," Nick said with a chuckle. "You will gain an ability, a stable job, and lots of money. You might not earn as much as me, but you will still earn more than everyone in the Dregs." Hurwa started to jump up and down in excitement. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You're the best, Nick." Nick just laughed some more. He always enjoyed it when Hurwa was excited. Due to Hurwa's bad situation, he was rarely happy. Whenever Nick wasn't present, Hurwa was worried and stressed. He even had trouble sleeping due to all the pressure. "Anyway, I apparently have 3 days of vacation for now, which means I can't take you there right now. But after my vacation is over, I'll take you to your future workplace. You're going to see a real Specter, Hurwa," Nick said with a laugh. "Wow, a real Specter," Hurwa echoed in wonder. The two of them talked some more, but a couple of minutes later, Nick left the house again. Earlier, Nick had felt aimless. He hadn't known what he should do with his newfound freedom. But now that problem had been solved. Nick could use his position to help one of his friends out. It feels good to do good deeds. Now, since the problem with Horwa has been solved, I should take a look at some houses in the outer city, Nick thought with excitement. But before long, Nick stopped. Grumble. I'm actually quite hungry. I think I haven't eaten anything in like a day or so, Nick thought. What do I want to eat today? Rat. Fly. Some veggie cubes from the market? I can now buy a lot of them with my money. I could also go with rust mushroom, but I don't really want to. It tastes a bit too acidic for me. Although the house does have a ripe colony of rust mushrooms, and if I don't eat it soon, it will turn toxic and start releasing toxic spores. Nick scratched the back of his neck. I should just check out the market, he thought with a shrug. Nick changed direction and walked towards the market of the Dregs. As soon as he arrived, most people turned to him. Why was a Zephyx Extractor here? Nick tried his best to ignore the stares, but they still pulled his mood down a bit. In the end, Nick entered one of the shops at the side of the market. He had only gone into some of them due to a job, but he had never bought anything there. The things in these shops were just too expensive. The shop Nick had entered had many different pieces of food lying around. There was rat, cat, dog, fly, and bird, and they even had several different kinds of veggie cubes. The selection was amazing. How can I help you, sir? The owner of the shop asked Nick as soon as he entered. Hey, I'm hungry. Do you have anything good to eat? He asked. The owner of the shop looked with confusion and suspicion at Nick. Yes, but I'm not sure if my wares have the quality your tongue desires, sir, he said with a bitter smile. Nick just waved his hand to signal that it wasn't a big deal. Just tell me what tastes good in here. The owner of the shop became more nervous. Well, I made a new cauldron of veggie cube soup. I'm not sure if sir is interested in veggie cubes, though. Sir is probably more familiar with real vegetables. Real vegetables? Nick repeated with surprise. All right. I totally forgot that there are supposed to be real vegetables somewhere. Do you have any? The shop owner became more nervous. This Zephyx Extractor was acting very strangely. Was this some kind of scheme or technique to get some information out of the shop owner? The extractor's conduct made no sense. Nevertheless, the shop owner had no chance but to go along with it. Sadly, no, sir, the shop owner said. No one in the Dregs would buy them due to the price. Okay, Nick said. Then, give me some of that veggie cube soup. Of course, sir, the shop owner said as he quickly walked over to a cauldron. The owner took the lid off, and Nick could smell the aroma. It smelled absolutely amazing. The next moment, the owner took out a bowl made of rusty metal and scooped some of the soup out of the cauldron. That will be 10 credits, sir, the owner said nervously as he put the bowl down on the counter. 10 credits were 10% of the monthly tax. Only rich people in the Dregs could afford to eat something this luxurious. The majority of the shop's customers probably came from the gangs. Nick took out the card he had received from Winter and placed it on the counter. When the shop owner saw the card, he smiled bitterly. Sir, we can't trade with bank cards in the Dregs. I'm not allowed to collect the outstanding balance from the bank since I'm living in the Dregs. Chapter 42, A Sightseeing. Nick exited the shop with a bowl of veggie cube soup in his hands. When Nick had canceled the order after realizing that he couldn't pay, the owner said that the bowl was on the house. As a practical person, Nick saw no problem with that and simply accepted happily. Nick also told the owner that he could ask Nick for help if there was anything he needed. After leaving the marketplace quite quickly, Nick looked at the bowl of veggie cube soup in his hands with wonder. In the Dregs, the people mostly ate meat. Rat, cat, dog, insects, and so on. However, it was also necessary to eat some veggie cubes every now and then. Veggie cubes were green cubes made of different vegetables, which could no longer be sold in the outer city. When vegetables started to go bad, the shop sold them to one of the gangs, which then collected them all, threw them into some kind of furnace, and cooked them until there was 0 water left in them. One cube weighed about 100 grams and cost a credit. It was expensive. Because of that, the people in the Dregs only ate them once a week or so. If they didn't, they would start to show various signs of malnourishment. The bowl of veggie cube soup was beige in color, and there was some kind of oily layer on top, which seemed to have separated from the soup. The cubes had turned into slimy and mushy bits that swam in the beige broth. Nick could also see a couple of mosquito larvae swimming in the broth. These were not the larvae of normal mosquitoes, but the larvae of the mosquitoes that belonged to the Specter, the mosquito. The mosquitoes of the Specter continually reproduced, and apparently, the the Spectre didn't mind if anyone ate the larvae. In fact, they mostly could be found in the dregs, and they were very healthy. But they were also expensive. The larvae from these mosquitoes were much bigger than the ones from normal mosquitoes. Each one was around 5 centimeters long. When Nick saw the soup, he knew that he was holding something of extremely high class in his hands. No wonder this thing is so expensive, Nick thought with wonder. It has 4 or 5 larvae and probably over 300 grams of veggie cubes. That's enough food for 2 to 3 days. Nick slowly pushed the bowl to his mouth and drank the warm broth. The fat had separated from the water, and the larvae had a bitter and metallic taste to them. The distant taste of vegetables could also be slightly discerned. Nick closed his eyes in bliss. It was amazing. He had never eaten anything this good in his entire life. Also, what is this strong taste? I can't put my finger on it. Wait, is that rust lick? In Nick's mind appeared the image of a big rock standing near the edge of the city. That rock was made from a magical mineral that could treat some special conditions that caused dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. The people just needed to lick the rock for a bit, and they would feel better. Nick had heard some people refer to it as salt, but it was commonly known as rust lick since people licked it off a dirty stone. Putting rust lick into a soup. That's genius, Nick thought. It tastes so amazing. Over the next hour, Nick slowly consumed the broth, and after he was done, he felt so incredibly good. Nick felt like his body was telling him how happy it was. This is the life, Nick thought in satisfaction. If I could eat this soup every day, I could die happy. A moment later, Nick yawned. Man, now I'm getting tired. Guess I should go back home and get some sleep. Nick stretched and turned to walk home. After he arrived, Nick entered his room and fell onto his comfy plate of rust-free metal. His entire body relaxed as he felt the comfortable embrace of sleep take him. Several hours later, Nick woke up again, and this time he felt awake and refreshed. He slept amazingly. After he woke up, he slowly scratched the back of his head in relaxation. Man, I feel great, he thought with a yawn. So, what do I do today? After some time of thinking, Nick decided to look at the outer city. For the entire day, Nick went sightseeing in the outer city, and he learned many things. For example, he had learned how many different kinds of shops there were. There were actually shops that sold expensive stones that had no other purpose but to look nice. It was insanity. Why would anyone pay money to carry a stone with them? Nick had also learned that there were places where he could sleep without making them his home. These places were called hotels. Hotels didn't exist in the Dregs since there were more houses than people, but the same thing wasn't true for the outer city. After finding out about the hotels, Nick decided to rent a room for a couple days and got Hurwa to come with him. Nick didn't want to spend all his time alone, and he also wanted to have someone with him that he was familiar with. Nick even visited several restaurants, but he didn't eat at any of them. The prices were ridiculous for only a little bit of food. 10 credits for 150 grams of meat. He could get that for free by just stomping on a couple of bugs. The soup he had eaten the day before had weighed nearly a kilo, including the broth, and the ingredients had weighed over 400 grams. Eventually, Nick got some physical credits from a bank, and he ate more of the veggie cube soup with Hurwa. The day after that, Nick and Hurwa looked around the outer city some more. And finally, it was time to return to work. It was time for Hurwa to work with the dreamer. Chapter 43, I Want. It's great, isn't it? Nick asked. Hurwa just stood in front of the huge warehouse, his eyes filled with wonder. A Zephyx manufacturer. He was in front of a Zephyx manufacturer, and he was about to become an employee of one. Let's go in, Nick said with an encouraging smile. Right now, it was early in the morning. Nick had decided to come during the afternoon because of Hurwa's sleep schedule. It was better for Hurwa to sleep during the night, which was why they had arrived this early. Working with a dreamer might seem like rest, but it isn't actually rest. Because of that, Nick wanted to get one session of work in before they went home to sleep. The two of them entered the warehouse, and Hurwa looked at the huge wall of metal in front of him. Is that where it is? He asked. Nick nodded. Yep. Sadly, I can't tell you any specifics without Winter. Hurwa just nodded, showing that he understood. A moment later, Hurwa noticed a tall man with light brown hair sitting in front of a desk. Right now, there were many different sheets of paper on the desk, and the man was looking at them with furrowed brows. You're a bit early, Winter said with a smile, not looking up from the sheets of paper. Yep, Nick answered with a chuckle. Also, I brought someone that I want to make into one of my Zephyx Extractors. Oh, Winter said as he looked up from his papers. Yet, when he saw the small boy, he furrowed his brows. Are you talking about him? Yep, Nick said with a nod. Nick pushed Horwa forward a little bit, and Horwa looked at Winter with respect and fear. Hello, sir. I want to become a Zephyx Extractor, Horwa said, managing not to stutter. Winter looked with an unsatisfied gaze at Horwa. How old are you? 11, sir, Horwa said politely. Do you have any family? Horwa was a bit surprised by the question, and even Nick raised an eyebrow in confusion. And no, sir, Horwa answered. I assume you are from the Dregs? Winter asked. Horwa nodded. Yes, sir. Are you a member of any organization or gang? No, sir, Horwa said. What's this all about? Nick asked. Why are you asking all of these questions? These questions have a purpose, Nick, Winter said without looking at him. Would anyone come searching for me if you died in here? Winter asked. This question made Horwa quite nervous, and even Nick furrowed his brows. However, Nick remained quiet. No, sir, Horwa said with a bit of fear and sadness. Winter continued looking at Horwa with an unhappy expression. Nick, I need to speak with you privately, Winter said before standing up and walking behind the containment unit. Nick looked suspicious and unhappy, but he just followed. Horwa was left alone in front of the containment unit. Nick, do you actually know what you're doing? Winter asked with a raised eyebrow. Please elaborate, Nick said. He's a kid, Nick, Winter explained. Just because you managed to withstand the Dreamer doesn't mean that everyone can. There are many cases of extractors dying while working with a Spectre that feeds on mentality when they actually shouldn't have. Too much stress can stop your heart or shut your brain down. I asked all these questions earlier because I wanted to make sure that no one would be searching for us in case the Dreamer killed him. Nick furrowed his brows. So we can employ him, he asked. Technically, that's not my decision, Winter said. Not your decision, Nick asked with a raised brow. I am the president and CEO. I don't deal with personnel issues unless they are directly related to me, Winter said. You are the chief Zephyx Extractor. It is your duty to build a team of capable Zephyx Extractors and assign the Specters to them. If you want to employ this boy, you are free to do so. However, if something happens, that's on you. If the Dreamer accidentally kills him, it is your fault, and you have to take responsibility and deal with the aftermath. When Nick heard that, he felt his chest tighten. Just now, the image of a dead Horwa shot through his mind. I need to talk to him again, Nick said. All right, Winter answered neutrally. If you decide to employ him, tell me, and I will give you our standard contract. Does he know anything about the Dreamer or how he obtained it? Nick shook his head. No. For some reason, Winter's eyes seemed to show some relief. Good. The next moment, the two of them walked to the front of the containment unit again. Winter went back to his desk while Nick went over to Horwa. Horwa looked with anxiety at Nick. Listen, Nick said. I want you to know that becoming a Zephyx Extractor is not without its dangers. If you decide to become a Zephyx Extractor, you might undergo a short period of horrifying pain. The pain might become so bad that you could die. Horwa took a deep breath when he heard that. Your survival is not guaranteed, Horwa, Nick said with a serious expression. But if you manage to survive, you will become a Zephyx Extractor here. But you might also die. Are you sure you want to become a Zephyx Extractor here? It is not too late to turn around, Nick said solemnly. Horwa seemed quite worried as he looked at the ground. Naturally, he was very scared. I will do it, Horwa said as he looked into Nick's eyes with desperation. There's nothing left for me and the Dregs. My parents are dead. I've never had siblings. I don't have a family. I don't have friends except for you. It's now or never. Nick, I want to make something of my life. Nick kept looking at Horwa with a serious expression. Are you sure? He asked again. I am sure, Horwa answered. I am strong, and I have a lot of willpower. I can deal with pain. Some seconds passed, and then Nick nodded. Winter, give me the contract. Chapter 44, Horwa and the Dreamer. Winter looked at Horwa's side and handed Nick 2 sheets of paper. One of them was an NDA which made sure that Horwa wouldn't tell anyone about the company's secrets, and the other one was the employee contract. Nick took the NDA and started to read it to Horwa. Nick, you don't have to read it to me. I can read myself, Horwa said. Nick's eyes widened in surprise. You can read, he asked in shock. Horwa nodded. Father taught me when I was young. Well, okay, Nick said as he handed the NDA over. Hura read through everything in just a couple of minutes and nodded. A moment later, he signed it. You have no questions? Nick asked in surprise. I just can't tell anyone about anything specific, right? Hura asked. Yeah, sure. That's about it, Nick said. Hura nodded and grabbed the actual contract. After reading through it, Hura became shocked. I get to keep 10% of what I produce, he asked. Isn't that a lot of money? Nick also looked at the contract since it was different from his own. Sure enough, Hura got to keep 10% of what he produced. This meant that he would get 500 credits per session with the Dreamer. Nick asked Winter about the specific split of revenue. As the CEO and president, I get 20%, Winter said. 10% go to you. 10% go to the specific extractor that produced everything. 60% go to the company as funds. Initially, Nick was a bit confused. If Hura got 10% and Nick got 10%, then wouldn't Nick earn just as much as Hura? Wasn't he the chief Zephyx Extractor? But then Nick realized that he would get the money without actually doing anything. And if he himself worked with a Dreamer, he would get just as much as Winter. So if I get more extractors, I get even more money. It's like other people are doing my work. However, Nick also wasn't super comfortable with that. I am essentially taking money from someone without doing anything. Isn't that like stealing? I mean, I didn't do anything. Nick looked at the containment unit. Although I came up with a way to work with a Dreamer, and I was also the one that negotiated with it. So, I guess in a way, I actually did do something. Nick thought with uncertainty. I don't know. I mean, okay, but it still feels a bit weird, he thought as he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Eventually, Nick stopped thinking about all of the moral ramifications and just watched Hura sign the employee contract. Good, Nick said with a bright smile as he handed the signed contract to Winter, who wordlessly put it into a briefcase beside his chair. You're now officially one of my employees, Nick said with a bright smile. Happy to meet you, boss, Hura shouted with a bright voice as he performed a cute salute. Nick put his hand on Hura's head and ruffled his hair a bit. All right, then let me tell you about what we do here and what your job will be. Hura nodded and listened with excitement. Over the next minutes, Nick told Hura everything he knew about the Dreamer. So, I just have to sleep beside it? Hura asked in surprise. Hura had thought that his work would be much more difficult than just sleeping. Yep, Nick said with a smirk. The Dreamer will even help you fall asleep, although you still have to be careful. After all, it is a Specter. Hura blinked. Nick, what am I supposed to do if it decides to attack me? Nick didn't answer for a while. Right, what was Hura supposed to do? Even Nick could die if the Dreamer decided to attack. What could the little Hura do? It probably won't happen, Nick said with a nervous chuckle. It knows exactly that it can't just kill you. It wouldn't be in its best interest. Hura looked worried again. Anyway, I think I should introduce you, Nick said as he walked towards the containment unit. To whom? Hura asked. Whom? Nick asked. You mean who, right? No, it's whom, Hura answered. To whom will you introduce me to? What, why? What even is whom? Nick asked. I don't know, but my father always corrected me, Hura said. Anyway, to whom? The Dreamer, Nick said. Wait, what? Now? Hura asked nervously. Nick nodded. Yep. Hura looked around nervously, but he eventually followed Nick. Well, you're the boss. Nick nodded and opened the employee door to the containment unit. A couple seconds later, Nick and Hura entered the containment unit. Hura was standing a bit behind Nick, but as he looked past Nick's torso, he could see the Dreamer. The Black Owl was standing in the corner of the room, looking into Nick's eyes. Nick had narrowed his eyes and was looking back at the Dreamer. A bit later, the Dreamer turned its head and looked at Hura. When Hura saw the Dreamer look at him, a cold shudder of terror shook his body. These eyes. For some reason, Hura felt like he was about to die. This thing was dangerous. He had to leave. He had to run. Nick noticed Hura's reaction and grabbed his arm before he could run away. Hura just kept looking at the Dreamer as his body leaned back, ready to run away as soon as he could. The Dreamer didn't show any reaction. Hura, Nick shouted aggressively. Hura's body shook, and his terrified eyes looked at Nick. You are now a Zephyx Extractor. You have to be brave and meet the danger head-on. Hura took a deep breath and tried to calm down. However, when he looked at the Dreamer again, his fear exploded once more, and he tried to pull himself out of Nick's grip. Hura, what's going on with Art? Nick's question was interrupted by Hura biting Nick's hand. Naturally, Nick let go of Horwa, and Horwa ran out of the containment unit in terror. Nick furrowed his brows and looked at his slightly bleeding hand. What the hell is wrong with him? Nick thought. Nick looked at the dreamer. The dreamer looked back. I'll be back soon. Then Nick walked out of the containment unit. Chapter 45, A Liability. Nick left the containment unit and saw Horwa trying to open the door of the warehouse. Horwa, Nick shouted with anger as he ran over. When Horwa heard Nick's angry voice, his entire body shuddered before freezing. Nick quickly arrived behind Horwa and forcefully turned him around to face him. Horwa looked into Nick's eyes with terror. What's wrong with you? Nick shouted. Horwa stuttered. And no, I can't. Horwa, Nick shouted again. Get a grip. It's just the dreamer. It didn't even do anything. It just looked at you. The dreamer's dead eyes shot through Horwa's mind again, and his body shuddered. Horwa, Nick shouted again. Horwa was forcefully pulled out of his terror by Nick's shout. Nick, I changed my mind. I don't want to be a Zephyx Extractor anymore. I want to go home. Nick looked with shock at Horwa. What? Why? You said you were willing to face the danger head-on. You said you have willpower and want a chance to make something of your life. Horwa just shook his head wildly. No, I can't. I will die. I can feel it. I will die. I don't want to see this monster again. It will kill me, Nick. I can feel it. It will kill me. Horwa, Nick shouted again as he shook Horwa's little body a little. Calm down. You have to calm down. Surprisingly, shouting at Horwa to calm down actually seemed to work, and Horwa took a couple of deep breaths. Nick, I can't go back in there. I will die. I know it. I feel it. Horwa pleaded. Nick looked with furrowed brows at Horwa. Come on, Horwa, Nick said with a calmer voice. It's just a big owl. You will go to sleep, have a little nightmare, and you will wake up rich. Even more, you also get an ability since your Zephyx synchronizer will get attuned to the dreamer, Nick explained. Just one little session with the dreamer would forever change your life for the positive. Don't throw this opportunity away. Horwa didn't immediately answer, and he just looked at the ground in front of him. Silence. As the seconds passed, Horwa's breathing quickened, and his body began to shudder again. No, Horwa said with conviction as he looked into Nick's eyes. I'm not going back in there. Nick looked at Horwa with a concerned expression. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, Horwa shouted. The next moment, Horwa looked back at the ground. Can't we just go back home, Nick? Nick took a deep breath. I have to talk to Winter, Nick said. Thank you, Horwa said quietly as he only looked at the ground in fear and shame. Even though Horwa felt fearful, he also felt like he had disappointed Nick. Horwa wanted to face the dreamer, but whenever he thought of the dreamer's eyes, his body and soul refused to interact with it in any way. Nick walked over to Winter and sighed. Sorry, but Horwa resigns. Winter put the sheets of paper down and looked at Nick with a serious expression. The kid is a liability, Winter said. Nick sighed. I know. Sorry for wasting your time. I've always seen how brave he was, and I thought that he could work with a dreamer. After all, the dreamer is basically just a big owl. Winter wordlessly looked into Nick's eyes with an emotionless expression. I thought he could handle it, Nick added. But in the end, he is just a child. Nick sighed. I should have known. This is my fault. Sorry. Winter kept looking at Nick. A couple of seconds of silence passed, and Nick became a bit uncomfortable under Winter's emotionless gaze. I think you didn't understand what I meant, Nick, Winter said. Nick looked with a bit of confusion and worry at Winter. What do you mean? He asked. Nick, why do you think I asked the boy about his family, friend, and social circle? Winter asked. Nick's heart rate increased, but he didn't say anything. Because of you, Winter explained. If things went sour, I want the consequences to be as little and unimportant as possible. I have no issues with letting an experienced extractor resign. They have experience and are an adult. They know what it means to break an NDA. But he's just a kid. You saw what happened when he saw the dreamer. Kids don't know what they feel or think most of the time. They don't have enough experience to evaluate themselves objectively. You saw how motivated and excited he was when he told you that he would change his life and work with the dreamer. But as soon as he met him, he ran away in fear. The same might happen with the NDA. Of course, the punishment for breaking the NDA is death, but the boy isn't an adult yet. He might believe that he will get away with it as long as he makes the other person promise that they won't tell anyone else. At that point, the damage is already done. Nick's chest tightened in anxiety, but he did his best to seem calm. So, what's your plan? Nick asked. How can we solve this issue? Winter wordlessly looked into Nick's eyes again for a while. Nick's heart rate increased even more. How about making him sign another contract? Nick asked. One that makes it even more difficult to break the NDA. What about sending Pater to keep an eye on Horwa? I will even pay for it with my own money. What if I just continue living with him until he becomes ready to face the dreamer for real? Winter didn't answer. He just kept looking at Nick emotionlessly. Nick, the boy is a liability. His continued existence is a danger to the company. There are only two ways this will go. One, he does not leave this warehouse and becomes an official Zephyx Extractor by working with the dreamer. Two, I will make Pater escort him home, and on the way home, the boy will accidentally fall through the grates in the Dregs. But he will be dead before he hits the water. I will not put my company in the hands of an 11-year-old child's ability to keep a secret. Chapter 46. Responsibility. Nick's mind nearly stopped. Horwa would get killed. What? Tell me you're joking, Nick said evenly. I'm not joking, Winter said. Are you insane? Nick shouted. In the distance, Horwa heard Nick and became anxious again. No, I'm not insane, Winter said calmly but forcefully. I'm doing the best thing for the company. It is my job to make this company flourish and profitable. In fact, dealing with these things isn't even directly my job. It's yours. The fact that I am willing to send Pater to deal with the issue is a favor to you. It's me being lenient because you don't know how Zephyx manufacturers and the world of business work. Nick gritted his teeth. You're willing to just fucking kill a kid? Now he's a kid? Winter asked with annoyance. Earlier, you hired him like he was a proper adult. You treated him like an adult. So he has to take responsibility for his actions like an adult. He fulfills his contract or bears the consequences, Winter said. He's fucking 11, Winter. Nick almost shouted. You are willing to kill an 11-year-old kid for your business. Our business, Nick, Winter said. Also, you are not much better. You are willing to make a kid work with a Specter, the natural enemy of humanity and the most dangerous existence in the world. I warned you. Winter shouted slightly. I told you that this is your responsibility. But as soon as anything goes wrong, you don't have the maturity to deal with it. I'm the one that has to deal with this issue now. Because you were unable to do your job properly, I now have to give the order to kill a kid. Do you think this is easy for me? Do you think I'm some kind of cold machine that can't feel anything? I don't want to fucking kill the kid as well, but I fucking have to. If I don't, everything I have sacrificed for this business will be for nothing. Even more, how do you think Pater will feel? Pater has been trained to deal with these things, but he has never killed a mere kid before. This will also mess him up for a long time. Because you can't deal with your own mistakes, two other people have to suffer. Your stupidity, indecisiveness, and mental weakness are why Pater and I have to go through shit now. Even more, if you had simply decided against hiring him after I warned you, he also wouldn't need to die. Winter shouted. Then why didn't you stop me? Nick shouted back. Because it's your responsibility, Winter said with an aggressive tone. You are my chief Zephyx Extractor. You are a leader. You are a manager. This is the difference between a Zephyx Extractor and a chief Zephyx Extractor. Responsibility. If an extractor dies, it's your fault. Your processes were not good enough, or you chose the wrong person, or you have forced someone to work at the wrong time. If something happens to an extractor or a Specter, you are always, at least, partially responsible. You make the decisions. You have all the freedom. But if something goes wrong, it's on you. Nick gritted his teeth. He acknowledged that what Winter said made sense, and that he was right. But Horwa was just a child. No matter how responsible Nick felt, it simply felt wrong to kill a child. Nick clenched his fists with all of his power, the pain making it a bit easier to think. Deal with the issue, Winter commanded as he sat down again. If you need Pater to take action, tell me. I gave you this position because I felt like I could trust you, and because I felt like you have the talent and mentality for it. Don't betray my trust in you, Winter said. Nick didn't answer and just gnashed his teeth as he gazed fixedly at the desk. At this moment, Nick was overwhelmed by a tsunami of rage, frustration, guilt, fear, uncertainty, and helplessness. I was the one that hired him, Nick thought with pain. I was the one that made the decision. However, Nick thought as he looked at Winter again. Winter, Nick slowly said. Winter didn't answer. Yes, it is my responsibility, Nick said. However, why didn't you tell me what would happen if Horwa decided to resign? I know you didn't need to, but I feel like this could have been avoided if you had just told me. Winter didn't answer for several seconds. I needed you to learn, Winter said. I had to show you what kind of power you have, and I needed to show you what would happen if you used it irresponsibly. Right now, the company is still new, and our survival is not yet intrinsically connected to the success. If anything goes wrong now, I can still rectify it. After that, Winter turned silent. Nick took a deep breath. In the end, it's my fault, Nick thought. I should have known that Horwa wasn't able to make such a big choice. I should have never told him that he would become a Zephyx Extractor. Nick took another deep breath as he turned to look at the distant Horwa. The next moment, Nick gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. And it is my responsibility to deal with the issue. I'm so sorry, Horwa. Nick walked over to Horwa. When Horwa saw Nick's expression, he became terrified and froze. Nick grabbed Horwa's arm and pulled him towards the containment unit. Horwa's face immediately turned white, and his body began to shake. No, Nick. What are you doing? Nick gritted his teeth more. I'm sorry, Horwa, but you have to work with the dreamer, Nick said with a dark tone. No. Nick, I don't want to. Please. Horwa screamed as he tried his best to free himself from Nick's grip. I'm sorry, Nick repeated. I also don't want to do this. But I'm only doing this for your own good. You can hate me if you want. But right now, I need you to work with the dreamer. No. Please. No. Horwa shouted as he started to bite Nick's hand. Nick began to bleed, but he just kept pulling Horwa. Nick opened the door to the dreamer. And when it opened fully, Nick pushed Horwa in before walking in himself. The next second, the door closed behind him. Chapter 47, Bad Guy. No. Nick, I'm sorry. Please, let me go. Horwa shouted in panic as he tried to get past Nick. Nick just shoved Horwa forward, making him fall on his ass. This is for your own good, Horwa, Nick said with a serious tone. You have to work with the dreamer. You have to. Horwa could feel the dead eyes of the dreamer on his back, causing his mind to spiral further into panic. I can't. No. Horwa shouted as he tried to leave again. Nick gritted his teeth and pushed Horwa away again. I don't want to do this either, but you have to, Nick said. Why? Why do I have to? Horwa asked in a mix of betrayal, rage, and terror. What did I ever do to you? I thought we were friends. Nick didn't immediately answer. I can't tell Horwa that Winter would have killed him if he left. If he knows, he will become enraged and do something stupid. He might try to cause Winter as much damage as possible, which would be spreading all secrets that Horwa knows. I can't let him do that. Not because it will hurt Winter, but because it will mean that Horwa will die. Horwa is a kid, and it's my fault that I didn't see that sooner. If he gets too angry, all of this suffering will be for nothing, and he will die anyway. I can't allow Horwa to die. And for that, I have to be the bad guy. It's my responsibility anyway. It's only right that I also pay the price. This is for your future, Horwa, Nick shouted. You do not know how lucky you have been in the Dregs until now. If you don't take the plunge now, you will forever remain in the Dregs. You're lying, Horwa shouted back. You were willing to let me go, but then you talked to that other guy. And now you're suddenly forcing me to do this. It's him, isn't it? He's the one that forces you to force me. Nick grew more anxious and gritted his teeth even more. Bang. Horwa felt like the world was turning. The next moment, he felt himself hitting the ground. Horwa's world spun, and it took a while for him to think clearly again. That's when he saw it. Blood. Teeth. Nick had backhanded Horwa, breaking 3 of his teeth in the process. Luckily, the 3 teeth were still baby teeth, which meant that the real teeth were still there. Yet, Horwa still felt an incredible amount of pain at this moment. But stronger than the pain was the shock. Nick had hit him. Nick had never hit him before. Even more, this wasn't just an innocent slap. No, this was a strong backhand that caused Horwa to bleed. You will thank me later, Nick coldly said. Yet, contrary to how Nick appeared on the outside, he actually felt absolutely disgusted with what he was saying and portraying. Thank me later. As if, Nick thought with gritted teeth. If I were him, I would hate me for the rest of my life. I'm not his family, and I've only been his friend for a couple of months. I have no right to force him to do any of this. Nick took a deep breath, but he made it seem like he was breathing in deeply out of frustration and anger. I'm so sorry, Horwa. Nick slowly walked forward. Bang. And Nick kicked Horwa towards the middle of the containment unit. I'm sorry. Horwa rolled into the middle of the containment unit as he looked with pure shock at Nick. It was like Nick had transformed into someone he had never seen before. Is this who he really is? Horwa thought in fear, shock, and betrayal. Was everything else just an act? Did he just want me to sign the contract so that he can force me to do things? Is this who you really are? Yet, Horwa didn't say anything. Silence. Go work with a dreamer, Nick said coldly. I will stay here until you're done. At that moment, Horwa remembered that he was in the containment unit of the dreamer and slowly turned around. Just 2 meters behind Horwa was the dreamer. It hadn't moved until now, and it was still looking at Horwa with its dead eyes. Horwa's mind froze. His heart rate shot past 200 beats per minute, and his world began to swim. Horwa started to breathe very rapidly, which only increased his dizziness. And then he fell over. Horwa had lost consciousness due to his overwhelming shock and fear. When the dreamer saw that, it slowly turned to look at Nick. He will be working with us from now on, Nick said slowly. You are allowed to feed off him for the next 8 hours, and if he survives, he will continue to work with you. If he doesn't, I will be the only one working with you from now on. If everything goes well, I will also search for a third person to work with you. Don't do anything stupid, Nick said coldly. The dreamer slowly turned to look at Horwa again. Then, it slowly walked towards Horwa's head. And it stopped. The dreamer simply stood beside Horwa's head and looked fixedly at his closed eyes. A moment later, Horwa's eyelids twitched, but at that moment, Nick noticed that the prefix in the containment unit increased. Nick only hoped that this increase didn't mean that the dreamer wanted to attack. Luckily, the increase of the prefix didn't sound the alarm, and Horwa's eyelids calmed down 2 seconds later. Horwa's breathing changed, and his body involuntarily moved into a more comfortable position. He was asleep. When Nick saw that, he sighed and sat down in front of the door. For a while, Nick just took some shaky breaths, and he slowly put his head in his hands. The dreamer started to feed. The Zephyx container was being filled. Yet Nick wasn't happy. Not even one bit. Chapter 48. Contemplation. In the containment unit, Nick simply sat on the ground, unmoving. He didn't say anything. I'm so sorry, Horwa. Nick didn't move. I'm sorry. I should have known that things wouldn't be so easy. Even though the dreamer is not very scary for a specter, it is still a specter. And you're a kid. How could I ever think that a child would be able to work with a specter? I'm stupid. I'm fucking retarded. I'm so sorry. I was the one that fucked up, and now you have to pay the price. This is all my fault, Horwa. Nick's limbs shook in frustration, guilt, and rage. I feel so horrible. Please, Horwa, when you wake up, don't do anything stupid. You can hate me. You can ignore me. You can try to ruin me. I'm fine with everything. But please, don't try to ruin the business or Winter. Because if you do that, you will die. As Nick continued to think about everything, his own reality also finally set in. Actually, I think I'm in a similar position to Horwa. Winter made me his chief Zephyx Extractor. If I were to betray him, I would also be killed off. Nick's fist clenched. Winter is a cold and calculating businessman. He eliminates everyone that goes against him. If I were to tell anyone anything confidential, I would be dead within the day. Slowly, rage and fear also joined Nick's emotions. Winter, I know that this is my responsibility, but you knew that this would happen. You might have even wanted this to happen. After all, you said that you wanted me to learn. Nick gritted his teeth in anger. But then a scene appeared in Nick's mind. The scene depicted Winter standing behind Nick as he blinded the dreamer. In that scene, Winter was completely drenched in sewer water. Nick remembered how difficult it had been for Winter to jump in, and he also remembered how much Winter had suffered after he had left the sewer again. He only did that because he wanted to catch the dreamer. Nick thought with hatred. Yet, the more time passed, the more Nick felt like he didn't truly believe that. Did Winter truly only do this because of the dreamer? Actually, probably not. It wasn't certain that I would die. There was a good chance that I would manage to swim towards the entrance of the sewers, where Winter was standing. Then, Winter would have been able to help me without jumping into the sewers. There had been a good 30 meters between the place where Nick had been and the entrance of the sewers. For Winter to swim that far, he must have jumped into the sewers nearly half a minute before he had arrived at Nick's side. Nick put his hands on his knees and violently grabbed them in frustration. He's not cold, Nick thought. He might appear cold now, but people only show their true faces when they are in a stressful or dangerous situation. When it was important, Winter was willing to jump into the sewers to save me. It might have also been in his own best interest, but it still must have been very difficult. Right now, he's only cold because he needs to be. This is his job. Like he said, deciding to kill Horua probably also heavily weighs on his mind. And yet, he still talked normally with me, and he didn't say anything out of line. I fucked up, and Winter has to suffer because of it. But he only reprimanded me. Horua suffers because of me. Winter suffers because of me. If things go badly, even Pater will suffer because of me. I was the one that made the decision to get Horua. Winter warned me, but I didn't listen. This is all because of me. At this moment, most of Nick's emotions vanished, replaced by only two emotions: guilt and determination. This is my fault, and it is my job to rectify these issues, no matter what I have to do or what it will cost. Nick looked forward again. The dreamer was still standing beside the sleeping Horua. At this moment, Horua looked like he was peacefully sleeping. It's not that bad, Horua. You will just have some bad dreams and wake up. It won't be as bad as you imagined it to be. And when you wake up, you will officially be a Zephyx Extractor. You will have an actual future, and you will gain powerful abilities. I know things will only improve for you. Sadly, I won't be part of that future. I know you hate me. Nick took a shaky breath. And I'm fine with it. That's the price I must pay. I don't deserve forgiveness for what I've done. Nick just continued looking at Horua. The memories of what Nick had done to Horua became hazier and hazier. It was almost like all of this hadn't happened. It was like nothing had changed. Yet, whenever Nick looked at Horua and the dreamer, he was reminded of reality. It had happened. But it didn't feel like it had happened. After a while, Nick put his head in his hands again. Silence. Nick didn't move. Time passed. Nick had plenty of time and opportunity to think about what he had done. In this containment unit, there was nothing for Nick to do, and he had to remain here for 8 hours. Paradoxically, it felt like the longest and the shortest 8 hours of Nick's life. On one hand, Nick felt like time was dragging on forever, but on the other hand, Nick despaired at the rapid passage of time. He didn't want to see how Horua would react when he woke up. It was torture. However, it wouldn't be 8 hours until things changed. After just 5 hours, something happened. CRK. Nick heard something and looked over. He saw the dreamer take a couple of steps back as it retreated back into its corner. For just a moment, Nick was confused. But the next moment, Horua's body suddenly started to shake violently. Nick's eyes widened. He's having a seizure. Chapter 49, Worry. When Nick saw the seizure, he realized why the dreamer had retreated. The dreamer was showing that it wasn't trying to kill Horua. It was just that Horua wasn't strong enough to resist whatever the dreamer was showing him. When he had still been here, Albert had told Nick about some potential dangers. Albert had said that working with a dreamer could be dangerous, but it shouldn't be. Since the dreamer was only feeding on mentality, actual injuries were not a thing, and since everyone would forget the dreams they had, mental problems also shouldn't be a thing. The only dangerous part was during the dreams. If someone was pushed too far in a dream, their mind might actually shut down. At that point, their bodily functions might stop working. But Albert said that it would be difficult to notice someone dying like that. Nick thought. He said that they would die, quietly. Yet, Horua is definitely not dying quietly. That means I still have a chance to save him. Nick shot to his feet and jumped to Horua's side. The dreamer just looked at Nick from its corner with its dead eyes. Horua started to froth at the mouth, and his body was making sounds as it slapped against the ground. Horua, Nick shouted as he lightly slapped his cheeks. Nick had seen seizures in the Dregs, but he had no idea how to deal with them. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to keep him steady so that he didn't injure himself? Was he supposed to slap him awake? Horua, hold on. Nick shouted in fear. You're still alive. Horua, you're awake. It was all a dream, Horua. Please. But Horua just continued seizing. The next moment, a disgusting greenish-brown liquid appeared in Horua's throat. Puke. Nick thought. Nick watched as the puke bubbled in Horua's throat. At the same time, Nick heard the sound of Horua, desperately trying to breathe. He's asphyxiating on his puke. Nick immediately grabbed Horua and lifted him up by his legs. Then, Nick began to shake Horua to get all the puke to come out. The puke was leaving Horua's mouth and nose. Please, Horwa, wake up. Nick was in a panic as he put Horwa down again. The shaking had gotten weaker. Nick just hoped that this was a sign of recovery, not death. After some seconds, Horwa's half-closed eyes just quietly looked at the ceiling of the containment unit. They didn't move. Nick looked with terror at Horwa. Please be alive. Please be alive. Please be alive. Nick repeated in his mind. Horwa, Horwa, are you okay? Nick asked with a worried voice as he lightly tapped Horwa's cheek. Please don't die. Please. Nick just looked at Horwa. Horwa didn't do anything for several seconds. Slowly, Nick moved forward and put his head on Horwa's chest. His heart is still beating, Nick thought with relief. The next moment, Nick held his hand in front of Horwa's mouth. He's also breathing. Nick released a sigh of relief. He's still alive. At this moment, Nick's taut emotions finally relaxed, but he still felt a bit nervous about Horwa's state. Nick gently lifted Horwa and left the containment unit. The dreamer was just watching Nick silently. When Nick went out of the containment unit, he saw Winter looking up from his desk and walking over. When Winter saw the limp Horwa, he knew that something must have gone wrong. What happened? Winter asked. Nick took a deep breath and related everything that had happened to Winter. Winter's expression became darker the more he heard. It sounds like he has suffered severe mental damage, Winter said. What will happen to him? Nick asked. We don't know, Winter said. You don't know? Nick asked with an anxious voice. Everyone reacts differently to severe mental stress, Winter added. My teacher only went over a couple of outcomes back then. However, one thing is certain. He needs to see a doctor, Winter explained. Then, let's go to Juan, Nick said urgently. Winter put his hand on Nick's shoulder, stopping him from leaving. Nick, calm down. Winter, I need Dash. Calm down, Winter shouted. Nick took a deep breath. Yes, what? He asked. Nick, we are not going out to get a doctor. The doctors come to us. First, Nick wanted to shout in aggression, but then his eyes widened. They come to us, he asked. Winter nodded. Pater, Winter shouted. Coming. Pater shouted from a distant spot where he was cleaning the floor. Yes, sir. Pater asked. Get a physician from the closest clinic to come here, Winter ordered. This boy has received heavy mental damage from a specter. When Pater heard that, he took in a deep breath. He looked at Horwa in shock and then looked at Winter. Pater was amazing at keeping a poker face, but Winter had still noticed that Pater's expression had become colder as he looked at Winter. Of course, sir, Pater said before dashing out of the warehouse. Winter turned to Nick. Put him to the side, he said as he pointed to one of the walls. Nick nodded. Thank you, Winter, he said quietly as he walked to one of the walls with Horwa. Winter just sighed. What's there to thank for? Nick didn't put Horwa down, but simply sat down with him still in his arms. Several minutes passed before Pater returned with someone. It was a relatively young woman with green hair who was wearing a white coat. Pater led the woman to Nick. When Nick saw her, his breathing quickened. He hoped Horwa was okay. Please help him, Nick said in fear. The doctor looked at Horwa, and her eyes became visibly cold and distant. Such a young boy. She was disgusted by this company. After all, how could a child enter a containment unit on their own? Yet, the expression of the man in front of her spoke of genuine worry and fear. This told the doctor basically what had happened. Stupidity had happened. Put him down, she commanded coldly. Chapter 50, Diagnosis. Nick quickly put Horwa down and stepped back. Right now, Nick only hoped that Horwa would survive. The doctor took out a small bag with different medical equipment and slowly took out some kind of tool that she put on Horwa's chest. Half a minute later, she put the tool away again and put some other tool around Horwa's arm for a while. After that, she used a light to look into Horwa's vacant eyes. The more time passed, the stronger her frown became. What's his name? She asked. Horwa, Nick answered. Horwa, can you hear me? She asked in a friendly manner as she looked into Horwa's eyes. Horwa didn't answer. A moment later, she shined her light into Horwa's eyes again. I know you're awake, she said. Your pupils are constricting when I shine my light into them. That only happens when you are conscious. Horwa didn't do anything. For several minutes, the doctor kept talking to Horwa as she touched different parts of his body. Yet, Horwa never showed any reaction. A bit later, the doctor actually slowly lifted Horwa's arm and let go. Nick's eyes widened when he saw that the arm didn't fall. The arm actually remained in the air. Horwa, Nick asked with hope. However, the doctor just furrowed her brows. The next moment, she snapped her fingers a couple of times in front of Horwa's face, and she even acted like she was about to snip Horwa's eyes. No reaction. Eventually, she only sighed and slowly lifted Horwa into a sitting position and leaned him against the wall. I need to talk to the two of you, the doctor said as she stood up. Nick knew that she was referring to Winter and him. Of course, Nick said. Nick walked over to Winter, and the doctor followed him. Winter looked at the doctor with a neutral expression. What's the diagnosis? First, I need to know what happened, the doctor answered. I know that Zephyx manufacturers are very secretive, which is why I only need a rough explanation. Winter nodded. Of course. Wait, Nick said, interrupting Winter. The two of them looked at Nick. I will tell her, Nick said with a deep breath. After all of this is my fault. Winter looked at Nick for a bit but nodded. Then Nick told the doctor about his idea to make Horwa a Zephyx Extractor so that he would have a future outside of the Dregs. The doctor was disgusted by Nick, but she kept a professional demeanor. At least he feels guilty, she thought with a snort. When it came to the dreamer, Nick only said that Horwa had a nightmare. A nightmare, the doctor asked. A nightmare or the nightmare? A nightmare, Nick answered. You know, a bad dream. The doctor frowned and became quiet. That explains some things, she said. With all this information, I can be more certain in my diagnosis. Nick and even Winter listened intently. The boy Horwa is awake currently, the doctor explained. His reflexes and autonomous bodily functions are working fine. This means he won't just die suddenly or stop breathing. When Nick heard that, he released a sigh of relief. At least Horwa wouldn't die. But, Winter asked. But, the doctor continued, his mind has become isolated. His actual consciousness does not interact with the outside world anymore. That means his mind doesn't get new information and also can't share information with others. You could say he is conscious but sleeping in a way. Although this is a strong simplification of what is actually happening. Nick looked with worry at the doctor as Winter frowned. What does that mean? He asked. It means he will continue being in this state for an indeterminate amount of time, the doctor said. He won't move on his own. This means he can't eat, drink, or go to the toilet on his own. The only thing he can do is sleep. Nick took a deep breath. Can we do anything about this? He asked. It's difficult, the doctor said. Since we can't really interact with his consciousness, we can't solve the issue. This is a mental problem, and if we want to save him, we need to somehow wake his mind up. The doctor sighed. Sadly, that's very difficult. After all, information can only enter a mind when the owner of the mind actively absorbs it. We can't just force his mind to listen. Nick felt his chest tighten. Is there anything I can do to save him? Maybe one of the recovery baths. No, the doctor said. Things like recovery baths work on injuries, and Horwa technically isn't injured. In a certain way, nothing is wrong with his body. The only thing you can do is to keep him alive, talk to him, and hope that he wakes up on his own. He might wake up tomorrow. He might wake up in a week. He might wake up in a year. Maybe in 10 years. Maybe never. Nick looked at the ground with a horrified expression. This was difficult to come to terms with. Horwa had turned into this, and it was Nick's fault. What if he comes into contact with the Spectre again? Winter asked. The doctor's expression became strict and chilly. If it's a Spectre that feeds on mentality, it can probably change things in Horwa's mind, but Spectres that help people are not very common. But could it help? Winter asked. The doctor didn't answer for a couple of seconds. Yes, but the chances are higher that his mental state will worsen or that he will die, the doctor said coldly. Winter nodded. Thank you. You can send the bill to us later. The doctor tried her best not to snort. Doctor, how can I keep Horwa alive? Nick asked. The doctor glanced at Nick with a neutral expression. 3 meals a day that are easy to digest and swallow. 2 liters of water a day. Regular change of clothes. His bodily waste needs to be cleaned regularly. Once every 2 days, you have to wash him. Thrice a day, you have to massage his legs and arms, or he will die of a thrombus. A thrombus? Nick asked in confusion. Even Winter didn't know what that was. If you don't move your extremities for a long time, your blood vessels get constricted, and a clot can form in one of them. When the extremity gets moved, the clot travels through the vessels and can get stuck in your heart, lungs, or anywhere else. That part will essentially not get any air and die off, killing you with it. If you want to keep him alive, you need to do all of that. Chapter 51, Guilt. Nick took a deep breath. Thank you. I will do just that, he said. The doctor nodded. After a bit more talking, the doctor left the warehouse. What's your plan? Winter asked. What I said, Nick said. I will support Hurwa until he wakes up. Winter furrowed his brows. Nick, I need you as my chief Zephyx Extractor. I can't have you take care of the boy if you can't do your job properly. I have to, Nick said with a tone filled with conviction. This is my responsibility, and I am the one that has to pay the price. If Hurwa dies now, everything would have been for nothing. I've already hurt Hurwa immensely, and I can't even imagine hurting him even more. This is all my fault, and I am going to deal with it. Winter frowned. However, he wasn't actually mad at Nick. The entire incident with Hurwa had given Nick something that he had lacked. A sense of responsibility. A chief Zephyx Extractor needed a strong sense of responsibility, or the entire manufacturer might go out of business. If something happened, Nick had to deal with these things and take responsibility. As long as your work does not suffer, it doesn't matter what you do in your free time, Winter said. Thank you, Winter, Nick said with a sigh. However, Winter added, I don't want him here. I will rent a room somewhere, and he can stay in a bed there. The room will be pretty close to the company, which should make it easy for you to take care of him. Nick wasn't the biggest fan of Winter's help, but he knew that he needed to accept some help if he wanted to deal with this issue. Okay, Nick said. Thank you, Winter. Winter nodded. For now, you should work. Pater will deal with Hurwa for the next 8 hours. Nick felt guilty that Pater had to do more work because of his mistake. But Nick also knew that he didn't have any other choice. He couldn't let Hurwa stay alone for 8 full hours. So Nick just nodded. He threw one last glance at Hurwa. Whenever he saw Hurwa like this, Nick felt an intense pain in his chest, and breathing became more difficult. Guilt. Such heavy guilt. Nick released another sigh and entered the Dreamer's containment unit. As always, the Dreamer just stood in its corner as it looked into Nick's eyes. He's still alive, Nick said. The Dreamer showed no reaction. Nick snorted. I guess you don't really care. For now, I will be mainly working with you, but in the future, I will bring in more people. However, these people will be more resilient than the last person you worked with, Nick said. The Dreamer showed no reaction. A moment later, Nick sat down near one of the walls and closed his eyes. Let's get to it, he said. Clank, clank, clank. Nick heard the Dreamer's footsteps, and he knew that it now stood just beside him again. The prefix in a room became denser, and Nick started to feel sleepy. A minute later, Nick fell asleep. In his dreams, Hurwa was dying in increasingly more painful ways as he screamed for Nick's help. Naturally, it was always Nick's fault that Hurwa was dying. Eventually, the Hurwas even started to come alive again and told Nick that he was at fault. Even the world turned into living bodies of Hurwa, and whenever Nick walked, the Hurwa he stepped on screamed in pain and died. The world was screaming at him, telling him that he was the reason why suffering filled all of reality. Nick broke down again and again. Nick had uttered the sentence so many times, but Nurse Alice had never come. Nick tried to kill himself, but he couldn't. No matter what he did, he survived. His suffering was infinite and eternal. And then Nick woke up. All the memories of Nick's dream became hazier and hazier by the second. Just a moment later, Nick had forgotten nearly everything. He only knew that his dreams had been related to Hurwa, and that he felt very guilty. That was all he knew. Nick looked around in the containment unit and saw the Dreamer looking at him from its corner. Nick sighed and stood up. After leaving the containment unit, Nick was intercepted by Winter. Nick, we need to talk, Winter said with a serious expression. As soon as he heard that, Nick felt anxiety and fear rise in his chest. Did something happen to Hurwa? He asked. No, Winter said. This is more of a good thing. Okay, Nick said with a sigh of relief. Look at this, Winter said as he pointed at the Zephyx gauge. Right now, the gauge was at 10 grams of Zephyx. What about it? Nick asked. Every day, the Zephyx tank gets emptied, Winter said, which means that it was at 0 before you and the boy arrived. Okay. Nick asked. Nick, the boy only produced 3 grams of Zephyx. That means you produced 7 grams just now, 40% more than the last time you worked with it. Nick's eyes widened. How? That's what I'm asking you, Winter asked. What has changed? Nick furrowed his brows. He had no idea. I don't know, Nick said. Winter nodded. Then find out. It's your job. Well, okay. Nick said with uncertainty. How was he supposed to find out why the amount of Zephyx had changed? The boy is in the house across the street, Winter said as he took out a key. This is one of 3 keys. The owner of the hotel has one. Pater has one. You have one. Nick took hold of the key and looked at it. Thanks, Winter, he said. Winter nodded. See you tomorrow, he said before he grabbed his suitcase and left the building. Apparently, Winter had remained here just to talk with Nick. Now, Nick was alone. After some seconds, Nick took a deep breath and left the warehouse. It was time to visit Hurwa. Chapter 52, Caregiver. Nick entered the house opposite the warehouse. It was quite a big building with 5 floors. By now, Nick had gotten used to seeing these big and clean houses, and he wasn't currently in the mood to go sightseeing. He only wanted to see Hurwa. Nick had already seen on the key that Hurwa would be on the 2nd floor, and in just a couple of seconds, he finally arrived. He put the key in the lock and unlocked it. It took a bit of getting used to since keys basically didn't exist in the Dregs. The room was silent. It was almost like there was no life in this room. However, Nick quickly saw Hurwa on the bed. Right now, Hurwa was sitting on the bed, looking forward with dead eyes. In a certain way, Hurwa's current appearance reminded Nick of the dreamer. They both had dead eyes. Hurwa was wearing comfortable pajamas, and if it weren't for his impure skin due to living in the Dregs, he would look like any other child from the outer city. In the pajamas, Hurwa looked even more like a child than normal. Nick took a deep breath and walked over. Hey, Hurwa, everything all right? Nick asked, not expecting an answer. Naturally, he didn't get one. Nick walked over and put his right arm on Hurwa's shoulder as he looked at him. Hurwa, I just wanted to say that all of this is my fault and that I am genuinely sorry, Nick said. I should have known that not everyone can resist a specter just like this. Maybe I should have moved slower. Maybe I should have introduced the dreamer to you when you were older. I mean, I didn't need you to immediately become a Zephyx Extractor. Nick was just looking into Hurwa's dead eyes with a sigh. I'm sorry. I wish I had been smarter. Sadly, I can't change the past. So, the next best thing is to make a bright future for you. Nick remained silent for a couple of seconds. Hey, how about I give you a massage? Nick asked. Then, Nick slowly moved Hurwa onto his stomach. The doctor said that we have to regularly move your body, or your health will suffer. Don't worry, I'll make sure that nothing like that will happen. A moment later, Nick started to massage Hurwa's body. For someone who wasn't technically conscious, Hurwa's muscles were quite strained. How does this feel? Nick asked. Naturally, Hurwa didn't answer. For around 30 minutes, Nick kept massaging Hurwa's body while talking to him. After some time, Nick just started telling Hurwa about his day at work and what their plans were. Nick wasn't worried about keeping secrets since Hurwa officially belonged to their company. When the massage was done, Nick grabbed a bowl and filled it with water. Nick put the bowl to Hurwa's mouth, and surprisingly, Hurwa swallowed when water entered his mouth. For just a moment, Nick became hopeful. Yet, Hurwa showed no other reaction. All right, that should be enough, Nick said. Do you want some food next? Silence. I'll get you some food, okay? Nick silently walked out of the room and entered the street. After looking around for a bit, Nick found a nice place that sold soup. Even though the price was outrageous, Nick didn't complain. This was for Hurwa, which made the price seem unimportant. Nick returned and slowly fed the soup to Hurwa. After a bit of talking, Nick noticed that the room started to smell. He quickly found the source. Hurwa had just wet his clothing in the bed. Nick could only sigh. The doctor said he couldn't go to the toilet on his own. Over the next few minutes, Nick also dealt with that mess. Nick even went out to buy Hurwa several new sets of pajamas. For the next couple of hours, Nick just remained in the room with Hurwa to talk. Eventually, Nick became tired, and he reluctantly left Hurwa. I will be back in 4 hours to check on you, okay? Nick said before leaving the room. Nick went to the reception of the hotel and rented a room on the same floor as Hurwa. The room wasn't anything special. It was made of clean metal, and it looked quite nice. Just like Hurwa's bed, Nick's bed was made of a thick sheet of fabric that made it much easier to sleep. A couple minutes later, Nick went to bed. Yet, no matter what he did, Nick couldn't fall asleep. Nick was definitely tired, but for some reason, sleep just wouldn't come to him. Even more, Nick felt more and more nervous. I hope Hurwa is okay. No one is checking up on him. What if he wet the bed again and has to sleep in his own urine? What if he is thirsty? What if his breathing stopped? After over half an hour of trying, Nick left his room and went back into Hurwa's room. Horua was lying in bed, just as Nick had left him. Nothing had changed. Nick took a deep breath and went back to his room. Yet, he still couldn't fall asleep, and he became nervous again. An hour later, he returned to Horua's room again. Nothing had changed. Nick wanted to leave again, but he just didn't feel comfortable with leaving Horua alone. So Nick just remained in Horua's room. He was tired, but he didn't try to sleep. However, since Horua might be asleep, Nick also didn't talk to him. He just remained in the room in silence without doing anything. As more time passed, Nick felt a tightness in his chest. "I'm sorry," Nick whispered. "I didn't want this to happen." Silence. Nick just looked at Hu, different memories of him shooting through his mind. "I'm so sorry," Nick repeated. Slowly, Nick's eyes started to get wet, and eventually, tears started to flow down his face. "Horua, I'm so sorry. I was such an idiot. I just want you to recover. It's fine if you hate me forever. I just want you to recover." Nick's crying intensified. "I'm so sorry." Chapter 53, Interview. "So, how are you with bad situations?" Nick asked the person in front of him. In front of Nick was a woman in her early 20s. She had brown hair and wore dirty clothes. Obviously, she was from the Dregs. Right now, Nick was interviewing her inside his room in the hotel. The woman had originally been quite nervous about having a meeting for a job inside someone's room, but by now, she had realized that Nick wasn't trying to hurt her. "I think I can react in a very calm and deliberate manner," the woman said casually. Nick nodded. "Have you ever met a Specter?" "I don't have an ability, if that's your question," the woman said. "All right, but have you met a Specter before?" Nick repeated. The woman frowned. "I think so, but I'm not sure," she said. "Oh. Please elaborate," Nick said. "Well," the woman started, "legend has it that the leader of the Riker Strikers is a Specter, and I met him before." "Oh. That's a new one," Nick said. "What makes you think he's a Specter?" "It's just a legend," the woman said. "People say that Riker has to be a Specter. After all, the Riker Strikers are the only gang that brings nothing positive to the Dregs. The insurance gang might have some very direct methods, but they protect the people's tax money. The peddlers might charge exorbitant prices and don't allow any competition, but they have the ability to get all these important goods to the Dregs. Without them, so many more people would die. The hub might not care about morals when they accept a mission, but they also give many jobs to a lot of people. Even more, they keep the different gangs in check since the hub can essentially be bought out by them. But the Riker Strikers?" The woman shook her head. "The Riker Strikers just steal, rape, and assassinate. They want money without offering protection. They secretly kill people for seemingly no reason. There's nothing good about them. Not even a little bit. What human would create something like that? Isn't it easier to lead a group of willing humans than forcefully take their belongings every day? At least, that's the explanation," the woman explained. "If Riker is a Specter, these things would make sense." Nick scratched his chin in interest as he looked at the woman. "That's a very interesting theory. I never met Riker personally since I worked for the hub most of the time." "You said you did." The woman nodded. "It was when 3 men stalked me to my house. I wasn't sure if they just wanted my money or if they also wanted to rape me, but luckily I never found out." When the woman had talked about the possibility of getting sexually assaulted, she had seemed quite calm, cold, and indifferent, even though something like that probably terrified most people. "During that time, I was on a long-term mission for the hub, and I showed them my symbol as proof. Based on their expressions, the 3 of them didn't like that, but they decided to leave me be. That was until Riker appeared. I don't know why he was here, but based on how the 3 men acted and how they addressed Riker, I knew it was the leader of the Riker Strikers. When he saw what happened, he just put on a friendly smile and asked since when the Riker Strikers cared about what the other gangs thought of them. The 3 of them turned back to me and started to advance. Meanwhile, I turned around and ran away. Luckily, one of the hub's outposts was very close, and I managed to enter and get help. The 3 men fled, but a group from the hub ran after them. I never saw them again after that, and I also didn't hear anything about Riker again," the woman explained. Nick nodded a couple of times. "How was the infamous Riker? How was he?" The woman repeated as she furrowed her brows. "It's difficult to describe. He looked quite charming and beautiful. Back then, I thought he looked abhorrent, but after so many weeks, I can admit that he is very attractive from a general perspective. He has this entire playboy vibe to him, but there is also deep confidence in his gaze." The woman seemed uncomfortable for a couple of seconds. "I'm not sure if this is relevant," she said eventually, but I felt like his eyes were strange. They looked just like any other pair of eyes, but when I looked into them, I felt like I was looking at some kind of natural predator of mine. He felt very, very dangerous. I felt like I had to run away from him, no matter what. The next moment, she snorted. Ironically enough, this feeling of having to run away was what allowed me to react this quickly to his men's renewed advance. Nick looked very intrigued. What if you met him again? Nick asked. In what sense? The woman asked. Alone, Nick answered. Just you two. A sneer of disgust appeared on the woman's face. I would love nothing more than to say that I would kill him, but I probably don't have the strength to do that. I don't think a gang leader is weak, she said. When Nick heard that, a bright smile appeared on his face. All right, that sounds good, he said. The woman looked at Nick with newfound anxiety. So, did everything go well? I feel like it went well. Nick chuckled and nodded. Yep, everything sounds great. So, does that mean? The woman asked. Nick nodded. Yes, I think you are the right person for the job. The woman's eyes widened in shock. A Zephyx Extractor? She was about to become a Zephyx Extractor. She almost couldn't believe it. Your name was Jennifer, right? Nick asked. Yes, Jennifer asked. Please call me Jenny. Of course, Nick said. The next moment, Nick stood up. Would you mind waiting outside the hotel for around 15 minutes? I have to deal with something first. After that, I will show you where you will be working from now on. Of course. Thank you so much, Jenny said with a grateful voice. The two of them left Nick's room. While Jenny left the hotel, Nick went to Horwa's room. Nick had to check up on Horwa before leaving for work. Chapter 54, Dark Dream. Nick arrived in Horwa's room and saw that it was time to change Horwa's clothing again. By now, Nick had taken care of Horwa for over 2 weeks, and he had gotten pretty good at it. Over the past 2 weeks, Nick had searched for someone who could join as another Zephyx Extractor. This time, Nick was very careful when it came to choosing someone. After all, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. Nick had painfully learned why all the Zephyx manufacturers had such stringent and difficult tests before anyone could join as a Zephyx Extractor. Just because Nick could interact with a Specter didn't mean that everyone could. In fact, interacting with a Specter was one of the scariest things in existence. Humans instinctually felt that the thing in front of them preyed on them. After the incident with Horwa, Nick decided to use the entrance exam he had undertaken in Ghosty's lab as a guide for creating his own exams. Except, Nick didn't have all the facilities for the tests. So, the next best thing was to just hold an interview with someone while trying to gauge their abilities in a conversation. Nick had interviewed over 20 people from the Dregs by now, but he hadn't been happy with any of them. There always was some kind of problem. Sometimes, Nick felt like they were lying to him, and Nick didn't like liars. Sometimes, Nick felt like what the people were saying sounded unrealistic. For example, someone once said that they would simply beat up a Specter if they ever saw one. Luckily, Nick didn't find any of these problems with Jenny. Jenny was very honest and easy to work with, but when she talked about someone she didn't like, she seemed very cold and distant. The best thing was that she didn't show any fear, but Nick also didn't feel like she was simply putting on a front. In a sense, Nick felt like Jenny had no fight or flight instinct, but just a fight instinct. Even more, Jenny had honestly said that she ran away from the Riker Strikers without any shame. She was confident in her choice. Hey-ho, Nick said with a smile as he grabbed a freshly cleaned pair of pajamas. I finally found someone for the position. Horwa didn't answer. Her name is Jenny, and she seems to have quite a character. Nick told Horwa about Jenny while he cleaned up Horwa's mess and changed his clothing. When he was done, he also gave Horwa a quick massage. Anyway, I told her it would only be 15 minutes, and I've been here for nearly 20. Sorry, Horwa, but I gotta go. See you later, Nick said. After quietly closing the door, Nick left the hotel. Jenny was waiting in front of the hotel, and when she saw that Nick had come out, she released a sigh of relief. Apparently, she had been worried that Nick had stood her up. Sorry, it took a bit longer than expected, Nick said with a helpless smile. Oh, it's fine, Jenny said with a polite smile. Anyway, let me show you where you will be working. When Jenny saw that Nick simply entered the warehouse on the other side of the street, she became quite shocked. Who held an interview in front of their company's building? But when Jenny saw the sturdy walls of the containment unit, she realized that this was not just a simple warehouse. Compared to the walls of the warehouse, the walls of the containment unit had an incredible feeling of power to them. Even more, there were many cables and contraptions scattered around the containment unit. After 2 weeks, the company had also slightly redecorated its interior. By now, there were a couple of pieces of art made of metal strewn around, and there were also far more desks and chairs. On top of that, things had been cleaned up, and a couple of walls made of thin metal separated parts of the warehouse into a couple of rooms. Basically, all of this had been done by Pater at Winter's request. Nick led Jenny to the door of one of the isolated rooms and loudly knocked on it. "Hey, Winter, I got someone. Come in," Winter shouted from behind the door. Jenny looked nervously at the door. Nick opened the door and led Jenny in. The inside of Winter's office looked different from the rest of the company. For example, his chair and desk looked much better than all the other ones, and he also had a huge bookshelf with many different books on it. Almost all of the books were about specters. When Winter saw Jenny, a small gleam appeared in his eyes, and he stood up. "Welcome," Winter said with a smile. "My name is Winter Melfian, and I am the president and CEO of Dark Dream." Jenny blinked a couple of times. "Dark Dream? Hasn't Nick told you about the name of our company?" Winter asked with a smile. "No, I didn't," Nick said. "The NDA thing, you know?" Winter just chuckled politely. "Of course." Then Winter turned to Jenny again. "So you will be joining Dark Dream as a new Zephyx Extractor, right?" "Why, yes, sir," Jenny said with nervousness. For some reason, Winter felt much more imposing and powerful than Nick to her. "Perfect," Winter said before pointing at a chair. "Please sit down. I want to ask you a couple of things and tell you a bit more about Dark Dream." While Jenny sat down, Nick walked out of the door. "I'll get to work then. Tell Pater to take care of Horu." "Of course," Winter said. "Thanks," Nick said. "Should I leave the door open or closed?" "Close it," Winter said. Nick nodded and closed the door. While Nick walked over to the Dreamer's containment unit, Winter looked at Jenny with a friendly smile. For several minutes, Winter asked Jenny questions, and the more he heard about her, the more fitting she seemed to be for Dark Dream. Nick actually got a good one this time, Winter thought. While Nick was sleeping in the containment unit, Winter took out several sheets of paper for Jenny to sign. After signing all of them, Winter smiled again. "Thank you, and welcome to Dark Dream." Chapter 55, Jenny and the Dreamer. By now, Nick had gotten pretty good at working with a Dreamer, and working with it no longer required special preparations. While Nick was working with the Dreamer, Winter was telling Jenny everything relevant about Dark Dream, her future workplace. From what Winter told her, the company was named Dark Dream due to their first Specter, the Dreamer. When Nick had captured the Specter, he needed to brave the darkness in the Dreamer. So Winter had come up with the name Dark Dream. When Jenny heard about how Nick had captured the Dreamer, her respect for him had grown even more. Jenny had already respected Nick, but it was still difficult to feel true respect for someone who was still a teenager. Naturally, Jenny also knew how impressive it was to fall under the nightmare's influence so many times. The more often it happened in a short time frame, the more brutal the visions became. 8 hours later, Nick walked out of the containment unit as he yawned a bit. Even though he had just slept for 8 hours, he felt very exhausted and tired. The first thing Nick did after coming out of the containment unit was to check on the amount of Zephyx he had produced. Still 7 grams. Except for that one change 2 weeks ago. Nothing else changed. "It's still 7 grams, Nick thought as he rubbed his chin and thought. "With Jenny, I should be able to glean some more information." Nick looked around and quickly found Jenny. Right now, Pater was showing her a couple of things in the warehouse. "Hey, Jenny," Nick shouted as he came closer. Pater and Jenny turned to Nick. "Good work today, Nick," Pater said with a friendly smile. "Welcome back, sir," Jenny said with a bit of nervousness. "Sir," Nick repeated with a chuckle. "Just call me Nick." Jenny seemed a bit unsure. "Sure thing, Nick," she said with a bit of discomfort. Nick just nodded with a smile. "Jenny, do you have somewhere to be in the next 8 hours?" "No," Jenny answered. Nick nodded. "Today is your first day, but if you feel up to it, you can work with a Dreamer right now." Nick didn't care that Pater was present. By now, Pater was also under an NDA, and he had already heard a lot about Dark Dream's secrets. Jenny looked with a bit of excitement at Nick. "This means I would also get my first payment, right?" "Sure. That's not an issue," Nick said. "Then I would like to work with a Dreamer right now," Jenny said. "Although I need to inform my partner at home first. She hasn't heard from me the entire day, and she will be very worried if I stay until deep into the night." "Pater can do that," Nick said before turning to Pater. "Right." Naturally, Pater said with a smile. "I'll deal with it after visiting Horua again." Thanks, Pater, Nick said. If everything goes as planned, I can take over in about an hour or so. Sure thing, Nick, Pater said before turning to Jenny. Where's your home? Jenny gave Pater instructions on what to say and where to go, and Pater quickly left the building. The next moment, Nick smiled at Jenny. Then, let's go. Jenny nodded and followed after Nick. Both of them looked to be calm, but in truth, both of them were quite nervous. Jenny had never truly interacted with a Spectre. She wanted to seem fearless, but deep inside, she was still worried that the Spectre's presence would be too much for her to handle. Nick wanted to seem confident, but he was just as nervous as Jenny. The last time he had introduced someone to the Dreamer, that person had become catatonic. Nick hoped that Jenny could resist the Dreamer better. After opening the employee door, both of them walked into the containment unit. As always, the Dreamer stood in its corner, looking at Nick expressionlessly. Jenny stood diagonally behind Nick, and when she saw the Dreamer, her heart rate increased by quite a bit. Jenny took a deep breath as her chest shook, but she managed to keep her composure. Just as expected, the Dreamer's aura was hard to bear for Jenny. She felt like she was in contact with her natural predator. Remaining here spelled nothing but death, and her emotions were telling her to run away. However, Jenny's rationality kept her emotions in check, stopping them from dictating her actions. She had already been informed about the Dreamer, and she knew what she had to do. Nothing will happen to me, Jenny thought while taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself. I will not die. The only thing to fear is fear itself. The next moment, the Dreamer looked away from Nick and looked into Jenny's eyes. Jenny's heart rate increased even more. She started to sweat coldly. However, she just gritted her teeth and looked back. When Nick saw her reaction, he smiled. All right, Nick said, looking at the Dreamer. This is Jenny. You will be working for 8 hours after our sessions every day. The Dreamer didn't react. Silence. Well, seems like there are no issues, Nick said with a casual shrug. Jenny wasn't put at ease by Nick's casual demeanor. All right, Nick said, turning to Jenny. Where do you want to sleep? I usually sleep with my back against the wall, but you don't have to do that. Jenny took a deep breath. I'd like to sit in a corner. Sure, Nick said. The next moment, Jenny went to one of the corners and awkwardly sat down. Nick nodded. The Dreamer will now come to you and put you to sleep. Don't resist its influence. After all, we want you to sleep. Jenny nervously nodded. Nick looked over at the Dreamer. You can start. The Dreamer slowly turned to look at Jenny. Clink, 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 and slowly walked up to her. All of Jenny's being was telling her to run as far away as she could. She was about to die. However, Jenny managed to keep her emotions in check and kept forcing her eyes closed. After a couple of seconds, Jenny started to feel tired. She wanted to resist the influence, but once again, she managed to keep her emotions in check. Eventually, she got too tired to even think about resisting. And then she fell asleep. Chapter 56, Successful Session. When Nick saw Jenny fall asleep, he nodded with pride. That went quite smoothly, he thought. For the next 30 minutes, Nick waited in the containment unit to make sure that nothing was happening. Nothing happened. I will be back in a bit, Nick told the Dreamer as he left the containment unit. Naturally, the Dreamer didn't answer. How did it go? Winter asked, standing in front of the exit of the containment unit. Perfect, Nick said with a grin. She was obviously scared, but she didn't run away and voluntarily sat down to sleep. Winter also smiled. You found a good one this time, Nick. Nick nodded. Yep. If everything works out, she will take the shift after mine, which should be from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. I will arrive at 6 a.m. now every morning since I'm not the only one working with a Dreamer anymore. Sounds great, Winter said. Now, we only need one more person. Nick sighed. I'm not looking forward to more of these interviews, but that's why I'm getting paid more. Winter chuckled a bit. That's how it works, yes. Is Pater back? Nick asked. He's outside, Winter said. Nick nodded and walked out of the door. Nick quickly found Pater and talked to him a bit before going back to the hotel. After entering Horwa's room, a bitter smile appeared on Nick's face, and he sat in the bed beside Horwa. As always during the day, Horwa sat on his bed, just looking into empty space without doing anything. Hey, Horwa. You remember the new employee I told you about this morning? Nick talked to Horwa for a while, telling him everything about his day. After that, Nick got Horwa some soup and some water. I'll be right back. I also have to check up on Jenny, Nick said before going back to the warehouse. Nick entered the containment unit and saw that nothing had changed. For the next 8 hours, Nick went back and forth between the warehouse and Horwiz's room. Finally, the 8 hours were up, and it was time for Nick to wake up Ginny. "Hey, 8 hours are over," Nick said to the dreamer still standing over Ginny. The dreamer had been focused on Ginny's closed eyes, but a moment later, its head slowly moved back. It slowly turned to look at Nick before going back to its corner. Nick just nodded before walking up to Ginny. After gently nudging her for a while, Ginny slowly opened her eyes. But then her eyes suddenly shot open, and she immediately pulled her arms up like she was trying to protect herself from an attacker. Wow, calm down, Ginny," Nick shouted. Ginny froze. "Nick?" she asked in confusion. Then she slowly lowered her arms and looked around. "Oh, right," she shouted before her eyes fixed on the dreamer. She still felt scared looking at it, but it was not as bad as before. "Is it over?" Ginny asked. "Yep," Nick answered. 8 hours are up. You successfully finished your first session with a Spectre. Congratulations." Ginny almost couldn't believe it. She had done it. She had actually worked with a Spectre. So, did this mean that she was a real Zephyx Extractor now? She didn't feel any different, though. "Come, let's go out," Nick said. Ginny looked more at the dreamer as she followed Nick out of the containment unit. When the door closed behind her, she felt like huge pressure had vanished from her shoulder. "Want to see how much Zephyx you made?" Nick asked with a smile. Ginny's eyes opened wide with intrigue, and she nodded. Nick led her to the console and looked at the gauge. Yet, when Nick saw the results, he was surprised. 4 grams, he said with interest. "Is that a lot?" Ginny asked. "For the company, 4 grams represent 4,000 credits," Nick said. "For you, it represents 400 credits." Ginny just looked with shock and surprise at the gauge. 400 credits. She had just earned 400 credits. For just 8 hours of work. For just this bit of work, Ginny had secured 2 months of taxes for her and her partner. It was ridiculous. "Want your money?" Nick asked. Ginny felt a bit put on the spot, but she still nodded sheepishly. "Sorry, but I really need it." "Of course," Nick said with a chuckle. Winter already went home. "So let me get your money." Nick walked over to Winter's office and opened it with a key. Inside Winter's office, Nick took out a thin sheet of malleable metal and put it on the desk. The next moment, Nick grabbed a couple of different metallic stamps and heated them on some kind of hot plate. Lastly, Nick stamped the number 400 into the malleable piece of metal and then stamped Dark Dream's official stamp on the bottom. After waiting for a bit, Nick grabbed the bottom of the piece of metal and pulled. A second piece of metal with a different color was pulled out of the first piece of metal. The second piece of metal also had the number 400 and the company's stamp on it. Naturally, the first piece of metal was some kind of document that allowed the owner to take 400 credits out of Dark Dream's account, and the second piece of metal was a copy. Nick left the copy on Winter's desk and left with the first piece of metal. "Here you go," Nick said, handing the first piece of metal to Ginny. Ginny just looked at it with confusion. "Hand this to this bank," Nick said, pointing at a symbol at the corner of the piece of metal. "They will keep the plate and give you 400 credits in exchange." Ginny looked with wonder at the plate. "By the way," Nick said, remembering something, "you should have an ability now." Ginny looked at Nick with a bit of confusion. "You know, an ability from a Spectre," Nick said. "The very thing that makes Zephyx Extractor Zephyx Extractors." Ginny realized what Nick meant and looked at her hands with wonder. "What kind of ability?" she asked. "I don't know." Chapter 57. Ability. Ginny just looked at Nick with dumbfound confusion. "I have no idea," Nick repeated. "My Zephyx synchronizer was already attuned when I came into contact with the dreamer, which was why I didn't get its ability, and the only other person who worked with it is in some sort of coma." "Coma?" Ginny asked in shock. "Yeah, I didn't want to tell you before you worked with the dreamer since it would make you more nervous without a good reason," Nick said. "Let's just say that I messed up with the last person. I took someone that obviously didn't have the mental fortitude to work with a Spectre. But I believed in you, and my trust was not misplaced." Ginny became a bit more nervous when she heard that someone had been put into a coma because of the dreamer. "What happened?" Ginny asked. Nick sighed. After 5 hours, the dreamer walked away from him, and he started to have a seizure. He hasn't really woken up since then. That was about 2 weeks ago. You, on the other hand, finished the full 8 hours, which means that you're not in danger, Nick added. Ginny was still a bit uncertain, but she didn't complain. She had just earned 400 credits, which was insane. Anyway, Nick said, you should really try to find out what kind of ability you unlocked. If you feel uncomfortable trying alone, we can try tomorrow. Tomorrow, I need you here at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. on the dot, enter the containment unit and tell the dreamer to wake me up. I'll show you how to operate this thing, Nick said as he pointed at the console of the containment unit. For the next 10 minutes, Nick showed Jenny how to operate the console, and eventually, Jenny left to go to the bank and home. After Jenny left, Nick went to one part of the containment unit, which he then unlocked with a key. Inside, Nick found a small tube with something that looked like white powder. This was Zephyx. Nick carefully took out the tube and put an empty one in before closing the metal plate again. After that, Nick entered Winter's office and put the tube of Zephyx on top of the copy of Jenny's payment. When he was done, Nick nodded once in satisfaction and left the warehouse. Nick checked up on Horwa, slept for 4 hours, checked up on Horwa again, and slept for another 3 hours. Nick grabbed a quick bite to eat and entered the warehouse. Peter was already here. Peter always had to come early since Nick was working with the Dreamer during this time. After some small talk, Nick entered the Dreamer's containment unit and fell asleep. About 8 hours later, Nick opened his eyes and saw Jenny standing beside him. Already time to stand up? Nick asked with a yawn. Jenny nodded with a smile. Yep. Nick nodded, stood up, and walked out of the containment unit. Jenny followed him. I know what kind of ability I have, Jenny said. Oh. Nick asked with interest. Tell me. I'll show you, Jenny said with some excitement. Don't worry. It won't hurt. Nick nodded. Jenny walked over and put her hands on Nick's head. Nick just looked with confusion at her. Then Nick yawned again and started to get drowsy. Nick's eyes closed by themselves, and he felt weakness enter his limbs. Jenny slowly removed her hands from Nick's head, and the drowsiness became weaker. Nick opened his eyes again and realized what had happened. You can make people fall asleep? Nick asked. Jenny nodded. Just like the Dreamer. Nick was excited to find out, but he also had to furrow his brows. That's not very useful for combat, he said. I thought that too initially, but I'm not so sure anymore, Jenny said. Nick looked at her with a raised eyebrow. If my opponent doesn't know that I'm their opponent, I can get close to them, and, well, Jenny explained as she started to feel a bit awkward. Nick just scratched the back of his head in confusion. And what? He asked. Well, Jenny said. Tell them to come to my place, hug them, and, Oh, that, Nick said. You mean seduce them and covertly use your ability while hugging their head or something, right? Yes, that, Jenny said with a bit of embarrassment. While I use my ability, my opponent falls into a very deep sleep. They won't easily wake up, even if I make a lot of noise. While they are asleep, I can probably collapse the entire house, and they would only notice when the ceiling hits them. Nick nodded with interest. Also, that's not everything, Jenny said. Oh, Nick uttered. I can also somewhat look into dreams, Jenny said. Look into dreams? Nick asked. Can you control them like the Dreamer? Jenny shook her head. No, I can't do that, but I can somewhat feel what's happening in their dreams. I tried it a bit with my partner last night. I didn't find out a lot, but I think that's because I'm simply not used to this ability yet. With more practice, I can probably find out more. That's very interesting, Nick said with a nod. Have you told Winter already? Jenny nodded. Yes. He told me that there might be other uses for my ability. When there is an opportunity, he might give me some other tasks. Makes sense, Nick said. By the way, Jenny added, Winter wants to talk to you. Sure thing, Nick said. I'll talk to him while you're sleeping. Jenny and Nick talked for a bit more before they entered the Dreamer's containment unit. This time, falling asleep was even easier for Jenny. Eventually, Nick left the containment unit and went into Winter's office. He saw Winter looking at several sheets of paper. Hey, Winter. You wanted to see me? Nick asked. Yes, Nick, Winter said. Please sit down. Winter gestured to a chair in front of his desk. Nick felt a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 58, Growth. Nick nervously sat down. He knew that something was up since Winter was taking on a very distant and professional tone. What's up? Nick asked. Winter took hold of the copy of the metal plate Nick had made the day before and showed it to Nick. This. Nick raised an eyebrow. I know that yesterday was a special day, and all since Jenny needed the money quickly, but you can't just forge my signature. If I wanted to, I could sue you and get all of your money, Winter said. But everything was correct, right? Nick asked. So, there are no issues. Winter slightly shook his head. Yes, the amount was correct, but you went too far and meddled with my job. I never meddle with your job since it's your job. Nick, you cannot hand out money to people in the name of the company. You do not have the right or the power to do that, Winter said with a serious voice. Nick furrowed his brows. Then, what should I have done? She needed the money. Call me, Winter said. I told you how you can reach me. Just call me. I would have arrived within 30 minutes and would have given her the money. Nick looked a bit uncomfortable. You worked for nearly 16 hours yesterday. I didn't want to waste another hour of your time. I get where you were coming from, Winter said, but you can't just hand out money. If there is an emergency like the one yesterday, call me. It doesn't matter what happened before that. If there is a genuine emergency, you always need to call me. Nick sighed. Fine. I won't meddle in your tasks anymore, Winter. Winter smiled and nodded. Then, there are no issues, Nick. The next moment, Winter took out a metal plate and handed it to Nick. I will give Ginny her money at the same time as you. In general, I look at the revenue from yesterday, hand you the money at about 2 p.m. when you're both here. Nick nodded and took the metal plate. He could see the number 1,800 on it. Since Nick produced 7 grams of Zephyx, he got 1,400 credits for his own work, and since he was the chief Zephyx Extractor, he also got 10% of what Ginny produced, which was another 400 credits. 1,800 credits in a day. That was a lot, even for the people in the outer city. Usually, people in the outer city earn between 1,500 and 4,000 credits per month. Nick was making 1,800 per day. Sure enough, being a Zephyx Extractor was extremely lucrative. Nick took the metal plate and pocketed it. Everything going well with Ginny? Winter asked. Nick nodded. Nothing to complain about. Good, Winter answered with a smile. After some more small talk, Nick left Winter's office and went to Horua. When Nick entered Horua's room, he saw Pater cleaning up. After greeting each other, Pater told Nick about the next candidates. Nick told Pater to send him to his room in 30 minutes one by one, as always. 30 minutes later, a person walked into Nick's room, and the two of them talked about many things over the next hour. Sadly, the candidate seemed quite fidgety and nervous, which meant that he most likely wasn't a fit for the position of Zephyx Extractor. The second person wasn't any better. The third person seemed a bit weird. Just to be careful, Nick refused them. After dealing with Horua again and eating some things, Nick went to wake up Ginny, and the two of them went home. This was how a normal day for Nick went. He woke up, worked with a dreamer, talked a bit with Ginny, got his money, dealt with Horua, interviewed a couple people, talked with Ginny again, dealt with Horua one more time, and went to sleep. One day, about 2 weeks later, Nick finally found a third candidate. His name was Trevor, and he also came from the Dregs. Trevor seemed to be quite a confident individual who smirked a lot. He was pretty good at socializing and seemed to be the center of every gathering. Some people perceived him to be annoying, but others found him to be charming and amusing. When he met the dreamer for the first time, he mostly smiled bitterly and cracked several jokes. Apparently, that was his method of coping with intense fear and stressful situations. He was just laughing, trying to lighten the spirits of everyone. Luckily, Trevor managed to work with the dreamer without issues, and 8 hours later, he woke up with his new ability. Just like Ginny, Trevor could put people to sleep and observe part of their dreams. When Winter met Trevor, he thought that the dreamer's ability fit him very well. Ginny was very straightforward and honest, which meant that deception was not in her blood. However, Trevor was different. Trevor had a very loud and direct personality, and he was good at masking his intentions. If Winter ever needed some kind of secret agent, Trevor would be a much better fit than Ginny. From now on, Trevor would take the shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. This meant that the dreamer's output had reached its maximum potential. Per day, Nick produced 7 grams of Zephyx, Ginny produced 4 grams of Zephyx, and Trevor produced 5 grams of Zephyx for a total of 16 grams of Zephyx. That meant Dark Dream was bringing in 16,000 credits per day. For one more month, everyone worked with a dreamer. That was when Winter wanted to talk to Nick again. With the money now flowing in and the dreamer being worked with at full efficiency, it was now time to expand. They needed a second Spectre. Sadly, since the company wasn't earning enough to create a full team of investigators, it was once more up to Nick to find the next Spectre. But this time, it wouldn't be as easy. At least, that was what Nick thought. Chapter 59 Levels. We currently have liquid funds of a bit over 400,000 credits. That means we can purchase another containment unit, Winter said as he sat in front of Nick in his office. 400,000 credits? Nick asked. I thought we only had something like 250,000 credits. There are a couple of tricks that can increase the value of our Zephyx, Winter said. My job is not only for show, after all. If I don't do a good job, the money that comes in doesn't reach its full potential. Nick just nodded. Nick had never suspected that Winter wasn't working. Even though Nick didn't know what Winter was doing all day, he still trusted in him. There were probably many things that Winter was doing that Nick and his two employees didn't even notice. So, we can get a new containment unit and get a second Spectre? Nick asked. Winter nodded. I've been in talks with a manufacturer for containment units, and I managed to get quite a good deal. Under normal circumstances, the next level of containment unit cost about 1.5 million credits, but in exchange for exclusively buying their products, I managed to snag one of those for the price of a cheap one at around 450,000 credits. Nick's eyes widened in surprise and wonder. As someone who had never worked in a company before, Winter's work always seemed so nebulous to Nick. While Nick trusted that Winter was working, he had never really felt the impact. But now Nick actually saw what impact Winter had on the business. The entire business had only brought in something like 250,000 credits of Zephyx for its savings account. Yet, due to Winter, all of that increased to 400,000 credits. And now Winter had essentially brought in another million credits in goods. Just by cleverly negotiating with some people, Winter had essentially brought in 4 times as much money as the remaining employees combined. Naturally, without the employees, Winter wouldn't be able to get that much money. But still, Winter was increasing the wealth of Dark Dream a lot. The containment unit I am going to purchase has a light tunnel, which means we don't need to light it with artificial light anymore, Winter explained. Additionally, it can withstand adolescent specters, which should also secure our future with the Dreamer. Due to the Dreamer's rapid growth, and since we constantly need to light its containment unit, I will put the Dreamer into the new containment unit. We can use its current containment unit for a new Spectre. Nick nodded. Nick had noticed that the Dreamer's output of Zephyx had increased a couple of days before. By now, Nick was producing 10 grams of Zephyx, Jenny was producing 6, and Trevor was producing 8. Since the Zephyx production for all employees increased at the same time, it meant that the reason for that was with the Spectre. Nick hadn't been sure what had happened, but Winter had known. The Dreamer was growing more powerful. Every Spectre needed to feed to become stronger, and the Dreamer was no exception. Naturally, the Dreamer's power increased by giving people nightmares, and by constantly working with it for 2 months, it had gotten a lot of food. According to Winter's calculations, the Dreamer had reached the peak of the hatchling stage. In every stage, there were 5 levels. Initial, early, mid, late peak. Each level had an increase of power of about 1.5 to the previous level. So if an initial hatchling had a power of 1, an early hatchling would have 1.5, a mid hatchling would have about 2.3, a late hatchling would have about 3.4, and a peak hatchling would have about 5. This meant that a peak hatchling was about 5 times as powerful as an initial hatchling. Surprisingly, that was also about equal to Nick's strength increase when his ability was activated. Whenever a Spectre advanced a level, the power of its ability increased, as well as its physical strength. Back when Nick had caught the Dreamer had been a mid-hatchling, close to becoming a late hatchling. This meant its physical power had been about 2.3 times stronger than the power of an initial hatchling. Based on the body and the type of Spectre, an initial hatchling was about as strong as an average adult male or stronger. In the Dreamer's case, it would have been about as strong as an average adult male since it was not a physical fighter. Naturally, without his ability, Nick's power had also been about as strong as an average adult male, but he still counted as much stronger than average in the Dregs since everyone was malnourished. That had been why the Dreamer had been so much more powerful than Nick. But when Nick's ability activated, he had been much more powerful than the Dreamer. Yet, if the Dreamer had been as powerful back then as it was now, Nick wouldn't have been able to put up a fight. It would have simply torn Nick apart. Right now, the Dreamer was just as powerful as Nick had been when he had captured it with his ability active. However, one had to remember that Zephyx Extractors could also become more powerful. When the Dreamer produced Zephyx, Nick also absorbed part of the Zephyx, but it was important to note that Nick's increase in power wasn't compromising the Zephyx production. When a Zephyx Extractor worked with a Spectre, both of them produced Zephyx, but only the Zephyx produced by the Spectre would be harvested. The Zephyx produced by the Zephyx Extractor would never leave the Extractor's body and would immediately get absorbed, increasing the Extractor's power. In general, the Zephyx Extractor produced was about 20% of what the Spectre produced, but this ratio could vary. This meant if Nick made the Dreamer produce 10 grams of Zephyx, Nick would gain about 2 grams of Zephyx for himself. Under normal circumstances, this would mean that the Dreamer would grow 5 times as quickly as Nick. However, one had to remember that the containment unit harvested 90% of the Zephyx, which meant that from the 10 grams produced, the Dreamer could only keep 1 gram. But then one also had to keep in mind that 3 different people were working with a Dreamer for a total of about 24 grams of Zephyx every day. This meant, per day, the Dreamer was growing by about 2.4 grams of Zephyx, and Nick was growing by about 2 grams. Yet, due to the difference in level, Nick didn't need as much Zephyx as the Dreamer to advance, which meant that he was growing quicker. So, what did this mean for Nick's actual power? Well, just yesterday, Nick had managed to advance another level, and right now, Nick was at the late first stage, or late newbie, if one used the unofficial denotion. Chapter 60 Adolescent. In essence, this meant that Nick was about 3.4 times as powerful as he had been when he had caught the Dreamer. Since the Dreamer didn't have an ability useful for combat, Nick could have probably caught the Dreamer even without his ability if he had been that powerful back then. But that didn't mean that Specters were no longer dangerous. The physical bodies of the Specters were only a small part of their strength. The truly threatening and terrifying part was their ability. For example, due to his family, Winter had gained a very powerful ability from a Spectre. The ability wasn't very useful for capturing Specters, but it was incredibly useful for staying alive. The ability had come from a Spectre called the Blinding Light. The Blinding Light was a level 3 Spectre that looked like a floating ball of light. The Spectre belonged to Kugelblitz, which was how Winter had been able to gain its ability. While the Blinding Light could theoretically smash into someone with its body, that was not why it was dangerous. Its true power was its ability to burn people. The Blinding Light could burn any living being in its vicinity, unless they directly looked at it. However, if they directly looked at the Blinding Light, their eyes would burn away. In essence, one was exchanging their sight for survival. If one lost their eyes, they would become immune to the burning effect of the Blinding Light. This effectively meant that one had to fight the Blinding Light without eyes. If the Blinding Light were a hatchling, and if Nick had tried to catch it, things would have turned out very differently. The Blinding Light's ability was actually useful for combat, compared to the Dreamer's ability. Nick wouldn't be sure how to capture the Blinding Light if it were a hatchling, and he also wouldn't be sure if he could survive. Luckily, the Dreamer didn't have a useful ability for combat. When Winter told Nick about the Blinding Light, he also told him how much he hated it. Winter had its ability, and to gain its ability, Winter had needed to lose his eyes 5 times. He said that this had been the most painful experience of his life. Winter even told Nick that it usually wouldn't take that many times to gain the Blinding Light's ability. Usually, people only needed to have their eyes burned thrice. Some even got it after only 2 times. But Winter needed 5 times. Of course, Nick asked why, and Winter's answer was pretty simple. It means I'm not talented in producing Zephyx. It means I have no talent for becoming a Zephyx Extractor. Naturally, being a Zephyx Extractor was one of the most prestigious professions in the world, and it was more than enough to become an heir to the Melfian family. Yet, since Winter had no talent, he had to go the administrative route and become an amazing businessman. But for that, he needed money, which was why they were now talking about getting a second Spectre. Don't forget that, even though you've grown much more powerful, a Spectre, even a hatchling, can still prove to be your death, Winter said with a warning tone. Naturally, I don't expect you to go after an adolescent Spectre. The Dreamer will become an adolescent Spectre soon enough, and it will occupy the new containment unit. This means we need another hatchling. Nick nodded. Anyway, Winter continued. I followed up on Jenny's clue regarding the Riker Strikers. Oh, Nick uttered, looking at Winter with interest. I found out quite some interesting pieces of information, Winter said. For example, the Riker Strikers have only appeared in the Dregs about 5 years ago. Before that, there had been no Riker Strikers. Nick nodded. He remembered that no one had talked about the Riker Strikers back then, but they very quickly appeared. It was almost like they became extremely powerful overnight. Back then, Nick had barely been 11 years old, and he had been busy getting his own life on track, which was why he had barely noticed anything. Their leader, Riker, had also seemingly appeared out of nowhere, Winter continued. Well, seemingly. After a lot of digging, I actually found some sightings of him before he became the leader of the Riker Strikers. Based on witness accounts, Riker was someone that worked for the hub, and he accepted basically every single dirty mission that gave a lot of money. He mostly did assassinations, beating people up, extorting money, threatening people, and so on. He amassed quite a bit of wealth for the Dregs standards. Now, if this were everything, he wouldn't seem strange, but there are two things that rubbed me the wrong way when I heard them, Winter said. Nick leaned forward with interest. First, Winter said as he lifted his right index finger, he didn't always accept the job with the biggest paycheck. Of course, under normal circumstances, that doesn't seem strange. After all, jobs that pay very well often require you to do horrible things or very dangerous things. But in his case, the opposite was true. He didn't actually aim for the best-paying jobs, but for the jobs that needed him to commit the most horrible acts. Nick's eyes widened in surprise. People just think that he went for the jobs with the biggest reward since those jobs were also the most horrifying ones, most of the time. I understand that some people want a lot of money, but it is very strange that he specifically ignores money just so he can commit more horrible deeds, Winter said. Nick furrowed his brows and nodded. Yes, that doesn't seem normal. Winter also nodded. The second thing is even more surprising. Winter leaned forward. Not even a single merchant that sells food recalls ever selling food to Riker. Nick's eyes widened. Now, that was very suspicious. That means Jenny was right? Nick asked. Winter nodded. Most likely. I think Riker is a Spectre. Nick became excited when he heard that. Don't get excited just yet, Winter said with a serious expression. Nick looked with a raised eyebrow at Winter. Based on how long he has operated in the Dregs and how far his social power has grown, quite certain of one thing. Riker is not a hatchling. He's an adolescent. That means we can't go after him just yet. Chapter 61, Ability Advancement. An adolescent, Nick repeated. Winter nodded. I'm not entirely sure how he gains more power, but based on his behavior in the past, I would say that he becomes stronger by causing others fear or by just doing horrible things. I'm not sure about the specifics. Riker has been in the Dregs for quite a while, and by now he has amassed a gang with over 50 members. He has probably caused an incredible amount of grief, which should have given him a lot of power. I doubt very much that he's a hatchling. Nick looked with worry at Winter. Could he be an adult Spectre? He asked. Winter shook his head. Very unlikely. It takes a lot for a Spectre to grow. We have been feeding the Dreamer 24/7, and after months, it's still only advanced by 1.5 levels. If we keep going at this rate, it will probably take 3 years or so to turn the Dreamer into an adult Spectre. And that's considering that we keep feeding him with powerful Zephyx Extractors. Nick, you have to keep in mind that something stronger also produces much more Zephyx. For example, if we keep sending in newbie extractors while the Dreamer is an adolescent, it would take over 15 years for it to become an adult. While Riker has a great reach, a lot of his terror is spread over his gang, and I don't think that suffering by proxy gives as much Zephyx as directly inflicting the suffering. At most, Riker is a late adolescent, and I'm already very generous with that evaluation. Most likely, he's an early or mid-adolescent, Winter explained. Nick just furrowed his brows. And we don't have a shot at taking him. Winter shook his head. Since the difference between realms is a twofold increase in power, and since Riker is most likely an early adolescent, his physical power would be about 5 times as much as you, and that's only considering his physical power. He most likely also has an ability that is very useful in combat, which would make it extremely difficult to deal with him. Even if you could keep your ability perpetually active, you would most likely lose. Nick could only sigh when he heard that. So, we don't go after Riker just yet, Nick said. We don't, Winter repeated. But then what? Nick asked. We are out of ideas now. That's how all the Zephyx manufacturers feel, Winter told Nick. Getting the Specters is always the most difficult part. Nick could only sigh. Guess that means that I have to go out and find a Spectre again. Sadly, yes, Winter said. We are still lacking the funds to create a full team of investigators. Nick sighed once again. Okay, he said. I'll do my best and look for a Spectre, but I'm honestly not sure where I can find one. Winter nodded. This time, our survival isn't dependent on your rapid success. Even if you don't find one immediately, we are still earning money with the Dreamer. If there is a deadline, it will most likely be when you are about to become a level 2 extractor, but that should still take a bit more than a year or two, Winter said. You mean the ability advancement? Nick asked. Winter nodded. I guess you're right, Nick said. I don't think the Dreamer would advance my ability in a very useful or meaningful way. What made the advancements between stages different from advancements between levels? Why was a peak level 1 Zephyx Extractor becoming an initial level 2 Zephyx Extractor far more meaningful than an initial level 2 Zephyx Extractor becoming an early level 2 Zephyx Extractor? Two reasons. First, the increase in power was twofold instead of 1.5-fold. But more importantly, the ability of the person also advanced. By absorbing Zephyx, the extractor's Zephyx synchronizer would also become bigger, and eventually, it would become big enough to support a stronger ability. When one was ready to reach the next stage, one Zephyx synchronizer would regain the ability to synchronize with a Specter, but this new synchronization was different from the first one. During the initial synchronization, the extractor's Zephyx synchronizer would try to fully copy the Specter's ability. But during the second synchronization, the Zephyx synchronizer would combine the new ability with the old one, creating a new one. For example, Winter had the ability of the blinding light, and if he were to advance by attuning his Zephyx synchronizer with a dreamer, Winter's ability would transform. Maybe Winter's light would also cause hallucinations? Maybe Winter's light would make its targets tired? Maybe Winter would gain the ability to read the thoughts of his enemy while his ability was active? No matter what case were true, Winter's initial ability would remain the dominant one, and the dreamer's ability would need to somehow fit into Winter's initial ability. Naturally, there were very compatible abilities and very incompatible ones. For example, Winter's ability and the dreamer's ability were not compatible at all. One of them dealt with bright light and very noticeable attacks, while the other one was a very covert ability that relied on the element of surprise. So, what if Nick used the dreamer to advance his ability? Well, in a certain way, the dreamer's ability was quite compatible with Nick's ability since both of them used the element of surprise. However, they differed very much in how they were used. Nick's ability wanted to kill the enemy, while the dreamer's ability wanted to manipulate or spy on them. Even more, both abilities would only be able to unleash their powers with the element of surprise but became useless after that. That was not what Nick wanted. The ability advancement was the best way to transform Nick's ability into one that could be used more than once in a battle. And the dreamer's ability wouldn't help Nick in achieving that. Because of that, Nick needed another Specter. And that was why the deadline for capturing the next Specter was Nick's advancement to the second level, which would take 1 to 2 years. Chapter 62, Competition. After talking with Winter for a bit more, Nick left the warehouse. Nick had already finished his session with a dreamer today, and since he didn't need to interview any new applicants, he decided to fully focus on finding the next Specter. However, that was easier said than done. Just like the last time, Nick had no idea where to find one. And this time, he probably wouldn't get saved by an inspector who wanted to help the general public. At least he had a lot of time. For the first time in quite a while, Nick returned to the Dregs. He hadn't been here ever since he had gotten some food for Hurwa after Nick had caught the dreamer. As Nick entered the Dregs, everyone threw glances at him. Naturally, Nick was required to wear his Zephyx Extractor uniform, which was why everyone was looking at him. The red and black colors on the high-quality uniform made him stick out like a sore thumb among the poor denizens of the Dregs. Did anything unnatural happen lately? Nick asked one of the people looking at him from the side of the road. The young man with black hair just looked back at Nick with surprise. You mean besides the appearance of a Zephyx Extractor? The man asked. No, not really. Nick nodded. I belong to Dark Dream, a new Zephyx manufacturer, and I've already dealt with a Specter that was living in the Dregs that was too troublesome for the other manufacturers. Please, tell me if there is anything suspicious that the inspectors told you not to worry about. The man blinked a couple of times in surprise and started to scratch the back of his head in thought. For about 5 seconds, he remained silent. I don't think I got anything of importance, the man said with an uncertain expression. Nick furrowed his brows. Are you sure? You don't seem sure. The man looked a bit uncomfortable. Well, there's something, but I really don't think it's the doing of a Specter. Nick's gaze became solemn. Tell me. The man looked even more uncomfortable. You sure? He asked. I'm sure, Nick said seriously. Well, the man said, I've had diarrhea for the last week, but I didn't change my diet. Silence. And Nick asked. That's it, the man said. Nick's excitement vanished, and he just looked at the man with a deadpan expression. Have you tried the rust lick? Nick asked. The man scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I think that might solve the issue. Thanks, he said. Nick released a sigh but nodded nevertheless. If anything pops up, tell me, he said. Of course, the man answered. Nick just turned around and walked away. He wasn't very bothered or angry. Back when he had been searching for the dreamer, he had had conversations like this all the time. Life in the Dregs was horrendous, and many times people just took a Specter's doing as natural. The Specter's actions were horrible, and the life in the Dregs was horrible. So, what was the difference? That was why people in the Dregs often overlooked signs of Specters. Since life was so shit here, people expected to have nightmares, which is why no one noticed a dreamer. Since there were cruel criminals everywhere, people expected there to be horrible people, which was why no one noticed that Riker was most likely a Specter. The Specters perfectly blended into the Dregs, which is why it was so difficult to find them here. Sadly, the outer city and inner city were completely free of Specters since all the powerful manufacturers paid special attention to these places. Whether he liked it or not, Nick needed to find a Specter in the Dregs. Nick kept talking to more people, but just like the last time, he found no clues. At least, this time, the inspectors weren't making fun of him. Instead, the inspectors refused to talk to Nick besides superfluous and polite small talk. Nick now officially belonged to the competition. Every 2 hours, Nick went back to the hotel to check up on Hruo, but these were his only breaks. For the remaining time, Nick kept wandering through the Dregs while talking to people. When the day was over, Nick went to bed. The next day, he worked with a dreamer again, talked to Winter a bit, and went back to searching. This was how the next week passed. For over a week, Nick had been searching for a clue, but he just couldn't find one. By now, Nick had heard about all the mundane issues of the people, but none of them pointed towards a Specter. Another week passed. Bang. As Nick walked through the Dregs, he suddenly heard the sound of a loud explosion followed by the sound of something big collapsing. Nick noticed that a big building in the distance had collapsed, and he immediately charged into a small alley at the side. As soon as Nick entered the alley, his ability activated, and with one swift jump, Nick landed on top of a house. Bang. The metal below Nick's feet bent as he charged forward with all of his power. Within 20 seconds, Nick reached the building. Yet, he didn't like what he was seeing at this moment. Right now, there were 3 people standing in front of a big pile of metallic rubble. The person at the front was currently holding something in his hand that looked like a small worm with several tentacles growing from its mouth. Nick was 95% sure that this thing was a Specter. However, Nick was also sure that he wouldn't get it. After all, the 3 people in front of the pile of rubble wore Zephyx Extractor uniforms. Nick could only sigh. "You're late," the leader said, turning to Nick, who was still on the roof of a building. Nick was quite surprised that the extractor had noticed him. "Good luck next time," the leader said with a laugh. Then he left with his 2 colleagues and the Specter. Chapter 63, Sound. Nick sighed. "That's one less Specter I can catch," he thought. Naturally, Nick wasn't the only person searching for Specters in the Dregs, which made things that much more difficult for him. More days passed. Eventually, Nick found a clue. A small family told Nick that there were scary things happening in their house. From time to time, stuff moved around, and they even heard stuff shaking in other rooms. Some of them even claimed that they heard voices coming from below them, which couldn't be possible since the sewers were directly below them. Nick followed up on the clue and entered their house. After staying in their house for a while, Nick suddenly felt his ability deactivate, even though no one was in the room with him. But then his ability activated again a couple of seconds later. Nick furrowed his brows and took a step forward in the empty room. His ability deactivated again. 3 seconds later, it reactivated. Nick knew what that meant. Someone is hearing me, but can't see me, he thought. Since Nick's ability deactivated if anyone sensed him, it also meant that it deactivated when someone heard him make a sound. At that moment, the person or Specter knew where Nick was since they knew where the sound came from. But if they didn't see Nick, and if Nick didn't give off more sounds, they wouldn't be able to perceive him again. After all, Nick could have already walked away from the spot where the sound had been made, making it uncertain for the listener whether he was there or not. They can hear me, but not see me, Nick thought. This either means that the Specter is blind or that it is not inside the room. Nick very silently took a step to the side. His ability didn't deactivate. Then Nick quietly opened a door. Usually, houses in the Dregs didn't have any doors, but this one did. When Nick was slowly opening the door, his ability didn't deactivate. That means the Specter is also not in that room, Nick thought, looking at the door he was opening. The next moment, Nick took a couple of normal steps. His ability deactivated again. 3 seconds later, it reactivated. After that, Nick silently crept over to another door and quietly opened it. His ability didn't deactivate. Means it is also not in that room, Nick thought. Nick scratched his chin. These are the only two adjacent rooms. The next moment, Nick grabbed an uneven spot on one of the metallic walls and pulled himself up. Ding, ding. Nick quietly knocked on the ceiling of the room. His ability didn't deactivate. Ding, ding. Nick used some more power. His ability didn't deactivate. Ding. Now it deactivated. Means the Spectre is not above me as well. That knock was so loud that every adjacent room heard it, Nick thought. Then Nick walked to one of the walls and quietly knocked at it. The same thing happened, and Nick's ability only deactivated after a pretty strong knock. After that, Nick tried the other wall. Same thing. That only leaves one spot, Nick thought as he looked at the floor. Slowly, Nick went to his knees. And then, he quietly knocked on the floor. Ding. Nick's ability immediately deactivated. Nick narrowed his eyes. In the sewers, huh? The next moment, Nick went to the rusty wall again and climbed a bit. After that, Nick put his feet on the wall and looked at the ground. His ability had become active again. Boom. Nick shot at the ground, and as soon as he hit it, the metallic plates broke apart. The rusty plates couldn't possibly resist such a tremendous shockwave. As the entire floor collapsed, Nick's ability didn't deactivate, surprisingly. Although that was actually logical. After all, with sounds of collapsing metal plates coming from everywhere, no one could tell where Nick was just based on sound. As the floor was collapsing, Nick rapidly took out a tube and destroyed it. A bright domain of arc light appeared, encompassing the falling metallic plates. The dark sewer lit up, and Nick quickly found something that wasn't supposed to be there. Just 2 meters below where the old floor had been was some kind of scaffolding made of pieces of rusty metal. And then Nick saw something else. There was someone on the piece of scaffolding. He was a middle-aged man, and he was in the process of ducking, which was quite understandable since the ceiling above him had just exploded. Bang! One of Nick's legs kicked one of the falling metal plates, shooting him towards the guy. Crack! Nick's elbow hit the guy's chest and pushed him toward the scaffolding, which broke apart as well. When Nick's elbow had hit the guy, he had felt many of his bones break, which told him one thing. That's a human, Nick thought. Sure, Nick had shot at the guy with quite a bit of power, but a Spectre wouldn't get injured this heavily as long as it wasn't an initial hatchling. Nick had just caused a genuinely life-threatening injury, which wouldn't have happened if this were a Spectre. Nick gritted his teeth in frustration. You idiot, Nick thought as he jumped away from the breaking scaffolding. The fact that Nick's ability hadn't deactivated meant that the guy was not able to perceive any other person right now. The guy probably couldn't muster the mental capacity for proper spatial awareness after having his chest caved in, which meant that he didn't know where Nick was. Nick grabbed one of the pieces of scaffolding that didn't break and threw himself back into the room at the top. Not all the plates had collapsed. As soon as Nick landed, he looked into the sewers. Splash. Several metal plates fell into the sewers, as well as the guy. Yeah, that guy's not surviving, Nick thought. The next moment, Nick just snorted in annoyance. What the fuck were you even doing down there? There are enough houses for everyone. Why would you live below someone else's house? Nick just kept looking into the sewers, which had calmed down by now. 10 seconds passed. Guess he lost consciousness. I am not a fan of killing people, but I'm not going to mourn a dumb fuck like that. Chapter 64, Profiting. Why was he even here? Like, did he live here? Nick thought. Probably not. That scaffolding was quite rickety and not very big. But then what the fuck was that guy doing below this house? I mean, the tenants said that spooky things were happening in their house, which was most likely his doing. But why? I mean, did he do it on purpose? Based on what the tenants said, it had to have been on purpose. This means this guy was down here for a reason, and I don't think it's a very honest and nice one. In the end, Nick could only sigh. I guess the answer died with him. Splash, splash, splash. The next moment, Nick saw and heard several things entering the water. Nick raised an eyebrow when he saw a couple of rats swimming towards the place where the guy had fallen into the sewers. Thanks, Nick. Nick moved his head over the edge and looked at where the voice had come from. A rat was clinging to the ceiling, looking at him from about 2 meters away. 9 more of those, and I'll tell you where you can find a weak Spectre, the rat said with a smirk. Nick furrowed his brows and didn't answer. Oh, come on, the rat said. You've killed for less. A memory shot through Nick's mind, and an annoyed expression appeared on his face. Under normal circumstances, Nick would say that he would never consider the parasite's offer. However, he had been searching for a Spectre for 3 weeks now, and the latest clue had turned out to be just some random dude. Nick was quite frustrated and annoyed. For about 10 seconds, he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the color of the sewers below Nick had turned a bit redder. "I'll consider it," Nick said. "Great," the rat said, excitedly clapping its little hands while keeping itself clinging to the ceiling with its hind legs. "I'm looking forward to it. Just throw them in the sewers." Nick snorted. "Why was that guy even here?" Nick asked. "He was a stalker," the rat said. "A stalker?" Nick repeated. "Yep." He kept rambling on and on about the love of his life and how he would make everyone leave the house so that he could be with her, the rat said. "Total nut job." "Huh," Nick uttered in something that was and wasn't surprised at the same time. The next moment, Nick pulled his head out of the sewers again and stood up. Nick exited the room and walked out of the house. After exiting, Nick saw two people waiting for him. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was a 14-year-old girl. The man was quite muscular and burly, and based on the things he was wearing, Nick could tell that he was someone working for the peddlers, one of the four big gangs. Those two were the inhabitants of the house. Nick's eyes fell on the young girl. I guess that was his target, Nick thought. The next moment, Nick looked at the man, and with her father present, the stalker didn't dare to directly do anything to her. Guess killing someone isn't always bad. The burly man quickly came up to Nick with a nervous and scared expression. Surprisingly, his daughter didn't seem as anxious as her father. "We just heard a loud bang," the father said. "Did you find the specter?" "Daddy, it's not a specter," the daughter said with a groan. "If it were, we would already be dead." "Let Daddy talk with the extractor, honey," the father said as he lightly patted his daughter's head. The daughter just snorted and looked to the side, but she didn't escape from her father's head pats. "So?" the father asked, looking at Nick. "It was a guy," Nick said. "A guy?" the father repeated in shock. "Told you it wasn't a specter," the daughter said with a prideful smirk. Nick nodded. "Some guy built some kind of scaffolding in the sewers below your house. When I knew that someone or something was below your house, I broke through your floor and found him." Many memories shot through the father's mind, and his fear and anxiety were very quickly replaced with pure rage. Some random guy was living below his house and causing him so much worry. "Where is he?" the father asked with a dark tone. "His scaffolding broke, and he fell into the sewers," Nick said. "The parasite quickly took care of him." The man snorted with aggression. "Lucky bastard," he grumbled. "Anyway, I have to thank you, sir," the man said with a respectful tone. "Without you, I would have probably lost my home." Nick nodded with a neutral expression. "If you ever find any information regarding any possible specters, please contact us. If you actually find one, you will have helped us far more than I have helped you today." "Of course," the man said, hitting his chest once to emphasize that he was serious. "I will tell my men to keep an eye out." Nick nodded again. "Good. By the way, you should fix the floor in one of your living rooms." "That's not a problem, sir," the man said with a laugh. "Thank you again." The next moment, the man pushed his daughter forward a bit. "Say thanks to the nice man, honey." The girl furrowed her brows, but her expression quickly turned into a friendly smile before politely bowing to Nick. "Thank you so much, sir." Nick nodded one last time and walked away. Some seconds later, Nick just sighed. "And the search continues," he thought with annoyance. 3 weeks. 3 fucking weeks. How long until I can finally get some clues for a specter? As Nick walked, his short conversation with a parasite shot through his mind. Nick walked in silence. 9 more corpses, huh? Nick looked at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Is it really that bad? I mean, there are plenty of people that deserve to die, right? Is it so bad that I profit from these deaths? Nick wasn't sure. Chapter 65, so difficult. Another 2 weeks passed. By now, Nick had been searching for a specter for around 6 weeks. And still, he had not gotten a single clue. There had been a couple of leads, but none of them actually led to a real specter. There was always just humans. Sure enough, the last time I was lucky, Nick thought with a sigh while taking a break in the marketplace. Even more, there was this second group of extractors that found a specter in the Dregs. I feel like the other manufacturers find so many more specters than me. Although I get it. They have investigators, while we don't have anything. How are we supposed to keep up with that? In fact, I didn't even find the specter myself last time. An inspector actually told me about the dreamer. Can I even find any specter on my own? Nick sighed again. 6 weeks with no leads. Nick looked at the people that were passing by him. By now, the people no longer avoided him. They had grown used to Nick's presence. At least I've gotten plenty of experience in how to find specters. I know which clues will most likely not produce any result, and I know how to get people to talk. On top of that, I learned a lot about what other people in the Dregs do when nobody's around, and I even learned how the gangs operate internally. If there were any clues, I would probably be able to get them. Nick sighed once more. However, barely a day passes before one of the inspectors already finds the clue, and with their manpower, they can get to the bottom of the clue in no time. All the inspectors meet every day and gather their relevant information, making it much easier to create a full image of the Dregs. Meanwhile, I can only look at a small part of the Dregs every day since I am alone. I really need a team of inspectors. Nick just kept thinking about his current situation in frustration and hopelessness. He had no idea how to get another Spectre. Stop, please. Nick's eyes slowly moved to the marketplace. You don't want to have some fun. Come on, don't be such a prude. No, go away. Please. You can have my money. You can keep your money. I want something else. Nick just sighed. Another rape. In the outer city, sexual assault was illegal, but nobody really cared about this in the Dregs. In a certain way, it might even secretly be encouraged since it produced more children, which produced more blood for Kugelblitz. Of course, nobody actually said that it was encouraged, but the absence of prosecutions for rapists still counted as a statement from the city. Rapes happened almost every day. It was a very common sight in the Dregs. Everyone had gotten used to them, and the people just avoided the situation in the center of the marketplace. Right now, a younger woman was being beset by two guys. One of the guys was holding the woman's shoulder, while the other one was grabbing his dick through his pants with a smirk. Nick had witnessed quite a lot of these events. Stop. This is my last warning. I will bite your dick off, the woman shouted as the guy was unbuttoning his pants. Oh, we got a feisty one. The other guy said, his pants apparently having gotten a bit tighter around the waist. Do you dare? The first guy said as he pulled the woman's head down. If you make me bleed, you will lose 2 liters of your blood. Can you afford that? The woman wrestled against her captor's hands, but she wasn't strong enough. You already look anemic, the other guy said, slowly moving his finger across the woman's very white skin. If you lose another 2 liters of blood, you will most likely die. Are you so against having a bit of fun with us? We are even willing to pay you 5 credits each. The woman gritted her teeth in anger, frustration, hatred, and helplessness. The people in the marketplace avoided her. If these 2 men were just random people, some of the others might have gotten involved. However, these 2 guys had the insignia of the Riker Strikers. While some of the bystanders were willing to put themselves in a bit of danger for their morals, they were not willing to commit suicide for them. After a bit more persuasion, the sexual assault commenced. Nick had grown so cold and apathetic to these events that he just absent-mindedly watched the woman's head bop back and forth on the guy's crotch in the middle of the marketplace. As Nick watched, a memory shot through his mind. He remembered his conversation with that one investigator who told Nick about the Dreamer. Back then, Nick had been furious with the Zephyx manufacturer because they didn't do anything against the Dreamer, even though they had the power and knew about it. They were willing to just sit by and let the people suffer. Nick had been absolutely furious with him back then. Wasn't he doing something very similar just now? I have the power to stop this, Nick thought, watching the crying woman. But would that change anything? They are the Riker Strikers, and they are known for going against absolutely everyone that resists them. Sure, I don't need to fear them, but that just means that they will focus their anger all on that girl. At that point, they will probably steal all her belongings and rape her a couple more times before dooming her to die during the next tax day. Intervening now would only make things worse for her. If I am going to interfere, her life is my responsibility since I would have indirectly killed her. The next moment, Nick looked at the guy who was pushing his cock into the crying girl's face. And if I kill them, I have to pay 5,000 credits per person. Sure, they wouldn't seek revenge on the girl anymore, but 5,000 credits is still a lot. I would have lost 10,000 credits just to save someone I don't even know. Even more, I wouldn't even get to keep the corpses, or I would need to pay another 10,000 credits per person, which means I also can't give them to the parasite. Nick sighed. Why is being a good guy so difficult? Chapter 66, Exchange. Nick kept watching the event in the middle of the marketplace. Usually, Nick didn't like watching something like this, but since Nick's current moral dilemma was related to this event, he just kept absent-mindedly watching. One of the 2 guys had noticed that Nick kept watching like a creep and became a bit embarrassed. Is he a voyeur? The guy that was currently in the process of having intercourse in public thought. Usually, one of them would charge at Nick and kick him a couple of times, but Nick's uniform stopped these thoughts from even occurring. Zephyx Extractors were the absolutely worst people one could attack. Not only did they have an incredibly high status, but they could also tear humans apart like paper. 30,000 credits if I want to keep the two corpses, Nick thought as he looked at the two men. The guy on the side felt a cold shudder go down his neck as his dick became limp. Don't tell me that guy's gay. Nick just kept looking deep in thought. 9 corpses would come to 135,000 credits, Nick thought. For 135,000 credits, I can find the location of a Spectre immediately. That's all I have to pay. Nick didn't even see killing these two men as part of the deal, since that didn't have any relevance to him. Sure, Nick wasn't a big fan of killing, but if Nick really didn't like someone, that someone lost all their value in Nick's eyes. He had seen too much shit in the Dregs to care about these people. Ah, there we go, the other guy shouted with a satisfied voice as he pulled himself out of the girl's mouth. By now, the girl was full-on crying and fell backward with closed eyes. I think this isn't her first time, the guy said to his friend. She's surprisingly good at this. She does this amazing thing with her tongue dash. Yeah, I'm not interested, the other guy said as he looked at Nick with a concerned expression. I'm not in the mood. Not in the mood, the first guy asked in surprise. But you said you were into this sort of thing. I made you my rape buddy exactly because you were so into this shit. Don't tell me you've gotten soft. The other guy snorted. I got soft, but not in that department, the guy said. The next moment, he gestured to Nick with a movement of his head. He's watching, and it kind of ruined the mood for me. The first guy looked at Nick, and when he saw Nick's uniform, he also became a bit concerned. Why does he keep looking at us? He asked quietly. I don't know, the other guy answered. Think he's gay. No idea, dude. How long has he been looking? Since the start. The guy felt himself become a bit red in the face when he thought that a Zephyx Extractor had been watching him rape a girl. He didn't mind the other people since he was very much into being perceived as powerful. When these weak people watched him without doing anything, he felt like he was establishing his dominance over all of the Dregs. But when it was a Zephyx Extractor, things were very different since he knew very well that he couldn't possibly compete with one of those. Because of that, he became quite a bit embarrassed. I get it, the guy said, understanding why the other one wasn't in the mood. Give me my money. The two of them looked at the crying girl. By now, she had opened her eyes, and she was glaring with hatred at the guy that had just raped her. When the guy saw the girl's aggressive expression, he became a bit angry and annoyed. He didn't like it when his prey bit back. Nevertheless, he took out 5 credits and threw them at the girl without saying anything. To the two of them, it was important to keep the good prey alive so that they could be reused, which was why they were paying them. At least the really good ones. The bad ones didn't get paid. The next moment, the two of them walked away from the marketplace. Nick just kept sitting at the side of the marketplace, still thinking about his options. How much longer? How much longer do I have to search for a Spectre? Also, just because I can't go against Riker himself yet doesn't mean that I can't get rid of some of his people. After all, I'm a Zephyx Extractor, and Riker won't risk exposing himself by trying to take revenge on me. The death of a Zephyx Extractor is a huge deal. In a way, I can make the Dregs a better place while also profiting from it. 135,000 credits in exchange for the location of a Spectre and a better world. Nick nodded and stood up. Then he left the marketplace and walked towards the outer city. For the next hour, Nick talked to Winter inside his office. Some hours later, Nick went asleep. When he woke up, he dealt with Hurwa and worked with a dreamer. After that, Nick left Dark Dream and entered a station where the guards of Crimson Fungus City worked. It was a black building with a huge symbol of Crimson Fungus City on it. As soon as he entered, the guards turned to Nick, and when they saw his uniform, they became interested. One of the officers walked over to Nick. Welcome. Is there anything we can help you with? Nick nodded. My Zephyx manufacturer requires some specific corpses from the Dregs. I will be the one doing the killing and collecting. You just need to officiate the proceedings and help me transport the corpses, Nick said. Surprisingly, the guard just smiled politely. He wasn't surprised or shocked at all. Of course, the officer said, Please leave your company's card here for reference. Nick nodded and took out Dark Dream's official bank card. The officer smiled politely, put the card away, and called a team of 3 guards. 2 of the guards came over to Nick and introduced themselves politely, while the last one walked to the back. Some seconds later, the guy came back out, pulling a hearse. Where to? The guy asked. The Dregs, Nick answered. Chapter 67. Scary. Nick walked towards the dregs while 3 of the guards kept following him. 2 of the guards were rather tall and wore black uniforms, similar to the uniforms of the tax collectors, but without the gas masks. The entire gas mask thing for the tax collectors mainly existed to keep their identities secret, and so that they didn't need to smell the disgusting dregs. Normal guards didn't wear gas masks, but right now they wish they did. As soon as they walked into the dregs, the faces of the 2 guards behind Nick scrunched up while the 3rd guard far behind him just sneered in disgust. The outer city had a solid wall of metal between itself and the sewers, but the dregs were mostly built on rusty grates. One could imagine how bad it smelled to walk over something like the sewers of Crimson Fungus City. As soon as they entered, the eyes of the people opened widely in horror. If there were simply a couple of guards with a Zephyx Extractor, they wouldn't care. However, the hearse was what scared them. The people immediately scattered, not even entering the houses but just running as far away as possible. The guards just casually watched the people scatter. The Zephyx Extractor had said that he would be the one creating the corpses. "Want us to stop them?" one of the guards asked as a formality. "No," Nick answered neutrally. "As you wish," the guard answered before becoming quiet again. As Nick walked through the dregs, he felt strange. At this moment, he no longer felt like a member of the dregs. In fact, he felt like one of the tax collectors. For some reason, Nick felt like he was not looking at humans running from him, but at animals. This feeling scared him. He felt like he was losing something important, and he quickly shook his head. "Stop thinking about these things," Nick thought with frustration. "You're about to make this a better place. You're about to take care of some people from the Riker Strikers. The people are running from you only because they don't trust you and don't know if you will kill them. If they knew what you were doing, they would look at you with thankful eyes." However, it wasn't easy to get rid of this strange feeling. Even though Nick knew that what he was doing was for the good of the dregs, he still felt like some kind of monster. Eventually, the 4 of them reached the marketplace. It was empty. Naturally, everyone had already heard about the group of people coming, and they had already scattered like roaches. It didn't matter what power one had in the dregs. Children, adults, merchants, rapists, murderers, gang members, or whatever. Everyone was equally helpless when the guards or Zephyx Extractors came. Nick led the 3 guards past the marketplace into a relatively small alleyway. The alleyway was so small that the hearse didn't even fit into it. "You can leave it here," Nick said, turning to the guy pulling the hearse. The guard just nodded and waited at the entrance of the alleyway with his hearse. A moment later, he took out a small azure bottle. "Really, Johnny?" one of the guards asked with annoyance. "We're working right now." The guard gritted his teeth and put the bottle into his pockets again. "Sorry, boss. Johnny, you really need to keep this addiction under control. I don't want your performance to suffer." "Don't worry, boss. I know." "Sorry," the guard said. The other guard sighed and turned to Nick. "Sorry for this." "It's fine," Nick said as he led the 2 guards deeper into the alleyway. When they were gone, Johnny took out the azure bottle again and unplugged it. The next moment, he bit down on a part of his lower lip so hard that it started bleeding. Then he put one of his fingers into the bottle and carefully took out some blue dust, which he then placed on the bleeding part of his lip. His body started to shake in place, and a pained expression appeared on Johnny's face. Yet, there was also deep happiness visible on his face. A minute later, he stopped shaking. CRKSH. He bit his lip again and put another bit of blue dust on it. Meanwhile, Nick led the 2 guards behind him to an unnoticeable wall of a seemingly random building. Nick pushed on it a bit, but it didn't move. This was the entrance to the Riker Strikers' headquarters. Naturally, after gathering information in the dregs for over 6 weeks, Nick had learned where the headquarters of all the different gangs were. Locked, Nick thought emotionlessly. "Step back," Nick said. The 2 guards took a couple of steps back. "Turn around." "I don't want to show you my ability," Nick added. The 2 guards looked at each other, but turned around after. There was no reason for Nick to kill them. After staying silent for a couple of seconds, Nick felt his ability activate. Since Nick was a late newbie, his body was about 3.4 times as powerful as the average human male, and with his ability active, it was around 17 times as powerful. If he wanted, Nick could lift a stone that weighed over a ton over his head. But instead, Nick grabbed the side of the plate and pulled with all his power. CRRK. The screws and nails exploded off the plate, and the plate was thrown to the side. The sound was extremely violent and loud, and when the guards heard it, their entire bodies jerked in shock. It sounded like something huge had just broken through a metallic wall. The two of them quickly turned around, but they just saw Nick standing in front of an open corridor. When the two of them saw the many small holes in the wall and the bent metallic plate on the side, they took deep breaths through their teeth. They couldn't do something like that. Even though they were guards, they were still just humans. Once more, they were reminded of how scary Zephyx Extractors were. Chapter 68, Creating Corpses. Nick just gestured towards the open corridor with his head and entered. The two guards took another deep breath and followed him. Luckily, the Zephyx Extractor was not their enemy. Shortly after entering, two tall men walked out of one of the doors at the side of the corridor. Based on their lack of clothing, Nick could tell that they had probably been asleep until now. What the F dash? Bang. Before the first guy could finish speaking, Nick casually extended his hand to his face and shoved his head into the metallic wall. Crack. The loud sound of something hard cracking echoed throughout the corridor, and the other guy's eyes widened in terror. He immediately took out a long metallic pipe and lifted it in front of him in terror. Nick quickly arrived in front of him and grabbed the pipe. The man felt like a giant was pushing the pipe to the side. The next moment, Nick grabbed the guy's shoulder and shoved him to the ground. The man couldn't even resist. The man was quite big and powerful by the Dregs standards, which meant he was about 85 kilos with a low body fat percentage. That put him at a bit above average for normal human standards. And Nick? Well, if one were to use the guy as a reference, Nick would be a man weighing about 240 kilos with a low body fat percentage. That was an amount of muscle that nearly no normal human had ever accomplished in their life. Maybe after a lifetime of brutal training while being over 210 centimeters tall. And yet, all of that power was condensed into a frame that was barely 175 centimeters tall. Without thinking much about it, being 3.4 times as powerful as an average man didn't seem that impressive, but when put into actual numbers, it was actually a terrifying amount of power. As soon as the man was pushed to the ground, Nick grabbed the man's head and twisted it until he heard several violent cracks. Nick wasn't used to killing people, but he knew that he just needed to create enough cracks at important places to kill someone. Nick grabbed one of the guys and casually threw the body towards the entrance. The two guards sidestepped the body as they looked at it with lifted eyebrows. "Keep an eye on them," Nick said. "Oh, sure," one of them said absent-mindedly as he kept looking at the body beside his feet. Nick nodded and went into one of the rooms where one of the guys had come out. Inside, Nick saw a couple of bunk beds. On one of the beds, Nick saw a guy rubbing his head in annoyance before looking towards the door. Nick walked towards the bunk bed as the eyes of the guy followed him in confusion. With a jump, Nick jumped on top of the bunk bed, his two hands surrounding the guy's neck. Then, Nick squeezed. Nick felt several pops with his hands as the man's expression became terrified. The man's hands and feet tried to punch and kick Nick, but the man felt like he was hitting a wall. In a last-ditch effort, the man tried to reach for Nick's eyes, but Nick just moved his head out of the way until the guy went limp. Just to make sure, Nick twisted the head of the guy until there was nearly no resistance anymore. Killing someone wasn't difficult if one had a lot of physical strength. Then Nick heard some clamoring and saw someone jump out of one of the beds, bolting for the door. Bang. The bunk bed Nick was kneeling on exploded as he shot toward the person. The man barely managed to get out of the door before Nick managed to grab his arm, at which point the guy was pulled back into the room. Again, Nick just bent the guy's head until it lost its connection to the neck. Since there was no one else running away, Nick threw the two bodies to the entrance under the interested gazes of the two guards. Next, Nick went back into the room and looked at it more closely. No, please. Bang. When Nick opened one of the closets, he found a man cowering and screaming in it. A kick to the face silenced him quickly. To make sure, Nick cracked the neck of the guy a bit. That had been the last person in the room. After throwing that corpse onto the other corpses, Nick entered another room. This room also had 3 bunk beds, but Nick saw nobody in them. He looked around a bit and didn't see any other exit out of the room. Crack. Nick closed the door and bent the door hinge until the door couldn't be opened anymore. Then he began to search the room. Yeah, he found a guy under a bed. A kick and a crack silenced him. When Nick opened one of the closets again, he saw a terrified man cowering on the ground. Surprisingly, the man neither moved nor screamed. He was just looking at Nick with widely open eyes. Nick slowly moved his hand towards the guy's head as he watched Nick in terror. Bang. After ramming the guy's head on the side of the closet, Nick separated the neck from its skull again to make sure. A minute later, Nick finished looking through the room. There was nobody else. But then, Nick furrowed his brows. Right now, Nick silently stood in the middle of the room. Yet, his ability hadn't reactivated. Nick moved around the room a bit and stopped for 3 seconds at seemingly random locations. Sometimes, Nick's ability reactivated before deactivating again. Eventually, Nick looked up. There was a rusty grate above him. Nick jumped up, grabbed the grate, and pulled it out of the ceiling. Immediately, Nick heard frantic sounds coming from above him. When Nick's head entered the new hole in the ceiling, he saw a guy trying to crawl away in some kind of ventilation shaft. After going into the shaft, Nick grabbed the man's feet and pulled him back. "Hey, help me." The man's nails broke off as he desperately tried to stop himself from getting pulled backward, leaving bloody lines on the walls. Some seconds later, the door to the room exploded, and Nick threw the corpses into the corridor. The guards looked at the corpses with neutral expressions and pulled them to the other ones. "I need one more," Nick said neutrally before going deeper into the hideout. Chapter 69, right thing. A minute later, the body of a young man was thrown onto the corpse pile by Nick. "All right, I'm done," Nick said as he released a sigh. The leading guard nodded. "You want to keep the corpses, right?" he asked. Nick wordlessly nodded. "All right, we'll put them on the hearse and calculate the price back in the outpost," he said. Nick nodded again as he walked past them. When Nick exited the corridor, he looked back. He saw one of the guards putting one of the corpses on the shoulders of the other guard, but Nick wasn't consciously taking note of that. Right now, Nick's thoughts were completely elsewhere. "I did the right thing, right?" Nick thought. The Riker Strikers are a horrible gang that rape and kill people all the time without contributing anything. The hub brings a lot of jobs and keeps the gangs in check. The peddlers are the reason why there are so many people in the Dregs in the first place, since they bring in a huge portion of the food. The insurance gang gives people a way to protect their belongings from others. All of them contribute to the Dregs. But the Riker Strikers don't contribute anything. They just steal, rob, rape, and murder. At that moment, one of the guards walked past Nick with one of the corpses on his shoulders. Nick didn't look at the corpse, but he felt like the corpse was looking at him with its widely opened and dead eyes. Nick's mind replayed the things he had seen inside the corridor. Screaming people. Terrified people. And yet, Nick only felt like he had gotten rid of some pests. They obviously were people, but Nick only viewed them as roaches or rats. In a way, these people were even worse than rats and roaches, since those could actually be eaten. Nick felt like he was supposed to feel more. They were still humans, right? Wasn't he supposed to feel something while killing humans? At that point, Nick was reminded of the first time he had killed someone. When Nick was just 13, he had been close to starving, and due to sheer luck, he somehow managed to kill a rat. When Nick had just taken his first bite, a gruff and tall woman pushed him away and grabbed the rat. At that moment, Nick had been filled with panic, and he had used all his power to push the woman when she had turned her back to him. Surprisingly, the woman had been sent flying, and she landed on a very rusty grate, which broke. A moment later, she screamed in terror as she fell into the sewers. The young Nick just looked with terror at the hole in the ground. He didn't dare to look into it. He only heard the sounds of many smaller things also falling into the water, and the woman's screams becoming shriller and hoarser. Soon, the screams vanished, and a minute later, a rat walked out of the hole. "Thanks," the rat said with a smirk as it stopped in front of Nick. "You can have this body as a reward. If you ever need food, you can just throw another person into the sewers." And then the rat just collapsed. The following days had been the most horrible of Nick's life. Sleeping had become extremely difficult. Eating had become difficult. Working had become difficult. Living had become difficult. Nick had been haunted by his memories of that day for weeks. Yet, in a certain way, the memories had helped him. Nick had feared confronting the memories so much that he had become active during every waking moment. He feared the silence that allowed him to think and did everything to avoid it. This resulted in Nick's body becoming stronger and in him getting more money by working more. And eventually, Nick had learned to live with everything. Finally, when Nick had finished his third assassination mission from the hub, he had made his peace with that event. Nick had never been a fan of killing, but he needed money to survive and to build a future, which was why he accepted these missions. It was something that he simply had to do and get through. Beggars literally couldn't be choosers. "Sir, we're done." Nick was pulled out of his memories as one of the guards called him. He turned to the entrance of the alleyway and saw the hearse completely filled. The next moment, Nick threw one last glance at the entrance of the corridor. "I did the right thing," he told himself in his mind. After shaking his head to regain his bearings, Nick went to the hearse. "Let's return," he said. "Of course, sir," the leading guard said. By now, the second guard had joined the third guard in pulling the hearse since it had become quite a bit heavier. The four of them traveled through the dregs in absolute silence. They didn't speak, and nothing in their vicinity made any noise. It was almost like they were traveling through a ruin. Eventually, they entered the outer city. More people appeared on the streets, but when they saw the hearse, they just held their noses and avoided walking near the hearse. A couple minutes later, the four of them arrived at the outpost of the guards. The hearse was parked outside the entrance while the four of them entered. Nick was led into a separate office, and the leading guard took out several sheets of paper. After reading all the sheets of paper and explaining them to Nick, the guard gave Nick a couple of them to sign. Nick signed all of them, and the guard put them away. "And that's all." "Thank you, sir," the guard said with a polite smile. Nick nodded and stood up. "Thank you as well." "No thanks necessary. Just doing my job." Nick nodded again and left the office. "Please bring back the hearse by tomorrow," the leading guard shouted before Nick closed the door. After exiting the outpost, Nick looked at the hearse filled with bodies. Some seconds later, he wordlessly took hold of the hearse and began to pull. Chapter 70, Sustainable Help. As Nick traveled through the outer city, people kept avoiding him due to the hearse he was pulling. A couple of minutes later, Nick arrived in front of Dark Dream's warehouse and entered through one of the big gates. The sound of the rusty wheels echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Just when Nick put the hearse down, the door to Winter's office opened. It was barely 5 p.m., and Winter was still here. When Winter saw the hearse with the leaking blood, he took a deep breath, but he didn't let Nick see it. Even though Winter had been raised to become a ruthless businessman, seeing a small hill of corpses was still shocking to him. Winter slowly walked over and stopped 2 meters away from the hearse as Nick stepped to the side. "They are all members of the Riker Strikers?" Winter asked. Nick nodded. They were all staying in the headquarters, and they are all pretty muscular and big. Winter absent-mindedly nodded as he kept looking at the hill. "And you're sure Riker won't take revenge?" "You were the one that assured me he wouldn't," Nick answered. Winter took another deep breath. "Right, sorry," he answered absent-mindedly before looking away from the hearse. "This is a good thing," Nick said, looking at Winter. "The Riker Strikers are a plague upon the Dregs." "Nick," Winter said with a slightly annoyed tone, "don't be disingenuous. We killed them for money. Nothing more and nothing less." When Nick heard that, he narrowed his eyes. "Maybe that's true for you, but I genuinely care about the Dregs. If the Riker Strikers weren't such a massive nuisance, I would have never killed them." "And then what?" Winter asked. "Yes, you wouldn't have killed anyone else, but that's only because not enough time has passed." Nick wanted to protest, but he didn't interrupt Winter. "You've searched for 6 weeks with no results, and you grew desperate. If the Riker Strikers didn't exist, you wouldn't have killed anyone. But what after another 4 weeks or another 10 weeks? When would you have become desperate and frustrated enough to kill people from another gang?" Winter asked. "Winter, you're evaluating me with your standards," Nick answered. "I have killed people before, but only when it was necessary or when there was a good reason. I am richer than 95% of all people living in the outer city, and I am well on my way as a Zephyx Extractor. Acting like I need to kill someone to survive while having this much wealth is something I can never accept," Nick explained. "And yet, you just killed 9 people, Winter countered. "Because I finally have the power to make a difference," Nick answered with a dark voice. "I am finally rich and powerful enough to change the lives of others for the better. Winter, my goal is not to just become fat and rich, but to improve the lives of the people around me," Nick argued. "Since when?" Nick furrowed his brows. "What do you mean, since when?" "Since when?" Winter repeated. "When we were on the search for the Dreamer, you told me that you just wanted to have a better life. You never said you wanted to improve the lives of the people around you." Silence. Surprisingly, Nick didn't immediately answer. "Since when, huh?" Nick repeated as he looked up with furrowed brows. Winter didn't interrupt Nick's thoughts. Nick thought back to his 3 days of vacation with Horwa. Back then, Nick's goal hadn't been to improve the lives of other people. When Nick had worked with the Dreamer, he also hadn't thought about the lives of others. When Nick had been searching for the next Spectre, he also hadn't thought about others. "And yet, I feel like I want to change things," Nick thought. "I feel like I should do something to improve the general quality of life of the people in the Dregs." When did that happen? Silence. Eventually, Nick reached an answer, but he didn't like it. "When I decided to kill the Riker Strikers," Nick thought. That was when I made my choice. Nick looked down. Is Winter right? Am I just saying this because I wanted justification? I was growing frustrated, and when the frustration hit a high point, I suddenly found a solution to my frustration while also conveniently finding a moral justification. What if I wouldn't have gained anything out of this? What if I weren't allowed to keep the corpses? Would I still have done this? Silence. Nick kept thinking. As things are now, no. However, that's because of the price for killing them. I want to help the people, but 5,000 credits to kill a person is just too high of a price. If I wouldn't need to pay 5,000 credits for every person I kill, I genuinely believe I would kill the Riker strikers to improve the Dregs. Yes, I want to improve the lives of others. I always lamented that so many powerful people didn't give a shit about improving the world and just kept consuming more and more to become fatter and fatter while we poor people suffered. I always wanted to change things, but I never felt like I had the power. But now I am slowly attaining this power. I refuse to become one of these people who forget their past struggles. I refuse to have this mindset that, since I am now the one in power, I have a moral justification to do the same thing that has been done to me in the past to others. I will improve the lives of others. The next moment, Nick narrowed his eyes and looked at the hearse. But it has to be sustainable. If I can't keep my power, I lose the power to help others. The stronger I get, the more people I can help. But it's important that I never lose this mindset. The next moment, Nick turned to Winter. Thanks, I needed that. Winter just raised an eyebrow. He wasn't quite sure what Nick meant. Chapter 71, Silent Work. Nick explained what he had been thinking about to Winter, who just looked at Nick with a skeptical expression. So, you're actually serious? Winter asked. You actually want to improve the lives of the people of the Dregs? Nick nodded, without hesitation. Why? Winter asked. They've never done anything for you. From what I've heard, all of them didn't care about you, and many of them even wanted to steal your things. Why would you want to sacrifice the stuff you earn to help people like them? It's the system, not the individual person, Nick said. If there were no taxes, the number of violent crimes would drop significantly. If the people had access to better food, they wouldn't need to fight others for valuable nutrients. Yes, there are many people that are unnecessarily cruel and extremely selfish. Naturally, these people don't deserve to get a better life. But I can't judge all of the poor people, because some of them are monsters. Just like how I can't call all the rich people monsters because they are not helping us. Right now, the people in the Dregs suffer, and some of them can improve their lives. However, I want it the other way around. I want everyone to have a good life, and if they do bad stuff, their lives will worsen. I think everyone deserves a chance, and I want to do my best to make this possible. Winter still looked at Nick with a skeptical expression. That's a tall order, you know? Nick nodded. I know. If I want to help everyone in the Dregs on such a fundamental level, I probably need to become as powerful as Albert, at least. Maybe even more powerful. But at least then, my power has actual value and meaning. Winter rubbed his chin as he looked at Nick. So, in short, you want to become much stronger. Power is the source that allows you to realize your dreams, right? He asked. I guess you could put it like that, Nick said with a nod. All right, Winter said. The next moment, Winter sighed. I'm happy to hear that, you know? This time, it was Nick who looked at Winter with skepticism. Why? I was afraid that you would become complacent, Winter said with a laugh. You always told me that you just want a better life. I was afraid that you would take it easy as soon as your livelihood became secure. But since you now have such a grand goal, you probably have no reason to become complacent. Nick scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, I guess so. Winter nodded. All right. Then, let's deal with the corpses. Nick nodded with a smile. I've sent Pater home for today. Jenny is currently working, and Trevor won't be here for several hours, Winter said. They have also not been informed about our decision to give the parasite a couple of corpses, and I want to keep it that way. Working with the parasite is illegal, and if we are found out, Crimson Fungus City will crack down on us. I will be able to get through this thanks to my family, but you won't survive. I hope you understand how important this is, Winter said. Nick nodded solemnly. I fully understand. I also don't want to die. Winter nodded back in mutual understanding. Bring them over, Winter said as he walked around the Dreamer's containment unit. Nick pulled the hearse behind him and followed Winter. Near the back of the warehouse, Winter stopped. Winter kneeled down and pointed at one of the shiny metal plates on the ground. Since we want to keep this a secret, I can't commission someone to create easy access to the sewers, which means you have to do it. I've already looked at the blueprints of the warehouse, and I've seen where all the important pipes and cables go through. There should be nothing important below this place, which is why I want to make this the entrance to the sewers. Nick nodded and walked over to the plate. To make the warehouse stable, the screws have been welded onto the metal plates, making it effectively impossible to remove them, Winter said as he pointed at one of the screws. I want you to tear them out without breaking them. I don't want there to be any signs. Nick nodded. Of course. Winter also nodded and left Nick to work. Nick needed his ability active for this. Over the next 30 minutes, Nick removed the screws carefully. It was extremely difficult to remove them without destroying the welding covering their edges. Nevertheless, by carefully rotating them, Nick managed to keep the welding on the screws while removing it from the plate itself. When he was done, he called Winter back, who nodded in appreciation. Good work, Winter said. Now slowly remove it. Nick removed all the screws one by one and carefully put them to the side. Then he slowly lifted the plate. The plate wasn't that heavy, which was why Nick didn't need his ability. After removing the plate, Nick saw a small and dark crawl space with another set of plates. Luckily, the second set of plates was not welded shut, but the plates were far bigger and heavier. Each plate weighed over 400 kilos. Winter left so that Nick's ability could reactivate, and over the next 10 minutes, Nick managed to take one of the massive plates off. As soon as the plate was pushed to the side, the horrible stench of the sewers entered the warehouse. We'll have to deal with the stench, Nick thought. Luckily, nobody's here right now. Nick called Winter back, and when Winter saw the disgusting black abyss, he took a deep breath. Since they were not in the dregs, there were no grates that let light into the sewers, which meant that the sewers below the warehouse were pitch black. Luckily, since the warehouse had many small holes in its ceiling, the light from the warehouse also reached the sewers, creating an isolated beam of light in a seemingly eternity of darkness. Call him, Winter said. Nick nodded. Chapter 72, Trade Negotiations. Hey, Parasite, Nick half shouted. I'm here for our trade. Silence. Nothing. No answer came. Nick looked at Winter with furrowed brows. Splash. Finally, a splash came from below them, and the two of them saw the head of a rat poking out of the water below them. This better be worth it, the rat said. It takes a lot of energy to get a body through the Eternals domain. While Specters weren't targeted by the nightmare, their minions were. However, someone as powerful as the Parasite had some ways to get his minion through a corridor of darkness. I got the 9 corpses, Nick said. The rat seemed quite surprised when it heard that. You do? It asked in surprise. Nick nodded. Yes, I do, but I want the location of a useful Specter that I can actually handle. Sure, the rat said quickly. I already know exactly which one to give you, and I'm absolutely certain that you will like this one. Nick furrowed his brows and looked at Winter. Winter nodded. Good, Nick said. Then, do we just dump the corpses in here? Can you send them down somewhere else? The rat asked. Getting that many of my minions here costs a lot of energy. No, we can't, Winter said from the side. You know better than anyone else that nobody is allowed to help you. I can justify taking the corpses here because we are a Zephyx manufacturer, and many Specters need corpses, but I can't justify taking them somewhere else. I'm not going to risk my business unnecessarily. The rat didn't seem happy at all. If I get enough of my minions here to consume the corpse, I need to expend over 30% of the resources I would get from them. That means I would only get 6 instead of 9 corpses, which means I need another 4 or 5 corpses to make this a fair trade, the rat said. How you transport the corpses is not our problem, Winter said. You told my employee when you made the offer that he only needs to dump the corpses into the sewers. You did not specify where and at what time to do it. Based on your offer, we can dump the corpses, all at once, without informing you, into a pit of pure darkness as long as it is within the sewer's domain. Frankly, your logistical issues are not relevant to this negotiation, Winter said. The rat really didn't like what it was hearing. Are you going to miss out on a Specter just because you don't want to get 4 more corpses real quick? The rat asked. Are you? Winter answered. You're the one going back on your word. I'm not going back on my word, the Parasite shouted in anger. You are effectively only giving me 6 corpses instead of 9. You're scamming me. No, we are not, Winter answered calmly but firmly. We are the procurers of the corpses, and we are selling them at wholesale. There's a reason why the actual merchants generally ask for 30% more. If you sell the corpses to your customers, you will get the worth of 9 corpses out of them. What are you even talking about? The rat shouted. I'm not a fucking merchant. So, Winter answered, "We are the producers of said corpses. If you are not willing to sell them for more, that's not our problem. The trade agreement stands. Now, do you want the corpses right now?" The rat seemed like it was about to die of anger. "Fine," it shouted. "But I will remember this for the future. You are free to make us a new offer after fulfilling this one," Winter calmly answered. "You might be our best option for obtaining information regarding Specters right now, but if your offer is too disadvantageous for us, you will lose this position. At some point, creating an investigator team or buying Specters from other manufacturers might be more cost-effective than accepting your offers. In the end, it's up to you," Winter said evenly. The rat just glared at Winter without saying anything for several seconds. "Like father, like son," the rat grumbled. "Fine. Give me some minutes." "Of course," Winter answered before looking away from the dark hole. While they were waiting, Nick saw Winter leaning away from the hole and sighing in relief. Nick was quite surprised when he saw that. Just now, Winter had seemed extremely confident and in control, but as soon as he was outside the parasite's perception, he lost all that confidence. "Ready the corpses," Winter said as he casually motioned for Nick to bring the hearse. "Of course," Nick answered as he pulled over the hearse. Then, a couple of minutes of silence passed. "I'm ready." Nick and Winter looked into the hole again. Even though they had been prepared, a cold shudder still ran down their backs when they saw the heads of over 100 rats poking out of the water. "All right," Nick answered. "Want them one by one or all at once?" "One by one," one of the rats said. Nick stood up, grabbed one of the corpses, and hurled it into the hole. Splash. When the corpse hit the water, Nick saw the rats all jumping onto it with fervor. Nick didn't notice it, but the parasite's anger nearly vanished at this moment. The parasite had only asked for corpses, which meant that Nick could have also thrown in a malnourished little girl, which wouldn't have given the parasite a lot of energy. However, the corpse that Nick had thrown in was of a big and muscular man. That was a high-quality corpse for the parasite. And when Nick dumped the other corpses, the parasite actually felt like he was lucky. All of these corpses were high-quality corpses. The parasite even had to get over more rats since the corpses were so big. Eventually, all but one of the rats left. "Well," Winter asked. The rat looked at Winter with a wide grin. "I'll keep my word. I'll tell you. You're going to love this one." Chapter 73, Possession Specter. Nick and Winter were listening to the parasite intently. "You're going to love this," the parasite said. "This specter is easy to capture, easy to find, and easy to work with." Winter looked at the parasite with furrowed brows. "That sounds a bit too good to be true." "And it would be," the rat shouted, "but you guys are in luck. The specter I'm going to tell you about is my competition, and I want to get rid of him. If he weren't eating so many of my corpses, I would never give his location to anyone for just 10 corpses. Winter just gestured for the parasite to continue. "I'm calling him the Screaming Coffin," the parasite said. "Screaming Coffin," Winter repeated. "Does this mean what I think it means?" "Yep," the rat said with a smile. "It's a possession specter, the very thing all of you Zephyx manufacturers want." Winter looked at the rat with a suspicious expression. "And you're going to hand that specter to us just like that?" "Well," the parasite slowly said, "why not view it as a nice favor for me for our future negotiations?" "Sure," Winter slowly said with an uncertain tone. "So where is this Screaming Coffin, and what does it do?" "Right here," the rat said. "In fact, you're not even 30 meters away from it." This surprised Nick and Winter, and they looked around. Sadly, since the sewers were so dark, they couldn't see much. "This guy eats the same stuff as me, human corpses," the rat said, "but he takes way longer to digest them. He isn't very fast. The Screaming Coffin is moving around the bottom of the sewers, and whenever he finds a corpse, he swims toward it and consumes it. While the guy is just a hatchling, I can't overwhelm him with just my minions, which is why I have to give him corpses from time to time. In fact, I had to protect the corpses you guys gave me quite fiercely just now since he wanted them very badly." When Nick heard about the Screaming Coffin, he furrowed his brows. Sure, a possession specter was the best specter possible for Zephyx extraction. They didn't run away. They didn't fight back. They were easy to work with. A possession specter essentially represented free money for a Zephyx manufacturer. However, there was one bad thing. One couldn't attune one Zephyx synchronizer to a possession specter. This meant that Nick's issue still wasn't solved. He still needed a specter that had a high compatibility with his ability. "How powerful is it?" Winter asked while Nick was thinking about the issue with his ability. "Not at all," the parasite said with a dismissing tone. He has a couple of grabby tendrils, but Nick should easily be strong enough to resist it, especially since he doesn't technically have a perception since he's just an object. In fact, if Nick isn't careful, he might accidentally rip the poor guy into two. All of this sounded too good to be true, and Nick still felt suspicious. Was the parasite planning something? Thank you, Winter said from the side. We will be capturing the screaming coffin in a couple of days. In a couple of days? The parasite repeated. Why not now? The guy is literally below me. You said the screaming coffin consumes corpses, correct? Winter asked. The rat nodded. And we just procured 9 corpses. However, we don't have these corpses anymore. If we capture the screaming coffin right now, it needs corpses to stay placated. But if we go out and immediately get even more corpses after getting so many just hours ago, the guards might suspect us. So we have to act like we already have the screaming coffin and that the 9 corpses went to it. Because of that, I want to wait for 3 to 5 days before capturing it. The rat didn't seem happy, but the parasite understood Winter's decision. Fine, the parasite answered. Just call me when you need his location, but don't call me just to chat. Getting one of my minions to this isolated location wastes too much energy, and if I'm getting called for some dumb reasons, I might start charging you for my consultations. Of course, Winter said. Thank you for the trade, and we will be calling for you when it's time to capture the screaming coffin. Sure, the rat said before diving into the water and vanishing. The next moment, Winter turned to Nick. Close everything up. No one must know what happened. Nick was pulled out of his thoughts and nodded. After a couple of minutes, everything had been put back, and Nick looked at Winter again. I still need a proper Spectre for my ability advancement, Nick said. I know, Winter said, but it's actually extremely good that we got a possession Spectre this time. A smile appeared on Winter's face. The screaming coffin probably produces a lot of Zephyx since it is consuming human corpses. Specters that consume humans tend to produce a lot of Zephyx in very little time. With it and the Dreamer, we will be producing a great amount of Zephyx every day, which will allow us to buy more advanced things. Your advancement is still over a year away, and we have plenty of time to accumulate wealth during that time, Winter said. Don't forget that there are not only Specters roaming around that we humans haven't found yet, but that there are also ones that are simply too troublesome to capture and contain. With enough money, we might even be able to get a containment unit for a 4th Spectre, Winter said with a smirk. Nick's eyebrows rose in positive surprise. If Nick could also choose from some 4 Specters, his number of choices would improve tremendously. In the end, Nick accepted that getting a possession Spectre was a good thing. Best of all, Nick probably didn't even need to hire more Zephyx Extractors for the new Spectre. Chapter 74, one more. After getting rid of all the different signs that pointed towards a trade with a parasite, Nick left the warehouse again and dealt with Hurwa. By now, Nick had become completely used to dealing with Hurwa, and he had found his rhythm. Since it had been 3 months, Hurwa had grown by quite a bit. Nick even needed to buy him some new clothes. Sadly, Hurwa had not yet shown any signs of getting better. A couple days ago, Nick had taken Jenny to Hurwa to see if she could do something with the abilities she had gotten from the Dreamer. When Jenny had seen how old Hurwa was, she had been extremely shocked. Nick had always seemed like an extremely competent and friendly boss. But now she was confronted with the fact that Nick had essentially thrown a child in front of the Dreamer. This didn't fit Jenny's image of Nick at all. Nevertheless, she couldn't ignore the proof right in front of her. After Hurwa went asleep, Jenny tried to view his dreams, but there weren't any. According to Jenny, Hurwa simply wasn't dreaming at all. The two of them asked Winter about this the next day. After all, Winter had been taught a lot by the tutors his family had hired. Winter said that normally dreaming was simply the brain of a person reorganizing the memories they had written down that day, which was also why almost all dreams were somehow related to some thoughts one had had during that day. The fact that Hurwa wasn't dreaming actually wasn't very surprising. After all, Hurwa didn't perceive anything, which meant that he most likely didn't create new memories. So he also didn't dream. There was simply nothing to dream about. When Nick heard that, he could only sigh. He wanted to help Hurwa. Hurwa had been in this state for a quarter of a year, and Nick knew that this wasn't a life worth living. Would he wake up on his own? The doctor said it was possible. But what if he wouldn't? Should he simply ask the Dreamer to wake Hurwa up? But what if that caused even more pain to Hurwa? What if Hurwa would have simply woken up a week later? For now, Nick decided against using the Dreamer and continued caring for Hurwa. Over the next couple of days, Nick only traveled between Hurwa and the warehouse. He didn't return to the Dregs to search for another Specter. Nick had to act like they had already caught a Specter. 4 days after the trade with a parasite, it was time. During the late hours, Nick went into the warehouse. Even though the sun always shone, most people still slept during the night. Horwa had also already gone to sleep, which meant that Nick could stay outside for around 4 hours before he had to check up on Horwa again. After entering the warehouse, Nick waited for Winter, who showed up just a couple of minutes later. At this moment, it was shortly after midnight. "You ready?" Nick asked. Winter nodded. "Get the corpse," he said before handing Nick a token. It was a special token that gave Nick permission to create and collect one corpse in the Dregs. Nick took the token and left the warehouse. During these hours, there were not many people on the streets, and the city felt almost dead. After some minutes, Nick entered the Dregs. As soon as he arrived, he jumped on top of one building and quietly moved from rooftop to rooftop. Nick didn't want to be perceived while also having a good vantage point. He was searching for a fitting corpse. For the next couple of minutes, Nick saw a couple of groups of people walking around, but he didn't pay them any mind. They weren't doing anything shady. Nick also saw a couple of gatherings, but that was also quite normal. Many of the people of the Dregs didn't feel safe at night, which was why some of them created small groups, and some of these people kept watch over the houses during the night. After a couple more minutes, Nick saw a small group of men covertly moving through the alleys. When he saw them, Nick paid special attention to them. The way they were sneaking around was suspicious. But after a bit of watching, Nick realized that they were just a small squad from the insurance gang. The insurance gang regularly walked through the Dregs to advertise their services. These groups often held hundreds, if not thousands, of credits in their palms, which was why they were sneaking around like this. When he found out that they were from the insurance gang, Nick ignored them again. Some minutes later, Nick saw a woman breaking into a house. Nick didn't care. Then he saw a couple of men having sex with a woman in an alleyway. The woman didn't seem into it, but she also didn't seem too opposed, which was why Nick also ignored that. Finally, 30 minutes after arriving in the Dregs, Nick found something interesting. There was a tall 25-year-old woman walking through some alleyways. Usually, Nick wouldn't care, but something made this very relevant to him. The woman was wearing the badge of the Riker Strikers. When Nick saw her with a badge, he hesitated for a bit. But in the end, he knew that someone who chose to become part of the Riker Strikers couldn't possibly be a good person. So Nick jumped down from one of the rooftops and landed on her head with his knee. Her brains splattered across the streets and dirted Nick's clothing. However, Nick just grabbed the corpse and jumped onto one of the rooftops again. Some minutes later, Nick arrived in the outer city, and when a guard looked at him, Nick simply threw the token he had received to him. The guard looked at it, nodded, and followed Nick. When they arrived at the warehouse, the guard left. Inside the warehouse, Nick and Winter looked at each other, and then they nodded in understanding. Chapter 75, Screaming Coffin. Nick slowly opened the plates again, and a couple minutes later, they once more looked into the sewers. Just like the last time, the sun illuminated a big spot on the surface. "Parasite, we're ready," Winter shouted. The two of them waited for nearly half a minute. "You're ready?" a rat asked after popping its head out of the water. Winter and Nick nodded. "We prepared a corpse to lure it out as well," Winter said. The rat just snorted when it heard that. "One last meal in freedom," the rat commented to itself. "Sure, that should work," the rat shouted. "The guy is currently roaming around the Dregs below the surface. If he feels a corpse, he will quickly come here." "Good," Winter answered before turning to Nick. "Are you ready?" Nick nodded and threw a rope down. The rope unfurled until its end touched the liquid of the sewers. Naturally, Nick needed a way back into the warehouse, and this rope would be his way out. Then Nick and Winter looked at the parasite. Silence. "What?" the parasite asked. "With you here, I can't use my ability," Nick said. "You know that." "You don't need it," the rat said with a laugh. "The guy is a possession specter without a useful ability. Even more, the guy is only an early hatchling. Fighting him is like fighting an angry table. Trust me, I'm not going to ruin my future relationship with Dark Dream just to see you die." Nick furrowed his brows and glanced at Winter. Winter just shrugged casually. "All right," Nick said carefully. The next moment, Nick went away from the hole and grabbed the corpse. Splash! Nick hurled it into the water, and just a bit later, he saw it float on the surface. Silence. 20 seconds passed. "Is it coming?" Nick asked. "No idea," the rat said. I tend to keep my minions outside of the water. It's not very healthy for them. But he should be on his way. Give it a minute. Silence. The three of them just looked at the floating corpse. Oh, there he is, the rat suddenly said. The next moment, something white slowly rose out of the sewers beside the corpse. It was a pristine white bandage. A moment later, several more strings of bandages rose out from the sewers. Slowly, they wound themselves around the corpse, and just a bit later, the corpse began to submerge. Nick took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Then Nick jumped into the hole. Splash! Nick hit the water beside one of the bandages, and he immediately grabbed it. As soon as Nick held it, he felt a strong pull, and he immediately got pulled below the surface. Naturally, the water was just as disgusting as the last time, but Nick didn't have the luxury of feeling disgusted right now. He had to capture the screaming coffin. Nick didn't let go of the bandage, and he quickly got pulled more and more into the depths. Suddenly, several more white bandages appeared, and they started to come towards him slowly. Luckily, the bandages were very slow. It was almost like the screaming coffin didn't feel any urgency or anger, which was actually the case. As a possession specter that possessed an object, the screaming coffin didn't even really have a consciousness. It had the same level of consciousness as a cell. It just followed the most basic instincts. Right. Suddenly, one of the bandages was ripped off as Nick pulled on it. What? Nick thought in shock. I ripped it already? That was when Nick realized that he was a couple of meters below the surface, which meant that neither Winter nor the parasite could perceive him. At this moment, Nick's body was over 15 times as powerful as the body of an average adult male, and the screaming coffin was only an early hatchling. As soon as Nick ripped the bandage off, the other bandages started to slowly retreat. Even though the screaming coffin had a very basic consciousness, when one of its bandages was ripped off, it still decided to stop its attempt to consume Nick. That's problematic, Nick thought. I don't know where it is. Nick moved forward and grabbed two of the retreating bandages, but he didn't pull on them. Instead, he simply kept them in his grasp. The bandages wanted to slowly retreat, but after a couple of seconds, they started to slowly encompass Nick's arms. Nick didn't do anything. Soon, more bandages appeared around his body, and they also started to encompass him. To make sure that Nick wasn't bound in a problematic position, he kept his arms and legs apart while also keeping all of his muscles flexed. Even if the screaming coffin managed to wrap him in several bandages, all the bandages were still attached at one end, and with a single pull, Nick could tear them off. Some seconds later, 10 different bandages had grabbed Nick's body, and he felt himself get pulled downward. Luckily, Nick was carrying a bit of arc light on his waist, which meant that the nightmare wasn't an issue right now. 10,000 credits was no longer something extremely expensive to Dark Dream. After getting pulled down for a couple more meters, something appeared. It was a luxurious black coffin. At this moment, the coffin was closed, and 12 white bandages came out of the tiny gaps between the body and the lid of the coffin. Nick looked at the coffin with narrowed eyes. As Nick got closer, the coffin slowly slid open. Oh. Immediately, Nick felt like he was looking at an eternal ocean of hate-filled ghosts. It was like an army of furious and unwilling corpses was screaming at Nick to join them. They hated being doomed to this eternal existence of suffering, and they had long since lost all of their rationality. All of them were filled with nothing but pure hatred for anything that didn't share their pain. Nick's body shook when he heard the hate-filled screams, but he quickly calmed down, and only one thought shot through his mind. So, that's why it's called the Screaming Coffin. Chapter 76, The Second Specter. The screaming coffin opened fully, and Nick saw a black void inside. As soon as Nick saw the black void, he knew that he couldn't enter the coffin or he would die. Power seemed to be irrelevant when encompassed by the screaming coffin. Anything living would be turned into nourishment for the coffin. Nick slightly moved his arms and felt that he could still use a lot of power. For a bit, Nick let himself get pulled closer, and when they were only a bit less than 2 meters apart, Nick became active. Right. Nick immediately ripped his left and right arms free, followed by his legs. Immediately, the other bandages loosened, and shockingly, they even cut themselves off. The screaming coffin immediately let go of Nick, leaving several parts of Nick's body encased in white bandages. The screaming coffin quickly closed its lid, and when it was fully closed, Nick shot forward. In an instant, Nick surrounded the closed coffin with his arms. Luckily, it wasn't too big. The next moment, Nick surrounded the coffin with his legs so that it couldn't run away. Right. After that, Nick methodically ripped out all of the white bandages that came out of the gaps. When the last bandage was cut, the coffin stopped moving. The only bit of life or movement Nick could feel was that it was shaking a bit. By removing all of the bandages, Nick had turned the screaming coffin into something akin to a spider, with all of its legs ripped out. It was alive, but it couldn't move. Nick carefully switched his hold and looked at it for a bit. The coffin only lightly shook in place, which meant that it couldn't move anymore. I guess that's it, Nick asked himself doubtfully in his mind. That was easy. Of course, Nick still realized that this coffin could essentially kill and prey on any normal human. If it caught one of the members of the Riker Strikers, the man would be helpless. A normal adult male simply didn't have the power to rip the bandages apart. But on the other hand, the screaming coffin was also very slow. If the human noticed the coffin before it reached him, they could probably just run away. However, things were different in the sewers. No human would be able to feel the screaming coffin coming. In short, it was an ambush predator. I guess we have a second Spectre now, Nick thought as he grabbed the bottom of the coffin before lifting it. Next, Nick swam upward while holding the coffin, and a couple of seconds later, he reached the surface. First, Nick felt like the coffin had become many times heavier, but that was just Nick's ability deactivating. When Nick lifted the coffin out of the water, he had to wildly paddle with his legs to keep his head above the water. I got it, Nick shouted, but he immediately regretted shouting as some of the liquid entered his mouth. Great work. Bring it up, Winter shouted. Nicely done, kid, the rat shouted. Nick slowly pushed the coffin to the rope and tied a rope around it. Sadly, there was not a lot of rope, which meant that he couldn't really secure it completely. Winter, I need you down here to keep the coffin in the loop. I don't think you have the power to pull both of us up, Nick shouted. Winter looked at the sewers with disgust and anxiety, but he just gritted his teeth before nodding. Winter slowly slid down the rope until he reached the coffin. A disgusted and almost fearful expression appeared on Winter's face as he got submerged up to his chest in the sewers. Thanks, Nick said before grabbing the rope above Winter and easily pulling himself up. When Nick reached the top, he walked a bit away from the edge and pulled. Since no one could perceive Nick's exact location right now, his ability reactivated. On the top, Nick pulled the rope to himself like there was almost nothing connected to it. In the sewers, Winter felt an extremely powerful pull and was immediately lifted out of the sewers. The coffin wobbled below Winter's ass, but he quickly shifted his weight to keep it in the loop. Some seconds later, Winter grabbed the ceiling of the sewers and pulled himself carefully up while still grabbing the coffin with his legs. Luckily, Winter wasn't weak. In fact, he was a mid-newbie since he had worked quite a bit with his father's Specters when he was young. Nick quickly went forward and pulled Winter and the screaming coffin out. Without waiting, Nick grabbed the screaming coffin and walked over to the containment unit in the middle of the warehouse. They had already moved the Dreamer to its new containment unit a couple of days ago. With Nick, Winter, and Ginny present, the Dreamer didn't even attempt to escape. The Dreamer was now in a smaller containment unit, but a far more expensive and advanced one. And the screaming coffin would now inhabit the Dreamer's old containment unit. The alarm rang through the warehouse as the main gate of the containment unit was slowly opened. Nick just walked into the containment unit, put the screaming coffin on the ground, and walked out again. After closing the gate, he was done. The screaming coffin was contained, and compared to the Dreamer, this thing was way easier to keep contained. As long as it had something to eat, it probably wouldn't even move. Speaking of, Nick said before going to the hole. When he looked down, he saw the rats sniffing the corpse they had thrown in earlier to lure out the screaming coffin. No, Nick shouted. I'm still using that. Yeah, sure, the rat said absent-mindedly as it retreated from the corpse. Nick looked at the rope and saw that it was still bound to one of the containment units. The next moment, Nick grabbed the rope and jumped back into the sewers. Nick held the rope in one hand and grabbed the corpse with the other. After a bit of shifting his weight, Nick managed to climb the rope with the corpse. Thanks, Nick shouted into the hole. Just business, the rat shouted back. Then Nick closed the hole to the sewers. Finally, they got their second Spectre, the screaming coffin. Chapter 77, Watching the Coffin. After closing the hole to the sewers, Nick walked over to Winter. At this moment, Winter was standing near the edge of the warehouse below something that looked like a shower. The shower head was spewing cleansing liquid onto Winter, getting rid of all the impurities and the stench. Such a cleansing shower cost a couple thousand credits, and taking a shower cost around 50 credits, which made the shower quite expensive for normal people. But as a Zephyx manufacturer, Dark Dream easily had enough funds for something like this. A cleansing shower counted amongst the most basic equipment for a Zephyx manufacturer since it was relatively cheap while also dealing with many risks. A clean environment was important. Winter deactivated the shower and walked out. Fortunately, one didn't need to take off their clothing for the cleansing shower. Nick walked past Winter and went under the shower himself. About 2 minutes later, Nick came out again, and he quickly saw Winter dumping a tank of cleansing liquid onto the ground. In an instant, everything began to sizzle, but about 20 seconds later, it stopped. All the impurities of the ground had been cleaned, but there was still cleansing liquid left. "I'll deal with this," Winter said as he grabbed a broom, pushing the remaining cleansing liquid towards dirty spots on the ground. "You go deal with the screaming coffin." "Sure," Nick answered, not surprised that Winter was essentially cleaning the floor of the warehouse as the CEO. Usually, this would be Pater's job, but since nobody was allowed to know about what was going on, Winter did it himself. Nick walked over to the corpse he had retrieved and lifted it. The corpse was leaving some trails of blood and grime, but Nick didn't mind. Winter would deal with it. A moment later, Nick opened the door to the screaming coffin's containment unit and walked in with the corpse. After entering, Nick saw the screaming coffin shaking a bit while tiny pieces of white bandages came out of its edges. It has already started recovering, Nick thought as he looked at the screaming coffin. Nick slowly walked up to the screaming coffin and dumped the corpse beside it. "Now, time to wait," Nick thought as he looked at the screaming coffin. The next moment, Nick sat down at the far corner, watching. Nick wanted to see how the screaming coffin would consume the corpse. Additionally, Nick wanted to know how long it would take for the screaming coffin to digest the corpse and become active again. Time passed. Over the next hour, the bandages grew by about 10 centimeters, and the screaming coffin was almost able to move again. An hour later, the screaming coffin could finally move again, but it was very slow. It moved using its bandage-like legs. In the water, it would probably just slide across the ground, but on land, it had to be careful. The first thing the screaming coffin did was to look around the containment unit. It was almost like an ant under a small glass, trying to climb up all the walls but failing. Nick was just watching. Based on what he was seeing, the screaming coffin didn't have any kind of perception since it was slowly crawling towards him while also trying to climb the walls. When the screaming coffin's bandage touched Nick's hand, it retreated relatively quickly. Quickly for the screaming coffin, which wasn't very fast by human standards. While retreating, it still tried to climb the walls, and eventually, it ran around the entire room, reaching Nick's other side. This time, it didn't immediately retreat. Its bandages slowly touched Nick's hand and flowed over them. The next moment, the screaming coffin used its white bandages to do something surprising. With a lot of difficulties, it managed to actually stand up. At that moment, Nick noticed that the screaming coffin was actually quite huge. It was over 2 meters tall and over 80 centimeters wide. The next moment, hey wow! The lid slowly slid open and fell to the side as the screams of the damned filled the containment unit. Since it wasn't underwater this time, the screams were many times louder. Nick actually felt pressure appear in his head due to the extremely loud screams. Then the coffin fell forward. Bang! And hit the ground. Nick simply stepped to the side. Obviously, the screaming coffin had tried to eat Nick just now, but since it didn't have its long bandages, it just tried to fall on top of him with its open maw. When the opening of the coffin hit the ground, the screams immediately vanished. The next moment, the screaming coffin pushed itself onto its back, and the loud screams returned. Surprisingly, the first thing the screaming coffin did after that was to very quickly go to its lid to put back on. Interesting, Nick thought. It went faster to its lid than when it fled from me the first time it touched me in here. I guess the lid is extremely important to it. Maybe it uses up a considerable amount of Zephyx while its lid is off? Nick thought as he scratched his chin in thought. The screaming coffin quickly put the lid back on, after which it slowed down considerably. Then it started to slowly crawl around the containment unit again. When Nick saw that, he sighed in annoyance and stood up. Nick walked over to the corpse in the middle of the containment unit and grabbed the corpse. Then he dumped the corpse into the screaming coffin's path. After a bit, the screaming coffin touched the corpse. Its white bandages touched it in many places, and eventually, the screaming coffin's lid opened again. It's not standing up this time, Nick thought. That probably means it can tell that this human is actually dead. Sure enough, its short white bandages wound around the corpse as best as they could, and a couple of seconds later, the corpse was pulled into the open coffin. With interest, Nick saw the corpse completely vanish. It was like the corpse had entered a completely separate dark dimension. Another surprising thing was that the screams became very distant and quiet with the corpse inside. The screaming coffin quickly put its lid back on. And then, nothing. It just lay there, doing nothing. Chapter 78 Trevor. For a couple of hours, Nick just watched the motionless coffin. It was almost like it was just a normal coffin. Nick, time to work. Winter's voice came out of the speakers inside the containment unit. Is it already 6 a.m.? Nick asked. About to, Winter answered. Sure, Nick said. Would be nice if you could keep a watch over the screaming coffin. It doesn't seem to do anything while it has a corpse inside of it, but I want to know when it actually starts to move around again. Don't worry, it is very slow, and you can easily retreat from it if it tries anything. Should be fine as long as you take a look inside every hour. Sure, Winter said. I can do that. By now, Nick had already opened the door and walked outside. By the way, Nick said, looking at Winter, can you also tell the others about the screaming coffin? They don't need to work with it, but they should know that we have a second Spectre. Winter furrowed his brows. I don't want to tell everyone about every Spectre. Why not? Nick asked. Zephyx manufacturers often send spies into other Zephyx manufacturers, and after knowing everything about all the Specters, they often steal them. I will tell them that we have a second Spectre, but I won't tell them any information about it. After all, they don't need to work with it, and it won't break out. Since it is a possession Spectre, it's very easy to take care of the screaming coffin. We just have to get corpses and dump them in here when it's done eating, Winter said. Nick also furrowed his brows. Jenny and Trevor were Nick's employees, and he trusted them. He didn't like it that Winter wasn't telling them everything. If you think so, Nick said with a shrug, moving past him. Obviously, Nick wasn't happy, but he wouldn't go against Winter's orders. Thanks, Winter said with a nod. Sure, Nick said absent-mindedly as he walked over to the Dreamer's new containment unit. The Dreamer's new containment unit was 3 by 3 by 3 meters big, which was a bit smaller than its old containment unit. However, just by looking at it, one could tell that this one was way more expensive. First of all, there were no visible wires or pipes. Second of all, the containment unit was just a solid, clean, even, and black cube. It almost looked like a cube of obsidian. Well, except for the top. The ceiling of the containment unit was made of a mysterious material that had some properties of glass. From above the containment unit, one could see through the ceiling clearly, but when inside, one couldn't look out. If this were a simple one-way mirror, it would be the other way around. With a one-way mirror, the side that let the light enter would not be able to see through it, while the side that received the light could see through it. This glass-like surface was also one of the biggest reasons why this containment unit was so expensive. First of all, the people outside could see what was going on in the containment unit. Second of all, the surface was extremely hard. Third, the Zephyx manufacturer didn't need to waste money on artificial light anymore. Sadly, there was one problem with that part of the containment unit. It couldn't isolate 4 Specters, but that was a small price to pay for all the conveniences. This model was probably the one that was used and sold the most amongst Zephyx manufacturers. It was pretty cheap for a containment unit, could contain an adolescent Spectre, and was pretty small and sturdy. This model was used to basically contain every hatchling and adolescent Spectre that wasn't a 4th Spectre. When Nick reached the black cube, he jumped up and landed on top of the containment unit. Naturally, when Nick landed, it made quite a loud sound, but the Dreamer didn't seem to care as it continued to look at Trevor. In front of the Dreamer lay a man with long black hair. The man was around 185 centimeters tall and quite muscular with a chiseled jawline. The extractor uniform he was wearing made him seem even more impressive. In a way, the man looked like someone who had come out of a fantasy. That was Trevor. Naturally, with his looks, Trevor had it extremely easy to make friends and pick up girls, which was also why Winter had chosen him over Jenny for any sensitive mission. In a way, Trevor was a perfect spy or secret agent since he could get close to anyone easily. Men wanted to be his friend, while women wanted to be his girlfriend. When Nick saw that everything looked fine in the containment unit, he jumped down from the roof and walked in. Time to swap, Nick said. The Dreamer slowly turned its head to look at Nick. Even though Nick was used to working with the Dreamer, he still felt nervous in front of it. Compared to the screaming coffin, the Dreamer was many times worse since it was actually dangerous to Nick. Sure, the screaming coffin looked real scary and spooky when it screamed and crawled around with its white bandages, but the Dreamer could actually really kill Nick. The Dreamer took some steps back, and Nick walked up to Trevor. "Hey, time to wake up," Nick said. However, Nick didn't touch or move Trevor. Trevor had said that he hated touching other people or getting touched by them. After a bit, Trevor slowly opened his eyes with a groan. "Is it time already?" his deep voice said as he slowly sat up. "Yep," Nick said. "Good work." "Easy as pie, boss," Trevor said as he slowly stood up. Then Trevor stretched without any hurry and waved at the dreamer. "Good work today," he told it. The dreamer didn't show any reaction. "Can you answer me at least once?" Trevor asked with annoyance. The dreamer didn't do anything. "Anyway, time for me to head home." "Have fun, boss," Trevor said, passing Nick. "Trevor, go talk to Winter," Nick said. Trevor stopped and turned to Nick with a worried look. "Am I in trouble?" "No," Nick said with a laugh. "I caught a new Spectre yesterday. The other containment unit is now occupied." Trevor looked with surprise at Nick. "You caught another Spectre?" Nick nodded. "Winter is going to tell you everything you need to know." "Oh, wow." "Sure, I'll head there right now," Trevor said. While Trevor walked out of the containment unit, Nick sat down in one of the corners and closed his eyes. As always, the dreamer slowly walked up to him. And a minute later, Nick fell asleep. Chapter 79, Big Profits. When Nick woke up again, he directly went to Winter to ask him about the screaming coffin. Apparently, the screaming coffin still hadn't moved. By now, it had been consuming that one corpse for over 12 hours. After a bit of talking, Nick went back to the hotel and checked up on Horua. Luckily, Pater had dealt with Horua while Nick was working, which made things easier. Every couple of hours, Nick returned to look at the screaming coffin, and after some time, Nick's times when he checked up on Horua perfectly matched the times he checked up on the screaming coffin. After sleeping for 4 hours, Nick checked up on Horua and the screaming coffin again. Nothing had changed. When it was time for Nick's shift to start, he checked up on the screaming coffin again. It still hadn't moved. It's been over 28 hours by now. If it were hungry, it would probably move around the containment unit and search for some food, Nick thought. Does this mean that it takes more than 24 hours to consume a corpse? Before starting his next shift with the dreamer, Nick told Winter to check on the coffin again. When Nick came out again, he asked Winter, and Winter had something interesting to tell him. "About 6 hours into your shift, it started to move around the containment unit," Winter said. "Right now, it's walking around, trying to escape to find some food. Luckily, it is very weak, and it doesn't even try to break the walls. It simply tries to find a way around the walls. 6 hours after the start of my shift," Nick thought. "That should be about 1.5 days after I fed the corpse to it." Nick nodded. "Got it. Let me check up on it." Winter nodded back and went into his office. While Jenny was working with the dreamer, Nick checked up on the screaming coffin. But before he did, he checked up on the amount of Zephyx it produced. 30 grams. Nick thought in shock. 30 grams was a lot. Is that like 1 gram per hour? Nick thought. 30 grams was about as much as the dreamer produced daily. Sure, the screaming coffin produced that in about 32 to 34 hours, but one also had to consider that it was only an early hatchling. If the screaming coffin managed to become a mid-hatchling, it might produce just as much as the dreamer or even more. And best of all, it didn't need anyone that was working with it. It just needed a corpse. Before entering, Nick took out the Zephyx storage of the containment unit and brought it into Winter's office. As the chief Zephyx Extractor, it was Nick's job to record all the produced Zephyx and to bring it to the sales department, which was just Winter at the moment. Then, Nick entered the screaming coffin's containment unit again. Sure enough, it was currently crawling around the containment unit like a spider with 13 long white legs. It looks quite creepy, Nick thought. Nick imagined the screaming coffin silently walking around the forsaken parts of the Dregs on the hunt for some food. But then Nick had another thought. After weighing his options for a bit, Nick decided to try it out. He walked closer, and when he reached the screaming coffin, it started to use its long white bandages to encompass him. But before it could do so, Nick kicked it. The coffin lurched away, but didn't get damaged since Nick hadn't used all of his power. Nevertheless, Nick's kick was enough to tell the coffin that it didn't have the power to eat him. Nick walked closer to the coffin, and then he jumped, donk, and landed on top of the screaming coffin. The screaming coffin immediately fell to the floor and pulled its bandages inward. After that, Nick just sat down on the coffin. Silence. Nothing was happening. "Come on," Nick said with annoyance. "Move around a bit. I want to ride you." However, the Spectre just didn't move. After a couple of minutes, Nick just sighed and walked away from the screaming coffin. Another minute later, the screaming coffin slowly pulled out its white bandages again and started to circle the containment unit again. I don't think I can domesticate it. I think it's a bit too dumb to be a useful mount, he thought with disappointment. Anyway, I should get some food for it. Nick left the containment unit and saw Pater. Hey, can you work a bit longer for today? I have somewhere to be, and I need someone to look out for Hurwa for the next 2 hours or so. Naturally, you will get paid for the extra time, Nick said. Sure, no problem, Pater said. Thanks for the extra money. Thanks, Pater, Nick said with a smile before walking out of the warehouse. 30 grams of Zephyx is about 30,000 credits in total. However, every corpse costs around 15,000 credits, and with the other costs, the screaming coffin only produces a profit of about 12,000 credits per corpse. Luckily, none of my Zephyx extractors need to work with it, which means there's more remaining for me, Nick thought with a smile. That's about 2,000 credits more per day, with only a little extra work. Although I have no idea what I should buy with all of this. I'm earning so many credits, but they're just sitting in my bank account collecting dust. As Nick reached the guard outpost, he stopped and scratched his head. Isn't that kind of what I've hated in other people in the past? Just months ago, I thought that it would be great if everyone could just give a little of their overabundant wealth to help others. Slowly, Nick started to feel bad about having so many credits. But he also felt like he deserved to have all these credits. It was a complex mix of contrasting emotions. Nick absent-mindedly talked with the guards, and about a minute later, he came out with a token for a corpse. I don't even need the money to help the Dregs since I am paying for the corpses with a company's card, Nick thought as he looked at the token. I really need something to do with my money. Chapter 80, Investing. After searching in the Dregs for about an hour, Nick found a guy belonging to the Riker Strikers. Just like last time, Nick just killed a guy and pulled him back to Dark Dream. On his way, he handed the token back to the guards, who just thanked him for his patronage. Nick threw the corpse into the screaming coffin's containment unit and watched it consume the corpse. As always, the terrifying screams hurt Nick's ears quite a bit. After Nick left the containment unit, he looked at the clock. About 3 p.m. That means it should be done between 10 p.m. tomorrow and 2 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Nick nodded and walked into Winter's office. Anything you need? Winter asked without looking up from the sheet of paper he was writing on. Hey, Winter, Nick said. What do I do with my money? Invest it, Winter answered. Nick furrowed his brows. Like, in the company? Winter snorted. No, I don't need your money right now, and I don't want to lose ownership of Dark Dream. As the sole shareholder, Winter owned 100% of Dark Dream. Even though Nick was the chief Zephyx Extractor, he only held a very high management position. He was not an owner or director of the company. Technically, if Winter wanted, he could throw Nick out without any issues, but that would be beyond stupid. You want to help the people of the Dregs, right? Winter asked, putting the sheet of paper down. Nick nodded. In that case, I would invest in your own power, Winter suggested. Into my power? Nick repeated. Yep, Winter added. Get some equipment. You are still fighting with your bare hands, and you're only using the official uniform of the city as your armor. Even more, if a force Specter attacks you, you can't even do anything to it since you have no weapons to use against it. By getting a good weapon and armor, you can increase your own power by a lot, Winter said. Nick's eyes widened in realization as he thought about all the things he could buy with the money he had already gathered. But then Nick became a bit confused. And what does that have to do with me wanting to help the people of the Dregs? Winter chuckled a bit. If you die, who will help the people of the Dregs? Even more, if you use 10% of your current income to help the people in the Dregs, that's about 300 credits per day. But if you use 10% of your income 2 years later, when you're a level 2 extractor, that might turn into 3,000 credits per day. The stronger you are, the more money you earn, and the more you help the people of the Dregs. The longer you live, the more payments the Dregs will receive. Because of that, I suggest investing about 80% of your income in your own power, keep 10% as a safety net, and use the remaining 10% to help the people, Winter explained. Nick almost couldn't believe how easily Winter had fixed the very thing that Nick couldn't fix after thinking about it for a long time. It was actually so easy and logical. Sounds great, Nick said with a bright smile. So, where can I find equipment? What should I get first? The most important thing for a Zephyx Extractor. A barrier. A barrier? Nick asked in confusion. A barrier is something you can put into your official uniform. If anything dangerous comes near you, The device will shield you from it. Since we are not Specters, we humans can't use our Zephyx without equipment, and a barrier was one such piece of equipment. The barrier uses your internal Zephyx storage to block any and all attacks. The stronger the attack it blocks, the more Zephyx it uses. While you can deal with punches, claws, and kicks without issues, you will be helpless if someone throws a vat of burning oil at you. Additionally, Force Specters almost always have attacks that are almost impossible to block with anything physical, and even other kinds of Specters can have these attacks. A barrier will allow you to deal with attacks that normal humans can't deal with. Nick listened to Winter intently. That sounds very useful. How strong is such a barrier? Depends on its price and your level, Winter said as he leaned back in the chair. The next moment, Winter opened a big pocket on his chest and pulled something out. It was a silver plate with a beautiful blue gem in the middle that seemed to shine like the ocean. That's mine, Winter said. It can block all manners of attacks, deploys intelligently and automatically, has a malleable surface, is invisible while active, and blocks attacks at a ratio of 5:1 Zephyx. That means it uses 1 unit of my Zephyx to block 5 units of an enemy's Zephyx. Nick took a deep breath. That sounds very expensive, he commented. Winter chuckled. Yeah, I can't buy something like that on my own. It was a gift from my father before I left to build Dark Dream. It costs like 100 million credits, but my father probably got it for half the price. Nick sucked in a violent breath through his teeth. 100 million credits. That was nearly 1,000 times more than what Nick had earned so far. Yours will not be as good, but it will still help you a lot, Winter said. For starters, I would suggest getting one that has a 2:1 conversion rate that can block most kind of attacks. You should have just enough money to get a decent one, but don't spend everything on it. You also need a couple of one-time use items and actual weapons. Try to keep what you spend on the barrier at about 80% of the 80% you use to buy equipment. Nick nodded. Will do. Where can I buy something like that? Well, usually you would need to enter the inner city to get this stuff, but level 1 Zephyx Extractors are not allowed in the inner city without a permit. You have to be a level 2 Zephyx Extractor first. But, of course, since there is a big market for equipment for newbies, there is money to be made. Once a week, there's an open market in the outer city for newbies. Lucky for you, it's tomorrow. Chapter 81, Marketplace. Everyone ready? Winter asked. Nick, Jenny, and Trevor nodded. After talking with Nick some more, Winter had decided that the others also needed some equipment. While they didn't have the money for the really good equipment, Winter was willing to give them an advance for their equipment. After all, it was important that his people stayed alive. Because of that, no one was working with a dreamer. Right now it was 8 a.m., which meant it would be Nick's time to work with a dreamer. For the next couple of hours, Dark Dream would take a corporate trip to the extractor market. After that, the normal shifts would start again. At this moment, Winter stood in front of his employees, and Nick stood in front of Trevor and Jenny, facing Winter. Good. Then, let's go, Winter said with a friendly smile as he walked towards the exit of the warehouse. The other three followed him with excited expressions. Naturally, all three of them had already gathered quite a bit of wealth, and they were more than willing to buy something useful with that wealth. As the four of them stepped onto the streets, they drew the gazes of all the present people. Seeing 3 Zephyx Extractors walking around with their uniforms was quite eye-catching, but even more noticeable was Winter. Winter wore a form-fitting suit with a mixture of gray, red, and dark purple colors. Not everyone knew what this suit signified, but the few that did were shocked and surprised. Naturally, as the CEO in a public place, Winter had to look the part, which was why he had put on his official suit for negotiations between companies. The very few people who knew what this suit meant felt themselves lucky to see Winter. Usually, people of the outer city didn't have the luck to see one of the Melfian family's progeny. The suit Winter was wearing showed everyone that he was part of the Melfian family, and the color scheme indicated his status. The gray color of the suit represented the Melfian family personally. The red color represented Kugelblitz, the biggest Zephyx manufacturer of Crimson Fungus City. And the darker purple represented Dark Dream. This suit showed everyone that Winter was a possible heir to the Melfian family, and that he had already made his own business. Compared to Winter, the 3 Zephyx Extractors walking behind him only seemed like his bodyguards or servants. Jenny and Trevor knew that Winter was part of the Melfian family, and right now, they felt a bit proud that they were one of the few people working for someone with such a high status. Nick didn't pay a lot of attention to the people looking at them. His mind was fully occupied with thinking about all the things he would soon buy. After a couple of minutes of walking, the group arrived in front of a big warehouse. even bigger than the one Dark Dream owned. This warehouse was probably over 100 meters long and nearly as wide. In front of the warehouse stood a group of guards who inspected everyone who passed by them. "This is the place," Winter said to his employees. The three people looked at the warehouse with interest. It seemed quite big but unassuming. Winter walked forward, and his three employees followed him. When the guards saw Winter's suit, they performed a short but respectful bow. Winter answered with a nod. One of them opened a small sliding door and gestured for the group to enter. The other three gave a short hi before they also entered the warehouse. The door closed behind them, and the group could finally see what the marketplace for Zephyx Extractors looked like. It was busy. "Wow," Nick uttered in surprise. "There are probably nearly 100 people in here." "Yep," Winter said with a smile as he looked at the group. Since newbies are not allowed in the inner city without explicit permission, they all have to buy their things here. "But Winter, there are still so many people here," Nick said. "This is just one of the marketplaces, right? If there are already so many extractors here, how many are there in the entire outer city?" Winter smirked. "In truth, this is the only marketplace for extractors outside the inner city." The three looked with surprise at Winter. "The only one?" They had assumed that it was only one of several marketplaces since they hadn't even walked for 2 kilometers to get there. Winter chuckled a bit. "It just so happens that the marketplace is very close to Dark Dream. It's just a coincidence." "So, this is everyone?" Jenny asked from behind Nick. Jenny and Trevor were not very comfortable in Winter's presence. The first time they had met Winter, he had taught them about Dark Dream and gave them orders, and that single meeting already represented the majority of their time spent talking to Winter. As the CEO, Winter had no official direct line of communication with the Zephyx Extractors. He only talked to them as an HR representative, but even that way of communicating with them would vanish when they got an actual HR person. If the two of them needed something from the company, they just had to talk to Nick, and Nick would talk to Winter if necessary. "It's not everyone," Winter said. "It's about a third of all newbies. Not all the newbies come here every week. Even more, Kugelblitz and Anatomy have permission to house their newbies in the inner city, and there are much better marketplaces there." Naturally, all three of the extractors knew Kugelblitz and Anatomy. Kugelblitz was the biggest Zephyx manufacturer of Crimson Fungus City, and their most famous specter was the Crimson Fungus, which the city was named after. The Crimson Fungus was the only level 6 specter that had been captured and contained in Crimson Fungus City. As the only Zephyx manufacturer with a level 6 specter, Kugelblitz naturally was the de facto leader of Crimson Fungus City. However, there was also another very powerful and big Zephyx manufacturer. Anatomy. Chapter 82. The Manufacturers. Anatomy didn't have a level 6 specter, but they had a couple of level 5 specters. Even more, Anatomy was led by one of the former level 6 Zephyx Extractors of Kugelblitz. For some reason, one of the 5 level 6 Zephyx Extractors had left Kugelblitz to join a talented and rapidly developing Zephyx manufacturer and had become the chief Zephyx Extractor there. With Anatomy having a level 6 Zephyx Extractor of their own, they could attempt to capture a level 6 specter, a demon. This gave them a shot at reaching Kugelblitz level, but only if they actually managed to get one. People from Kugelblitz or Anatomy didn't walk outside the inner city, and they wouldn't find any of them in this marketplace. Although they account for only 10% of newbies, Winter said. "Only 10%? Nick asked. "But aren't they the 2 biggest manufacturers?" "They are the 2 most powerful, not the 2 biggest," Winter explained. "While size is an indicator of power, you also have to look at the quality of the specters and the extractors. For example, Kugelblitz barely has 130 extractors, but only 30 of those are in the 1st and 2nd level. The other 100 are level 3, 4, and 5 extractors. Kugelblitz has almost 80% of all level 4 and 5 extractors, but less than 5% of all level 1 and 2 extractors," Winter explained. "Sounds like there is no way to topple Kugelblitz," Trevor commented with a chuckle. "It's difficult," Winter said, "but if Anatomy manages to get a demon, things might change." The next moment, Winter looked at Trevor with a smirk, and Trevor felt a bit nervous. "Who knows?" Winter said. "If Anatomy gets a level 6 specter, we might have a war on our hands." The three of them felt quite nervous. A war between manufacturers? What would that even look like? Would one of the manufacturers free the specters of another one to cause damage to them? That would be horrifying. "Anyway," Winter said, turning to the marketplace again. "We won't be meeting anyone from Kugelblitz or Anatomy here. You see the extractors in the turquoise and red uniforms?" Winter asked. "Speaking of," Nick said. I was going to ask about that. Why do they not wear the official uniform for Zephyx Extractors? It is the official one, Winter said. It's the official one for their manufacturer. Almost all Zephyx manufacturers have uniforms of their own, which also count as the official ones for the city. If you want one, we need a level 3 Zephyx Extractor in Dark Dream. Then I can commission one. Until then, you have to deal with the standard one. Nick looked at his uniform. Suddenly, the uniform didn't seem that impressive anymore. Anyway, the ones in the turquoise and red uniform are from Ghosty's lab, which is the third biggest Zephyx manufacturer in the city, Winter said. They also have over 30% of all level 1 and level 2 Zephyx extractors. In terms of quantity of Specters, they are number 1 in the city. They have a lot of hatchlings, adolescents, and adults, but they also have a couple of elders and even one fanatic. Try not to antagonize the extractors from Ghosty's lab. If I have a conflict with them, we will go bankrupt before we know it, Winter said. The three of them nodded as they looked at the extractors with the turquoise and red uniforms. There were about 10 of them in here, which was lower than expected. According to what Winter said, there should be over 30 of them here. However, it also wasn't that surprising. Ghosty's lab probably bought the majority of their gear in the inner city and traded it between their people. They were big enough that they could do that easily. What about the others? Nick asked. Winter pointed to someone wearing a silver and red outfit. The people in the silver and red uniform belonged to Gemini. Gemini used to be a relative nobody, but they recently managed to capture their first elder, which officially puts them just behind Ghosty's lab. However, the difference in power between Ghosty's lab and Gemini is still massive. Ghosty's lab has over 3 times as many employees, which even extends to level 3 and level 4 extractors. Gemini is nothing compared to Ghosty's lab, but they are still a manufacturer with a level 4 Specter. So don't try to start trouble with them. The three of them nodded and waited for Winter to continue. Next, Winter pointed to one of the Zephyx extractors wearing a yellow and red uniform. These people are from Solace. They used to be Gemini's rivals, but they can no longer compete with Gemini since they don't have a level 4 Specter. I would also ask you not to antagonize them. Solace provides over 90% of all the artificial light that works against the nightmare. Their most famous Specter, the Bright Candle, is the thing that illuminates our cheap containment unit, and it also provides the arc lights that we use from time to time. They also sell the more modest versions of the containment units. The 2 we own have both been built by them. If we suddenly have trouble with them, it will cost us a lot. Next, Winter pointed at a group of people wearing gray and red uniforms. They are from the Spartans. It's a relatively new startup manufacturer made by 3 unhappy level 3 extractors that used to work for Gemini. While they have 3 level 3 extractors, they haven't managed to catch an adult yet, but they definitely have the resources to do so. Most likely, they won't stay in business for much longer. If they manage to survive for a year, I would be very surprised, Winter explained neutrally. Nick looked with surprise at Winter. Why do you think so? Winter just smiled. They don't have someone that protects them from the bigger manufacturers. Naturally, every additional manufacturer means more competition and less money for the bigger manufacturers. Because of that, the bigger manufacturers put a lot of pressure on the smaller ones in an effort to drain them of resources. But you don't need to worry about Dark Dream, Winter said. Hugel Blitz, Anatomy, Ghosty's Lab, Gemini, and Solace won't touch us as long as we don't initiate the hostilities. The 3 of them could take a good guess as to why. Winter's suit showed exactly why. Chapter 83, Startups. After talking a bit more, the 4 of them walked further into the marketplace. Winter knew the most about what Zephyx extractors needed, and the 3 of them deferred to his judgment when it came to buying something. As the 3 of them looked around, they noticed that most of the extractors in the marketplace were from Gemini, Solace, and the Spartans. Those 3 made up over 80% of all the extractors that were present. There were also a couple of extractors from Ghosty's lab, but most of them were, in fact, manning stalls instead of walking around and buying stuff. Naturally, most of the sellers were also from the manufacturers. Creating equipment useful against Specters needed different kinds of specific Zephyx, and to get Zephyx, one needed a Specter. Because of that, most of the equipment was created by the different manufacturers, and the equipment they didn't need, they sold in places like this. With so many people in their company, Ghosty's lab had an abundance of wares useful for newbies and Johns. However, there were also a couple of people with the standard uniform. What about the ones with the standard uniforms? Jenny asked. Startups, Winter said emotionlessly. They are like Dark Dream, except for one important difference. They don't have a Spectre. The three of them knew what Winter meant with that. He meant that these companies were essentially worthless. These Zephyx Extractors might have advanced in their levels and had even attained abilities, but they were Zephyx Extractors in name only. After all, they weren't extracting Zephyx. Without a Spectre, a Zephyx manufacturer practically didn't even exist. There was no income. There was no power gain. There was nothing but a small group of people with a dream. Do none of them have a Spectre? Nick asked. Almost all, Winter answered. If they actually manage to get one, the carrot and the stick will arrive. What's a carrot? Nick asked. Winter was taken out of his flow when he heard that question and slowly turned to Nick. It's a vegetable. Something you want to eat. I know what a vegetable is, Nick said with a bit of annoyance. Winter took a deep breath through his nose. Anyway, it's a form of speech. It means giving someone a very enticing reward or offer, while also threatening them with something horrifying if they don't follow and accept. If one of these companies manages to get a Spectre, the first bigger manufacturer that finds out will offer to purchase the Spectre at a high premium while also offering all of the Zephyx Extractors' jobs. The businessmen get the mountain of cash they were after, and the extractors get the future they so desperately wanted. But if they don't accept, the manufacturer will tell all the other manufacturers that they are not willing to sell, at which point they will get suppressed into nothingness. Artificial light suddenly costs 5 times more. Containment units cost an arm and a leg. Bigger businesses are not willing to do business with them. The guards start to watch all of their steps very, very closely. The banks have issues making payments. Their Zephyx only sells for very little money. Working with the Spectre will essentially become more expensive than not working with it, making the Spectre a liability and essentially worthless to them. They will slowly be bleeding money until they either sell their Spectre or go bankrupt. When the three of them heard that, they took some deep breaths. That made it impossible to make any money. Even if the leadership persists, the employees, including the extractors, most likely won't. Even more, those extractors will quickly receive several offers from the big manufacturers. In the end, the leaders are left with a Spectre and no people to work with it. The three just thought about Winter's words for a bit. Sure enough, creating a new manufacturer was extremely difficult. Luckily, they had Winter, who had the backing of the Melfian family, and the Melfian family owned a big part of Kugelblitz. Nobody would want to offend someone like that without an incentive. Winter, you said most earlier, Nick said. Most what? Winter asked. That most of the people with a normal uniform don't have a Spectre. What about the others? Well, Winter slowly said as his eyes landed on a small group of 4 people who were currently looking at a couple of items. There is one other new Zephyx manufacturer, but they are not that important. The three of them noticed that Winter was purposefully being vague, but they could tell that they shouldn't ask him. In short, Winter added, don't be rude to the people here, and they will also not be rude to you most likely. There are always exceptions, but we will deal with those on a case-by-case basis. Of course, Nick said with a nod. The other 2 also nodded in affirmation. Winter let out a little smile and turned forward. Let's get to the barriers first. Extractors without barriers are essentially naked. The 3 of them nodded and followed after Winter. The 4 of them passed by a couple of stalls, which offered various items. Nick saw many different magical items, and he also saw a couple of weapons. There were only about 15 stalls in the entire marketplace, and over half of them were staffed by extractors from Ghosty's lab. Most of the people who looked at the 3 Zephyx extractors seemed apathetic and uncaring, but when they saw Winter in front of them, their attitude changed. Instead of seeming cold, they seemed more neutral. In practicality, there was no difference between the 2 attitudes. In both cases, the other person wouldn't interact with the group. The only difference was the opinion the other person had of the group. After a bit of walking, the 4 of them stopped in front of a rather big stall near the end of the marketplace. Just like most of them, this one was manned by a girl wearing a turquoise and red uniform, showing that she was a Zephyx extractor from Ghosty's lab. Surprisingly, there was an emblem with 3 small ghosts embroidered on her uniform. This meant that she was a veteran, a level 3 extractor. Chapter 84, Low Margins. There were 4 other people standing in front of the stall, and they were looking at the different round objects for sale. Naturally, these round objects were barriers. Yet, the atmosphere in this stall was also a bit tense. After all, who wouldn't be respectful in front of a veteran? One had to remember that veterans already belonged to the top 20% of extractors. There were not even 200 veterans in the entirety of Crimson Fungus City. Every single veteran was at least 100 times as powerful as a normal person. This meant that even the weakest veteran could lift something weighing over 8 tons above their head. This young woman could grab any random person in here and literally tear them in two like they were a piece of paper. She was also the only veteran in the marketplace. The other stalls from Ghosty's lab were all manned by Johns, and most of the other stalls were manned by newbies. As for the customers, there were maybe 1 or 2 Johns present, and they were only here to help their younger colleagues find something good for their money. This meant that this person was, by far, the most powerful one in the entire marketplace. But that was to be expected. After all, barriers were the priciest items here since they represented a Zephyx Extractor's life. The veteran was probably carrying over 10 million credits worth of wares with her. The 3 extractors from Dark Dream felt some pressure emanating from the young woman. The veteran wasn't aggressive or anything. It was simply the feeling someone weaker felt when they were in front of someone much stronger. Winter just put on a friendly smile and walked up to the veteran. "Good morning, we're from Dark Dream, and we're interested in purchasing barriers for our 3 Zephyx Extractors," Winter said. "Dark Dream?" The veteran repeated in confusion as she turned to Winter. She had never heard of Dark Dream before. But when she saw Winter's suit, her eyes lit up and she understood. There might be some money here, she thought. "Of course," she answered with a polite smile. "If I may be so rude, what is your budget?" Winter just chuckled. "No worries, we already know what we are looking for, and it should just be within our budget." Nick and Trevor didn't notice it, but the veteran's eyes very slightly hardened for just a split second. However, Jenny and Winter noticed. "Great," the veteran said with a friendly tone. "What do you have in mind?" "First, we want a barrier with a 2-to-1 conversion rate that can block all physical attacks and almost all force attacks," Winter said. The veteran nodded. "What about mental attacks?" "Not necessary," Winter answered. "What about the form and color?" she asked. "Color is not important, and I'm fine with a sphere or spheroid for form." "What about the activation mechanism?" she asked. "Manual," Winter answered. The veteran sighed unnoticeably. The guy in front of her had perfectly dodged all the pitfalls and all the items that put a premium on the barrier. He was searching for something ugly and cumbersome, but cheap and effective. "Based on the specifications, I think 250,000 credits should be just right," Winter said before the veteran could say anything. The veteran looked deeply into Winter's eyes. About 2 seconds passed. "Sure, we have just the perfect model for your specifications and budget," she said with a forced, polite smile. Winter smiled back. The next moment, the veteran crouched to look under the stall, and a couple seconds later, she put a gray and round plate on the counter. In the center was a tiny gem with gray and bronze colors swirling inside of it. The plate itself seemed basic and unnoticeable. Compared to all the barriers on display, it looked like junk. Yet, when Nick saw it, he immediately fell in love. It looked sturdy and reliable. The next moment, Nick took out his bank card and took a deep breath. 250,000 credits. That was around 70% of what he had saved up. The next moment, Nick took another deep breath and put his card on the table. When the veteran saw Nick pulling out a bank card, she threw a smile at Winter. It's rare to see an extractor pay with their own credits for equipment. Jenny and Trevor threw a look at Winter when they heard that. Naturally, this was the veteran's revenge for buying the stuff with low margins. Yet Winter just chuckled. They get 10% of the Zephyx they extract as payment at a wholesale rate. They can afford to pay for their own equipment, he said. When the veteran heard that, her eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't say anything. 10% of the Zephyx they extracted at a wholesale rate. Then wouldn't she be earning over 1 million credits a month instead of the measly 200,000 credits she was earning right now? Instead of getting some satisfaction out of making Winter uncomfortable, the veteran got annoyed. "Understandable," she answered in a polite voice without putting much energy into it while grabbing Nick's card. When Trevor and Jenny saw the veteran's reaction, they realized that they were being paid very well. If even a veteran looked that surprised, they probably earned a lot of money. This only increased their loyalty towards Winter and their thankfulness. "Here you go," the veteran said as she handed the card and the barrier to Nick. Nick just looked at the barrier in wonder while Winter started to request another barrier. This one only had a 1-to-1 ratio, but it could also block most attacks. In the end, the price was only 50,000 credits for that one, and it went to Jenny. The next one was identical to the second one and went to Trevor. Since Trevor was still pretty new, Winter paid for it. Winter would simply dock Trevor's payments until he had cleared his debt. Thank you, Winter said politely. Sure, the veteran answered, not even putting up an act of being friendly. Naturally, the veteran was not very happy. She hadn't even made 20,000 credits in commission from these trades. The 3 barriers they bought had extremely low profit margins. In the end, she could only sigh and continue waiting for other customers. Chapter 85 Barriers. After leaving the stall behind, Winter pulled his 3 employees to the side and explained to them how they could activate and configure their barriers. Using these barriers was very easy since there were only a couple of options to choose from. The barriers you bought do not have AI chips, which means that there isn't much you can do with them, Winter said. AI chips? Nick asked in confusion. Jenny and Trevor also didn't know what that meant. I'll tell you in detail when it becomes relevant, Winter said. Advanced barriers need AI chips, and they are the most expensive part of a barrier. They regulate the size, strength, and attribute of a barrier while also activating and deactivating it. You can view AI chips as an autonomous mind that controls your barrier. Your barriers don't have AI chips, which is why we managed to get good ones for a relatively low price. The drawback is that you have to activate them yourself, Winter said. After a bit of fidgeting around, the 3 of them managed to activate their barriers. I can't see it, Nick said after he put his activated barrier into the pocket of his uniform. Watch, Winter said. Then Winter walked back a little and charged right at Nick. Winter jumped and kicked forward. Nick's eyes widened in wonder. Will the barrier activate? Bang. Sure enough, a bronze sphere appeared around Nick's body for just a second before vanishing again. Winter was halted and fell onto his feet. The next moment, Winter moved his arm through the space where the barrier had just been. But this time, it didn't activate. See that? Winter asked. The barriers you bought are effective, but they have very simple activation triggers. If an object with high heat, extreme cold, high speed, or with a lot of force is about to pass through the barrier, it activates. There are also a couple of other triggers, but those are the main ones. Sadly, the next moment, Winter slowly took out a silver knife. Then he slowly moved the knife past Nick's barrier before rapidly striking forward. Obviously, Winter stopped before he hit Nick. Meanwhile, Nick, Trevor, and Jenny were surprised about what they had just seen. Nick's barrier hadn't activated, even though Winter had essentially stabbed towards Nick with a sharp knife. You see, Winter asked as he pulled back. If I slowly move past the barrier's activation point, I can launch an attack from within its domain. If a sizable solid object occupies the space of the barrier, it can't activate. The barriers you guys bought don't have the ability to cut through strong objects. Of course, if you want to use a long weapon like a spear, you also have to be careful that your spear doesn't stretch past your barrier. The more the 3 of them heard about their barriers, the more appalled they became. They had paid so much money for that. There are so many weaknesses. Nick spoke loudly, almost shouting. It can't be helped, Winter said as he put his knife away. That's the trade-off, and I'm not even done telling you about them. Nick took a deep breath. The standby mode of the barrier drains a considerable amount of Zephyx, Winter said. You should be feeling the drain by now. Nick furrowed his brows and moved his arms a bit. He felt a bit sluggish. I do feel a bit exhausted and sluggish, Nick said. Winter nodded. When the barrier is on standby, it continually drains your Zephyx. Without any external help, a Zephyx Extractor needs about an hour to refill their Zephyx storage. As someone who has already advanced a couple of levels, the primary energy source is slowly transforming to become Zephyx. Food and water will become less relevant the more you advance, and most of your power will start coming from the Zephyx your body produces from the prefix in the atmosphere. Sadly, compared to Specters, humans can't split the Zephyx they produce from their bodies, making it impossible to harvest it. Trust me, humanity really tried. Anyway, the Zephyx your body uses to move and fight will be drained by the barrier until you deactivate it, or you are critically low. Because of that, your barrier has to stay deactivated for most of the time, and you have to activate it manually when you are about to enter battle, Winter explained. The 3 of them were not big fans. The barriers sounded horrible. But don't underestimate the barriers, Winter said. That one barrier you bought, Nick, should allow you to confidently win against the Dreamer. Nick raised an eyebrow in surprise. Really? Winter nodded like he had just read Nick's thoughts. If the Dreamer decides to attack you, your barrier will activate, and the Dreamer will be stopped just a bit in front of you. At that point, it will simply be stationary in air. At that point, you can just use a pipe or whatever to hit it and break some of its bones. Of course, if you had a weapon, it would be even better. Being able to resist a powerful attack is extremely useful and will many times turn the tide. Nick thought about Winter's words. He had to agree. It would be like the dreamer flew against a hard wall. The next moment, the wall would disappear, and Nick could just kick the dreamer's torso, caving in its chest. Even though Nick's body was a bit weaker than the dreamer's, a fully powered kick to the chest was still devastating to the dreamer. Additionally, the barrier could probably block more than one attack. Another alternative to the battle would be Nick just jumping on top of the dreamer and encompassing it with his arms in an effort to suppress it. Even more, Nick could also just run out of the dreamer's containment unit without dying with the barrier. Nick's gaze moved to the pocket of his uniform that held the barrier. That is actually way more useful than I thought. Let's take a look at some weapons now, Winter said. Chapter 86 Weapons. The three of them grew excited when they heard Winter talking about weapons. What do you have left in savings? Winter asked as he led them to the next stall. In total, about 80,000 credits, Nick said, but I don't want to spend more than 50,000. 60,000 credits, Jenny said. If I don't count the barrier, about 30,000 credits, Trevor said with a bitter smile. One had to remember that Winter had completely paid for Trevor's barrier. Winter nodded. Let's try not to go above 50,000 credits per person then. Do you have any preferences for weapons? Nick had an uncertain expression. I want to see what they have to offer first. I heard there is something called a gun, Jenny said. Winter nodded. Yes, they also sell guns. What are they, and how do they work? Jenny asked. A gun is a small object that uses an explosion of power to accelerate a small object to such high speeds that the object gains enough force to severely injure someone, Winter explained. The guns we're going to look at are made of durable metals, and they use Zephyx as a power source. Very expensive guns for powerful Zephyx extractors are fully made of materials created with Zephyx that shoot other kinds of Zephyx, but these are far beyond your current ability. Why do you want to know? Winter asked after explaining everything. I heard that I can use guns from far away, Jenny said. I don't like to admit it, but as a woman, I tend to be physically weaker than most men. Because of that, I want to use something that doesn't rely on my physical strength. Winter nodded. A rational choice. What about you, Trevor? What do you suggest? Trevor asked. You're pretty big, Winter said. I'm not a fighter, but my instructor told me that when you have an advantage, you should do your best to make the advantage even bigger instead of trying to get everything else to the same level as your advantage. If someone is already faster than most people, it takes a significant amount of work to get their power and defense to the same level, and then it might not be enough to defend from someone with a similar level of power. However, if that same person put the work into improving their speed even more, nearly nobody would be able to touch them, making the enemy's speed and power almost meaningless. Since you are already pretty big, I would suggest going for a weapon with a long reach. Something like a spear, Winter explained. Trevor fell into thought and nodded a couple of times. That sounds reasonable. I think I'll follow that advice. The four of them quickly reached the stall, and Winter introduced them to a couple of weapons on display. Nick could see all manner of weapons. Swords, daggers, knives, sabers, spears, lances, axes, clubs, guns, bows, explosives, nets, tridents, traps, ropes, chains, whips, rods, everything. Winter helped Trevor first, and the two of them looked at the spears, tridents, lances, and rods. Since Zephyx extractors were much more powerful than normal humans, ranged weapons weren't as overpowered anymore. A normal gun that guards used would only get through Nick's skin, but his muscles would be able to block the bullet. Nick would still bleed, but it wouldn't be a dangerous wound. Even more, an initial John would only receive a red ring of blood on the spot where the bullet hit them, and mid-Johns would only get a small bruise. Peak Johns basically didn't care about normal guns anymore. Because of that, melee weapons became quite relevant again, especially when the enemy was fast enough to get to someone before they could properly aim their gun at them. After a bit of trying around, Trevor went for quite a peculiar weapon. It was a mixture of a dagger and a spear. In its base form, it looked like a dagger with a very wide hilt. However, the hilt was made of concentric cones of metal, and when they were extended, they would form the long hilt of a spear. This allowed Trevor to use it as a dagger, but also as a spear. Sadly, it wasn't as useful as either of them in their respective modes. The hilt was too heavy and thick for a dagger, and when expanded, the hilt was too thin and hollow to block a significantly powerful attack. But Trevor still wanted it, and his reason was pretty solid. Since Trevor was the chosen person for taking up the subtle missions, he needed a weapon that he could hide but also made use of his size. In the end, Winter paid 60,000 credits for the spear, putting Trevor into a debt of 110,000 credits. However, Winter believed in Trevor's ability to repay him, and he was willing to invest in him. Naturally, Trevor was extremely thankful and promised Winter that he would repay him as soon as possible. Next, Winter looked at the guns with Jenny. There were many different kinds of guns. Handguns, shotguns, rifles, sniper rifles, assault rifles. After a lot of talking, Jenny decided to go for a sniper rifle. Her reasoning was simple. She wasn't good at fighting, and if she actually got into a fight, she would very likely lose and die. Because of that, she didn't intend to get into a battle. Instead, she would stay outside any conflict and support with brutal attacks from a great range. Jenny never intended to fight someone on her own. She would rely on Trevor and Nick to protect her while taking care of the most powerful enemies from afar. In the end, Jenny spent 50,000 credits, and Winter also spent 50,000 credits. But in exchange, Jenny got an amazing sniper rifle. It was around 150 centimeters long, and it was pure black. "You are expected to provide for your own teachers," Winter told Trevor and Jenny. Both of them nodded without any complaint. They had bought their weapons, but they also needed to learn how to use them. Then Winter looked at Nick, who was looking at the weapons. "Made your choice yet?" Winter asked. Nick looked uncomfortable. "Yes, but you will think I'm dumb." Chapter 87, Fist Weapon. "What did you choose?" Winter asked. "Well," Nick said as he scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. "I've always only fought with my fists and legs, I feel like I'm already very used to them, and I don't really want to use anything else." Winter raised an eyebrow. "So I'm interested in fist and leg weapons," Nick said. Winter uttered as he thought about what Nick had just said. "I'm not sure if that's such a good idea." "Why?" Nick asked. "Your ability," Winter said, glancing around to make sure that nobody could hear them. A moment later, Winter pulled Nick to the side so that nobody could listen in. "You can only properly use your ability when nobody sees you," Winter whispered. "Fist weapons are great for extreme close range and grappling, but that makes your ability useless since the opponent can easily tell where you are when you are literally touching their body all over. I was thinking more along the lines of a spear or a rapier, something that allows you to silently stab an enemy with a lot of power." Nick looked a bit worried. "What about a fist weapon with a blade coming from it? Maybe one that can also retract?" Winter frowned. "Why are you that set on a fist weapon?" "I'm used to it," Nick said. "Also, I need to silently reach my opponent, right? I want something small that doesn't slow me down." Winter still wasn't the biggest fan of Nick's suggestion. "I feel like you are wasting your biggest advantage. You have to remember that all Zephyx Extractors design their fighting style around their ability, and if you don't do that, you will be at a disadvantage against everyone. Additionally, Specters also focus on their abilities." Nick just looked at Winter with a worried expression, and Winter realized that this wasn't an expression of someone who was thinking about changing their choice, but someone who was afraid of angering someone because of something they were about to say. When Winter saw that, he only sighed. "Fine," he said. "It's your decision anyway." Nick released a sigh of relief. "However," Winter added, "I still want you to get something else in case you change your mind in the future." Nick only smiled happily. "Sure." Winter only massaged the bridge of his nose as the two of them walked back to the stall. "Which one do you want?" Winter asked. Nick went forward and grabbed a set of cuffs. There were 2 long metallic bracers, which were supposed to go on the shin, and 2 bracers for Nick's wrists. However, the bracers for Nick's wrists had an addition. About 30 centimeters long and very wide blades came out of them. In a way, the blades almost looked like equilateral triangles. They were designed this way to make the blades stable and also able to block attacks. After all, it was normal to block or parry an attack with the back of one's hand. In order to fit the arm better, the blades were also curved, encompassing the back of the hands. When Winter saw the 4 cuffs, he raised an eyebrow. That's actually not that stupid. But when Winter saw the price, he frowned. "Nick, you need better ones," Winter said. Nick's eyes widened in surprise. "But these are already so expensive." "Nick, poor people can't afford to buy cheap." Nick's brain froze as it tried to understand what Winter meant. When Winter saw Nick's confusion, he sighed again. "Think about how hard these blades are, and now think about how strong you are with your ability. These blades are designed for peak newbies, and with your ability, Winter said, not revealing any sensitive information. Nick looked at the blades, and he slowly realized what Winter meant. "Oh, now I get it," he shouted. "Since poor people don't have a lot of money, they have to buy cheap stuff, but the cheap stuff breaks very quickly, which forces them to buy more cheap stuff. If they had the money, they could buy something more expensive that doesn't break, which might even cost fewer credits in the long run." "Yes, Nick," Winter said. "That's what the phrase means. But I don't have the money for something better," Nick said. "Also, I don't think they sell better stuff here." "It's fine," Winter said. "Since you now know what you want, I will get you what you need my own way. Give me 1 to 3 days, and you will get your weapons. They will be of much higher quality and will hold longer, but they will also be more expensive. For now, I'm going to pay for them since I trust that you will quickly pay me back," Winter said. Nick didn't feel great accepting such a gift, but he also knew that this was probably the best way to go about it. If Nick got into a fight with these blades and punched someone with them while his ability was active, they might break into pieces. Nick would soon become a peak newbie, and when he reached that level, he would be about 25 times more powerful than a normal adult male with his ability active. It would be like a rhinoceros wearing the blade on its horn and charging at a wall. Due to his ability, Nick had to use equipment created for mid-Johns and stronger. "Okay, thanks, Winter," Nick said. Winter just nodded. Then, Winter turned to Jenny and Trevor. "Do you still need something?" "I don't think we have any money left," Trevor said with an embarrassed smile. Winter nodded. It was more of a rhetorical question. Jenny and Trevor just chuckled politely. "Then let's go back," Winter said. Winter turned around to, "Hey, Winnie." Winter came face to face with an equally tall man with light brown hair. Surprisingly, the man's face looked very similar to Winter's, and his hair had the same color. However, there were 2 distinct differences. First, he was maybe 2 to 5 years older than Winter. And second, he wore the official uniform for Zephyx Extractors, and it had 2 stars on it. That meant he was a level 2 extractor. Chapter 88 of Artem. When Winter saw the man in front of him, his expression became very neutral and apathetic. "What do you want, Artem?" Winter asked evenly. Artem just smiled brightly. "Why, I want to talk to my little bro," Artem said with an excited voice as he stretched his arm towards Winter's shoulder. Winter took a step back, and Artem's arm halted. "Don't want to give your big bro a hug?" "No," Winter spoke apathetically. Nick furrowed his brows while Trevor and Jenny seemed a bit uncomfortable. One didn't need to know Winter very closely to see that he didn't want to talk to his big brother. "There are other people around, Winnie," Artem said with a nice but strained voice. "We shouldn't make a scene, like you're doing right now." Artem frowned as he looked at the person who had just spoken up. It was Nick. "This is a family matter," Artem said. "We are on a company trip, which makes this a business matter," Nick said as he stepped forward to stand beside Winter. "If you need to talk to your brother, please do dash." "Who do you think you are?" Artem shouted, his polite demeanor completely gone. "As I've said, this is a matter between 2 members of the Melfian family. Keep yourself out of this, peasant." The power of Artem's voice was very dominant, but Nick only narrowed his eyes. "Nick, calm yourself," Winter said with a bit of annoyance. An arrogant sneer appeared on Artem's face. "Don't talk with the garbage man," Winter added. Nick blinked a couple of seconds in surprise. Garbage man? That was a strange insult. It was an insult, right? It sounded more like a job. A moment later, Nick felt the air around him vibrate and found that the cause was Artem. If looks could kill, Winter would have been torn into pieces already. "What are you referring to?" Artem asked threateningly. "Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to," Winter answered coldly. "I'm referring to your great bargain, obviously." Artem snorted. "Jealousy is unfit of a potential heir to the Melfian family, Winnie." "Jealous? Of your literal pile of shit?" Winter asked with a snort. "You are probably barely breaking even with it. Any of my hatchlings produce more Zephyx than your worthless adolescent." "You've always been a dreamer, Winter," Artem said. "It seems like that hasn't changed." Winter's eyes narrowed slightly as a gleam appeared in them. At the same time, Nick, Jenny, and Trevor grew shocked. The way Artem had just spoken the word dreamer was very peculiar. He had phrased it like he was referring to something very different. "He knows," Nick thought with furrowed brows. While all the Zephyx extractors of Dark Dream knew about the Dreamer, nobody outside of Dark Dream should know about it. Winter had not made the details about the Dreamer public. Nick immediately glanced at Jenny and Trevor. When Jenny saw Nick's narrowed eyes, she rapidly shook her head. Trevor just shook his head with a bitter smile. So you've got some ears, Winter commented. Maybe you should stop talking so much, or they might become deaf. What's the point? Artem said with a quick snort and chuckle. I already know everything I need to know. I also know about your second Specter, Artem said. To think that you would have the luck to get your hands on a possession Specter. Immediately, the atmosphere became even tenser. Nick's eyes widened, and he immediately became worried and suspicious. And then Nick noticed something. Artem's hand had slightly twitched just now. Nick had only noticed the hand because he stood beside Winter. That's a signal, Nick realized. Nick knew that the signal wasn't for Winter or for him. There were no extractors around Artem, and Jenny couldn't have seen it since Winter's body was between her eyes and Artem's hand. However, Nick turned to look at Trevor, who quickly looked away from Artem's hand. The next moment, Trevor looked into Nick's eyes and noticed that Nick had noticed. Trevor's face turned white. Oops, Artem said with a smirk. Then he turned to look at Trevor openly. Shouldn't have asked for so much money, he said with an evil smirk. Jenny gasped and stepped away from Trevor. Nick narrowed his eyes. Trevor had been a bit suspicious since the start. Trevor's interview had been too smooth, and Trevor had seemed way too perfect for the role. It was almost like Trevor was a born Zephyx Extractor. He had a powerful will, was extremely good with people, was tall and powerful, and most of all, he was intelligent and cunning. Trevor was just too good at everything. It was almost impossible not to hire him. Trevor looked with a shocked face at Artem. It was almost like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. It was like he had been thrown into a nightmare. I told you, Winter said evenly to Artem. You should stop talking before your ears become deaf. Expect Pater's head in the mail tomorrow. Everyone immediately turned to look at Winter. Pater? Why Pater? Pater wasn't even here. Artem's eyes also opened widely. What? He asked. You think your schemes work against me? Please, Winter said with a disgusted sneer. You always thought yourself to be so intelligent and above everyone else. And to be fair, you are very intelligent, but you're also way too arrogant and confident. Just like an adrenaline junkie, you want to give your enemy hints, but don't want them to realize that the hints are actually hints. Artem suddenly started laughing. Oh, Winnie, you're always acting like you have the world in your pocket. Then Artem turned around, and his expression darkened. I just hope, as your brother, that it doesn't one day swallow you. At that moment, the atmosphere changed again, but this time it wasn't due to the four people of Dark Dream. Instead, some of the onlookers had narrowed their eyes at Artem with displeasure. Apparently, what he had just said was not something they liked to hear. However, Winter didn't answer and waited for Artem to walk away. Are you willing to do it? Winter asked. Huh? Nick asked back. Kill Pater, Winter added coldly. Silence. Chapter 89, Pater. Kill Pater, Nick repeated in shock. Why? Because he's Artem's spy, Winter said coldly without turning to look at Nick. How do you know? Nick asked. Winter looked around and saw several people looking at them. Let's talk outside, he said, leading his group out of the huge warehouse. The three of them followed Winter in shock. After leaving the warehouse, they walked back to Dark Dream in silence. Nobody dared to speak up. Pater, a spy. The little boy. Pater was maybe 14 years old. Pater had been nice to everyone, and he had always happily supported them. How could he be a spy? Which 14-year-old actually had the guts to work as a double agent in something as sensitive as Zephyx manufacturing? The walk back to Dark Dream felt like it went on for an eternity. Eventually, the four of them walked through Dark Dream's doors. Welcome back. How was shopping? An excited Pater asked. Pretty good, Winter answered neutrally. We got some good deals. Pater, could you deal with Hurwa for a bit longer? I need Nick and the others for a bit, Winter added. No problem, Pater answered before standing up and walking out of the warehouse. However, before Pater reached the door, he stopped to look at Jenny. Is something wrong, Jenny? He asked. What? Jenny answered, shocked, like she had just been woken up from a daydream. No, nothing's wrong. Pater looked a bit worried. Don't let things get to your head, okay? He said. Sure, Jenny answered. Pater smiled brightly, nodded, and walked out of the warehouse. When the door closed, Jenny released a shaky breath, and a terrified look appeared in her eyes. Thinking about the young and cheerful boy dying was too difficult to bear. Follow me, Winter said evenly as he walked to the containment unit holding the screaming coffin. The three of them nervously followed Winter. Winter typed on the console of the containment unit a bit before opening the employee door. "Come in," Winter said as he entered the containment unit. Jenny and Trevor took deep breaths. They had no idea what was in there, but they knew it had to be a Spectre. Coming face to face with a new Spectre was always terrifying. "Don't worry," Nick said. "It's basically harmless. The Dreamer is way worse." Trevor and Jenny just looked at each other before entering. After the four of them entered, the employee door closed, and they all saw the screaming coffin. Trevor and Jenny just looked at it in shock. It was just a coffin. Was that it? Right now, the screaming coffin was just lying on the ground, doing nothing. "Jenny, what do you know about it?" Winter asked without looking at her. Jenny looked with uncertainty at Winter. "You said it eats corpses." Winter nodded. "Trevor, what do you know about it?" "That it screams a lot," he said, realization appearing in his eyes. Nick and Jenny hadn't realized it yet. Winter turned to look at his three employees. "I told all of you different details about the screaming coffin," he said. "Nick knows everything since he caught it and works with it. Trevor knows that it screams a lot. Jenny knows that it eats corpses. And Peter knows that it's a possession specter. None of you are privy to the details I told the other ones, and you also have barely any time to meet during the day to exchange information. Additionally, I told all of you to not share your information with anyone but Nick. Artem said that he knows that I have a possession specter, and only Peter knew that. Therefore, Peter is the spy." Silence. The three of them had troubled expressions on their faces. However, it was just too difficult to believe that such a young kid was capable of such a massive feat of deception. Whether they wanted to or not, Jenny's and Trevor's eyes landed on Nick. Nick also knew everything about the screaming coffin. He could have also leaked it. Nick took a deep breath. Naturally, he had noticed the others' expressions, and he knew what they were thinking. "It's not Nick," Winter said. Trevor and Jenny felt called out and ashamed. After all, Nick was their boss. Yet, "Nick is too dumb and honest to be a spy," Winter said. Nick awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He wasn't that dumb. "Nick is either the best manipulator in the entire world or no manipulator at all," Winter said. "Trust me, I put Nick through so many tests that it is basically impossible for him to be a spy." Nick's eyes widened. Tests? There were no tests. Questions about things we both already know the answer to. If you keep lying and someone inquires further, you have to keep lying, and you have to keep this web of complicated lies coherent and logical. By continually asking you about details, you would eventually slip up if you were lying, asking you to explain things while in a very emotional situation. Lying takes a lot of brain power, and faking emotions also does. Doing both at once is extremely difficult. I also kept questioning your morals and why you believe in what you believe in. "I've been testing you for months," Nick, Winter said, "and I am quite certain that I can trust you with my life." Nick felt too shocked to respond immediately. "That sounds unrealistic," Nick said. Winter just snorted. "These things have been drilled into my head ever since I was just 5. By now, it's unrealistic not to do it to everyone I meet." "But you didn't realize that Peter was a spy?" Nick asked. A moment later, Nick felt bad. That was not an appropriate comment. However, Winter just sighed. "The signs were there," Winter said before looking at the screaming coffin absent-mindedly. "I guess I just ignored them since he's been my servant for the last 2 years. He was the only one I could openly talk to in that oppressive mansion." Silence. Chapter 90. What's one more? "Who's going to do it?" Winter asked, just looking at the screaming coffin. It was almost like he was looking at an actual coffin. "I can do it." Everyone turned to look at Trevor. "You hired me for these kind of missions anyway," Trevor said with a sigh. Naturally, as someone from the Dregs, Trevor had gone through a lot of shit in his life, but killing someone was still something he had never done before. But now he was willing to actually go through with it. Even more, his target was a 14-year-old. Jenny looked at Trevor and felt quite bad. Jenny already felt guilty since she had suspected Trevor of being a traitor earlier, and Trevor volunteering to kill a kid definitely didn't help. "That's not your job," Nick said with a sigh. "Dealing with employees is my job," he added. Then, Nick looked at the ground with an almost apathetic expression. "Additionally, Peter isn't the first person I killed," he whispered. Jenny took a deep breath. She had heard that Nick might have already killed someone, but it was still difficult to combine the concept of a murderer with her image of Nick in her mind. Nick was such a happy-go-lucky guy, and he was willing to go through a lot of effort for his employees. He was honest, friendly, nice, and almost playful. Yet, he had also killed several people before. The contrast was just too stark. "Are you sure?" Trevor asked with a concerned expression as he came closer to Nick. Nick wordlessly nodded as he raised his head to look at Trevor. Or, more accurately, look through him. "Of course," Nick said with a neutral tone as his unfocused eyes stared through Trevor. It was almost like Nick was looking at nothing and talking to no one. Trevor felt a cold shudder run down his back as he saw Nick's expression. When Jenny saw Nick's expression, she could finally combine the concepts of a murderer with Nick in her mind. She couldn't imagine Nick killing anyone earlier, but she could imagine Nick lifelessly strangling the life out of someone while wearing that expression. It was so apathetic, disjointed, and distant. It was almost like Nick had been replaced with a puppet. "Okay," Trevor said, managing to keep his voice stable. "Then, I'll leave it up to you." Nick just nodded. Near the coffin, Winter took a deep breath. He had turned to look at Nick just now, and he had also seen his expression. He doesn't deserve this, Winter thought. He's completely dissociating. Is that really someone I want to trust my employees with? Winter just turned away again, a thoughtful expression on his face. I don't really have a choice. Additionally, he's trustworthy. Maybe dissociating like this won't ruin his positive outlook on life. Winter sighed again, and his head lowered. I'm pathetic, Winter thought with a bitter smile. I just wanted to test their loyalty and deal with Pater myself. After all, I was the one that brought Pater. Winter's fists clenched. But I can't do it. I just can't do it. Winter turned around and looked at Nick. Nick just mindlessly nodded towards Winter. When he saw Nick's dissociated expression again, Winter felt like he was the most despicable scum on earth. He saw what effect killing people had on Nick. And yet, he also knew that Nick could handle it. Nick had already killed so many people. What was one more? What difference did it make? Did Winter really need to worry so much about whether it was bad or not to send Nick to kill Pater? Winter tried to reason with his emotions, but it didn't help. In the end, I'm running from my own weakness, Winter thought. Winter nodded toward Nick with a neutral expression, his inner conflict not visible on his face. I can't solve this issue, which is why I send Nick to deal with it for me. Nick turned around and opened the employee door of the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. At that moment, Winter remembered the conversation he had with Nick after Huro had declined to work with the Dreamer. This is his responsibility, huh? Winter thought, feeling disgusted with his own hypocrisy. I told him to deal with his problems and his responsibilities. But here I am, putting my responsibilities on his shoulders. I'm sorry, Nick, Winter thought as he turned back to look at the coffin. I'll repay you in the future. Jenny and Trevor watched Nick leave with sympathetic expressions. Trevor wanted to do it himself, but he just couldn't bring himself to speak up. Nick looked so young. He was just 16 years old. Meanwhile, Trevor was over 20. In Trevor's mind, it was like one kid killing another kid. If something like this had to be done, then it should be done by an adult. And yet, Trevor sighed. He just couldn't do it. He just couldn't. Meanwhile, Jenny just felt bad for Nick. Nick was her boss, and things like these were his responsibility. She knew all of that, but she still felt sorry for him. After Nick left, no one said a word for a long time. Jenny and Trevor also didn't want to leave. They felt like they should wait here for Nick's return. While they couldn't take care of Nick's troubles, they could at least show that they were standing with him. Meanwhile, Nick left Dark Dream with a blank expression on his face. Like a machine, Nick crossed the road and walked into the hotel. "Welcome back, Nick," a receptionist shouted. Nick just nodded as he entered the staircase. After climbing the stairs, Nick walked up to Horwa's room. Right now, Pater should be dealing with Horwa. Based on the time, Horwa's clothes and the bedding needed to be changed since breakfast had happened just an hour or so ago. For just a moment, Nick stopped in front of the door. Then he put his hand on it, opened it, and walked inside. Chapter 91. Doing the Deed. As Nick closed the door behind him, he heard Pater's voice coming from the living room. Nick hadn't entered loudly, which meant that Pater hadn't noticed that Nick was now with him in the small apartment. "I just don't know, Horwa." Pater's voice sounded tense and troubled. "I just don't know what to do. I've been stuck in this horrible position where I have to choose between two horrible things. Do I keep reporting these things and do more damage to Master Winter? Or do I come clean and lose all of my qualifications? Nick slowly and silently walked through the hallway. If I tell Master Winter what's been going on for 3 years, I will be severely punished, thrown out of the household, and I will get all my belongings confiscated. No one would want to hire me anymore since something like this is the worst thing you could do as a servant. And with no job, I will be thrown out of the inner city. And then I will be thrown into the dregs. Even more, I will lose everyone I know. By now, Pater's voice began to tremble again. I don't want to lose everything. Pater sobbed. By now, the door to the room had silently opened, and Nick absent-mindedly stared in Pater's direction. At this moment, Pater stood in front of Horwa, who was sitting on the bed. Horwa's expression was almost identical to Nick's. I wish I never accepted, Pater said through sobs as he cleaned his eyes with his sleeves. But I was just 11. How could I have known that things would turn out this way? I always thought that it would just be a small side gig to earn a couple of credits. Pater took a deep and shaky breath. Who could have guessed Dash? Crack. A splash of blood appeared on Horwa's face. Pater's body fell forward, his face hitting the edge of the bed. The back of his head was completely smashed in, parts of his brain having scattered across the room. Nick stood behind Pater's corpse, his right hand covered in blood and brain matter. Nick looked down at Pater's body. Then he slowly bowed down and grabbed Pater's neck. CRK. 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 When Pater's neck stopped resisting getting pushed around, Nick stood up again. For just a couple of seconds, Nick looked at Pater. His eyes were open wide. His mouth hung open. A pool of red was rapidly growing beneath him. Nick just watched for a bit. Then, Nick walked to the side and grabbed a roll of one of many paper towels. Pater had bought a bunch of these to deal with Horwa's messes. Leaving the room every single time to get something to clean was unnecessary. Nick unrolled a roll until he had a huge ball of paper towels in his hands. Then he shoved the ball into Pater's open skull. After grabbing some more, he put them into Pater's mouth and nose since they were also bleeding. A second later, he took one of several bags and pulled it over Pater's head, fastening it with some straps. Nick lifted the corpse and put it on one of the rugs inside the room. This was quite an expensive room, which was why they even had something as luxurious as rugs. Lastly, Nick rolled the rug with the body in it up before putting it to the side of the room. With the body dealt with, Nick went on to absent-mindedly clean the floor of Horwa's room. It took several minutes and many towels, but eventually Nick got everything. After inspecting the room thoroughly, Nick stood in the middle of the room. He glanced at Horwa. That was when he saw the big splatter of blood on Horwa's face, which had dripped down on his fresh clothing by now. A kind smile appeared on Nick's face. "Oh, let me get that for you," he said in a caring tone as he pulled more paper towels off the roll. After carefully cleaning Horwa's face, Nick changed his clothes as well. When Nick saw Horwa all clean and fresh, he nodded in satisfaction. "Sorry, but I can't stay right now," he says. He bowed down to lift the rug. "I have to work." Nick put the rug over his shoulder and slowly retreated from Horwa's room. After carefully closing the doors, Nick's smile vanished again, replaced by blankness. Absent-mindedly, Nick walked down the staircase. When Nick exited the staircase, the clerk from earlier noticed him, and he had to blink a couple of times in shock. "Nick, you can't just take our rug with you," he shouted as he ran towards Nick. "Bill me for it," Nick said with a neutral voice without turning around. "I need it for something." The clerk was shocked and grabbed the side of his head in confusion and frustration. "You can't just..." He trailed off as he saw Nick just casually walking out of the hotel, not paying the clerk any attention. For a couple of seconds, the clerk just watched Nick cross the road and into the warehouse on the other side. In the end, the clerk went back into the hotel to ask his supervisor about what to do. After entering the warehouse, Nick closed the door behind him and walked up to the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. He hadn't seen anyone in the warehouse so far. However, he also didn't have the brainpower or motivation to think about where everyone could be. He just wanted to be done with this matter and continue his life. Nick opened the employee door of the Screaming Coffin's containment unit and stepped inside. Inside the containment unit, Jenny, Trevor, and Winter turned to look at Nick. Nick's eyes regained focus as he blinked a couple of times in surprise. "Oh, didn't know you guys were still in here," Nick said with a bit of surprise. "I thought you would have gone home." When the three of them heard Nick's casual tone, they felt like they had been stabbed in the chest. Chapter 92 Drinks. For several seconds, nobody said anything. Nick just raised an eyebrow. "Man, the atmosphere in here is gloomy. Did someone die?" Jenny's expression became more worried. Trevor took a deep breath. Winter looked at the ground with furrowed brows. "No, we're here to support you, boss," Trevor said with a smile as he stepped forward. "Support me?" Nick repeated in surprise. "With what?" Trevor reached Nick and grabbed hold of the carpet, lifting it off Nick's shoulder. "With this, of course," he said with a bright and casual smile. "You can leave this here. We're going to deal with the rest of this matter. Why don't you go back to Horwa? He probably needs you right now." Nick just looked at Trevor with surprise. It felt strange. The way Trevor was acting felt unfamiliar to Nick. Trevor was acting like nothing was wrong and was talking to Nick like it was just any other day. For some reason, Nick felt his inside shake, and he took a deep breath. "Don't worry," Jenny spoke loudly from behind Trevor. "We're going to take care of things here. You just go have a nice day, okay?" Nick also looked at Jenny with a slightly confused look. "You did well, Nick," Winter said, trying to portray a warm voice but failing. "We'll deal with everything else. Take the rest of the day off." Nick looked between the three people with uncertainty. He was not used to being treated like this. Usually, he was the one that had to deal with the worst things. And when he felt regret and pain, nobody was usually there to talk to him. When he had killed that one woman, he hadn't talked to anyone for days, if not weeks. When he had come into contact with the nightmare in the sewers, he also had been alone. When he had thrown Horwa to the dreamer, he also hadn't talked with anyone after. Nick had expected that the same thing would be true today as well. He would dump Pater's corpse in front of the screaming coffin, leave, stay in his room for a couple of hours, deal with Horwa, stay in his room for a couple more hours, and then go to sleep. And then he would just return to work. Like always. But this time, Nick's three colleagues showed their support, and they would be dealing with the latter part of this event. Even more, they were acting like nothing was wrong. "They're acting like I didn't just kill a kid," Nick thought as his insides shook. "But am I not doing the same thing?" Nick's gaze drifted towards the ground. "Want to go out for a drink later?" Nick looked at Trevor. "What?" he asked. "Go out for a drink," Trevor said with a smirk. "I know this really good place that sells amazing drinks, and I feel like today is a good day for a couple of them." Nick blinked a couple of times. "Drinks? Like water?" "No alcohol," Trevor answered with a laugh. Nick had seen a couple people drinking alcohol in the Dregs before, but it was more on the rare side since alcohol was so expensive. He had only heard a couple of things about it, and he felt like it wasn't a good use of money. "I really don't, Dash." "Oh, come on," Trevor said as he stepped forward to lightly hit Nick's shoulder. "Don't knock it till you try it. If you still don't like it after trying it, you can just stop drinking. Also, if it's that much of an issue, just view it as being polite to me. So, what do you say?" "You interested?" he asked with a smirk. Nick just looked with a mix of absent-mindedness and confusion at Trevor for a while. Then he just nodded without thinking about it. "Great stuff," Trevor said with a laugh, giving Nick's shoulder another hit. "I'll get you at 3, okay?" "Sure," Nick answered on instinct. "Sounds great. Now get out of here. You got some relaxing to do," Trevor shouted as he pushed Nick towards the door. Nick didn't resist, and before he knew it, he was outside the screaming coffin's containment unit. The door behind him was closed. He was alone. For several seconds, Nick just looked forward, not focusing on anything. Finally, he slowly walked forward toward his own room in the hotel. Meanwhile, inside the containment unit, Trevor released a big breath he was holding and cleaned his head of some accumulated sweat. After turning around, he saw Jenny and Winter looking at him. "What?" Trevor asked. "I couldn't just leave the poor guy like this. He probably went through some rough shit today." A smile appeared on Jenny's face. "Thank you," she said quietly. At this moment, Jenny felt useless. Nick had dealt with Pater, and Trevor had supported Nick emotionally. And she? What had she done? Nothing. She just stood on the sidelines, watching. Right now, Jenny wished that she could do something. Her eyes went to the rug. To her, the presence of the rug was more terrifying than the presence of the screaming coffin. She knew exactly what was in there. Maybe she could. But then, Winter stepped forward without saying anything and unfurled the rug himself. Pater's body was revealed. It was like a cold shudder went through the room. The corpse looked like Pater, but Trevor and Jenny couldn't believe it was the actual Pater. A corpse looked so very different from a living human. "I'm a man of my word," Winter said, not sure whether he was talking to himself or his employees. Silence. "What do you, Dash?" "Let's go," Trevor said in a quiet but urgent voice towards Jenny. Ginny was confused, but she walked towards Trevor. The two of them left the containment unit. What's going on? Ginny asked Trevor. Trevor furrowed his brows. Don't you remember what he said to his brother before he left? The conversation between Winter and Artem shot through Ginny's head. Then her eyes widened in realization. Meanwhile, inside the containment unit, Winter pulled out a long and sharp knife. Chapter 93, The Day. The next couple of hours passed by rather quickly for Nick. Since Nick had essentially just cleaned Hurwa, he didn't need to check up on him yet. So Nick just went back to his room. However, after just a couple of minutes, he became very agitated and left again. For the next couple of hours, Nick just walked around the marketplace of the outer city, buying a couple of things he was interested in. Nick met quite a few people and talked with them animatedly. Usually, Nick didn't start conversations with random strangers, but today, things were a bit different. Nick was in the mood to talk to strangers and to strike up conversations everywhere. Of course, some of the people felt weirded out, but Nick just ended the conversation quickly when he noticed that they were not into it. Nick ate some great food, bought some great stuff, and had many interesting conversations. When it was close to the time he was supposed to go out drinking with Trevor, he walked back to the hotel. Nick had to check up on Hurwa again. When Nick entered the room, he did a double take when he looked at the ground. For just a second, he felt like he had seen Pater's corpse lying there. Yet the next instant, it was gone. Nick quickly shook his head to regain his bearings and looked at Hurwa. When he did, Nick had to sigh. Right, he said helplessly. I haven't checked up on you in 6 hours. That's quite a long time. Hurwa had already gone to the toilet, and some of his muscles were slightly shaking, which was a sign of his muscles cramping and straining. For the next 30 minutes, Nick kept cleaning Hurwa and giving him a bath. When Nick heard Hurwa's stomach growling, he could only sigh. A moment later, Nick went to the warehouse and canceled his outing with Trevor. He couldn't go like this. He couldn't just leave Hurwa like this. Hurwa needed him. Trevor said that Nick could just hire someone, but Nick said that it was too troublesome and that he didn't trust a random stranger with Hurwa's health. Hurwa's well-being was Nick's responsibility, and he would never run from it again. In the end, Trevor could only relent. Being too pushy with Nick might result in some discord between them. Eventually, Nick returned to Hurwa with a soup and fed him. After that, Nick massaged Hurwa's strained muscles some more. For the next 2 hours, Nick just helped Hurwa with various things. And then he just waited. Hurwa was clean, fed, and relaxed. But soon, there would be something to do again. For the next couple of hours, Nick just kept watching over Hurwa, making sure that he always had clean clothing, food, and relaxation. Eventually, it was time for Hurwa to sleep, and Nick tucked him in. After that, Nick went to his own room and tried to sleep. It was difficult. For over 2 hours, Nick just stared at the ceiling of his room without being able to fall asleep. Then he stood up and checked on Hurwa. After that, another 2 hours of staring at the ceiling followed. Eventually, Nick gave up and just walked around outside. There were not many people on the streets, and Nick felt quite relaxed. It was interesting to look at the outer city during nighttime. When it was 5 a.m., Nick woke up Hurwa and gave him breakfast. In the middle of breakfast, someone knocked on the door, and Nick opened it. It was a girl about Nick's age, and she looked at Nick with a bright smile. "Are you Sir Nick?" she asked. "I'm Nick," he answered in confusion. "My name's Marie, and I'm Master Winter's new assistant. I'm looking forward to working with you," Marie said with a chipper voice and a polite bow. "Oh," Nick said in surprise. "Right? That makes sense. May I come in?" she asked. "Sure," Nick said, letting her in. Marie looked around and entered Hurwa's room. "This is Hurwa, correct?" Nick nodded. "May you teach me about taking care of him?" Sure," Nick answered. For the next hour, Nick instructed Marie about what to do, and she listened attentively. After making a timetable, she read to Nick and asked him if it was okay. Nick nodded. She checked up on Hurwa every 2 hours and perfectly did everything that needed to be done. "Thank you, sir," Marie said with a sweet smile. "I will take care of things for now." "Of course," Nick said with a smile. By now, he had gotten familiar with Marie, and he liked her quite a bit. Nick left Hurwa's room and entered Dark Dream. Nick could tell that Winter was already there since the big lock on his office had been opened. Winter's working times were almost identical to Nick's. If he didn't have a meeting, Winter was available from about 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. He chose these times so that he would meet all of his employees at least once per day. He would meet Nick and Trevor in the morning, and he would meet Nick and Jenny in the afternoon. Nick didn't have anything to talk to Winter about right now, which was why he walked towards the screaming coffin. "Oh, right," Nick thought on his way. "I forgot to feed the screaming coffin yesterday." Yet, when Nick entered the containment unit, he saw the coffin just lying there. Someone fed it already? That was when the image of Pater's body shot through Nick's mind. Right. Not sure how long that will keep the coffin busy. His body wasn't very big. Nevertheless, Nick left the containment unit and went to the Dreamer. Seems like Trevor didn't take a day off, Nick thought when he saw the sleeping Trevor in front of the Dreamer. After a bit of talking, Trevor left and Nick sat down. Sleep didn't take long to arrive. The Dreamer made sure of that. Chapter 94, Favor. Eventually, Nick was woken up by Jenny. "Hey, how do you feel?" she asked. Nick took about a second to process the words Jenny had just uttered. "I don't know," he answered with slurred speech. Jenny's expression became more worried. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "Yeah, sure," Nick said as he slowly stood up. Suddenly, Nick felt like his head was killing him. There was this droning and pressure in his head, and when he stood up, he felt like he was about to fall over. Nick felt like his eyes were forced open by some kind of force, but there was nothing there. Nick's heart beat quickly, and he realized that he was covered in sweat. "You don't look good," Jenny said with worry. "It's fine," Nick said with an unusually loud voice. Jenny was taken aback by Nick's outburst. Sorry, Nick quickly said with an embarrassed smile. That came out more aggressive than intended. "It's just, forget it," Nick said as he walked towards the exit. "You can tell me," Jenny said, looking as Nick passed by her. "It's fine," Nick said with a dismissive wave. "No, it's not," Jenny said with an urgent voice. "If there is anything I can do, tell me." Nick stopped walking and turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. Right now, Jenny looked urgent and almost desperate. She looked like she really cared about this issue. The muscles in Nick's face tensed up. "Okay, if you really want to know," Nick said. Jenny listened intently. "I feel like you're a bit too forward with your concern for me," Nick said neutrally. "Let my problems be my problems. We are colleagues." "That's it." Nick looked into Jenny's eyes. Jenny felt more nervous when she heard Nick's cold voice. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. She wanted to help Nick with his issues. Trevor had managed to help Nick, and Winter was also helping him. And she hadn't done anything. She just wanted to listen to Nick's worries and help him deal with them emotionally. That's how it was with her and her partner. Whenever one of them had issues, the other one would listen to them and help them deal with the issues. Maybe one of them would cry, and everything would be better after that. Yet Nick had rejected Jenny's help very clearly. "You seem too eager to help others," Nick said. "Sometimes the biggest help is not helping." Jenny still looked uncertain. "Okay, sorry," she eventually said. Nick nodded and walked out of the room. In Nick's mind, Jenny seemed like someone who was way too eager to help someone with something that didn't need any support. As Nick walked out of the containment unit, he thought about all the things he would help Horwa with today. He had a lot of things to do, and Horwa needed help with all of them. "Nick, I need you real quick." Nick looked to the side and saw Winter standing at the entrance to his office. "Sure," Nick said, walking into Winter's office. Winter sat down, and Nick closed the door. The next moment, Winter took out a briefcase. The briefcase was made of silver metal and wasn't very big, but Nick could see Winter's arm strain when he lifted it. "Open it," Winter said as he pushed the briefcase to Nick. Nick looked at the briefcase with a raised eyebrow and slowly opened it. When it was fully opened, a silver sheen was reflected on Nick's face, and his eyes opened widely in shock. In the briefcase were 4 silver braces, 2 for Nick's wrists and 2 for his legs. The 2 braces for Nick's wrists also had long and rounded blades on them. Except for the color, they looked almost exactly like the ones Nick had shown Winter yesterday. "These are for me?" Nick asked. Winter nodded wordlessly. Nick slowly moved his hands forward and lifted one of them. Heavy, Nick immediately thought. One of the braces for his wrists weighed over 20 kilograms. That was absolutely insane. Yes, Nick was very strong, but casually carrying 20 kilograms on a wrist was still quite straining. "I ordered them for you to be just right when you reach the peak of the first level," Winter said. "It makes no sense to give you weapons for the late first level just for them to become obsolete in a week or two. With some training, you should be able to walk around with them casually, and you can also use them relatively well. However, they only show their real powers when your ability is active," Winter said. The next moment, Winter turned around and looked away from Nick. Almost immediately, the cuff in Nick's hands became very light. Naturally, the cuff hadn't changed in weight. It was just Nick's ability activating. Nick moved the cuff around a bit, and he liked the weight quite a lot. It felt great. Winter turned around again, and the cuff returned to being quite heavy. For now, you have to deal with the weight, Winter said, but that should also help you get used to them. Nick nodded. How strong are they? Your body will turn to ash before you have to worry about them, Winter said neutrally. Your wrist will break into pieces before even a scratch appears on them. Nick took a deep breath. How expensive were they? Winter released a sigh. A favor, Winter said. A favor. Nick asked. Winter nodded. I didn't buy them for money, but for a favor. Nick gulped. That probably meant that they were too expensive for the current Dark Dream. Nick felt guilty and ashamed when he imagined how much Winter must have paid for his weapons. He just wished that he could repay Winter. Ironically, that was exactly what Winter thought while purchasing these weapons, but the other way around. He just hoped that they could serve as a small repayment for what Nick had done for him. But I didn't sell that favor for cheap, Winter said with a smirk. Next, Winter stood up and grabbed something very heavy from below his desk. Bang! The entire table shook when Winter finally put another heavy briefcase on it. This one was much bigger and obviously much heavier. I told you that I also want you to train in a weapon of my choosing. Well, here it is, he said, shoving the briefcase forward. Chapter 95, Burden. Nick looked at the heavy briefcase with shock. That looked really heavy. Winter basically had to use all his power just to lift it onto the table. The briefcase was about 150 centimeters long and nearly half a meter wide. Nick wasn't sure what kind of weapon was in there. A big sword? A club? A rifle? Nick slowly moved his hand forward and opened the briefcase. The next moment, Nick's eyes widened in shock. 5 very long and thin spears. They're throwing spears, Winter said. Throwing spears? Nick asked. Winter nodded. Your ability doesn't increase the Zephyx in your body from what I have seen. It only increases your physical power. There are guns that use the Zephyx of an extractor as a power source, which means a stronger extractor can unleash a stronger blast with a gun. However, such a weapon wouldn't take advantage of your ability. The guns use Zephyx. You use muscle. Since you are already set on using your arms and legs as weapons, I thought that a ranged option would be a good addition. These kinds of throwing spears need a lot of power to be thrown, but their power is incredible. The force of a projectile is made up of mass and acceleration. Guns use little mass and lots of acceleration, while your throwing spears use a lot of mass and little acceleration. Well, little for the standards of a gun. When you throw a spear, it will still be quite fast. Nick grabbed one of the spears and lifted it. It probably weighed about 30 kilos. That was extremely heavy for a throwing spear. However, when one took into account that Nick would soon become a peak newbie, and his ability, the weight made a lot of sense. As a peak newbie, Nick would be about 5 times as powerful as an average male adult, and with his ability, it would turn into 25 times. When scaled to the power of a normal male adult, one throwing spear would only weigh a bit more than 1 kilo. Throwing a spear that weighed 1 kilo sounded reasonable for an adult male. Nick could definitely throw a 30-kilo spear with quite a lot of speed. What would that even look like? It was probably akin to the shot of a harpoon. If a human were hit by that, many possibilities shot through Nick's mind when he looked at the 5 spears. I'm not very good at aiming, Nick said. Well, you have to learn, Winter answered. Everyone needs to train with their weapons, and you're not any different. Naturally, I already found a teacher for you. He's ready to start and just waits for the starting signal. When you want your training to be every day? Winter asked. Nick's mind blanked for a bit, and Horwa's image shot through his head. Can that wait for now? Nick said. Winter frowned and looked at Nick. Why? I need to take care of Horwa, Nick said. I'll just hire a second servant, Winter answered. Nick became uncomfortable. I don't know, Nick said. Winter's expression became solemn. How long will this continue? Winter asked with a serious voice. What do you mean? Nick asked. How long until you finally let go and just accept some help? Winter said. Yes, the boy's current condition is your responsibility, but nothing you do now can fix that. No matter what you do, you can't change the past. Nick looked like he had just been stabbed in the chest. Stop trying to fix the past with actions in the present. It won't work. The boy's safety and health is your main concern, correct? You want him to be clean and healthy, right? Nick nodded. And are you in any way better than a servant for my family in that? Winter asked. Nick became more nervous. It's not the same. Winter snorted. The boy can't perceive anything anyway. It doesn't matter who takes care of him as long as everything is done correctly. You're my chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick. I need you to be fully focused on the business. For what I'm paying you, and with the future potential of Dark Dream, I could hire a veteran. Nick, I need you on board with Dark Dream. You're not just a random employee that does their time and doesn't have to think about work after that. You're a chief officer of this company. Your payment and value are intrinsically connected to the business success. Winter explained. I just want to take care of him. Nick suddenly shouted. Silence. Winter looked at him. Nick, it's not like you're not going to see him again, Winter said calmly. You can visit him literally any time of the day. If you want to sit beside him while he's being fed, go ahead. I just can't use someone whose mind is occupied with taking care of a disabled person. Nick gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He felt like he was losing something important. I need some time to think about it, Nick said with a strained voice. Winter frowned, but he didn't immediately answer. Fine, Winter said. Important decisions need time to simmer. We'll talk again tomorrow morning. Come to my office before you work with a dreamer. Nick nodded before turning around. I think you forgot something, Winter said. Nick turned back to look at Winter and saw him motioning to the 2 suitcases on the table. All right, Nick said absent-mindedly. Nick put the weapons back into the suitcases and carried them out of Winter's office. After the door closed, Winter released a sigh. Well, it could have gone better, but I managed to get my point across, Winter thought. Meanwhile, Nick just carried his 2 suitcases out of Dark Dream and entered the hotel on the other side of the street. After entering his room, Nick put the 2 suitcases to the side, left again, and entered Horua's room. When Nick saw Horua perfectly clean and healthy, he felt his insides shake. Marie had taken good care of Horua while Nick was working. Nick just silently looked at Horua for a while. Chapter 96. I'm sorry. There was nothing for Nick to do in Horua's room. Marie had taken care of everything. So Nick just sat down beside Horua and started to talk. When will you wake up? Nick asked, not looking at Horua. Naturally, Horua didn't answer. You've been like that for over 3 months by now, and you show no sign of improvement. No answer. You're going to turn 12 soon. 3 months gone, just like that. Nick sighed. But what am I supposed to do? I didn't want it to end up this way. I wanted to give you a future. But, of course, I was an absolute idiot and forced you into something when you weren't ready yet. I can't believe that I actually asked a child to work with a dreamer. If anyone else had done something like that, I would believe them to be cruel and stupid. Nick sighed again. And yet, it was me. I was the one that did that. Nick turned to look at Horua. And now you're like this. Because of me. Nick took a shaky breath. I honestly don't know what to do. What can I do to make this right? I looked after you for 3 months, and I will continue looking after you until your condition turns for the better. But isn't there something else I can do? Is there anything I can do on top of that? Anything? Should I bring you something? Should I buy you something? Nick remained silent for a while. I don't know what to do, huh? He said. Silence. Nick just sat beside Horua for several minutes, lost in thought. Horua just kept staring forward with dead eyes. It feels like regret and guilt are eating me up from the inside, huh? Nick said with a shaky voice. Whenever there is a quiet moment, the droning in my chest gets louder and louder until I get overwhelmed. I just want to make this right. I just want to help you. I know I fucked up, Horua, but I want to do everything in my power to help you. Nick said with conviction as he turned to look at Horua. I'm going to make this right, no matter what it costs, no matter what it takes. Yet, Horua didn't look at Nick. He just kept staring forward. Seconds and minutes passed. There was nothing for Nick to do since Horua didn't need anything right now. Nick didn't have anything to do for his work as well. To top it all off, the lack of sleep was making it harder for Nick to think clearly. Time seemed to pass quickly for 1 second, then very slowly the next. It was like time was coming in waves, and Nick's perception of it was warping. Nick didn't know how long he sat beside Horua, but it wasn't long enough for Horua to need something again. I'm sorry, Horua, Nick whispered. Tears formed in Nick's eyes as his breathing quickened. I'm so sorry. I fucked up, Horua. I'm sorry. I didn't want any of this to happen. I just wanted to help you. I'm so sorry. By now, Nick's tears were rolling down his face. He didn't dare to look at the current Horua. Nick only looked at the ground. I'm sorry. Please wake up. I'm sorry. Crying. For a long time, Nick cried, repeating that he was sorry over and over. He just kept looking at the ground. Slowly, Nick put his face in his hands, and his sobbing became more intense. After a while, Nick wasn't even sure anymore what he was crying about. There were so many reasons to cry. The people he killed, Hater, Hura, the things he had done in the past. With his tired mind, all of these things just swirled together into a mass of guilt and suffering. Everything was shit. Nick had done the most horrible things. He was responsible for Horwa's current condition. He killed another kid just yesterday. He killed over 10 people within the last week. Nick was practical due to his life in the Dregs, but he wasn't a cold-hearted monster. He didn't want to do all of these horrible things. And yet, for one reason or another, these things had still happened. Everything was horrible. Yesterday was horrible. Today was horrible. Tomorrow would be horrible. Why was he doing all of this? Money? Fame? What was the point of any of this when he felt his insides consuming him in moments when he should feel calm and content? Eventually, Nick was pulled out of his thoughts by Hura needing to get clean again. In contrast to how Nick felt when he entered the room, he now didn't feel like helping Hura. It was like the task was so difficult, challenging, and lengthy. Nevertheless, Hura was his responsibility, and Nick cleaned Hura and changed his clothing. When Nick was done, he just absent-mindedly looked at Hura. After crying for so long, how did Nick feel? Like shit. People said that crying helped in dealing with emotions, but Nick felt none of that right now. He just felt hollow and horrible. All the things he had to do felt like a daunting task that required a mountain of effort. After looking at Hura silently for a while, Nick left to buy some food for the two of them. When he was done feeding Hura, Nick put him to bed, even though it was still too early for Hura's bedtime. It's fine when he goes to bed a couple hours early one day, Nick thought. After putting Hura to sleep, Nick went to his own room and fell into his bed. He didn't even change his clothing or drink anything. He just didn't care anymore. Nothing mattered anymore. He just wanted his consciousness to vanish into the blissful oblivion of sleep. Nick didn't move in his bed, and just a couple of minutes later, Nick fell asleep. Finally, Nick didn't have to face the world anymore. Chapter 97 Effort. Nick woke up. He just stared at the ceiling. He didn't think. After several minutes, his eyes moved to the side, to the clock in his room. 5 a.m. Considering that he went to bed at something like 6 p.m., he slept for something like 11 hours. Nick wasn't sure if he had ever slept for this long. I don't want to work, Nick thought. I just want to keep lying here. I just want to. I don't know. I don't know what I want. The past day shot through Nick's mind. As soon as Nick remembered what happened the last 2 days, his jaw clenched, and he felt a dark hole opening up in his chest. Nick turned over and tried to distract his mind from yesterday's memories. Suddenly, Nick shot up from his bed, his eyes wide. Hura, he shouted. Nick stood up and quickly changed his clothing. After cleaning himself rapidly, Nick rushed out of his room and entered Hura's room. When Nick saw Hura, his insides shook again. Hura's muscles were tense, and the entire room was stinking of piss and shit. Flies had already come into the room and were flying around Hura's shit-covered pants. Guilt immediately overwhelmed Nick. Hura was his responsibility, and once again, he had messed up. Nick just silently started to clean Hura before feeding him breakfast. Good morning, sir. Nick turned around and saw Marie entering Hura's room. Hi, Nick said. Marie's nose moved a bit as she smelled the foul odor in the room, but her smile never vanished from her face. I'll take over for today, Marie said with a warm voice. Nick turned away and gritted his teeth. He could tell that the room was still stinking to the high heavens, and he knew that Marie smelled it. She probably thinks that I neglected Hura and that I am a horrible person, Nick thought. And she would be right. Of course, Nick said in a quiet voice before standing up. I'll leave things to you. Is everything all right, sir? Marie asked as Nick walked towards the door. Instead of slowing down, Nick sped up a bit. No, everything's fine. Thanks for asking. And the door closed behind him. Inside Hura's room, Marie looked at the door with a worried expression. After stepping out of the room, Nick took a deep breath and slowed down. Right, I need to work, Nick thought slowly. Nick stopped walking and just stood in the middle of the hallway, not doing anything. He just was looking at the ground with an absent-minded expression. He really didn't want to work. Nick never had any issues with going to work before. In fact, he had always been looking forward to it. He was earning money, becoming stronger, meeting his colleagues, and advancing in life. But now it just felt like a hassle. It felt like a waste of time. What was the point? But then Nick remembered something and took a deep breath. If I don't go, nobody will wake up Trevor. Eventually, Nick left the hotel. When the clerk greeted him, Nick just wordlessly waved, not even turning to look at him. After entering the warehouse, Nick walked towards the Dreamer's containment unit. We were supposed to talk this morning. Nick stopped and turned to his side. Winter was looking at Nick from his office, the door open. That was when Nick remembered that he was supposed to talk with Winter about hiring a second assistant for Hurwa and his weapons. This memory triggered another memory, which was the existence of Nick's weapons. He was probably supposed to wear them to work. Once more, Nick felt like a loser since he had disappointed yet another person. When Nick thought about Hurwa, he specifically remembered his appearance from when he had found him this morning. He had been in a horrible shape. A moment later, Nick remembered what he had to do for Hurwa every day. It was so much work, but it was his responsibility. Hurwa was like this because of him. Offloading his responsibility onto someone else felt like running away, but it was just so much work. Nick couldn't even get a good night's rest without risking Hurwa's health. But it was his responsibility. But it was so much work. But he was at fault. But he was also failing at taking care of Hurwa. But, when Winter saw Nick just standing in front of the Dreamer's containment unit, not paying attention to anything, he raised an eyebrow. Something was going on with Nick. Nick wasn't usually this quiet and absent-minded. Nick? Winter asked, standing up from his chair and leaving his office. Nick slowly turned to look at Winter. He still didn't have an answer to the issue. When Winter saw that Nick still didn't answer, he frowned. Go home for today. Huh? Nick uttered as his eyes regained focus. You're obviously overwhelmed with the current situation, Winter said with a neutral voice. I'll wake Trevor. You go home for today and relax. Marie is going to take care of Hurwa for today, and I will also get someone to take care of him for the night. You need a day to relax and calm down, Winter said. Suddenly, Nick felt lost again. A day of relaxation. What was he supposed to do with that? Now, I can't even work with the Dreamer anymore. I can't take care of Hurwa. I can't remember the things I have to do. I can't work with the Dreamer. Other people have to do my work. Other people have to take care of Hurwa. I'm a failure. Nick felt like the black hole in his chest was growing in size. I have a useless ability, don't know how to lead my employees, and cause problems for everyone else. I'm a failure. Sure, Nick said absent-mindedly as he turned to exit the warehouse. Winter watched Nick leave with furrowed brows. The next moment, he started to scratch his chin as his eyes narrowed. Chapter 98. A long morning. Nick absent-mindedly left Dark Dream and walked to the hotel. Without talking to anyone, Nick entered his room and fell onto his bed, and just stared at the ceiling. For several minutes. Nick felt like he was thinking about something, but he had no idea what he was thinking about. He just kept looking and thinking. About 10 minutes later, Nick turned to his side and looked at the wall. He still wasn't sure what he was thinking about. I didn't want to work, and now I don't have to work. Silence. I don't know. I don't even know if I am happy that I don't have to work or not. Now I'm just lying here, doing nothing. Eventually, Nick closed his eyes. I don't care anymore. I'll just go to sleep. Time passed. 30 minutes later, Nick opened his eyes again. He hadn't fallen asleep. He had just slept for about 11 hours, and his body didn't need nor want sleep right now. Nick felt like he was wasting time by staying in bed like this. But his legs just felt so heavy and difficult to move. Also, what was the point of going out? After eating something or talking to someone, things would just return to this state anyway. All of these things were just momentary distractions between periods of pain. Doing any of these things wouldn't change anything. Why stand up and do things? So Nick just kept lying in his bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Time passed. Nothing was happening. Nothing was changing. Nick noticed some trash on the ground. It was annoying him, but it felt like such a momentous task to clean it up. I can't even clean up my own room, Nick thought. It's bothering me, but instead of cleaning up, I just keep lying here. Silence. I'm a failure. I'm a burden. I'm a murderer. Silence. Nick's back bent, and he pulled his knees to his chest as he lay on the side. He felt like his chest was tensing up. I'm pathetic. Time kept passing. Nick's mood didn't improve. Eventually, Nick had to go to the toilet and drank a bit of water. After standing up, Nick didn't want to lie down anymore. Instead, he just sat on his bed. Minutes passed in which Nick was just looking at the ground. Nick kept thinking about Hurwa and kept remembering that he didn't need to worry about him for the day. There was nothing for him to do. There was nothing that he wanted to do. As time passed, Nick's emotions became louder, and he wanted to let them out. Sadly, he couldn't let out his rage, or the entire room would break. And when he remembered how he felt after crying yesterday, he also didn't dare to cry. If he had simply kept all of his emotions inside, he wouldn't be feeling like shit right now. Crying had been a mistake, and he wouldn't commit the same mistake again. So Nick was just stuck with his current emotions, and they just kept festering inside of him with no way out. Eventually, Nick started to hear kids playing outside the hotel. Compared to the Dregs, the outer city had more children, and they were also happier. It was normal for the kids to start playing between 8 and 9 a.m. This meant that 2 to 3 hours had already passed. Nick had wasted the entire morning just staring at the wall and the ceiling, and nothing had improved. He felt just as horrible as in the morning. As the playing of the kids grew louder, Nick's feelings started to change. He became angry. Here he was feeling horrible pain and guilt, and outside, kids are happily playing while adults were happily going about their lives. The bright light from outside seemed to burn the proverbial darkness in the room. Nick clenched his fists in rage. It was so unfair. He was feeling so horrible, while others felt so good. He hated it. He just wanted everyone to shut up. He just wanted everyone else to feel the same pain he was feeling. And yet, Nick knew that he wouldn't truly do anything like this, which made him feel even worse. He was being a nice person right now, but he also wasn't decisive enough to be a bad one. It was just a shitty middle ground. Being in this room sucked. Being outside sucked. Being awake sucked. No matter what he did or where he went, it didn't matter. It was all the same anyway. Nick curled up on the bed as he violently grabbed his head. Why was everything horrible? Why was his job horrible? Why was the city horrible? Why was life horrible? Why was he horrible? Nick couldn't find anything good about his life. Although there was one thing. Sleep. Nick just wanted to sleep. During sleep, he wasn't feeling these things. But he needed to wait 12 more hours at least, until he could go to sleep again. Eventually, Nick felt his eyes become wet again, but as soon as he noticed, he burrowed the urge to cry. He had seen what had happened the last time, and he wouldn't do that again. Nick pushed all the things he was feeling back, deep into the most remote corners of his mind. After some minutes, Nick slowly sat up. With an absent-minded look, he stared at the wall again. The playing coming from outside was so loud. He felt like his entire world was shaking. Nick's heart rate and his breathing sped up. Things can't keep on going like this. No, Nick knew what he was thinking about. Sweat started to break out across Nick's body. His eyes focused on the wall. His lips trembled. The playing from outside was so loud but distant. His room felt so gray and devoid of meaning. Nick gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Nick said slowly. Nick felt like his heart was banging in his ears. I wish. Chapter 99, Something to Do. I wish. Nick's body began to shudder as his jaw tightened. His breathing was rapid, and he tried his best to say the sentence. Nick gritted his teeth. And then Nick's body lost all strength, and he fell back onto the bed. I can't do it. At that moment, Nick began to cry loudly. I just can't do it. How pathetic am I that I can't even kill myself? How pathetic am I that I even want to kill myself? I always saw the people that said the sentence as weaklings, even if I didn't want to admit it. I knew that I was stronger than them. And yet, I just want this to be over. There's nothing left. What am I supposed to do with this shit stain of a life? What's the point? For several minutes, Nick just cried. And when he was done, he just felt empty again. Crying hadn't helped one bit. He had just felt horrible for a couple of minutes, and then everything returned to its regular shitty self. I don't know what to do. Nick just continued looking at the ceiling as he closed his eyes. Surprisingly, he actually managed to fall asleep this time. The previous moment had been very stressful and exhausting. When Nick woke up, he looked at the clock again. 6 p.m. Silence. I don't know what to do. Nevertheless, after a couple of minutes, Nick stood up from his bed and left his room. He didn't really want to leave his room, but he did it anyway and just started walking around. There were still many people outside, but the crowds were slowly starting to die down. As always, the sun shone directly onto Nick. It was just as hot as always. As he was walking around, Nick wasn't looking at anything in particular. He also didn't have any goal in mind. He just walked. I don't know, Nick thought repeatedly as he randomly walked through the outer city. Some people greeted him, but Nick just waved them off with a curt answer before leaving. Nick saw a couple of interesting things to buy, but he wasn't interested. He saw some delicious food, but it didn't seem very appealing to him, even though he hadn't eaten anything for nearly 24 hours. He just kept walking around. Sir, please wait a moment. Nick stopped as two guards appeared in front of him. Huh? Nick uttered in absent-minded confusion. Please show us your inner city ID. One of the guards spoke politely. Inner city ID? I don't have one of those, he said. The guards frowned. Then we can't let you proceed. Huh? Nick uttered again as he looked around. At this moment, Nick stood in front of a humongous gate that was illuminated by many small bits of arc light. It was one of the gates to the inner city. Nick had no idea how he had gotten here. Guess I walked. Sure, Nick said absent-mindedly as he turned around to leave. The guards just looked at him with a bit of confusion. Eventually, Nick came back to his room and a horrible night followed. Falling asleep was extremely difficult, but he also didn't want to do anything. There was nothing to do that interested Nick, but he also couldn't properly fall asleep. Nevertheless, time continued to pass, and eventually, Nick actually managed to fall asleep again. Sadly, the sleep wasn't very long since he had slept so much today already. Nick woke up at 3 a.m. and left his room. He would need to work in 3 hours anyway, which was why he went directly to Dark Dream. Naturally, only Trevor was here during this time, but he was currently busy working with a dreamer. I need something to do, Nick thought as he looked around. I can't kill myself, and I also can't deal with these problems. Life is still shit, but it seems like I'm stuck living it. Next best thing is to ignore the pointlessness of everything and just do something. The more time passes, the closer I am to death. At that point, Nick saw the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. Right, I should check if everything is okay with it. Nick walked over to the containment unit and checked the Zephyx storage. Only 7 grams, Nick thought. I guess someone emptied it yesterday. After changing the storage, Nick went into the Screaming Coffin's containment unit. When Nick saw the Screaming Coffin shuffling about near the walls, he showed no reaction. His eyes remained as neutral and lifeless as earlier. I guess Pater wasn't a lot to eat for you, Nick commented without any amusement. Nick's voice sounded harsher than anticipated, but he didn't care enough to rectify it. What was he supposed to do anyway? Apologize to the Screaming Coffin. Guess you need some food, Nick said. When Nick thought about what he had to do to feed it, he became a bit uncertain for a moment. He would need to go out and kill someone. And yet, the more Nick thought about it, the less he cared. Nick went through 2 horrible shit days, and he honestly couldn't give less of a shit about some random rapist from the Dregs. I need something to do anyway. When Nick had spoken earlier, the Screaming Coffin had felt him, and it started to walk over to him. When the Screaming Coffin reached Nick, it tried to bind him with its white bandages. Nick sneered in disgust. Bang! And kicked it with a lot of force. Boom! The coffin hit the wall of the containment unit and fell to the ground, cracks and splinters visible on it. Immediately, it retrieved its bandages and stopped moving. No, it looked like any other coffin again. Naturally, Nick didn't feel any pity for the coffin. Not only was it a specter, but it didn't even have a proper consciousness. After some seconds of watching, Nick left the containment unit to get some food for the Screaming Coffin. Chapter 100 Distraction. Nick came back less than an hour later and threw the corpse towards the Screaming Coffin. This time, he had killed a guy who had been stalking the home of a young girl. Nick hadn't bothered checking what the guy was doing exactly. He had just seen him creep around the home and look at the young girl through a crack in the wall while touching himself down below. That was enough context for Nick, and he had killed him. Killing this man felt different from all the other times in the sense that Nick actually felt something. However, what he felt wasn't strong. It was just that Nick's chest had tightened a bit as he did the deed. Yet, the disgust and apathy he felt for that man outweighed the little bit of empathy he felt for him. After Nick fed the Screaming Coffin, He walked out of the containment unit and checked up on the Dreamer's containment unit. Based on the Zephyx inside the storage, Winter had probably emptied the Zephyx sometime yesterday. Nevertheless, Nick emptied it again and put it into Winter's office. While Winter's office was locked when he wasn't there, Nick had a spare key to it and was allowed to enter. After putting everything away, Nick looked at the clock. 4:27, Nick thought. I still got about an hour before Winter arrives. Slowly, the dark hole inside Nick's chest seemed to intensify, and Nick became a bit nervous. I need something to do, he thought as he walked away from Winter's office. That was when Nick remembered his weapons. Right, I should get those. Nick left the warehouse and entered his room. He found the 2 suitcases beside his bed and opened the one with his braces. Nick furrowed his brows as he saw them. That's going to be annoying, he thought as he took them out of the suitcase. Slowly, Nick put them onto his forearms and shins. At the moment, they were pretty easy to carry, and Nick only felt a bit of weight, but that would soon change when other people perceived him again. After putting them on, Nick also took out 3 of his 5 throwing spears. There's also a belt or harness or something, Nick realized as he looked into the suitcase. Beneath the spears had been a mass of black belts. There was one that obviously was supposed to go around someone's waist, but there were also a couple more leading away from that one. After experimenting a bit, Nick found out how to put the thing on. One belt went around his waist. One went around his middle abdomen. One went around his middle chest. All of these belts were connected with many smaller ones. In total, there were 3 big belts, and all belts had a flap hanging from them. Nick grabbed one of the spears and dropped it into one of the flaps. It easily slid through and also went through the second flap. When it touched the flap of the lowest belt, it was halted. At the same time, the other flaps also began to take hold. One had to remember that throwing spears didn't look like normal spears. Normal spears had a big and long head on the end of a flexible and long hilt, which ended with either another tiny blade or something flat. Throwing spears, on the other hand, didn't have big and noticeable heads. Instead, the hilt curved and narrowed until only a thin point was left. The other side of the throwing spear was just flat. Just to test it, Nick put all 5 spears into the harness. In the end, all 5 of Nick's spears were held on his back. They slightly extended from a bit below his waist to a bit over his head. After putting them all in, Nick could feel a bit of weight on his back. He moved his right arm over his right shoulder and grabbed the rightmost spear. When he pulled, the spear comfortably and easily slid out of the harness. Nick held the spear a bit in his hands and moved it around a bit. The weight felt nice. That should give me something to do, he thought. Nick grabbed another spear and pulled that one out as well. After putting those 2 spears back into the suitcase, Nick left his room. He now wore his braces and carried 3 of his 5 throwing spears. In total, Nick now carried around 170 kilograms of extra weight. It was still okay when no person perceived him, but as soon as Nick entered the lobby of the hotel and saw one of the clerks look over, he had to take a deep breath. Walking suddenly became very difficult. Standing was still okay, but Nick could feel his back straining quite a bit. I overestimated my strength, Nick thought as he slowly turned around to walk up the stairs again. The clerk just looked at the retreating Nick with confusion. When he reached his room, Nick put 2 more of the throwing spears away, only carrying 1 with him. That reduced his extra weight to only 110 kilograms. That was still very heavy, but Nick could at least walk around. Without his ability active, the extra weight on Nick's body was about equivalent to an average adult male carrying 30 kilograms of stuff on his body. It was definitely quite heavy, but walking around was still feasible. I have to get used to this anyway, Nick thought as he slowly walked out of the hotel. Without noticing, Nick hadn't thought about his problems for over 10 minutes by now. It seemed like distracting himself worked. Well, until Nick arrived in the warehouse again and realized that he had to wait nearly an hour more. Nick became fidgety as the silence returned. Might as well start, Nick thought, annoyed with this constant black hole in his chest. So Nick pulled up his arms, assumed a makeshift fighting stance, and started to punch and kick the air. He wanted to get a feel for his new weapons,